Most dungeon raids, no matter how dark and dangerous they are, end in victory for humans, as has always been the case. From the monster's point of view, this arrangement can be considered completely unfair. They must be ready to attack people at any time, at any moment. As the war continues, the dungeon becomes weaker and weaker until the humans achieve final victory by clearing it out completely by destroying the boss. However, in a world where new dungeons are constantly appearing, it is quite natural for an exception to appear that humanity simply cannot conquer. This is a dungeon of great evil, or rather, 7 dungeons of great evil, 7 dungeons that are considered impassable. The most interesting and complex of them is called the Core of Antiquity. It is a demonic dungeon in which alien creatures also live. There are several gatekeepers guarding the 3 crossroads of the dungeon. The first is the homunculus on the red road on the left, the maid with Renee's blade. The skeleton guarding the blue road in the center is a death knight named Patrick, who has remained incredibly faithful to tradition. The exact information about the polluted road on the right is not yet known, but there is information that it is guarded by a monster called the Unidentified Tentacle. And over this entire invincible fortress, there dominates the invincible monster of antiquity, the primeval beast that appears in the first chapter of the imperial myth, Swallow. With these words, Renee finished reading and slammed the tome shut, her indignation so strong that it was ready to burst out. The girl informed Swallow that, as he had expected, after the appearance of such books, the number of people wishing to enter their dungeon had increased sharply. The monster replied that managing dungeons is a complicated matter and requires good brains. Being mysterious and enigmatic is not an option at all. You need to tell a little truth, and naive people begin to believe that they know how everything in the dungeon is arranged. That's why, when I threw them a book that half-truthfully described the laws of the dungeon, they rushed to it like moths to a flame. Here, Swallow thought for a moment and noted that he had not expected such a crowd at all. The attendance had turned out to be excessively high. 74 people gave their lives to the guardians of the dungeon, although they originally came there to clear it out. Most of their equipment had melted from contact with the black tentacles, so it was of little use to the dungeon dwellers. Quality gear is quite expensive, and Renee volunteered to select the best pieces and try to restore them. Swallow was skeptical about the idea, reminding them that everything had gone down the drain, but then he agreed to think about how best to pull off this adventure. The girl continued to look at him pleadingly. In comparison with the monster, she seemed very tiny and defenseless. The monster's gaze became warmer and warmer, becoming more human-like, and its eyes began to gradually change into their own form. Soon a human hand appeared in the dark haze. Swallow decided that it was time to take his human form so that the baby would be more comfortable talking to him. The boy put his hand on the girl's head and kindly said that, of course, Renee could try to repair and sell some of the armor. For some reason, this made her laugh, and the maid with the blade began to giggle happily. A skeleton appeared from the darkness, Patrick, his eyes glowing with blue fire. As a greeting, the skeleton asked why, instead of holding another meeting, the two were laughing and having fun. Perhaps he would like to, too. Patrick feigned affection and said in a honeyed voice that the couple was so sweet that he was about to get a cavity. And then he shouted menacingly that not only his teeth would rot from their cloying taste, but also his entire head, and then the rest of his bones, and what would then be left of him. The skeleton asked the boss in the future, when he decides to change his appearance, to do it more thoughtfully. Otherwise, it turned out that he stroked Renee with a 6-fingered hand. But it's still better than last time when Swallow got 40 teeth after his transformation, and his smile made even his colleagues feel creepy. Renee reported that the rattling sound of the skeleton's chin was too loud. Patrick looked at her threateningly, and the girl became angry. Someone thought it was time to get rid of the gatekeeper's position. It was 116 tentacles, telepathically present at the meeting. Renee suggested to quickly get down to business. The 3 of them sat down at a round table, and the girl began by saying that people had finally begun to invade the dungeon, not through the bypasses, but through the main road. Mr. 116, Tentacles received serious damage. Swallow noted that the regeneration would be quick, so there was nothing to worry about. If it dragged on, they would find a new gatekeeper. Patrick happily announced that he also wanted to retire, so let the boss look for a replacement for both of them at once. The ancient monster reminded him that he had a lifetime contract. Swallow ended the meeting by saying that from now on, they would only let people into the dungeon via the right-hand path. When Patrick and Renee noticed that people were already forming new teams and that information about the state of the dungeon was spreading quickly, the boss announced that they would switch positions. Previously, Renee protected the left path. From today, her new task will be to guard the right road. People will think that the right path is free, and there will be a surprise waiting for them. The maid with the blade reminded that she protects the dungeon regardless of the number of invading humans. Swallow turned to the skeleton and informed him that the left road would now be guarded by Patrick. The Death Knight asked with displeasure why that was. The Devourer explained that the people, realizing that Renee was now on the right, would head to the left, and Patrick would be there, so they could effectively defend themselves from two invasions at once. The skeleton asked what would happen to those people who wanted to enter the dungeon through the large central road. Swallow looked at him as if he were an idiot. The boss said that these lucky ones would have a chance to date him. Patrick sighed that it was a sloppy strategy. But Renee was delighted. The new plan was to her liking, and the girl did not hide her joy at the rearrangement of forces. Then she became serious and said that urgent matters had been dealt with. All that remained was to decide what to do with the sword. Swallow asked what sword he was talking about, and the Death Knight explained that he was talking about the weapon used by the raid team leader. It seems like the team that volunteered to clear the dungeon last time was quite strong to use such a sword. Patrick found it, and the skeleton was amazed. The blade was so huge and heavy that even lifting it was not easy. It was a true masterpiece among human weapons, one of the 14 best swords in the world, called Tanabella. Swallow scratched his head and reminded that their storage already contained several dozen similar masterpieces of weapon art. So what? Renee said that her blade also fell into that category, one of 36 masterpieces in their treasury. They began to think about what to do with the sword. If they gave it to the guards at the entrance, the weapon would again be taken over by people, and if they took it to the warehouse, it would simply become unusable over time. Patrick noted that it would be nice if the boss got the sword. The ancient monster replied that he didn't need it, but the skeleton himself was very good with this type of weapon. It was clear from the doorman's expression that he was far from delighted with this proposal, but he did not want to provoke the boss's wrath. A little embarrassed, Patrick said that since Swallow insisted, he would gladly accept the gift, and from now on, he would begin to use this huge sword. Now, the dungeon of the ancient core was inhabited by a fierce homunculus maid with a huge, razor-sharp blade. A Death Knight that exudes the dark energy of death with an incredibly powerful and huge sword called Tanabella, and a great ancient monster who doesn't need any additional weapons, but asks Patrick to tear up the resignation letter he hid between his ribs. Renee asked Swallow how they would distribute the remaining income, and the skeleton stated that the sword was enough for now. The boss replied that they would use the same strategy as before, taking everything that was at least a little useful for themselves and putting the illiquid goods at the beginning of the dungeon to use as bait. The girl laughed that this option suited her perfectly. She would make sure that everything was done in the best possible way. Then it dawned on her that the dungeon monsters couldn't use magic weapons. Maybe she should take the stones and sell them. She could get a good profit. The ancient monster, for some reason, hadn't thought about this before. Now he nodded a little puzzledly, that this was actually a great idea. He declared that it was time for him to visit the city for the first time in a long time, which caused real panic in both the homunculus and the skeleton. Unsure why his colleagues were so surprised, Swallow did not respond to Patrick's suggestion that they should go see Renee. But then, when he realized that they wanted to convince him otherwise, the monster went berserk and stopped controlling his human form, and a tail appeared. The Devourer realized that he really couldn't show himself to people like that, so he had to send Renee. The maid wasn't thrilled with the idea, but she agreed. The dungeon boss replied that they needed to go as soon as possible, but most importantly, Renee should bring more goodies from the city. He missed normal food. The girl dressed more decently, throwing a hooded robe over her, and set off to carry out the assignment. The weather was excellent. She was very pleased with the walk and promised her colleagues that she would return soon and they would arrange a real feast, and now there would be more money for new weapons. The first appraiser Renee visited refused to buy the stones. He looked at them carefully and was quite surprised. The little girl got angry and gloomily asked what the reason was for such a sharp refusal. In her opinion, the stones were excellent. The man reached somewhere under the tabletop, muttering under his breath that it was difficult to explain in words. It needed to be demonstrated in person. Finally, he placed a blue stone, slightly smaller than the ones she had brought, on the table in front of Renee and informed her that it was a Class B stone, something a commoner could earn in 10 years. And the stones brought by the girl belonged to an even higher class. Only magicians of the imperial palace or the highest rank can use them. He thought about it and said that these stones could be purchased by a capital jeweler who had an agreement with the imperial family, or by magicians from the wing tower. Renee thought about it and decided that the capital was too far away, so it would be better for her to visit the tower of the magicians, even though it was not the most pleasant place for homunculi. She took the bag with the stones she had brought from the table and muttered that she really didn't want to go to the magicians, but for Swallow's sake she would do it. The girl said goodbye and went to the exit. The appraiser shouted after her to be careful. Such a treasure could attract a lot of unwanted attention and danger. Then the man saw that one of Renee's stones was still lying on his table. He called out to the maid with the blade when she was already closing the door. The good man raised the stone higher, indicating that she needed to return for it, but the guest was in no hurry to turn around and approach the table. She looked closely at the appraiser and replied that it was his tip, after which she thanked the man for the information. The man looked at her puzzled. He was ready to curse instead of thank you. She was a very strange girl, and she behaved accordingly. She was also a person, or not. In the tower of the wing mages, everything was going on as usual. Renee reached it when the sun was already slowly beginning to sink towards the horizon. The first magician the girl met told her that if she wanted to sell really interesting stones, she should go straight to the head of the guild. The man asked the little girl to follow him. He would lead her to the right office. Renee realized that the head of the guild should sit at the very top of the tower. As she climbed the steps, she thought about how the structure of the building was very reminiscent of a dungeon. The further you went, the closer you got to the boss. In Renee's office, the head of the tower's mage guild, Wiggs Graumitz-Amer, greeted her with a smile. To her great surprise, it was a sorceress. She looked closely at our heroine and asked her name, noting that for a human, the little girl had quite a large supply of mana. Renee introduced herself and pulled the hood tighter over her face, feeling very uncomfortable under such a close gaze. Graumitz said that she did not want to accept the child, but the conversation turned to high-quality stones, so she made an exception. Renee suggested that she look at the contents of the bag herself, so that there would be no doubt that the decision she had made was the right one. The head of the guild had not seen such treasures for a very long time. Her face literally stretched out in surprise, and her eyes widened in surprise. She asked in a puzzled voice if these were A-class stones. There were so many of them that it was hard to believe. The woman took one in her hand and declared that they were of incredibly high quality, the very best. She began to wonder where such an unsightly little thing could have such treasures. Wondering who was really in front of her, Graumitz-Amer decided to start from afar, and first of all asked where the girl came from. Renee took her time answering, and the woman began to look at her closely, several strands of silver hair escaping from under the hood of her robe. Among the 8 great families of the empire, there was one in which hair of this shade was passed down by inheritance. Could it be that the daughter of the family ran away and took the stones with her? The head of the guild had no other explanation, but she decided that the noblewoman most likely simply did not know how much her property was worth. She apologized for her rudeness and offered her guest 50 ounces of gold for most of the stones and 80 for the best of them. Renee asked if she had heard correctly, if it was true that only 50 ounces were being offered for each stone. The maid with the blade remembered how the appraiser had said about the lower-grade bluestone that they, the commoners, would have to work for 10 years to earn it. If an ordinary person earns up to 10 ounces a year, the price of a B-rank stone is no less than 100, and her stones are A-rank. Renee told the guild leader that if the person cheats, he will die. The woman did not answer anything clear. She only thought that this child was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Graumitz Amer tried to justify herself by saying that, frankly, the guild didn't have enough funds to buy all the treasures. Then Renee, narrowing her eyes, suggested buying as much as they could. The woman swallowed hard. She had already hoped that she would now receive an excellent discount and an offer to reduce the price. The guild leader said that all they had at the moment was 2,000 ounces of gold, not enough even for half the stones. She showed Renee the coins and offered to exchange the remaining treasures for other valuable items that the magicians had. The maid with the blade thoughtfully replied that she agreed if the item was truly of high value and could be easily sold. Graumitz Amer stood up and invited them to follow her into the treasury where the goods in question were kept. According to the rules, outsiders should not be allowed into the tower's storage area, but exceptions can be made to any rule. The first item offered was a tiara with 4 carats of diamonds, complemented by magical stones. Such things are popular with sorcerers. A ring with a living black pearl has been trained to produce a howling sound if a poisonous substance is near its owner. The woman explained that the pearl was created using alchemy, which caused a storm of emotions in the homunculus, but she interpreted them in her own way. The head of the Magicians' Guild hastened to hide the living pearl, saying that alchemy was not the best science, so she could well understand the dismissive attitude towards it. Next, Graumitz Amer showed off a red heart-shaped diamond, calling it the Stone of Eternal Love. The woman told Renee that, according to legend, this stone can make true love come true. The girl's eyes lit up. This was exactly what she had been dreaming about for the past few years, and there were reasons for this, which we will learn about later. The head of the guild gave instructions. You need to pour mana into the stone in front of the one you love, then the spirit of the diamond will be released and make this person love you for the rest of his days. Renee clarified whether it was only about people or whether eternal love was possible between any two subjects. The head of the guild gave her word that no matter who it was, love would appear. The woman noticed the girl's obvious interest and asked if she liked the diamond. Renee said that she wanted to get it. Here, Graumitz Amer began to behave a little strangely, smiling. She began to mumble something under her breath, a little awkwardly. The woman explained that the stone was quite dangerous. It could cause trouble for the emperor, forcing him to fall in love with, for example, a servant, so it was difficult to set a price for it. Renee apparently did not understand her quite correctly, because she did not think about the danger. She only thought that she was ready to take possession of the diamond of eternal love for any price. The girl pursed her lips and ordered the head of the Guild of the Mage Tower to give her the diamond, taking into account the money she had previously received and certain circumstances. Looking at the child's face and the objects that the little girl had pulled out from under her cloak, Graumitz Amer found the strength to only ask where Renee had gotten it from. Her face was so surprised that it seemed like her eyebrows were about to jump off her forehead and run away under her beret, like some kind of cockroaches. Under certain circumstances, the homunculus threateningly pointed her incredibly sharp blade at the magician, which she held tightly by a special rope. When the girl left the tower, a rather interesting conversation took place in the guild leader's office concerning the diamond. One of the mage guards of the vault asked the head of the guild if she really gave that very diamond to the girl. The woman calmly replied that she gave it away. There was nothing wrong with it. The man got scared, reminding her that the baby's death was not far away. The stone was dangerous. While examining the purchased stones, Graumitz Amer replied that the noble woman herself wanted the diamond, so she absolved herself of any responsibility for the consequences. Smiling slyly, the head of the Magician's Guild asked the magician not to worry unnecessarily. Everything would be fine, one might even say, for the best. The girl would die anyway. As soon as the spirit was released, her boyfriend would die too, so there would be no evidence left, the woman explained. Renee was heading home at that time. More precisely, not quite home. On the way, the girl decided to look into the neighboring dungeon, one of the 7 dungeons of great evil, Castle Cheat. Saying that the tips were badly damaged, the master began to quickly cut the homunculus's silver hair. The lady's nails were red and long, completely unsuitable for such work. Renee sat in the chair and kept apologizing for bothering her neighbor with a haircut so often and without warning. For some reason, her hair grows quickly. The lady replied that there was no problem. Neighbors should help each other, and besides, the maid with the blade looked great with bangs. The woman's name was Elizabeth Bathory. She added that if a person is beautiful, then no matter how he behaves or what he wears, it will still be beautiful. Elizabeth sadly said that sometimes she envied the homunculi. That beautiful face would never age. The girl objected that Bathory also looked beautiful, to which she replied that it cost her a lot of spilled blood. Renee asked how good she looked with her new haircut, and her neighbor assured her that she hadn't seen anyone more beautiful in 100 years. The woman leaned over and whispered in the girl's ear that no one would dare refuse a beauty like her, and then asked who the makeup was for. The girl froze, and then said that she wanted to confess her feelings to someone. She looked embarrassed and a little scared. Renee held the diamond she had bought in her hands and kept fingering the facets, muttering that she had to confess. Finally, the homunculus gathered enough determination, straightened her shoulders, and proudly announced that she would do it today. Bathory did not expect that the matter would take such a serious turn and literally froze in bewilderment. Then the woman pulled herself together and with enthusiastic enthusiasm asked to whom Renee's declaration of feelings would be addressed. Hearts appeared in the girl's eyes, and she said in a trembling voice that the object of her affections was Swallow. Elizabeth looked at her again with exactly the same puzzled expression on her face. Then the woman asked if all homunculi had such a strange sense of humor as little Renee. The maid with the blade clenched her fists and declared that this was not a joke at all. She intended to confess her feelings to Swallow right today. Bathory grabbed her head and wondered what there was to like about this monster. There was nothing to grab onto at all. Renee replied that the boss had many good qualities, such as being reliable, and the woman agreed that this was indeed true. But at the same time, he is indecently lazy, huge, and also eats too much, the homunculus added with admiration. The girl folded her arms and continued that he also snores hilariously, eats very loudly, and has recently grown a huge and extremely cute belly. Elizabeth Bathory was amazed. She said with a smile that if Renee knew all this and was still drawn to Swallow, then it was definitely love. The little girl replied that this was true. She did not doubt her feelings for a second and really hoped that they would be mutual. The woman sighed and wished Renee luck, then, after thinking, added that the girl deserved better. She winked and finished by saying that if the devourer suddenly refused, she would always be ready and happy to console the homunculus. The girl tightly clutched the diamond of eternal love in her hands and thanked her neighbor for her help and support. Renee pressed the stone heart to her chest and said that she could do it herself. There was no doubt about it now. At this time, a rather important meeting was taking place in the capital of the empire, Riaz, at which several high-ranking persons were present. At the Joint Dungeon Raid Command Center, a man reported that, according to their information, the hero Bern Histalt's team had been wiped out. He thought for a moment and added that in this case it would be appropriate to clarify that it was presumably destroyed. The second man jumped up from the table and shouted that this was simply impossible because the previous report said that they had easily destroyed the gatekeeper. 2 others supported him, saying that since the bodies had not yet been found, such confidence in a terrible outcome was unjustified. The next man to speak stood up from the table and shouted that everything was correct. The magnificent bairn, simply could not have died because of some monsters. The raider who spoke first sat down at the table and put his head in his hands. He said that they were wrong. The core of antiquity is not a large dungeon. Such either pass through in a day or do not return. And they haven't received any news for the second day now, and the monsters and tentacles were mentioned in the previous report. Everyone imagined the magnificent hero burn and sighed. They didn't want to believe that he was dead, but that's probably how it was. The hero's weapon was officially considered one of the best, was known as magnificent, and then the conversation turned to the sword, which was 14th on the list of 36 masterpieces. The mustachioed man was the first to ask what had happened to the Heshtalt family sword that Byrne was armed with. They told him that the connection had been lost, so only those who risked going into the same dungeon to search for it would learn about the weapon. The men began to talk among themselves, debating how justified it was to condemn someone to death again for the sake of a sword. Some of them said that they would not give up so easily. Byrne was a great hero, and he should have, if not destroyed the boss, then at least seriously wounded him. You need to go on a raid, not chat, giving the monsters a chance to regenerate. But the risk is great. The Emperor has already lost his beloved hero and the sword, classified as one of the 36 masterpieces. They didn't want to anger the Emperor, but what if Byrne couldn't inflict a single wound on the dungeon boss? Then the operation would fail again. One of the men stood up and said that no matter how many groups people sent out to raid, it was simply impossible to clear the ancient core dungeon. Then he heard footsteps behind him, and a question was asked about where he got such information from and why he was so pessimistic. The newcomer man stated that he would be able to clear this dungeon and defeat the boss without any problems. The gentleman with the mustache widened his eyes and asked what the representative of the Imperial magical community was doing at the meeting. The new guy laughed. He belonged to the said community called the Third Eye and reminded that information about the dungeon could only be obtained through magicians. He added that their presence in this hall meant only one thing, that it was time for someone to pay for their sins before the Emperor. Not only did they kill a beloved and precious hero, but they also completely stupidly left a masterpiece in the dungeon. The stranger explained that if they screwed up again and died, there would be no one to lead the raids, so he came to save their pathetic souls. The main task that the Third Eye sets for all those gathered is to go through the dungeon of the ancient core again. The mustachioed man asked how they would do it if even Byrne didn't survive that damned raid. The stranger spread his arms out to the sides and replied that Nifrim would now go with them. He said this very solemnly and with expression. Everyone started asking again if they had imagined that they had heard the name Nifrim. The men were clearly worried. Finally, the mustachioed man voiced what everyone had thought but had not dared to ask. He asked if this was the same Nifrim who had problems with everything and everyone. The messenger raised his hands and face to the sky and replied that Nifrim was no slouch, so with him they would definitely complete the raid and destroy the ancient monster. He became excited and asked why, in the opinion of those present, Byrne did not return from the dungeon, whether the hero was weak or simply let his guard down. The guy answered himself that all these assumptions were not true and the real reason lay in something completely different. The hilt of his small sword glowed at his waist as the messenger announced that Byrne and his group had a single but global problem. He even raised his finger, demonstrating that there really was only one reason for the raid's failure and that he knew it well. The stranger finished the sentence by saying that Byrne simply catastrophically lacked what Nifrim had. He did not explain what exactly he was talking about. Footsteps were heard in the corridor. It was the same aforementioned hero. A blue magic stone was shining on his shoulder. His blue eye was shining just as brightly. He declared that their raid would be successful. Just at that moment, in the dungeon of the ancient core, his boss woke up, taking on human form. Swallow yawned with his whole mouth. He took a few steps to check if his legs had transformed normally. The hero was in a bad mood. The main reason for this was that the monster was tormented by an unpleasant premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. Thinking about this, Swallow sneezed loudly, so hard that he was thrown into the air a little, so it was true. Not long before, he decided that he had caught an infection and went to take a nap. But now, having woken up, the boss decided that it would be a good idea to go on patrol. The thing is, Patrick took it very seriously and instilled fear even in his lazy boss, although he himself was made of nothing but bones. Swallow began to rise slowly. This time there was something wrong with his human form again, but he didn't understand what exactly. Last time, a raiding party invaded through a polluted path, so the boss decided to start the detour from there. The gatekeeper of the ancient core, Lord 116 Tentacles, had not yet recovered. He was seriously injured, and the devourer even felt sorry for him. He carefully examined the wounds and decided that he couldn't help in any significant way, except to give more time for regeneration and wait. Next up was the manager of the 5th room of the Anthropophago dungeon, a rather interesting man-eating plant monster. Having checked the density of the shoots, the boss remembered that Anthropophago also recovers on its own if it has managed to eat well. Having looked carefully into all the vital places, Swallow decided that in this case, too, there was no point in interfering. Everything was fine anyway. The plant monster closed his eye and began digesting food again, so it could be considered that he had reported to his superiors. It was so huge that it took Swallow in human form quite a while just to get down from the mountain of shoots. Then his patience snapped and the dungeon boss decided to simply jump down, despite the obvious problems with his joints that appeared when he transformed into a human. Finally reaching the ground, the devourer thought that their main problem was those who had been destroyed in the space between the 1st and 4th rooms. He was about to head towards the entrance, but he realized that the rooms themselves were also badly damaged and could collapse at any moment. This should have been reported to Patrick immediately, but Swallow really didn't want to do it, because the skeleton would start scolding him and brainwashing him again. The dungeon boss yawned again. He felt an overwhelming desire to sleep, despite the fact that he had only just begun his tour. His eyelids were feeling heavy, and Swallow decided that seeing the dirty path in the 5th room was already good enough, so he deserved a little rest. With the thought that Patrick would understand him if he could rest a little now, the ancient monster was about to turn around and go back. But then a blade flew past his head with a deafening whistle. The devourer slowly turned around, trying to understand who attacked him. The blow was so fast and strong that the blade of the weapon pierced the stone wall and got stuck in it. This was something new. Dark and dense streams of mana began to creep around Swallow, which did not bode well for anyone who dared to attack. A dark voice was heard, informing the dirty little people who had decided to defile the dungeon with their presence that they would not get out of here alive. The shadow, shrouded in black mana, became more and more terrifying as it slowly approached Swallow. Only at the last moment did the monster calm down and realize that nothing terrible would happen to him. He recognized who was in front of him. It was Renee, who now had to guard the right, polluted path. She did an excellent job, but she also didn't immediately recognize the boss. Both were very embarrassed, firstly because they did not recognize each other, and secondly because Swallow was very frightened of his own dungeon guard at first. The devourer looked very confused and even admitted to the homunculus that she had scared him very much, but then he realized why he hadn't recognized Renee right away. He asked cautiously why the girl had changed her clothes and dressed up, and the maid with the blade beamed with joy that Swallow had noticed. Renee happily shouted that this outfit was special and immediately wanted to know how the new look suited her. The boss was embarrassed and asked why the maid had decided to give up her maid outfit, in which she also looked wonderful. Swallow thought with horror that Renee had decided to quit before Patrick, and was seriously scared that this guess would turn out to be correct. The girl asked to give her a little time, and the devourer began to smile stupidly, nodding. He really did not want the conversation to actually turn to dismissal. The maid with the blade led him into some room and told him that it was her secret place, but now no, because she showed it. Swallow walked in. The girl invited him to sit down while she made tea. With every step, the monster prayed that she wouldn't quit. Now finally, the hot drink was in the cups, and it was time to start that very conversation for which they sat down at the table in the secret room. Renee smiled and said that she was incredibly happy to show this place to the boss, because it was very cozy. It seems that this phrase was already heard today. The maid wanted to add something else, but realized that there weren't enough words, so she fell silent, embarrassedly clutching an empty porcelain plate to herself. Swallow decided to try the tea, continuing to pray to every power in the world that Renee wouldn't tell him she was quitting. The girl started from afar. She asked if the boss remembered how 80 years ago he hired her to guard this dungeon. Looking at his reflection in the cup of drink, the devourer replied that he remembered it very well, as if it were yesterday. Just over 80 years ago, the fashion for raiding dungeons began among people. The core of antiquity alone was attempted to be stormed several hundred times. Then the number of dead among the raiders reached 1,000 people. Renee did a great job, which Swallow hastened to tell her about. Since then, the homunculus has acquired a nickname as well as several injuries, and the boss hastened to inquire about how her right eye is now. Renee happily exclaimed that she was surprised that he remembered how it was about her eye. The girl put her hand in her pocket and touched the diamond of love. She replied that she was glad to stand next to Swallow and be of use to him, and that it gave her unspeakable pleasure. Here the ancient monster tensed up. He suddenly realized that the phrase about she was glad could be successfully used as a farewell. Sweat began to stream down his face again, fearing that Renee would now announce that she had found a new job or something like that. The devourer began to repeat in his mind again that this should not be a dismissal, when suddenly the homunculus called him by name and said that she really liked Swallow. The keeper of the core of antiquity certainly did not expect this. He had not yet recovered from the excitement, but he had already tried to overcome the shock of what he had heard, and it was going very poorly. The girl repeated once again that she liked the monster, and Renee had been waiting for the moment to confess it all these 80 years. From an excess of emotions of various natures, Swallow again began to lose his human appearance, and a tail appeared. Then the boss finally managed to pull himself together, and the first thing he decided was to thank Renee for her feelings. The devourer added that they are always at the crossroads of life and death. That is the whole point of the existence of the dungeons. Looking the girl in the eyes, Swallow explained that they could not know in advance when they would be injured, or even when they would die. It could happen at any moment. Putting the cup on the table, the boss asked if she wanted one of them to spend their last years of life in complete solitude. Renee jumped up and exclaimed that she knew she had asked for the impossible, but she still couldn't remain silent for the rest of her life. She then added menacingly that if Swallow rejected Renee's confession and turned away from her, she would not be able to survive it. The maid with the blade took a heart-shaped diamond from her pocket and said that she was ready to get his love in any way. The stone in the little girl's hand sparkled enticingly, and she prepared herself to fill it with mana and finally achieve what she wanted. The maid wanted to continue, but then some unknown force almost lifted the homunculus into the air. The boss did not understand what was happening and screamed. The girl managed to stay on her feet and finished by saying that she would achieve her goal even using such vile means. Swallow clarified what Renee meant. She showed him the diamond of eternal love and explained that with this stone she had a chance. The devourer tried to ask Renee not to rush. The boss looked at her with a very sad look and almost syllable by syllable began to ask if Renee was trying to kill him now. With every word, Swallow's appearance changed. He turned into a huge and very scary monster. Dark energy filled the entire space around, turning over the table and chairs, pushing Renee and the stone somewhere to the side. The little girl was seriously scared. She felt the rage of her boss, and at the same time she understood that having received her mana, the stone behaved completely differently than expected. When Swallow turned into a huge dark shadow, consisting of solid yellow eyes and sharp teeth, it became clear that something had gone wrong with love. The maid with the blade stood in fear in front of the ancient monster. The diamond was still in her hands, but now it began to burst out, floating in the air. The stone slowly began to move toward Swallow, who was now completely out of control, and Renee was also unable to influence the situation. Suddenly, something sharp broke the diamond into pieces. No one fully understood who did it and what happened. Both were blinded by a bright flash of light. Renee watched with undisguised horror as all her hopes crumbled into shiny pink fragments. They fell to the floor and something small, black, like a spirit, began to appear from the diamond. The girl tried to understand what exactly. She failed to do this. All that could be identified was a black shadow with glowing red eyes. Swallow had no memory of what had happened to him since Renee had taken out the diamond, and he tried to tell Patrick about the incident. The monster lay on the floor of the dungeon and was ready to cry when the skeleton began to scold him for driving Renee away. Patrick screamed that he couldn't even close his mouth from shock, to which the devourer remained sadly silent. He felt guilty. The ancient monster grabbed his head and asked the Death Knight what to do now, to which he received the answer that since he created the problem himself, he should sort it out himself. Then Patrick looked at the ill-fated diamond of love, or rather what was left of it, and admitted that it was not only his boss who was to blame. He broke it into even smaller pieces and added that this still did not relieve Swallow of responsibility for what happened to the skeleton. Here, Patrick noticed that the boss had covered his ears so as not to listen to his reproaches and became even more angry than before. This was unpleasant. The devourer tried to mumble something about not remembering anything bad happening to the gatekeeper because of him, which provoked a new stream of screams. The skeleton started yelling that he would remind him of everything in a moment. He became incredibly furious. Patrick recalled how, not long ago, he had run into the secret room to Renee and Swallow because he had sensed something was wrong. He realized that in a couple more seconds, the ancient monster would simply tear the homunculus to pieces, but the most offensive thing was that the girl didn't even try to defend herself. Then the skeleton jumped forward and almost covered Renee from Swallow with himself, screaming for her to save her life. After that, Patrick tried to calm down the boss of the ancient core, bring him to his senses and make him come to his senses, but it was not easy. Nothing worked, and then the skeleton attempted to find out what had happened, exposing himself to the blows of the tails instead of Renee. The girl looked at the split stone and cried bitterly, repeating that she had done something terrible, but she also could not explain anything. Patrick continued to try to get through to her, ordering her to leave Swallow to him and run away to save herself. The maid with the blade no longer heard him, and the devourer was completely out of control, destroying everything he could reach. Patrick reached for his sword. He had no chance of dealing with the monster with his bare hands, and Renee was only getting in the way in this situation. He threw the girl away from Swallow with a powerful blow and began to hold back his onslaught and wait for him to calm down. Renee screamed. She didn't expect that her friend could treat her so rudely and was extremely outraged. The skeleton apologized and explained that he simply could not think of anything better or more effective in this situation. Now the distance was maintained, but the problem with the dungeon boss himself, the devourer, remained unresolved. It grew larger and larger, and now Patrick with the sword looked like a nail on a giant's paw. In a dark voice, the boss asked the skeleton if his loyal friend had decided to kill him too. This was too much, and Swallow launched an attack. Now the skeleton refreshed the boss's memory of the incident. The chief felt a little embarrassed about what had happened, and he was also embarrassed, remembering the details. With a trembling voice, the ancient monster asked his subordinate for forgiveness. He really felt very guilty. Patrick said he was glad Swallow was admitting his guilt, and Swallow responded that he could understand why that happened. But still, the diamond of eternal love played a key role in what happened. It was necessary to find out where Renee got it. Although, for starters, it would be nice to find and return Renee herself to the dungeon, Swallow said that he was going to go searching immediately, and there was no need to dissuade him. Patrick didn't even plan to. Renee cooked food, cleaned the dungeon, treated monsters and set traps, ordered new monsters, managed the accounting, and so on. After hearing that the disappearance of a blade maid was more serious for the dungeon than the presence of a boss, Swallow sighed that he knew it. The Death Knight said that the Devourer must now find and return the girl by any means necessary, but let her take the mana regulation bracelet with her. Patrick handed over the decoration and said that it was called Gemura. It helps to maintain energy balance and control magic. It is not necessary to ask about the details, but it should be taken into account that the item is expensive and very fragile, so it should be handled with care. The skeleton added that he didn't know how this item would work on the monster, but at least there should be fewer problems with the transformation, he added, looking at the six-fingered hand. Swallow replied that he was annoyed by the moralizing. As if his friend knew that everything would happen this way, he began to ask where Patrick got the bracelet. He replied that he picked it up on the road. Finally, he asked to use the decoration strictly for its intended purpose, as it could break from unexpected impacts. The Devourer put the bracelet on his hand and promised to be reasonable and careful and not to get into trouble of any kind. As he left, he waved his hand to Patrick and informed him that in his absence he was relying entirely on him. The skeleton said that it was as if he was going on a picnic. A human attack was approaching, so he needed to return no later than in 5 days. Without turning around, the keeper of the ancient core asked if he should return before the raid, and Patrick confirmed that this was the only chance to save what was there. He added that if he can't survive without the dungeon boss and people end up where they shouldn't, something irreparable could happen. So Swallow has 5 days, 5 days at most, and he must not forget this under any circumstances. Listening to Patrick's instructions, the Devourer even closed his eyes. He understood all the responsibility that lay on him. Before finally leaving his domain, Swallow promised not to forget himself and to return with Renee within 5 days. As he was leaving, the Death Knight shouted that if he ended up in the city, he should behave normally. People would not be delighted to learn that there was a monster in front of them. Swallow continued to walk away, his steps clear and confident, as if he was perfectly aware and understanding everything. But then our hero suddenly laughed and muttered that if something didn't go according to plan, he would simply destroy everyone. Patrick sighed heavily and thought that in this changing world, only one thing remained stable, and that was the pathos of his boss. The gatekeeper of the ancient core checked to see if his sword was still in place, and thought that the situation was much more complicated than expected. The skeleton took out a newspaper and began to read. It turned out that the blade of Dandu's tooth had been found, one of the 36 masterpieces that Renee had just used. This was bad news. Because of her prank, the maid with the blade almost died at the hands of the boss. Patrick began to gradually guess what really happened. He vividly imagined what Swallow would do if he found out how people had deceived Renee. No one would be left alive. The Death Knight almost screamed at the top of his voice that in this case, the world would be covered by a real apocalypse. Then he decided that now was definitely not the best time to destroy the world, so he continued to study the news chronicle in the newspaper. What the dungeon guard saw next made him scream even louder. The newspaper reported that the cleansing of the ancient core would begin in 3 days. Patrick immediately remembered how he reminded Swallow that he must definitely return within 5 days. It turns out that this period is too long. Repeating to himself that 3 days was too little and he would have to cope with all this on his own, the skeleton began to howl quietly. At this time, the Devourer was unsuccessfully trying to learn how to teleport in human form. The attempts were unsuccessful. A hole had already formed around him. The guardian of the ancient core cursed. For the second time, he had landed in a completely different place and way than he had planned. Swallow remembered Patrick advising him that mana was too unstable. It was better to use another kind of magic. It seemed like the truth. Raising his hand, the ancient monster decided that all this was due to a lack of balance. He could try using the bracelet, or use a spell. Swallow decided that he wouldn't give up so easily and would cast something later, but for now he would try again using the previous method. He set the coordinates of the city of Haston, where Renee was supposed to sell the stones, and began another teleportation trip. Soon, only a small black haze remained in the place of the hole that formed after his fall. It seems that this time the attempt was more successful. That same day, In the dungeon of the Demon Queen, more raiders tried to clear out the monsters and get treasures. The demoness promised to grant them a glorious death, but her sinister laughter was interrupted by some extraneous sounds. Very strange, by the way. The man standing directly in front of her throne laughed and cheekily stated that if he were the demon, he would be a little less self-confident. He said that they were the 32nd ranked raider group in the empire, and therefore one of the best in the country. Saying that they were the invincible warriors of Huang Ho at dawn, the impudent man pointed his sword straight at the lady of the castle. The stranger in the hat asked to remember this name, because they would overthrow her from the throne and become famous throughout the continent. The Demon Queen almost opened her mouth in indignation, but quickly came to her senses and called the raiders pathetic little brats. She began to slowly stand up, revealing that she was a queen, a 17th-generation descendant of Asmodeus himself. And her name is Melju Darif Agrea. The woman fully revealed her demonic essence. The sight was not for the faint of heart. She opened her eyes wide and screamed that they should be proud to hear her name, that it was the most pleasant sound before death. The stranger looked at her intently and declared that he wanted to return exactly those same words to the demoness, his eyes shining blue. The very next moment the raider began his attack. The first sparks flew from the clash of blades. Spears and arrows flew at Melza, but ordinary weapons proved completely useless against her. The man understood this, but did not give up hope of defeating his opponent in close combat. He was absolutely confident of victory. The team assured the leader that they would provide him with long-range support with all possible forces, including magic. Melju Darif Agrea was a little surprised. She screamed that the vile little people had completely forgotten their place. Having promised that they would now burn alive, the demoness recited a spell and directed a stream of purple fire at the raiders. The raider managed to defend himself, but it was clear that he could barely stay on his feet. The enemy's next volley threw him and his entire team back several meters. The man stood up, cursed, and looked in horror at the new stream of purple flame that was heading straight for him. The blow was powerful and again knocked the man off the hard surface. But now something new was added to the flames. The stranger realized that razor-sharp ice flows were now flying at him. The demoness had managed to change the spell so quickly that he didn't even realize it. The man looked up and saw that it wasn't just another spell, but a completely different type of damage that was about to reach the place where he was standing. The razor-sharp chunks of ice were approaching with relentless speed, and there was little chance of survival. The Demon Queen raised her hand in victory. She was completely and utterly confident that the humans were finished. Shouting that they shouldn't think that they would stand there and die quietly, the man launched his weapon at her. The ice was getting closer, and the raider leader jumped to at least slightly avoid the blow. The demoness reported that some fools were increasingly wandering around the dungeons. How quickly he wanted to die, let him answer immediately. She raised some kind of tricky weapon to strike and immediately carried it out. It was obvious that it was impossible to survive after such an attack. To her great surprise, the raider managed to put up a shield, and almost all of the attacker's power passed him by. Melzu from the Agreus clan raised her eyebrows in surprise. She thought that she had already dealt with the magician, so who cast protection on the squad leader. The Demon Queen's eyes continued to widen as she saw that things were a little more complicated and the humans were resilient. 2 men from the squad survived themselves and tried their best to help the leader so that he could attack the lady of the castle, where they came through their own stupidity. The demoness became enraged and decided that she would not wait for him to get to her, but would attack first. She was choked with rage. With her hand extended forward with terrifying long claws, Melju Darif Agrea rushed forward. The leader of the raiders also jumped up. He was armed with a good sword and intended to immediately put it into action. The hand turned out to be stronger than the metal. Fragments and stones flew in all directions. It was difficult to understand what was happening. The raider flew backwards with a terrible cry, swept away by a pile of stones and debris, after which he fell flat on his back. But the Demon Queen also received a blow from the boulders, almost going after her opponent. Both of them couldn't understand how everything went wrong, but it was clear that someone had dared to interfere with their fight. It seemed obvious that something powerful enough to blow a good portion of the dungeon into pieces had appeared in the dungeon. The raiders carefully lifted their leader to his feet and asked if he was okay. The man nodded. The hat flew off, but the determination did not go away. The man asked who it was. He had not heard that another group was supposed to join them. The demoness stood up and tried to cough up the dust. The stones stopped moving and no longer posed a threat. The woman thought that the raiders' support was unexpectedly strong since she was able to destroy the castle in no time. Here, a human-like figure appeared among the debris, and everyone began to peer intently into the cloud of dust. At that moment, a slightly puzzled but clear voice asked if those present knew where Haston was. As you may have guessed, as a result of an unsuccessful teleportation, the ancient monster Swallow, already familiar to us, appeared in the dungeon in human form. The raiders looked at him as if he were crazy. They couldn't find the right words to answer, and they couldn't find any words at all. Then the leader of the group and the demon queen almost simultaneously began to accuse the keeper of the ancient core of interrupting their duel. He pretended to clean his ear. The demon queen ordered the man to move away and stop talking nonsense. Swallow looked at her in surprise. The woman said that a talentless person like him was just getting in the way, and the monster thought that the lady didn't look serious enough for her title. He remembered what her ancestors looked like, and decided that he shouldn't have gotten too carried away with the latest cosmetic procedures. Then the devourer thought and decided that the whole point was that many generations had already changed, and the fashion for appearance was gradually changing too. The demoness continued to make threats, but then the raiders reported to their leader that support from another squad had finally arrived. While people were shouting in unison that they would quickly get rid of the demon queen, Swallow tried to stop them and still find out the information he needed. Melju de Rif Agrea and the raiders continued to bicker, and our hero stood in the middle of all this chaos and, like a mantra, repeated his question about Haston. He was already in the thick of the battle, but he began to seem completely small and insignificant with his request to show him the way to the right city. Swallow had to duck to avoid being hit by the combatants, but he still hadn't given up hope of asking about the shortest route to Hazeltine. Finally, the monster is simply fed up with being polite, and we already know how hot-tempered he is. The guardian of the ancient core stood up to his full height and looked up at the sky. He was determined to find Renee as soon as possible, and to do that, he needed a little help. Swallow sighed and asked loudly again, just in case, if there was anyone there who could help him. The scuffle continued behind him. While he was thinking about the fact that Patrick would be very angry if the boss was late to the dungeon, one of the raiders suggested that the hero join the battle, otherwise he was standing there, cooling off. The hand shot up. The castle destroyed by his appearance began to be covered in an ominous black smoke. The voice sounded like thunder and ordered everyone to immediately close their mouths. The raiders raised their heads and froze. They realized that due to their own stupidity, they had gotten into serious trouble, and the colors were getting worse. The very next moment, huge hands began to catch and destroy people one by one. It took very little time. Swallow was overcome with such anger that he completely lost control of himself, throwing all the raiders left and right. One by one, he threw all the people out of the territory. Even those who tried to hide or grab onto something heavy suffered the same fate. When what was left of the Demon Queen's castle was empty, our hero, as if nothing had happened, assumed a calm and good-natured appearance. Only disheveled shadows scurried around his feet. Melju was so surprised she didn't know what to say. She was amazed by Swallow's power and strength, as well as his completely unperturbed appearance after everything he had done. When the ancient monster realized that the territory was finally cleared, he exhaled loudly. The sound was somehow ambiguous. The demoness gripped her weapon tighter, deciding that it would be her turn to go next, but nothing of the sort happened. Then the girl voiced her thoughts, stating that the hero was very strong, and in terms of mana reserves, he even surpassed her. The Demon Queen, forgetting about decency, joyfully shouted that she wanted to know more about the guest of her castle. She had, no joke, 1,000,000 questions. Melju began jumping around Swallow, asking where he had pumped up such muscles, and what was so huge that it had scattered people in all directions, and who he was anyway. The hero looked down at her, his face expressing undisguised disgust. There was too much fuss from this creature. But looking again at the enthusiastic demoness, the devourer decided that in order to get help from her, he would have to pretend that everything was normal. At this time, the woman coughed several times and apologized for not behaving in a completely appropriate manner. She spread her arms wide and pompously declared that it was time to remember the formalities and introduce herself according to all the rules. Stamping her foot, the demoness declared that she was the great queen of all demons, a descendant of 17 generations of Asmodeans, named Melju de Rimph Agrea. At the sound of her name, she made a theatrical gesture and used certain special effects, as if confirming her greatness. All Swallow could think was that his new acquaintance simply made him sick, but she clearly expected the guest to give his name. The devourer understood that in order to get information, he needed to answer at least something, and the monster began to say that his name was Swallow, but he did not pronounce the full name, remembering something. He stood for a few seconds, stumbling mid-sentence with his hand raised in a welcoming gesture. Patrick asked not to reveal his identity, and to be careful, there is no point in giving away his real name. Finally, the monster finished saying that his name was Svald Rauni, a name that had been thought up in a hurry, so it didn't sound very harmonious. To cement it in his memory, Swallow repeated his fictitious name again and tried to smile brightly, then added that he was 32 years old and a bachelor. It all sounded too implausible, but there was absolutely no way to replay the scene. The demoness was not surprised by anything, and she nodded happily, asking if it was possible to call him simply Svald. The devourer agreed, and then the demon queen began to thank him for his help, not forgetting to mention that he had destroyed a good half of her castle. The girl sighed and said that if it weren't for him, she probably would have suffered greatly, while her face expressed slightly mixed emotions. But soon, Melju pulled herself together and smiled, saying that she now owed him a favor, and therefore would be happy to provide her assistance in any matters. Swallow was delighted, and without further ado asked if she knew how to get to Haston. She thought for a bit. Her face looked hopeful, and the ancient monster decided that just a little more, and he would find Renee. This time his smile was real. But then Melju, with her eyes wide open with joy, suddenly asked who this Haston was and why he needed him. Although there was still a smile on his face in reality, Swallow's true emotions were far from it. It turned out that the demoness not only doesn't know the way to the city, she doesn't even know that this city is Haston, which means it's too far away. If the devourer teleported to such a wilderness where no one had even heard of Haston, then we need to find out where the nearest large settlement is and what kind it is. This was the question he asked Melj, and her face showed great surprise, as if Swallow had asked something stupid. With a rather bored face, she replied that, if she was not mistaken, they were closest to Riaz. The monster grabbed his head. He could not believe that they were talking about the capital of the empire, Riaz, which was located very far from his dungeon, and Haston, in fact, too. Having estimated what the map looked like, Swallow calculated that the road from the demoness's castle to Haston would take about 2 months of riding. He fell face down on the floor and groaned. The demon queen asked what happened and what was bothering him. The guardian of the ancient core groaned that he was too far from the place he needed, to which the girl suggested using the teleportation center. The hero looked at her with some curiosity and asked her to tell him more. He knew nothing about such centers. Melju explained that it was a device created using magic and alchemy, with which one could travel long distances much more accurately than with simple teleportation. The device forced the magic of movement in space, she added, and Swallow asked where it was. His answer did not surprise him at all, of course. The teleportation center was in the capital, Riaz, and that's where they decided to go. Before setting off, The devourer once again clarified that he needed to find his silver-haired friend as soon as possible, so let her think carefully. When the heroes arrived at the city's central square, Swallow muttered that this was not how he imagined the center of Riaz. The girl exclaimed that this was the best place to gather information. The monster thought that it was not a fact that Renee went to Haston, so it was possible to find out local rumors. The demoness seemed to read his thoughts and said that she would help him find out everything he could about the girl with silver hair. The ancient monster was very surprised, reminding that the mistress of the castle cannot leave it unattended for a long time. This is unprecedented. Melju de Rifagrea asked in surprise why he was worried about her. It was certainly nice, but completely in vain. She majestically announced that she was the queen of demons, so the dungeon did not matter at all. Where she was, her subjects would appear. Swallow clarified what kind of ability the demon kings had, to summon an army at will anywhere. The girl nodded that this was exactly it. After these words, she cheerfully stuck out her tongue and declared that she had never used this ability yet, which made Swallow mentally wince. Melju immediately declared decisively that if her father could do it, then it wouldn't be difficult for her either. That's how it was. Besides, the castle built by his father is now half destroyed, and returning there is not the best idea. The hero became sad and apologized. The girl added that its location was not the best, right next to the capital, and it was necessary to repel attacks by people almost every day. To prove her point, the demon queen pointed to a dark silhouette looming directly over the city. She spread her arms out to the sides and added that it was incredibly difficult when the capital of the human empire was right next to the castle. But then Melju decided to change the subject and said that it was enough about sad things. It was time to go and gather information. Swallow nodded resignedly. He knew that in the current situation, this would be a fairly reasonable step. With the thought of whether the demoness would become just an additional burden, the ancient monster walked towards the tavern with her. The first thing they did was order 2 beers from the innkeeper in order to get a feel for the situation. This was the shortest and easiest option. Looking at the huge mug, Swallow thought that his new acquaintance had a rather peculiar approach to finding information. While Melju was emptying the first mug, he carefully asked why they had come here, whether she had forgotten that his business was urgent. Slamming the empty container on the table, the demon queen declared that this was the best start. Firstly, they would raise their spirits, and secondly, they would pass for one of their own in front of the locals. She explained that Svald was simply not familiar with the rules of human cities. The tavern was the best way to find out all the news and gossip. Melzu waved her hand at everyone present in the hall and suggested that they listen more carefully to what they were discussing among themselves. She explained that all the conversations that can be overheard here are a real treasure trove of information. You just need to properly filter out the unnecessary. Looking at the monster's uncomprehending face, she asked Swald to choose the most appropriate topic and focus only on it. The hero turned to the waiter who was carrying a deliciously baked chicken and thought that filtering it would be quite difficult. But then his attention was drawn to the notice board. If other people's conversations were mostly senseless, then the printed information was at least all in plain sight. They came closer and Melju exclaimed in surprise that they were lucky. There were reports of raids into the dungeons. Swallow picked up one piece of paper and realized it was a list of all the team members and the exact dates of the purges. Very useful data. The girl explained that this was to distribute the rewards. If several groups invaded at the same time, this could cause problems. She added that the greedy little people didn't understand that by joining forces they would achieve results faster, to which the devourer muttered that it was in their interests, the monsters. The demon queen looked at him intently and asked if he was also a dungeon monster. The hero pretended not to hear. Melju's eyes widened and she asked how he was able to move freely around the empire. Okay, she was the demon queen, but a simple monster shouldn't do that. Swallow replied that he was too lazy, or rather, did not want to answer, to which the girl stated that she respected other people's secrets, and therefore would not pester them with questions. Here the ancient monster saw on the notice board something that struck him right in the heart, and his face even changed from surprise. Right in the middle of the board hung a piece of paper, where it was written in black and white that a raid was planned into the core of antiquity. This was his home, and Swallow was relieved to see that there was no information listed on the group list yet, and no date either, meaning he still had some time to spare. Then, from somewhere below, an indignant voice was heard, asking what was going on there, what he was staring at with such a face. The demoness ran around the hero and shouted that it was not fair to take advantage of his height and not let her look at the ad. The guardian of the core of antiquity took the necessary sheet from the board and showed it to her. When she saw the name of the dungeon, Melju's eyes widened in delight. She breathlessly said that this was one of the 7 dungeons of great evil, the core of antiquity, the greatest dungeon. When Swallow asked if she really knew about it, the demoness enthusiastically said that absolutely everyone knew about this dungeon, both among monsters and demons and among people. She began to admire the core of antiquity, heading towards the table with a piece of paper in her hands. The hero asked if it was possible to do so. No one listened to him. Sitting on a stool, Melju continued to look at the announcement with admiration, proclaiming that the core of antiquity was the dream of all monsters. Putting the paper on the table, she declared that among the 7 dungeons of great evil, this one was the strongest. The Lord of all things, the ruler of the ancient core, the guardian of God punishing the intimidated, the ancient monster standing at the top of everyone and everything, this is who is worthy of admiration. Having called his name, Swallow, the demon queen began to shake and breathlessly declared that she had dreamed of looking at him at least once her whole life. Swallow thought grimly that he would rather be called master than lord, and besides, the inhabitants of the dungeon did not share such enthusiasm, pestering him. Continuing to look at the announcement, Melju summed up in a dreamy voice that the core of antiquity was her favorite dungeon. She propped her cheeks up with her hand and said thoughtfully that she wanted to become stronger, wanted to become like the Devourer. Or, at least she will be able to see this ancient monster in the future if she constantly works on herself and improves her abilities. Our hero was sweating from nerves and thinking that the girl was looking at him right now. What a blessing that she didn't know about it. Looking into her beer, Melju added that being the most powerful must be really cool. The girl sadly noted that her father was also strong. He was a worthy demon king, not like her, but there were people stronger. One of these was Byrne, or whatever his name was, a fairly young hero at the time, but that didn't stop him from defeating his father. Swallow, who swallowed Byrne with just a yawn, said in a puzzled tone that he didn't want to get involved with the one who destroyed the demon king. Melju suddenly announced decisively that she did not want to spend her entire life as the ruler of the dungeon. She explained that she dreams of monsters, attracted by her power, creating their own dungeons. The demoness smiled and finished by saying that this was the reason she decided to become stronger. It was a pretty good plan. Swallow nodded that the plan was indeed cool and thought to himself that youth was the best time of life. He was like that too, but it was so long ago that it is no longer possible to remember exactly when he led an army capable of conquering the world. Then his goal was to master all available knowledge and skills in order to become smarter and stronger than any creature. And sometimes people would join him in his company, even though Swallow considered most of them insignificant, and then he gave in to his emotions and gave them everything. The monster finished his speech by saying that he finally realized that world domination would lead to nothing, and that now he only wants one thing in this life: to sleep. In response, he heard a snore, and Swallow realized that the demoness had not listened to the end of his story. She was sleeping with her head on the table. He hoisted Melia onto his shoulder and asked the innkeeper if he could rent a room for the night, who nodded and showed him the way to the stairs. At this time, visitors arrived who were outraged that the information about the raids had not been updated. A hammer began to knock, and a new sheet was quickly attached to the board. As Swallow walked towards the door, the innkeeper was being warned that the report needed to be updated on time, Otherwise, the inspectors would leave no stone unturned in the establishment. He swore that he would be more responsible. The new leaflet stated that the clearing of the ancient core dungeon would begin within 72 hours, and 36 participants would go on the raid, led by Nifrim. The next morning, the tavern looked the same, only Swallow didn't yet know that his dungeon was in danger. A gust of wind blew the window open, and Melju slowly stirred under the blanket. She didn't even suspect yet that she had spent the night in a tavern. Finally, the girl stuck her head out of the cozy bed a little and groaned, the sunlight cutting into her eyes unpleasantly. The demoness sat up slowly and complained in a pained voice that her head was simply splitting. Swallow just walked into the room, yawning. The girl said that she didn't remember at all what happened yesterday, when suddenly the man looked at her and screamed, covering his eyes with his hand, and collapsed to the floor. Melzu, as if nothing had happened, asked what was going on, to which the hero tried to answer something, but his tongue wouldn't obey. He looked at the demon queen and couldn't understand what had happened. Had his vision really gotten that much worse overnight? Finally, he asked why she looked so small now. Melzu looked at him with some indignation. She rushed at him with her fists and screamed that she was not small. The ancient monster giggled that, apparently, she had simply grown younger, after which he received another slap. The fists pounded him in the face, and Swallow continued to ask why she suddenly became a child. He was even scared from the unexpectedness. Continuing to strike and ignoring the hero's requests to stop, Melzu explained that she had not become any younger. Continuing to scold Swallow, the girl explained that until yesterday she was a second version of herself, so that the pathetic humans would not laugh. The ancient monster remembered what she was like when they met, and admitted that that image was indeed more suitable for these purposes. Showing herself as she is now, Melzu explained that this was her first appearance, for her loved ones and those she trusted. Swallow asked again if what he saw before him now was her true form, and the answer was yes. Then the little girl pounced on him with questions about that happy face and whether he had really eaten without her that night. Not receiving an answer, the demoness finished by saying that transformation is the magic of projecting one's future, because someday she will become like that. Melzu laughed and added that she had no doubt that she would be just as cool when she grew up. The ancient monster looked at his companion sadly and somewhat doomedly, then sighed and agreed that she was absolutely right. The girl got carried away and decided to get another confirmation of her words, pointing her finger at him and asking again. Swallow nodded in agreement. The little girl was not satisfied with this and continued to scream that he didn't understand anything, to which the hero noted that she could use some new clothes. Count Hastings' house looked more like a palace. It was clear that the best craftsmen worked during its construction, and the customer spared no expense. A group of horsemen approached the gate, and one of them shouted that a raiding party had arrived, and that they should open the gates immediately. The raiders announced that they had come from Riaz to set out to conquer the core of antiquity, and the detachment was led by that same Nifrim. Hastings' master, Count Etarque, crumpled up the piece of paper with information about the raid, and declared that the Emperor's mongrels, the Third Eye, had become completely insolent. To raid a dungeon higher than B rank, you first need to get consent from the owner of the lands on which it is located, and they decided everything simply among themselves. The Count hissed angrily that he could not forbid the raid, because it would be the same as going against the will of the Emperor. He asked his secretary if she thought the raiders would be able to get past the ancient core this time. The girl shook her head thoughtfully without saying a word, as if she were mute, but she was definitely not mute. The Count said that he also thought so. The Third Eye group was too weak, and he had never heard of Nifrim, what was going on in their heads anyway. Itar sadly stated that if the raiders failed again, his land would suffer again. He didn't want to allow that to happen. Maybe he should send a stronger group ahead. The assistant reported that a verified group was right under their noses. Very powerful stones appeared in the wing tower, which increased the capabilities of the magicians many times over. The Count smiled slyly, thinking that this was a great plan, and besides, after Byrne's raid, the dungeon had not yet fully recovered. It may happen that there is no proper security at all on the polluted route, so there is a chance to get off with little bloodshed. Itar ordered the quest to be sent to the wing tower immediately, promising them money and glory if they completed the task quickly. Here someone began to confidently break down the door. Despite the servants' cries that they were not allowed in, the visitors insisted on meeting with the Count. A group of raiders led by Nifrim entered the chambers and asked who among those present governed the lands of Hastin. Count Atarke angrily asked the leader of the detachment who he was, and received the answer that it was Nifrim in front of him. He had called for a long time, but had not received an answer, so he entered without permission. The raider sprawled in his chair and behaved very impudently. The Count asked why they had come without permission, to which he replied that they had received documents from the Emperor. Looking the man straight in the eye, Nifrim asked if there were any good reasons why they shouldn't be here. Thinking that the little impudent fellow looked as if he was about to tear him to pieces, Count Itar replied that he was not. The green-haired sorceress from the raid participants said that they were guests, so let them bring some treats, tea, cookies, chocolate, all that stuff. The secretary stood waiting for further instructions. The Count confidently placed his hand on the table and commanded her to hurry. The girl nodded slowly. It was clear that she was far from delighted with the current situation and the boss's instructions. The raiders, like ordinary teenagers, sat down on the sofa and began to chew cookies. Itar asked what they were doing there. Nifrim muttered from under his bangs that they had forgotten here not a little, not a lot, but the dungeon of the core of antiquity. The Count noticed that the visitors to the castle were quite nimble. He had only received the document today, the man asked, when the detachment was scheduled to move out. Nifrim replied that everyone wanted to leave today, but they had just made other plans, so they would go to the dungeon tomorrow. The Count attempted to delay the raid by promising shelter and a welcoming party to rest and amuse himself, but received no consent. Nifrim put his feet up on the table and declared that they would throw themselves a welcome party when they visited Wing Tower today. Without any embarrassment, Atarke asked for what purpose. Perhaps they wanted to meet with someone they knew in the tower. The head of the raider squad objected that he had no acquaintances, much less friends there, so the reason was different. With a nasty smile, Nifrim announced that he was going to simply kill everyone there, his eyes shining with a wild and insane blue light. The Count seemed to turn to stone, and with a barely bending tongue he asked what all this meant and how to understand such statements. The raider explained that the Count had very poor security and safety services, and the mansion was easily bugged with magic. Hearing that the raiders knew that he had ordered the quest to be sent to the mages in the tower, Itar realized that he had made a strategic mistake. Nifrim, with a carefree look, said that the small pawns should be eliminated, because it was not for nothing that his squad had traveled such a long way to conquer just one dungeon. He added that it was beneficial to the Count. The strongest would go on the raid. Itar apologized and replied that he would not redirect the quest, let Nifrim go whenever he wanted. Taking the cookie, the impudent fellow asked in a surprised voice why such a change in mood had suddenly occurred, what the reason was. With his mouth full of pastries, he thanked the Count for his assistance and said that it was very generous of him. At this time, in the core of antiquity, Patrick was informed that raiders would soon arrive. The people were their own, proven. They came to ask for help. Armed with a huge sword, the skeleton was just clearing the road littered with stones. Hearing about the uninvited guests, he stopped. There was very little time left. Patrick's eyes flashed, and he decided that he had to make better preparations for the invasion. At this time, Swallow and Melju left the room and went out into the city streets. They did not walk too fast to look around the area. The ancient monster looked around and could not understand what this environment reminded him of. It was as if he had already been here. A small black shadow flashed in the clear sky. The hero quietly decided to carry out a small and unnoticeable reconnaissance. A large crowd had gathered outside the gates, and the demoness called out to her companion, offering to see what was going on there. Swallow approached one of the guards and asked how far the teleportation center was, but the man was unable to give him any intelligible answer. Then the warrior added that they were now at the exit from the fourth wall, so it was still a long way to the center, but he couldn't say more precisely. When asked how much longer it was to go, the knight replied that in order to get to the center of the empire itself, one had to go through 3 more walls, which would take about a week if you walked. He thought for a moment and added that it would be a little faster on horseback. Swallow couldn't believe that everything was so difficult. When the guard added that that was all, the monster and the queen simultaneously screamed that this was some kind of mockery. Our hero thought that at this rate Patrick would soon run away after Renee. He absolutely could not afford to move so slowly. The girl quietly asked if it wouldn't be better for them to just quietly fly to the center, since they could both afford it. Swallow replied that people would detect the mana trail and be arrested immediately, so that wasn't an option at all. In fact, he was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the mana again. Then from behind came a cautious question as to whether the 2 beautiful strangers needed a little help. A bald man bowed before them, apologizing for overhearing the conversation and offering to take them to the center rather quickly. He said that he was a coachman named Chonma Wenbir. His name translated means flying in the sky, and this is not a coincidence at all. The demon queen asked again if she had heard correctly. That was indeed his name, and the coachman nodded with a satisfied look. He announced that he had a homunculus in his possession, obtained through alchemy, and then pointed behind him. The man explained that the monster's name was Chonik, an abandoned 4th-generation homunculus, the result of the Artificial Angel Empire's project, which he was looking after. Swallow was impressed. He couldn't believe that alchemy could create such a beautiful creature. The demoness Chonik didn't like it. The man stroked the pet and said that it was strong, obedient, and could fly, and that it was abandoned because it failed to fulfill its destructive purpose. Melju asked if the homunculus program was over. Swallow sighed and thought that things weren't that simple. The coachman explained that the Empire could not simply abandon the idea of such a powerful workforce. There are rumors that mass production of homunculi still exists. Swallow asked what this large-scale process looked like. He thought they were grown magically in huge flasks. Chonma Wenbir assumed that the hero was joking. Only the 1st-generation homunculi did that, about 150 years ago. The monster thought that this meant that 150 years had already passed since Renee's birth. How quickly time flies. At this point, the demoness finished examining the carriage and stated that it was reliable enough to fly. The girl asked how much the trip would cost. The coachman began to calculate. The flight would take 3 hours. The checks on each wall would take about an hour in total, so for a 4-hour trip, the sum would be quite large. For the 2 of them, he asks for 8 ounces of gold, no more, no less, and Chonma looked very pleased with himself. Swallow figured it was about 800 ounces of silver. He had paid 100 times less for the room the night before. Both of them screamed that it was some kind of robbery. Melju apologized and regretfully said that she did not have that amount of money. Swallow sighed and asked why she assumed that he did. But just in case, the devourer decided to check his pockets and then heard the very distinct ringing of coins, something the ancient monster clearly did not expect. A second later, he was already holding a heavy bag and a note in his hand. It seemed that someone had taken care to ensure that financial problems did not distract him from the search for Renee. The bag contained gold, and on the piece of paper was a wish that the clumsy boss would someday remember this and thank Patrick. A few minutes later, the carriage to which the homunculus was harnessed was already flying over the city. The speed was quite decent. Looking out the window, the demoness suddenly asked Swallow who had given him such an impressive sum of money and for what purpose. The lord of the ancient core yawned. He was just about to get a good night's sleep, after which he replied that the gold was from a comrade in his dungeon. The girl asked again what kind of comrade he was, and then remembered that Svald was a monster from the dungeon, and she was again interested in how he could move so freely. The hero was too lazy to come up with something in response, and he simply said that he was kicked out. In fact, this was not far from the truth. Melzu asked about the comrade they were looking for now, whether he had been kicked out too. The guy sighed and replied that one could say so. The demon queen pursed her lips and said that she was a little jealous. They cared about each other even outside the dungeon. She would like to have such comrades too. She quietly added that she had the same life too, but no one heard this, since the girl leaned out the window quite a bit, looking at the scenery. Melzu decided that it was really cool when you care about someone and they care about you in return. They flew over the street of gold and pleasure, Survey Rose, which was already the central part of the capital of the empire. At the teleportation center, our heroes were disappointed. They were told that today it would not be possible to use the services of space travel. The worker apologized for the inconvenience caused. He spoke completely calmly, but Swallow was ready to explode with rage. Melzu began to apologize to Svald, explaining that she never expected that something like this could happen. The man said that if they were really interested, they could come back tomorrow at around 8 in the evening, because the center was closed until then because of the auction. Swallow asked if the center was closed because of one auction. The employee said that a very valuable lot was up for sale. They will be dealing with the movement of VIP guests. We are talking about the Danduzuba blade, which was long considered lost. It is a very important object, one of the 36 masterpieces. Swallow looked at the picture and the caption and muttered that the image looked very similar. Then it dawned on the ancient monster. The blade was painfully familiar. He exclaimed that this was René's weapon, that is, his comrade. The center employee assumed that he was imagining things, but Swallow said that he knew this thing very well. It was enough to apply force, and all that was left of the enemies was shredded cabbage. The man explained that he was most likely mistaken, because Dandu's teeth were the only and unique item. There was no other like it. Swallow froze. He grabbed his head. Melzu was scared and asked if he was sure he was okay. The ancient monster was ready to scream. His heart was breaking into pieces. It was definitely René's weapon. The hero began to think why people had a blade. Did they really kill René? His appearance began to change rapidly, since the devourer simply stopped monitoring his appearance. Even the bosses of the 7 dungeons feared René. She was very strong. There was no way the pathetic humans could defeat her. The girl was not called a maid with a blade for nothing. The monster began to try to remember whether René had a weapon when she ran away. He replayed the events in his head and realized that René was wearing luxurious clothes. There was nowhere to hide the Dandu teeth. There were also daggers, one of which she threw at him, considering him an enemy. When confronting people, the maid usually had 5 blades. Patrick was already strong, and with a sword he simply had no equal. But René Swallow was feverishly thinking about what would happen if he took the blade from the maid with the blade. How would he then evaluate her strength? Watching as his tails appeared and his appearance changed, leaving nothing human in him, Melzu cautiously called out to the hero. He raised his fist and squeezed the wisp of black smoke tightly, deciding that the people had managed to kill René if she had been deprived of her weapon. Having finally lost control of himself from the thought that the maid had died at the hands of the little people, Swallow turned into a huge, enraged monster. The hero decided to take revenge on humanity for her, and the first person on his path, unfortunately, was an innocent employee of the teleportation center. The man screamed in horror for the monster not to dare come near him, but it didn't change anything at all. When the deed was done, Swallow regained control of himself, at least temporarily, and he took on his human form again, the demoness quietly asking him to calm down. His face began to take on the shape of a monster again. There was no need to disturb the Lord of the Ancient Core at such a moment. Melzu continued to tug at his sleeve, urging him to calm down. She really was a fearless demon queen. Swallow rushed forward down the corridor, and the little girl pulled him back and tried to figure out what had happened. He turned around and said that he would ask only once whether Dandu's teeth were truly a unique item, the only one in the world, or not. Confused, the demoness slowly replied that that was true, at least that was what everyone thought. She asked why it made him so angry, and the devourer replied that it was the belonging of a comrade he was looking for, and he needed to return it. Swallow snatched the sleeve from Melju's hands and informed her that she had helped enough and could go about her business. The girl called the monster by name again, and he yelled that he had found a way to quickly get to Haston so he could handle the rest himself. Turning back to the Demon Queen, he sternly informed her that she should leave here quickly if she didn't want to get hurt. Here Melju also lost her patience and screamed that the comrade that Svald was looking for was really her, the one. A silver-haired dungeon monster that wields one of the 36 masterpieces, Dandu's teeth, as a weapon. Swallow stopped. The Demon Queen called out the name of the dungeon maid, the gatekeeper of the ancient core, Renee, and from her lips it sounded like the highest title. Realizing that the identity of the maid with the blade had been revealed, Swallow stopped. He didn't expect Melju to guess this secret so easily. The hero didn't answer, but the demoness guessed that she had hit the bull's eye. The monster in a menacing voice told the girl that she shouldn't provoke him. How much more did she want to know? Swallow's eyes flashed, and he said this in such an ominous tone that half the capital felt the blood run cold in their veins. Melju laughed at nothing more, and then added that she was not afraid of him even when his voice became so scary. With a joyful smile and shining eyes, the Demon Queen said that she already understood who was in front of her. Renee is the gatekeeper, the supreme being who protects the core of antiquity. If she is Svald's comrade, then everything is simple. Our hero was dumbfounded when Melju, as if nothing had happened, informed him that they were talking about the great ruler of the core of antiquity, Swallow. The ancient monster lowered his eyes to the floor out of modesty and wanted to say that she was right, and that he really was Swallow, but he didn't have time. The girl blurted out that she knew who was in front of her, a subordinate of the boss of the core of antiquity. That's how smart she was. The devourer remained silent, but his face mentally twisted into a grimace of disgust. Despite the warmth he now felt towards Melj, her manner of communication and stupidity infuriated him. The girl continued to laugh and shout that she had very cleverly revealed his secret. Swallow no longer knew how to make her shut up so as not to frighten or offend her. Suddenly the demoness herself fell silent and said that she understood what dangerous things the hero was thinking about now, so she would help him. No objections were accepted. The ancient monster looked at her and asked if she could walk around wherever she wanted because of such logic. She was the queen of demons. Melju laughed and replied that simply being rational was not enough to become a queen, but what the Demon Queen said became logic at her will. The guy thought that this was not much of an excuse for stupid behavior and actions, and the demoness began to whine that he had that sour face again. After she said that Swald, whom she knew had returned, the girl fell silent again. It was clear from the hero's face that he was wary. Realizing that everything was okay, Melzu continued that he was very scary in the form of a monster, and some black things were coming out of his back. She is glad that everything is okay now. The Demon Queen smiled and asked the hero not to worry about anything anymore, because now she would help him in everything and protect him. Finally, she asked Swallow to promise that he would no longer speak in that terrible voice of his, and to confirm the oath. They shook hands. On the day of the auction, the imperial palace sparkled both literally and figuratively. It was a hall specially built for such purposes. A whole line of invited guests had gathered at the main entrance, most of them wearing masks because they didn't want to be seen. Meanwhile, the back entrance was guarded by only one guard, and there was not a soul there at all. Everyone had forgotten about its existence. Here, a luxurious lady with a servant appeared before him, asking if they could enter the building for the auction through these doors. The guard replied, stunned that they could, but first he had to check if their names were on the list. The lady said in a very important and pompous tone that her name was Melju from the Agreus family, and this was her servant Svald. The knight asked to wait a minute and looked through the list several times. Agrea was not listed there at all. The guard reported in a broken voice that such a visitor was not listed among the guests. Melju giggled nervously and objected that such a thing simply could not be. She turned to Swallow and asked him to get the invitation they had brought with them, and the man tensed. He started to say that there were no invitations to this auction, when suddenly the monster replied that here it was. After which his fist slammed right into the face of the unfortunate knight, who simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Before he finally closed his eyes, he heard the Demon Queen comment that this was his invitation to the afterlife. Swallow looked at his new friend and noticed that she had a slightly new look today. The girl laughed and asked if he was afraid of falling in love. The hero replied that he couldn't imagine how one could fall in love with a child, and immediately heard a shout that they had asked him not to call her that, and a scuffle began. At this time, Renee was visiting her friend from the neighboring dungeon, Elizabeth Bathory, in the castle of Sete. The girl had been in bed for several days, not getting up even to wash or eat. She lay there clutching the pillow, thinking about how she would never be able to return to the core of antiquity again. The maid with the blade recalled the events that happened 80 years ago, when the Graffinian forest, the territory where she lived, burned. A torch was burning on the wall of the house. A young male voice said that he was very sorry that people dared to do such a thing. Nature should not have suffered. The mistress of the forest, Graffinia, also the spirit of the lands of Graffinia, nicknamed the Witch, replied that she repaid them in the same coin, and the forest would soon be restored and come to life. The young man decided to behave with dignity in front of this old, powerful woman. The forest was a natural barrier on the way of the invaders to his dungeon, the core of antiquity. Swallow remembered how the witch had killed all the people who had set the fire, and he shuddered. But still, sooner or later, she should have calmed down. He was literally standing in a pool of blood when he suddenly realized that they were not alone in the room. There was someone behind the bars of the prison cell. The hero looked into the darkness and saw only a glimmer of some girl's silver hair. She clearly had nothing to do with the arson, since she was locked up. The longer Swallow looked at her, the more amazing the girl seemed. He realized that she was a homunculus, a creature similar to a human, but created through alchemy. It was impossible to leave living witnesses, but the monster doubted whether it was worth killing a completely innocent creature of this kind. Finally, he decided that there was enough blood for today, and announced to the girl that the last will of her former master was to release the captive. She was free and could leave. Taking hold of the bars, Swallow began to bend the bars so that the homunculus could exit. He added menacingly that he did not intend to help her in any other way. When the hole became large enough, the hero said that it really didn't matter whether the girl died inside the cage or outside. She continued to stare ahead indifferently and silently, and Swallow added that the choice was hers, Rello's. This name had a certain effect on the prisoner. A shadow of surprise and pride crossed her face. Looking around, the monster explained that the owner of the house was looking for a maid named Rello, and since no other servant was seen, it was probably about her. Saying that this was where his mercy ended, the devourer turned sharply and headed for the exit. The girl stood up and carefully pronounced the name Rello, literally syllable by syllable as if she was trying to taste it. For a while, the homunculus stood at the exit of her prison, not daring to go outside. The surroundings were not very pleasant. She once again pronounced the name she had heard. In fact, it was not quite a name, but a kind of title. Rello was the name of the chief of the maids, the most responsible woman of the servants. The girl carefully left. The homunculus had no right to call herself that, because things are not given names, but now her life has changed dramatically. Looking at the sky through the broken roof, the girl decided that she now had the right to call herself whatever she wanted. She said Rello's name carefully and thought about choosing something similar but more pleasing. It was impossible to stay in bed forever, and Renee finally pulled herself together and walked out of the Chait castle to get out of the memories. Then, from behind, Elizabeth's voice was heard, reporting the news that in a couple of days, raiders sent by the Empire would invade the core of antiquity. The girl replied that she still couldn't go back there, even considering what she had heard, and her friend nodded understandingly. The woman explained that she had not told about the raid so that Renee would return, but so that she would be free to choose and decide what to do. Her personal happiness was always a priority. Narrowing her eyes, Bathory asked if it was necessary to burn bridges right away, circumstances could still change. She added that Patrick and Swallow would travel across the continent in their search, and if they found out that Renee had been deceived by people, there could be an apocalypse for humanity. If the maid with the blade really does plan to hide, then she needs to erase all traces of herself once and for all, so as not to provoke a catastrophe. Bathory added that it was not necessary to do everything perfectly. The raid would start soon, and they would be busy, and then Patrick would understand everything and make the right decision. Hearing that if she wanted to end it all, now was the time, Renee thought hard, trying to figure herself out. Eventually, she stood up and told Bathory that she was going for a little walk to think and get some fresh air. The woman noticed that her right eye had become a little cloudy and offered to keep the maid from the Corps of Antiquity Company. Renee thought again and replied that she could handle it herself, after which she thanked her friend, asked where her blades were, and left. At this time, Swallow had an auction worker pinned against the wall and was trying to beat all the information he could about the Dandu teeth out of him. With his last strength, the man said that the artifact was exhibited at the wing tower. He knows nothing more. He is a simple security guard. Swallow nodded. His suspicions about Haston confirmed because the Tower of the Wing Mages was located there. He let the employee go and thanked him for his honesty, thanks to which the man saved his life. But the same could not be said about his health. The guard looked after the departing heroes and thought that he miraculously remained alive, but that does not relieve him of responsibility. The man grabbed his neck and muttered that he was not guilty of anything. Some crazy people had attacked him. They would definitely be caught. Even before the last word was spoken, the dungeon boss was right in front of him and calmly confirmed that the employee was innocent, his eyes flashing dangerously. Soon they became completely different. These were no longer the eyes of a man, but of a monster. Swallow added that the man simply happened to cross his path. He leaned over the guard and asked what people called the process of invading the monster's territory, a raid, conquering a dungeon, and the like. Not once did people call things by their proper names, for example, massacre, genocide, mass murder of monsters. Swallow leaned down and asked if people felt any remorse for destroying his kind, just for the sake of profit and entertainment. The man was barely alive with fear. At auction, Dandu's teeth were valued very highly, with the bid reaching 3.5 billion ounces of gold. But that was not the limit. Soon figures of 5 and even 7 billion began to be heard. Where people got such money from, no one cared. The girl with blue hair suggested that her friend with pink hair make a bet so that it wouldn't be so boring, but she was indignant that they should guard the auction and not have fun. The friend smiled and said that someone had problems with a sense of humor. It was a member of the knightly order, Black Wolf, the hero Win Historia. Her pink-haired partner once again asked her not to forget. Her name was Ranger Gareth, and yes, she was also a hero of the Black Wolf. Historia began listing what she would like for lunch, and the auctioneer announced that in 3 moves the lot would be sold for good and the auction would be closed. Here the question was asked why this was. Only he had the right to end the auction. It was Swallow, who in the guise of a monster eliminated the host with literally 1 movement. Garrett and Historia exchanged glances. It seemed that before dinner they would both have to work a little, fulfilling their direct duty. The devourer asked if all the people present in the hall had come here to buy Dandu's teeth, but there was no answer, and everyone looked at the heroes. The thing is, there were only 3 heroes in the Empire, and one of them, Baron Histalt, was considered missing, although we know that he was swallowed by a dungeon monster. It was believed that the hero's primary task was to protect the people, so after Byrne's disappearance, the remaining 2 were subjected to public condemnation. Wynne decided that now was her perfect chance to set things right and win back the trust of the people of the Empire. Her fighting spirit was overwhelmed by her instinct for self-preservation, and the girl was ready to pounce on Swallow, but her friend was wiser and stopped Historia. Raising an eyebrow, Gara explained that they couldn't attack now. The enemy was incredibly powerful and strong. She widened her eyes and said that it was mortally dangerous to interfere right now. We had to wait for the right moment. Watching Swallow move through the room with the auctioneer on his tail, the heroine was reminded that the first thing to do was think through a strategy. The monster continued to walk across the hall towards the main auction lot, and impenetrable darkness crawled across the hall behind it. Finally, the dungeon boss stopped near Dandu's teeth and looked at the weapon carefully. His face darkened even more. It was indeed Renee's blade, not a fake. Until the very end, the hero hoped that these would not be the real Dandu teeth, but no, traces of Renee's mana were clearly visible on them. Taking the blade in his hands, Swallow hissed through his teeth that it would not be easy for him to explain the situation to those present, and there was no need. He simply said that this weapon has an owner, and it needs to be returned to its owner. It's a pity that they were going to pay such a fabulous amount of money for the artifact. At this moment, someone from the crowd raised his hand and started calling for security, giving the order to seize this crazy bastard. Hearing that no one would let him go just like that, Swallow replied that he hadn't expected that, so he wrapped the blade in mana and prepared for battle. He promised that he would tear all the vile people to shreds and trample them into the ground, right along with this disgusting building. The crowd began to get indignant that this would not be left alone. There were heroes here who could protect everyone. It was Historia, who rose into the air and prepared her incredible fist in a special armored glove to attack. Swallow watched the girl fly towards him and thought that this flying squirrel had some good technology and weapons. But she was too clumsy. At the last moment, the ancient monster moved a step to the left, and the blow fell into nowhere. Historia began to gain momentum for a new attack. The dungeon boss decided that the gloves were all she had, so it was enough to simply break her arms. He once again mentally imagined the heroine and her most vulnerable spots, and decided that this would be the best choice. Swallow prepared to carry out his plan, and he didn't even need to close the distance to do so. The girl was good. She launched her signature strike, Crush, but she didn't expect that the enemy would easily dodge it and instantly appear behind her. Swallow, his eyes blazing, reached forward to grab Historia's wrists and destroy her main weapon. She tried to use her fist again, but her opponent met the blow with destruction, literally, with his bare hand. What happened next surprised the hero a little. He did not expect such power from the girl. Fragments of the floor and walls flew in all directions. In the clouds of dust, Swallow was not visible at all. Historia froze, trying to see what was wrong with the enemy. She turned out to be not so simple. Swallow had been thrown back quite a distance, so Win was almost certain that he had been destroyed. But then, a dark figure with a glowing yellow eye appeared in the dust. To the girl's surprise, the monster was still alive. Historia was seriously scared. Crush worked even on dungeon bosses, destroying them with the first blow. Her glove, a replica of Apocalypse, could usually withstand 3 such blows, but today it fell apart from 1. Looking at Swallow, the girl noticed a black haze. In front of her was not a human, but not an ordinary monster either. Smiling ominously, our hero thought that it had turned out unpleasantly, but no matter. Now he would put everything in its place. Swallow was ready to strike back. It was clear that Win had no chance of surviving, let alone resisting him. Darkness was approaching the girl, and she was already preparing to accept certain death, as befits a heroine. Then Garrett appeared and called out to her partner. It seemed that her friend had an idea on how to deal with Swallow. She wrapped a protective shield around herself and Historia and resolutely moved straight towards the monster, screaming at it not to dare move. The ranged spell was already flying towards the devourer. Gareth was determined to win quickly. Her determination could only be envied. After some time, our hero came out of the ruin. Melzu rushed to him screaming, "Is everything okay?" She was very worried. She whined that she had already decided that Svald had died, but the guy assured her that he was quite alive and even unharmed. The monster remembered Win's devastating attack and thought that an ordinary person would not be capable of such a blow. If she had hit the heart, everything could have ended differently. Out of fear, he could transform, and then the destruction and the number of victims would become catastrophic. If this had happened, Patrick would have been absolutely furious and would have scolded him to the fullest extent, We must not forget about conspiracy. At this point, Swallow thought he had made another mistake that could cost him dearly in the future. He missed both heroines. Who knows if they will ever visit the core of antiquity? That would be unpleasant. The one with pink hair was also strong. She evacuated people while the girl with blue hair distracted him. Plus, she put several layers of protective magic on the first one. Swallow smiled and thought it was quite interesting. People who ran out of the auction hall were trying to understand what caused the destruction and what was going on, when suddenly one noticed someone under the rubble. It was Historia. The man shouted for security and a doctor to be brought quickly. The girl said that she was a hero. As caring hands lifted her up, Wynne wondered if Gareth was okay. They had fallen at the hands of a monster whose name they didn't even know. Then she saw that Garot was standing right next to her. Her friend was alive, which meant that everything was more or less okay. Wynne didn't hide her joy. She knew that despite everything, this day could be considered a happy one. They did not die. She burst into tears of happiness, and Garrett smiled and ordered him to thank her quickly, without help. Preparations for Historia's funeral would already be in full swing. The girl had already started to say thank you when she suddenly noticed that her friend's hand was seriously injured, and she was at risk of losing it. Wynne started crying and asking for forgiveness. It was because of her that everything went wrong. It was she who failed at her job and let her partner down. Garrett had to bark at her properly and remind her of how a person who proudly bears the title of hero should conduct himself. Wiping tears from Historia's face, the woman added that one arm was a small price to pay, but if the hero started acting like a weakling, the empire would come to an end. Garrett asked her friend if she knew who her rival was, so she was in such a hurry to accuse herself of failure. It was Swallow, the master of the ancient core, and upon hearing the name, Historia almost died of cardiac arrest. Then the girl decided that Garot was just joking. Why would a monster of that level leave the dungeon and come to the capital? The distance is huge. The heroine frowned and replied that the reasons remained a mystery to her, but that it was Swallow, she was 100% sure. The Black Catastrophe, the ancient monster Swallow, came here, with fresh traces of the presence of the dead hero Bern Histalt still on his legs. It's worth remembering that Gareth was named Pathfinder, and she worriedly informed Wynne that the situation was very serious, much worse than they had originally thought. Historia sat on the ground in a doomed pose and listened in horror as if nothing was done. The empire could come to an end. The girl exclaimed that if that was the case, they should make even more efforts. This was the land of people, so the advantage was on their side. Garot put her hands on her friend's shoulders and informed her that this was not a problem she could handle on her own, because she had felt that paralyzing fear. The ranger added that they had no chance of winning right now, but she would head to the Joint Dungeon Raid Command Center and request support. Then she teleports with a report to the Imperial family. She won't be able to move too, because Wynne will remain. She won't be able to completely heal her friend, but she will heal the wounds. Having finished casting the spell, Garrett added that the girl should not wander around the area. She was too weak. Let her sit quietly somewhere nearby and wait for her return. Historia objected that this monster could appear at any moment. Pathfinder had already begun to rise into the air and replied that in any case, she should not stick her head out. The blue-haired girl asked to wait. She wanted to say something else, but Garot was adamant and ordered her to just wait for her return. The very next second the heroine teleported, her friend froze, staring at where her partner had just been. She experienced mixed emotions. Swallow was also restless. He still couldn't decide whether he should deal with the heroes first or give up and go look for Renee. He walked back and forth and muttered under his breath that it was best to get rid of the risk and then think about personal matters. Melzu watched without interfering. In the end, the ancient monster decided that he had obtained the teeth of Dandu. This was already good, and besides, he must not forget about his main goal. We need to find Renee, or at least her corpse. The hero ordered the demoness to get ready. They are heading to Haston. The demon queen agreed, but her voice sounded somewhat uncertain, Swallow looked back and asked what was wrong. The girl was in no hurry to answer. She couldn't find the right words and was noticeably nervous. This was not her style. That's why the dungeon boss didn't get angry, but calmly and kindly asked her to tell everything as it is. Melju explained that she immediately realized that Svald was very strong, even in his castle, but the longer she knows him, the stronger he turns out to be. She continued that although the hero calls himself Comrade Renee, he is much stronger than the maid, or the information is unreliable, and Renee is even more powerful than is commonly believed. Finally, the Demon Queen voiced her request. Let Svald tell the truth, who he really is. Swallow looked at his friend without his usual irritation. There was even some warmth in his gaze. The guardian of the ancient core scratched the back of his head, as if considering whether it would be appropriate to answer, confess, or remain incognito. Finally, he lightly hit the girl on the back of the head with his fist, saying that she was just a little fool and a dreamer. Then he stroked her hair and asked why she was winding herself up and making up all sorts of things. He was just Swald. The hero put his hand on Melza's head and once again, calmly, confidently, and amicably repeated that for now, let him just be Svald. And when they sort everything out, he will tell her all the details about himself that he can remember. The girl smiled and nodded. She was glad that the hero did not start to wriggle out of it and lie. The promise to explain everything later was enough to calm her down. Swallow became determined again and asked his friend to show him the power of the Demon Queen and put everything in order here. She happily agreed. Saying that she understood him well, the demoness took out her staff and prepared to cast the most powerful spell she was capable of. Soon the entire city center around the palace where the auction was taking place was covered by a pink dome of the reconstruction spell. A second later, an explosion of such power thundered there that the entire area was razed to the ground. People began to peer into the reflections of the fire. No one could understand what kind of explosion it was and who caused it. The sky was covered with smoke. Historia looked in horror in the direction where the fire was the hottest. That was where the auction was taking place. The crowd buzzed. How could something like this happen in the very center of the capital? Many people had just lost their homes and quite possibly loved ones. The heroine rose to her feet, not knowing what to do. It seemed that the enemy simply had no idea how many people lived in the capital. Wynne remembered her friend's instructions to not hang around the area and to wait for her return, no matter what happened. The girl gritted her teeth. She simply physically could not fulfill her promise when everything had turned out so badly. Then someone pulled her hand and Wynne looked down. It was quite unexpected and a little creepy. Some kid clung tightly to her and began to cry about how his dad was somewhere out there in the clouds of smoke. The girl jumped up and decided to quickly make her way through the crowd, declaring that everything was fine. Let them put their worries aside. Wynne promised that she would sort everything out now because that was her job, the job of a hero. She repeated her name again. Wynne Historia, the very sound of it adding confidence in her strength and determination not to lose to some monster. The Demon Queen's spell was so destructive that it blew several blocks around into pieces. It knocked Swallow off his feet and he fell on his back, kicking his legs in his pretty shoes in a funny way, fortunately, not at all hurt. Having dug himself out from under the rubble, the ancient monster called out to Melja. He did not immediately notice her in the clouds of dust. The girl was enveloped in a pink glow from the spell. The hero asked what she used, and the demoness answered that reconstruction, the highest magic that crushes the earth. She was incredibly pleased with herself, and happily asked if Swallow was pleased with the result of the cleaning. Even from behind, it was clear that the guy was indignant. He irritably asked if she had any more successful ways to clean up in her arsenal. Melzu raised an eyebrow in displeasure and said that there was no need to make her feel guilty. That was exactly how she understood his words. The girl continued that there was nothing to complain about. It was necessary to explain in more detail what exactly she needed to do. Swallow sighed. What he thought. She understood herself. Then something completely different caught his attention. The ancient dungeon boss thought that the situation was getting heated. He asked the demon queen if she remembered the way to the teleportation center, and she replied that she did. Swallow gave the order to go there and protect the equipment. Now a lot of people will come running to the center. He also asked to prepare everything necessary to go to Haston as soon as he arrived. The girl looked puzzled. She asked where that damn Haston was. Swallow, who had already started moving in the opposite direction, froze. The Devourer asked if Melju knew the coordinates of the core of antiquity. The girl replied that she knew what the question was about. She added that this was her favorite dungeon. How could she not know? The ancient monster explained that Haston was the closest city to it. The demoness wilted and admitted that she only knew about the core of antiquity from books. Swallow sighed and told her to simply go to the center. Melzu promised to protect him well, and the Devourer in turn said that he would try not to linger, waving goodbye. He walked through the ruins towards what had caught his attention a few minutes earlier. It was necessary to assess the number and strength of the enemies that were here. Swallow prepared himself. Several men advanced towards him, introducing themselves as a punitive detachment of the Rangjir Blue Crane clan, belonging to one of the 9 pillars of the empire. The one-eyed blonde man introduced himself as Casper and said that he was the leader of the squad, after which he asked Swallow who he was. The ancient monster looked at the people with some surprise. They were dressed to the nines, as if they had just finished ironing their suits. He thought that he even got a little worried when he felt the presence of so many soldiers near the auction. Apparently they were guards for one of the guests. Swallow bowed his head slightly and asked again if he had to answer the question, if it really mattered who he was. He squinted his eyes and looked at the man, and at that moment the black haze began to envelop the monster more and more. Taking on a somewhat more sinister appearance, our hero answered the squad of punishers that he was their enemy or something like that. Meanwhile, the raiders were taking their first steps into one of the 7 dungeons of the great evil called the Core of Antiquity. Sylvia, Nifrim's green-haired companion, whined that no one had ever come out of the dungeon alive. If you die here, rumor has it, your soul will be ruined. Maybe it's worth going back before it's too late. The guy asked her not to joke like that. The girl laughed and started whistling a song about how boring he was. But then something frightening blew from the depths, and Sylvia asked if this place seemed strange. The girl explained that in the first room they passed through there were tons of monsters, but here it was absolutely clean, as if someone had cleaned it. At the words that someone had cleaned out the dungeon, Nifrim's eyes widened. The very thought seemed completely insane to him. One of the raiders looked at him skeptically. The man also did not believe that it would have occurred to someone to clean up such a place. The invaders began to develop the topic, discussing that Burns' team would definitely not do this, and that monsters with intelligence are extremely rare. Someone reminded that the dungeon was cleared up to the 5th room, the boss room, which means there shouldn't have been any other monsters at all. Nifrim heard a strange sound. He suddenly screamed into the darkness, in a voice that was not his own, that it was enough to mock them, that the creature should come out and show its face. In the far corner, 2 eyes flashed and someone's voice asked him not to yell. He really did clean up. Because it was unpleasant to be among the dirt. Guests should be greeted properly. Nifrim gave Sylvia the command to immediately illuminate the entire room. The girl nodded. A spot of light in the shape of Saturn instantly appeared on her hand, gradually rising into the air and becoming larger and larger. As Saturn moved into the far corner, the same voice said it was too bright. But what else could you expect from pathetic, ill-mannered humans? Sitting right next to the stone wall was a skeleton. It was Patrick, who was incredibly calm, considering the circumstances. He added that he was glad to meet him, to which Nifrim hissed angrily that he recognized him, the Death Knight Patrick, and that he should not pretend to be a simple, low-ranking monster. Patrick stood up and said that he hadn't had time to introduce himself properly. Humans always ruin everything. Let the sorceress put away her staff and the warriors hide their swords. It would be better to talk first. Looking at the raider's reaction, the skeleton suddenly asked in surprise if his proposal had sounded a little strange. Nifrim furiously rushed at him with a loud cry that he had not come here for empty chatter. Patrick did not expect such a sudden attack, but parried the blow, saying that the humans had very poor manners, and both were enveloped in a rain of icy spikes. Soon, due to the cloud of ice, nothing could be seen, and one could only guess how the duel went. Patrick slowly retreated, saying that victory would be his, despite the fact that he hated fighting alone against the crowd. Nifrim swung his blade several times, but again failed to reach his target, the skeleton reaching for his huge sword on his back. The blow landed exactly where Nifrim had been, but the sword stuck into the ground without hitting its target. Patrick noted that it was impressive for a human. His opponent at this time managed to cast a whole bunch of spells, and even enveloped the blade in mana and himself in protection. The skeleton figured out that the whole secret was in the enhancing magic, and such buffs do not last long, so there is no need to worry too much. He tried to convince himself that he only needed to hold out for a minute, just a minute, but in reality the time dragged on incredibly slowly. The icing on the cake was the rigor spell, cast several times in a row. Who would have thought that it would work on the bones? But it did. Patrick muttered that it was a bit unexpected, at which point Nifrim placed his foot right on him and ordered him to repeat it. The raider meant that it was necessary to repeat who would defeat whom. The blade was pressed to the neck, but the skeleton was not one of those who explain the same thing twice. Lying on the ground, the Death Knight cheerfully exclaimed that he would never have thought that banal human magic would baffle him. Then Sylvia came up to them and asked if it was really the end already. The girl muttered that the core of death was not as scary as they said. Looking at her, the skeleton muttered that it would be better to get rid of this green-haired sorceress at the very beginning, her face distorted with fear. Nifrim ordered Patrick to shut up and stop picking on his girlfriend. She's not one to be timid, by the way. With a cry that it was time to die, the raider swung his sword at the skull with all his might, and it seemed that this would truly be the end of it. However, the skeleton grabbed the blade with 2 fingers and stopped the blow. Something like this was simply impossible to believe. Patrick began to laugh. He joyfully exclaimed that this time he got into character very well. He hadn't had so much fun for a long time. Nikifor's face twisted when the Death Knight told him that the last few years had been very boring, so he decided to try acting. The last thing the man heard was gratitude to the raiders for playing along so well with the gatekeeper of the core of antiquity. The man screamed so loudly that the walls of the dungeon room shook as if there was an earthquake. After some time, Nifrim woke up, lying on the ground. He sat up, trying to understand what happened. He was not ready for such a situation. The guy quietly asked what happened, and Patrick explained that it all ended in the few seconds that the enemy was unconscious. Pointing his hand somewhere to the side, the skeleton added that it would be better to see for himself. His gesture was not pompous, but rather demonstrative. He proclaimed that of all the people who had met the Death Knight Patrick, not a single person had managed to remain alive. The skeleton sighed and assumed that since the raider knew his name, then this information should also be available. Throwing the girl's body at Nifrim's feet, Patrick said that the only worthy opponent was the green-haired sorceress. The raider screamed in horror. While the man was crying for Sylvia, the Death Knight revealed that his bones still itch from her holy magic, which was unexpected. Patrick asked what the enemy's name was. Before her death, Sylvia screamed deafeningly and called for some Nifrim. In agony, she repeated this name a dozen times. Even a dead man would have risen and come to the rescue, but Nifrim was unconscious. The blonde silently lowered his head. He really felt sorry that his friend had died with his name on her lips, but he didn't consider himself guilty. The Death Knight had expected a more violent reaction, but the man's behavior surprised him, and he reproached Nifrim for being completely heartless. Raising his sword, Patrick declared that it was time to ask his questions of the survivor. Paimor, although stupid, would never send 30 men to their deaths. Saying that their squad was clearly below average, the skeleton put his sword to the enemy's neck and asked what they were hiding, what they were concealing. The answer was silence, and then the kind and polite skeleton suggested that the guy slightly raise his right hand if he would answer, and his left if he would not. Nifrim raised his right hand, and Patrick was already beginning to rejoice that this was a wise decision, because he would kill the enemy painlessly, but his fingers formed an obscene gesture. Sighing that even now he was being rude, the skeleton said that in that case they would have to kill him slowly and painfully. Leaving the dead raiders and Nifrim, who had been pierced through by his own blade, the skeleton walked down the corridor, muttering that he needed to clean up the place properly when he had time. Remembering that both the squad leader and his team were practically teenagers, Patrick added that this time the cleanup would be a little easier than after Burns' team. As soon as he was out of sight, Nifrim suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction the skeleton had gone. Then the boy lowered his head again and looked at his dead friend, the green-haired sorceress Sylvia. He leaned over her and called her name loudly several times, but no miracle happened. Unlike him, the girl was really dead. Her face was calm and even somehow peaceful, as if she had died quietly in her sleep and not perished in battle. Taking her face in his hands, Nifrim apologized for what he was about to do, but he needed to survive. The guy's teeth suddenly became sharp, like a predator's. Patrick watched what was happening, leaning against a rock. He noticed that the sight was disgusting. It chilled him to the bone, but still, nothing in the world is impossible. The skeleton decided that Nifrim was eating corpses to regenerate. Maybe he even got stronger every time he did it. The dungeon gatekeeper wondered if only human corpses were suitable for the raider, or other creatures as well, and also tried to guess what the source of his power was, magic or alchemy. There were quite a lot of dead people, and Patrick decided to watch a little longer, but then he remembered that Swallow would not approve of this. Thinking about the boss, the Death Knight began to pray that he would not do anything strange in unfamiliar places. He seemed to sense that this was exactly what the monster was doing. The Devourer was about to fight Historia, who had not listened to Gareth after all. Enveloped in flames, to the cries of dying soldiers, the dungeon boss asked the hero why she came. Apparently, she was also impatient to die quickly. The girl replied that this was not part of her plans, because she was the hero Win Historia, and not just some soldier. Swallow looked at her sadly, saying that the heroine's name didn't matter. She was not able to defeat him, but her fighting spirit was truly worthy of respect. Win said that even if that was the case, she was not going to give up so easily, and prepared to attack. The dungeon boss appreciated her courage. He understood that the girl would not back down and would not change her mind, no matter what happened. With the thought that she had to stop Swallow at any cost, the heroine delivered her first signature blow of crush, sending rocks flying in all directions. The Devourer again held her glove with his bare hand and said that he would not allow himself to be hit again. It was time to stop with the pampering. His face was not angry, but it did reflect a cold determination not to waste time on small fry like this girl. The Lord of the Ancient Core grabbed Historia by both hands and suggested that she try to escape again if she could, and the girl was seriously scared. The next moment he simply lifted her by the arms and hit her with his whole body on the ground. Win realized that she had no chance of winning, or even just surviving. But even in this state, the girl thought only about whether she had managed to gain at least a little time. She tried to rise with the thought that a hero must act in accordance with his status to fulfill his duty to the people of the country. Apparently, the attempt was unsuccessful and Win lost consciousness. Swallow picked her up by the hand and sadly said that somehow it all happened too quickly. The ancient monster threw the girl onto a pile of rocks and turned to leave, but then he heard from behind him that she was the hero Win Historia and would not allow him to do this. The heroine looked at him with eyes full of determination to die, but not to surrender. This was worthy of respect. Swallow even thought that he hadn't seen such willpower for a very long time. He even felt a little sorry for killing Historia. She rushed into the attack, saying that she would not allow the inhabitants of the Empire to be destroyed. The dungeon boss stopped the attack without making any special effort. Even while hanging by one arm, Historia found the strength to deliver a sudden crushing blow with her other fist. She didn't have a glove on, and she didn't have any strength left, so the hero Win Historia didn't cause the slightest damage to Swallow with these actions. but she continued, as if in delirium, to repeat that she must protect the inhabitants of the empire, even at the cost of her own life. The dungeon boss congratulated the girl on the fact that she would not die in vain, and as a reward for such fighting spirit, he would kill her painlessly and quickly. Swallow promised that out of respect for her persistence, he would even remember Historia's name, although he wasn't sure for long. The devourer stood over Wynne, determined to fulfill his promise. The heroine had only seconds left to live. But the ancient monster did not have time to carry out his intention. Some object flew straight into the back of his head. The blow was not strong, but very offensive. Swallow looked back and saw a squad of knights, he asked with displeasure. Couldn't they all come at once? He didn't have much time to fight with different groups. One of the warriors apologized for such rude treatment, but he needed to do something urgently to save Miss Wynne. The man said that he was a knight of the Edelbrace Order, Black Wolf R. Edelbrace Gall Reviston, requesting an audience with the Great Swallow. The keeper of the dungeon, the core of antiquity, asked again what he had just called him and clarified by what signs the knight had guessed who was in front of him. Sir R replied that one of his men had a unique ability that helped identify Swallow. The dungeon boss thought the little man looked too smug and said he wasn't in the best mood for an audience right now. He added that he did not intend to waste time. If they were going to attack, then let them do it immediately. The knight bowed and said that there was a misunderstanding. They did not intend to fight with Mr. Swallow, but intended to offer him a deal. The devourer was almost transformed from surprise. He asked with a laugh if they were really offering a deal to him, the Great Swallow. He didn't need anything. The ancient monster slowly asked if it really looked like it was missing something. If a person were to mock, they would receive a slow and painful death. Our Edelbrace did not back down, afraid of his anger. He continued to calmly listen to the answer, mentally thinking that this was a dangerous trick, but it could work. It was a gamble for the safety of the Empire. The knight reported that the original owner of the Dandu teeth was alive. Swallow froze. The knight continued that he was sure that the great monster had come all this way, not only to take the unique weapon, but that they were ready to help find the owner. Swallow took a step towards him and repeated threateningly that he didn't want anything, his voice sounding as if R was already dead. The boss of the great dungeon replied that he took the Dandu teeth simply out of boredom, and that his goal was to exterminate people. He leaned over the knight and asked him pointedly what he was going to do in this case. The man replied that if Swallow was really going to destroy everything, then why not try? The monster replied that he also thought there was no time to waste. He added that he didn't want any extra casualties, so let the knight just tell him where the owner of Dandu's teeth was. Sir R looked back and loudly ordered Garrett to come over. The girl was there in a matter of seconds. Both looked at the Pathfinder, and the knight reminded Swallow that he had met this heroine before. Gareth reported that in order to determine the owner's location, she would need to study the marks on Dandu's teeth. Swallow handed her the blade, saying that if she did something stupid, losing her hand would be a piece of cake. The girl nodded that she fully understood what was being discussed and promised to be prudent in handling weapons. Gareth examined the teeth of Dandu and reported that she felt the predominant traces of one person. The distance was very great, but he was located west of Rias. Swallow realized that the west in question was Haston and reported that this information was quite sufficient for him. He imagined Renee as a maid, remembered her smile, and felt a tremendous sense of relief that the girl was alive. The ancient monster was unable to contain his emotions and exhaled loudly, which surprised everyone present. Swallow patted the knight on the shoulder and informed him that he was now in his debt, to remember the names of Ara and Gareth. The man informed him that it was an honor for him to help. Muttering something like, "Get out of the way," the dungeon boss turned around and walked in the direction of the teleportation center. There a surprise awaited him. The demoness on the mountain of defeated opponents angrily declared that Svald had not kept his word and was late. Swallow cautiously tried to get closer, but due to the mountain of fallen guards, it was not so easy. Melju was incredibly pleased with herself and, having forgotten her grievances, happily reported that she had tried hard defending the teleport with all her might. Saying that he could be proud of her, the girl began to gradually sink to the ground, her hand slipping off the staff. The demon queen simply passed out from fatigue, and Swallow picked her up and gently told her that he was grateful. Melju slept like a baby, and she looked like a very little girl. The ancient monster once again said thank you, never ceasing to be amazed by her transformations. Approaching the teleporter, Swallow tried to figure out how it worked. He had to press the activation button, give the coordinates, and pour in mana. After he announced the destination to be Hasten and began to fill the mechanism with energy, something went wrong. At first, a bright green glow appeared. It became brighter and brighter, and then the glass flask of the teleporter suddenly cracked and shattered into pieces. Melzu was sleeping and didn't even think about waking up, and Swallow thought hopelessly that the device couldn't withstand his mana, but the monster had already calmed down. The transformation had stabilized. The dungeon boss looked at the bracelet with suspicion. Since its function was to stabilize mana, then why didn't it work with teleportation? There were no other options. He would have to take on his true form and teleport in the usual way. But then everyone would know who he was. Swallow thought he had already made a mess of things. This was a complete fiasco. But then he imagined Patrick, who was giving him stern orders not to give up. He carefully removed the bracelet, remembering the Death Knight's instructions that the thing was very fragile. Well then, the Lord of the Ancient Core Dungeon, the Great Swallow, has begun to acquire his true, original appearance. It was so huge that during the transformation it simply tore the teleportation center building to pieces. The monster went to Hasten, straight to the wing tower. A few hours before, the escaped maid with the blade, Renee, also went to the same tower. The guard greeted the girl happily and informed her that in order to get into the Tower of Magicians, she had to confirm her identity. Renee looked at him from under her brows and asked if the man knew that one could use movement magic inside the tower. Showing the list, the guard happily announced that their tower was covered with a barrier, so it was impossible to get inside without confirmation of identity. The dungeon guard took out her blades and calmly remarked that this was just wonderful. It meant no one would be able to escape. With one movement, Renee interrupted his monologue and headed inside the building. She had a lot to do and relatively little time. When the homunculus first entered the Wing Mage Tower, she thought that its structure resembled a dungeon. And indeed, the Tower of Magicians is organized in exactly the same way, only inside there are people, initially weak, but the further you go, the more skilled the warriors become. Renee moved forward very quickly, surprised at how defenseless the mages could be if caught off guard. The girl slowly climbed higher and higher until she had dealt with everyone who was there, except for the top floor. Right at the threshold, she was met by the head of the guild. The woman was dressed in full dress and asked why the girl had returned. It turns out she wasn't even human. Renee ignored Graumitz Aumer's long monologue, simply asking where her blade, Dandu's teeth, was. The woman objected that it was now her thing, so she didn't have to answer, but she had a counter-question. She looked closely into Renee's eyes, noticing that the right one was clouded and could see almost nothing. After a long look, the guild leader finally voiced what interested her most, why the girl was still alive. Renee prepared to attack, bracing herself on the floor with one hand and unfurling her deadly blades with the other. Graumitz smiled and sarcastically said that such a cutie was not at all suited to such a formidable weapon. She cast a magic shield and mockingly asked how it could even occur to her to attack the guild leader with pathetic knives. The woman wanted to add something more sarcastic, but fell silent. The blades destroyed her defense without any problems. The guild leader's eyes widened. How strong was this girl that she took down her shields with just one hit? Renee continued to look at her with a disdainful and rather indifferent gaze, as if hinting that she would not stay here for long. Graumitz remembered that there was a mana storage hidden right under the base of the tower. If she used the flow from it, she would be able to win. Meanwhile, Renee screamed furiously that she wanted to know where Dandu's teeth were. If the magician did not answer immediately, he would greatly regret it. Casting another powerful spell, the guild leader said that the blade was not here. She had put it up for auction in the capital a long time ago. The energy flow threw the homunculus back a little, but did almost no damage to her. Placing her hand on her magic wand, Amare noted with respect that her opponent was very strong. Therefore, she will not hold back, the guild leader declared, and cast a Longinus spear strike, pointing the staff straight at Renee. Additionally, she used separation, acceleration, strengthening, and some other buffs. The homunculus stood without moving and not trying to reflect the blow. The explosion was so strong that clouds of smoke and dust burst out of the windows of the top floor of the tower. Several spears pierced Renee's chest at once, but she remained on her feet without falling. Gravitz pompously announced that this was a high-level magic that even dungeon bosses could not resist, but then something went wrong. With one blow of her blade, Renee slightly shortened both of the woman's arms, and from shock and pain, she fell to her knees, one might say, collapsed. She screamed loudly and shrilly that this couldn't be happening, moaned in pain and howled in resentment, rolling on the floor. Renee asked not to make noise over trifles. The head of the guild has only lost her hands so far, but if she doesn't shut up, she will lose her head. Graumitz Amare began to whine pitifully that she did not want to die. She had to live to pass on her magical abilities to her descendants. The woman coughed, screamed, called for help, asked to save her life in general, did everything that the maid asked not to do. In the end, the girl simply kicked her so hard that the head of the mage guild hit his jaw on the floor and fell silent. Renee looked around and thought that this was the end. She had erased her traces, as she had advised Bathory. The dungeon gatekeeper took a few steps towards the exit, wondering where to go and what to do next. With the thought that she had quite a lot of work left to do, the maid with the blade suddenly realized that she was dead tired. She leaned against the wall and thought that if she slept a little, nothing terrible would happen. Everyone was dead anyway. Renee had almost closed her eyes when a loud male scream was heard in the room. Someone was yelling, addressing the head of the guild. He was trying to find out what happened. Renee opened her eyes and saw an alchemist named Heim holding Graumitz in his arms and trying to figure out what had happened. He shouted that the leader should hold on a little longer, but the woman was in no hurry to tell him anything, only moaning that she was in a lot of pain. Then the head of the guild finally pulled herself together and ordered to heal her and quickly kill that girl. Heim looked towards Renee. The girl recognized him. They had already met when she had the chance to visit the Wing Mage Tower for the first time. The man took out a huge blue stone and asked the guild leader to calm down. He would help her now. Graumitz looked towards the stone and asked what was required of her. She could not understand what was being discussed. The man explained that it was a magic stone that would transport her to safety, but he didn't have enough mana to activate it. He brought the stone closer to the magician's face and asked the woman to help him with this. She nodded in agreement. Renee noticed that inside the blue stone was the same thing that was in the diamond that was sold to her, an extremely unpleasant energy. Heim placed the crystal on Graumitz's face, and she thanked him, adding that she would now be safe. The woman began to pour in mana, but then her eyes widened in horror. The guild leader realized that she had been deceived, but it was too late. She was making death rattles, and the alchemist continued to watch with satisfaction the agony of his former boss. Finally, it was all over, and he said that Miss Amer had made too many enemies for Ren to come back here. Then he laughed and added that even her family had asked for Graumitz to be eliminated if she began to behave strangely and plot something suspicious. He glanced sideways at the homunculus and asked if she agreed with his decision. The guild leader had been very suspicious lately. Heim folded his hands and bowed respectfully, thanking the girl for doing all the work for him. The alchemist narrowed his eyes and continued that, at this rate, Miss Wren might well come for him soon. Saying that this would be a kind of escape insurance, the green-haired man began the process of turning the former guild leader into a monster. Amir turned into some kind of clumsy semblance of a huge fish, but it was clear that the creature was very strong, and was also fueled by mana from the storage. Renee thought that her right eye was blinded and her strength was almost exhausted. This was not an opponent that she was able to defeat now, especially without Dandu's teeth. Graumitz, or what she had now become, was inexorably approaching, and the girl clearly understood that she had no choice anyway. Renee thought that she was just a pathetic creature and would pay for her sins here. For the way she treated Mr. Swallow, she felt very guilty before him. Remembering the dungeon boss, Renee clearly felt his scent. It was strange, but it gave her confidence. The homunculus decided that she would not give up so easily. As the monster approached, the girl screamed at it not to dare to interrupt Mr. Swallow's scent with its dirty hands and rushed to attack. Saying that if they died, they would die together, the maid plunged one of the blades straight into the right eye of the huge fish. The attack did not last long. The monster simply swept the man off with a powerful blow of its tail. Renee lay on the ground and didn't even have the strength to get up. The girl thought only about whether the boss would be sad when he found out that she died. The guild leader, in the form of a monster, continued to destroy everything around her, and dust and debris continued to fall from the top floor of the wing tower. This could have lasted a long time, but suddenly something happened that destroyed almost the entire tower in literally a second. Swallow appeared in his true form. The rocks were still falling, and a caring voice was already asking if Renee was okay, just like the day the boss saved her for the first time. Then the homunculus's body and mind were devastated, and she saw no point in living. Now Renee tried to move her hand. She needed to get out from under the rubble. Swallow carefully picked up the maid and carried her away from the destruction. She was practically unconscious and muttering that everything was happening just like then. Suddenly Renee's eyes widened, and she almost came to her senses. She realized that she was not having a deathbed hallucination. The devourer was really here. She jumped to her feet, but her strength was still too weak, and in her surprise the maid could only ask why Mr. Swallow was here. The girl began to gradually sink to her knees, and the ancient monster asked her to rest and wait here. He would return soon. Renee still thought that this couldn't be real, but where did such strange hallucinations come from? The boss turned towards the monster. It was necessary to end this. The guild leader had destroyed her previous place of work, almost to the foundations, and was now located right above the source of mana, growing before our eyes. The monster advanced, and Swallow exclaimed that it was very brave of him, but absolutely not reasonable. Amray did not understand who she had risked attacking. The first blow landed right between the pink monster's eyes, but the body bounced back like a giant pudding. Swallow decided that he had to act differently, and with the next blow he cut the shell. Now the wounds were an order of magnitude more serious. With his tails and arrows of black smoke, the devourer turned the enemy into mincemeat. Saying that one must know one's place, the dungeon boss lifted up what was left of the monster with the intention of smashing it down onto the ground with its entire mass. Even in the form of a monster, the guild leader continued to squeal pitifully, as if continuing to beg for her life. Swallow hissed. Even after he threw Graumitz to the ground with all his might, she continued to squeal, not dying. Everything around was covered in the monster's disgusting blue blood, but then our hero looked down and realized why the enemy couldn't die. It was all about mana. By coincidence, he crushed the monster right where the storage facility was, and now this biomass can exist almost forever. Gradually, the pieces began to merge into one whole, and the enemy acquired increasingly recognizable outlines. And now the head of the guild in the form of a monster is quite ready for a new attack. Swallow was far from delighted about this. The source of mana rose to the surface, and now our hero came up with something to do so that the battle would not last forever. The monster continued to swing its tails left and right, and it began to get tiresome. Swallow decided to take on his true form, since he had not yet put on the bracelet. Saying that he had never seen such abomination in his life, the devourer informed the head of the guild that he had imagined their acquaintance differently. He returned to his true form, becoming truly enormous, and without much difficulty swallowed both the monster itself and its energy source. Having transformed back into a human, the lord of the ancient core muttered that he had never eaten anything more disgusting and hurried back to Rena. The girl had already fully come to her senses, and when the ancient monster saw her, He did not know where to start the conversation so as not to do something stupid. Renee sat sadly, hugging her knees with her back to Mr. Swallow, feeling incredibly ashamed of her previous actions. The guy leaned his back against her and muttered that he was going to say so much when they met. But all the words seemed to fly out of his head now. He needed to write them down on a piece of paper. There was no answer, and the dungeon boss decided to change the subject, telling that on the way here he killed an alchemist with green hair. Maybe Renee knows who he is talking about. The maid with the blade remained silent, hiding her face. She was either already crying or was ready to burst into tears at any moment. Swallow softly called out Renee's name and quietly asked for forgiveness for what had happened in the ancient core. This was the last straw, and tears finally poured from the homunculus's eyes. She couldn't believe that the boss was apologizing, and not the other way around. The maid said that she didn't deserve Mr. Swallow to even talk to her. The guy sighed and said that without such a gatekeeper, the core of antiquity would disappear. After thinking for a bit, the devourer added that she was needed not only by the dungeon, but also by him, personally, very much needed. The girl also sighed and asked if he was not at all offended by her. Swallow answered that he was not at all. Then she asked if the hero hated her. The answer was also negative. So they sat there, leaning their backs against each other. Then the dungeon boss remembered something important and stood up. He said that he had something for the fugitive. Now she could be a blade maid again, Swallow explained, handing the girl the danda teeth. Renee gasped with surprise and joy. She couldn't believe that her boss would be so caring. The girl fell to her knees again and cried bitterly. How could she have been so ungrateful and stupid before? Tears dripped onto the blade. The homunculus could not contain her emotions. She explained that she was most afraid that Swallow would hate her and never want to see her again. The great Mr. Swallow did not know how to react to this. He was not used to such open expressions of feelings. Finally, the Lord of the Core of Antiquity said that such a thing would never happen, and would not happen in the future, even if he did not think about it. The ancient monster extended his hand to Renee and simply asked her to return to their dungeon with him, right now. He remembered the first time he brought the girl there and introduced her to Patrick. The skeleton asked where he found the homunculus. The boss explained that they met in the Graphenian forest. When he set fire to the girl, he noticed her again in the alchemist's laboratory. In a small body, incredible power. Like many homunculi, the skeleton was surprised. Patrick stated that the ancient core was so filled with evil that it became known as a demon haven. It looks like that may now change. Renee felt no fear while in the heart of the dungeon, the boss's office, which meant she had enough mental and physical strength to handle the task. The Death Knight looked at the little girl and asked where they would begin training this still child. Swallow replied that she should live here for a while to get used to it. First they would teach her to fight, and then they would see what her capabilities were. Besides, she has experience working as a servant. Maybe the role of a maid would also be suitable. Patrick was indignant that this did not look much like a training plan. Then the devourer declared that since he was so serious about this issue, he should decide it himself at his own discretion. When asked why him, the boss replied that there was no point in showing initiative, and besides, he complained that he was bored and had nothing to do. Patrick thought that the idea wasn't so bad. He had long been interested in studying all the possibilities of homunculi. He agreed, and asked what the child's name was. Swallow tried to remember the name he had heard the first time they met, but his memory was a little off. Then the baby made some kind of sound, and the skeleton tried to listen. He didn't expect that the homunculus could already speak. The girl slowly, syllable by syllable, said the name Rello. She wanted to be called the same as the head maid of the house where she worked. Patrick asked if this was the full name. It was not very nice. Maybe the boss would come up with a new one since he was the boss here. The monster thought about it. He wasn't good at coming up with names, but he didn't want to lose face, and besides, the baby's future directly depended on it. Finally, he asked the girl if she liked the name Renee. Paired with Rello, it would sound quite nice. Patrick liked the idea, and without waiting for the homunculus's answer, he announced that they would now call her Renee Rello. Swallow fell asleep again, and the Death Knight sighed, which meant it was time for him to show the new gatekeeper their dungeon. But before that, it was necessary to urgently teach this child to smile. Patrick chose this task for himself first. When the homunculus succeeded after several attempts, the skeleton leaned menacingly over Renee and asked why she was smiling. He had a peculiar sense of humor. The moment Swallow and the Demon Queen came to the ancient core, the skeleton asked what they had done in Haston. The ground shook even in his dungeon. The ancient monster didn't know what to answer, so he started by trying to introduce Patrick to Melia. She was still sleeping. The Death Knight replied that this was all fine and dandy, but where was Renee, who was supposed to be returned by the boss? Swallow sighed and said that it was complicated. He almost melted into a puddle of shame, and then explained that he had found the maid in Haston, if we were talking only about the results of the search. Patrick waited silently for the continuation, and the ancient monster reported that he and the homunculus had talked about returning to the core of antiquity. The gatekeeper asked if Renee was injured. Swallow replied that she was quite exhausted, but without serious injuries. The devourer added that they may have been restricting the girl too much for a long time, not allowing her to develop the way she wanted. The skeleton objected that this was not so. There was no need to stir up drama. Let him simply admit that he had failed. The dungeon boss sat down and covered his face with his hands. He would have been glad to admit it, but he didn't want any more moralizing. The Death Knight asked what they should do now. Swallow tried to joke and said that Patrick would now be in the position of a maid with a blade. Let him try on the suit. The skeleton showed a letter of resignation. Then both flocks became serious. The gatekeeper asked what they would do. The boss said that now they could only wait. It was impossible to influence the situation. The monster added that Renee should return herself, or not return. The choice is hers. He was so tired that he was practically asleep. Patrick sighed heavily, was silent for a bit, and replied that he understood everything. And if that was the case, then there really were no other options. He turned around and walked away. When the boss was in such a state and began to feel sad, he needed to be left alone and allowed to get some sleep. Then the skeleton saw a familiar figure at the entrance, her silver hair glinting in the sun. She had returned. The man the dungeon master had been waiting for the most asked in a solicitous voice what Mr. Swallow wanted for dinner. Patrick was overjoyed, but then he noticed the homunculus had a new yellow eye, just like his boss's. The Death Knight asked the chief in confusion if he really did this voluntarily. The monster remained silent. He consciously, voluntarily sacrificed his eye for Renee. Now it was completely obvious. While saying goodbye near the ruined tower, Swallow noticed that the girl's right eye had gone blind, after which he said that if this had not happened, she would have seen through the deception with the diamond. The devourer told her that if she still had the feelings that Renee had spoken of, she should bring him a real love stone next time. The guy raised his hand to his face. The maid did not immediately understand what he intended to do. It looked strange. But here, Swallow simply, from the bottom of his heart, gave her one of his eyes. Fortunately, in his true form as a monster, he had no shortage of them. Renee beamed with happiness. Now she would always be with her beloved Mr. Swallow, at least with a part of him. The dungeon was quite damp. Water was constantly dripping from the ceiling along the stalactites, but no one tried to solve this problem. One of the drops fell on the face of the Demon Queen, waking the girl up. She woke up well-rested and quite pleased with herself. But when she sat up in bed and began to rub her eyes in her sleep, Melju became wary. She did not understand where she was or what had happened. Right next to her bed stood a skeleton in armor, armed with a sword. You must admit, this is not the best thing to see upon waking up. The girl burst into tears, deciding that she had died and gone to hell, and in front of her was a reaper. Patrick asked in surprise what kind of nonsense this was. The skeleton explained that Melju was in the core of antiquity, and she was so surprised that she couldn't believe that everything was actually happening in reality. Pointing her finger at the Death Knight, the demoness declared that in that case he should not be a reaper, but Mr. Patrick, who nodded that the girl was quick on the uptake. Patrick looked in the direction where Swallow should have been, but saw only a huge black back. The monster was still sleeping. Patrick unceremoniously kicked the gentleman several times, saying that it was time to wake up, get up. Melju looked at what was happening with horror. She did not expect that someone could behave like this with the great Swallow. Finally, the lord of the dungeon rose to his paws and began to yawn widely. As we remember, the only thing he saw meaning in was sleep. Then he realized why he was raised. The demon queen woke up. Swallow greeted him as if nothing had happened. The girl began to stutter from fear and excitement. The Lord of all things, the ruler of the ancient core, the guardian of God who punishes the intimidated, the ancient monster who stands at the top of everyone and everything, simply said hello to the little girl. Seeing Melju fall to her knees in front of him and begin to recite her full name along with her title, the boss couldn't help but smile. But then he thought about it and realized what was going on. He had to explain to the girl that they were already acquainted. She hadn't seen him in his true form. He calmly answered Mel's that he was already familiar with the name and everything else. The demon queen asked in surprise how this could be. Then it dawned on her that it was Swald who had most likely managed to make a report to his boss while she was sleeping. The demoness asked where her friend was. She only remembers how he took Dandu's teeth and went to punish people. The monster said that it was him. Melju froze and asked the great master Swallow to repeat what he had said. She thought he had sounded nonsensical. The dungeon boss propped his head up with his hand and once again, slowly and with expression, said that he was Svald. The demon queen didn't move or make a sound. The shock was too strong for her to react immediately. A deafening scream was heard throughout the ancient core. The little girl realized that she had behaved so indecently in front of the devourer himself. Patrick asked the boss to explain what he was talking about. The Death Knight's eyes flashed, and in an icy voice he asked what the phrase "went to punish people" meant. The ancient monster frowned and darkened. He knew that he would receive a fair share of reproaches and moralizing for the events in the capital. At this time, events were taking place near the entrance to the dungeon that would later influence many things. As we already know, there was the Graphinia forest, which seemed to separate the city of Haston from the possessions of Swallow. One of the locals went mushroom picking and inadvertently came too close to the entrance to the core of antiquity. This was a mistake. The girl heard some rustling at the entrance and became wary. It seemed to her that someone had crawled out of the dungeon, but she was not sure. Overcoming her fear, the mushroom picker came closer and saw a man. He was lying face down and was seriously injured, but clearly alive. The girl put the lantern on the ground and began to rummage through her bag. Among other things, she found some healing herbs and was going to treat the wounded man. She extended several pieces towards the man. This was the last thing that happened in her life. Nifrim, with a bloodthirsty howl, pounced on the victim. Having changed into a woman's cloak and cape, the raider walked towards the city. Now he had excellent camouflage. Looking at the powerful fortress walls of Haston, he decided not to enter the city now, but to move a little further. Now there were a lot of interesting things happening in the ancient core. The dungeon is a kind of endless battle. There are rules that should not be broken, for example, silence. While practicing her spells, Renee informed Melj that if she was going to call herself the Queen of Demons, she had to work more quietly, much more quietly. The demoness was indignant that she was a free monster from the dungeon and would do whatever she wanted. Mr. Swallow was always sleeping anyway. Nothing would happen if he was woken up. The girl was indignant that, among other things, she was a guest of the dungeon, and therefore fully deserved the owner's attention. Renee stood her ground. The boss could not be disturbed. Here the demon queen assumed her adult form and proudly announced that she could keep Swallow company during sleep as well. Pointing her finger at the maid, the woman said that she was too strict and behaved like a granny. The homunculus's eyes almost popped out of their sockets with rage. Did someone dare call her granny? Melju would greatly regret this. With a scream that she was going to finish her off, Renee rushed to catch up with the fleeing demoness, who did not forget to laugh deafeningly. Patrick watched what was happening and tried to figure out how to comply with another law of the dungeon about minimum tension. Swallow complained to the Death Knight that he couldn't sleep, and the knight said that he shouldn't complain. It was still quiet here, but outside, thanks to him, it was completely incomprehensible what was happening. The boss asked if it was really that serious, and the skeleton sighed that he should have read the newspapers he gave him. Patrick reported that a huge number of troops had been amassed in Riaz, while villages and small towns, left without protection, were literally emptying before our eyes because of the monsters. Also, the ruler of Haston committed suicide, so the city is in dire straits, but there have only been 3 articles about Haston in the press in the last month. The skeleton looked at the boss and asked if he understood what this could mean, because everything was really very serious. Swallow answered honestly that no. Patrick began to breathe blue from anger. His indignation knew no bounds. Saying that the boss should at least think sometimes before answering, the Death Knight promised to quit someday. The owner of the dungeon apologized several times and, fawning, asked his friend to share his thoughts on the matter, but he replied that there was little information. And it's too early to draw conclusions, but Swallow destroyed half the city, and if there is no news in the press about the destroyed Haston, then this is definitely a bad sign. The Devourer had to apologize again for having behaved so foolishly. This time his voice was especially pitiful. Haston is important for the ancient core. It plays a huge role. In the city you can find out when the raid will arrive and how many participants are in it, for example. We need to help the locals, otherwise it might be too late, and without Haston, the dungeon won't last long. Swallow wished Patrick a safe journey and asked him not to push himself too hard. He hoped until the very end that the skeleton would go alone. The Death Knight turned and walked away, promising that he would try to return as soon as possible. Such behavior was extremely unusual for him. The boss was surprised that the gatekeeper of the ancient core did not become indignant, but simply left, but this meant that now he could lie down and sleep peacefully. He had already closed his eyes when he suddenly realized that the skeleton was standing right above him. Patrick informed him that he didn't really want to go alone. He needed someone to keep him company. Swallow wanted to answer that he should take Melja with him, but the girl just appeared in the room, pursued by Renee with Dandu's teeth at the ready. The candidate for the trip into town as Patrick's escort looked up at her boss, her face showing that she was not thrilled with the offer. The lord of the dungeon thought that it really wasn't worth taking. God forbid she uses the reconstruction spell again, and Haston won't be left stone unturned. Candidate number 2 was Renee. She herself offered to let her go to the city. The homunculus wanted to be as useful as possible to Mr. Swallow. Considering that at that very time she was busy pulling the demon queen by the collar, our hero decided that this girl was no less dangerous than the first. Here, the Death Knight said that since they don't know how long it will take, maybe the boss will agree to go to the city. Swallow thought that he had already been caught in his net once. Now there was no escape, no way out. He chuckled ominously. Then it dawned on him. The monster said that last time he accidentally destroyed Demure's bracelet, which is why now he can't transform. Patrick sighed that without the bracelet, it really wouldn't be possible to go into the city. It would be too stupid. The boss was jubilant. He was already imagining how he would now fall into a sweet sleep and sleep soundly for at least a day or two. But then it turned out that the skeleton had a backup plan. Swallow became gloomy and promised his friend that his death would be painful. The Death Knight countered that he had been dead for so long, that all that was left of him were his bones, and that the Devourer had cursed him so many times that he had lost count. The ancient monster had a spare bracelet on his arm, and the skeleton couldn't get enough of his own resourcefulness. He put on his armor for camouflage, and now asked the boss not to be angry, because the weather was so beautiful, and the air was fresh and fragrant. Swallow said that there was no forgiveness for him, and strode forward so quickly that the heavily armored skeleton could barely keep up with him. The walls of Haston were also damaged. How the hero managed to cause destruction on such a scale, he himself did not understand. When Swallow and Patrick stopped at the gate, the skeleton did not fail to reproach the chief for having caused a lot of trouble here. After they entered the city walls, the Death Knight reported that there were several signs of life activity in the settlement. The first sign was that there was lively trade, there was no one in the market square, and they moved on. The second sign was the presence of smoke from the chimneys of houses. The time of day did not allow them to use this trick. The third sign, the presence of mercenaries and guards, also turned out to be a no-no. Swallow began to ask to go back to the dungeon. Stopping in front of the tavern sign, the skeleton said that the last sign could be studied if they went inside. Realizing that the owner was ready to fall asleep on the go, Patrick gloomily announced that they would spend the night here. While he was talking about how there must be a lot of people inside, Swallow had already jumped up and rushed towards his goal. The Death Knight shouted something about not expecting much, but that there should be a free room, but the boss was already breaking in. Inside there was devastation, and not a single guest. The bar was also empty. Neither of them expected this. Patrick said that everything was very bad. Very soon the city could become abandoned and fall into the complete control of monsters and evil spirits. And the reason for this is not Swallow at all, or rather not entirely him alone. All the streets are filled with zombies. They have been subjugated by some creatures in cloaks with hoods. Their leader's eyes glowed blue as he announced that it was time to advance to Riaz, the capital weakened by the black horror. The skeleton with long gray hair reported that thanks to Mr. Swallow and his adventures in the capital, the perfect time had come to destroy the Empire. Our heroes didn't know about this yet. They just stood in front of the bar and realized that the hotel was completely empty. Patrick muttered that the humans seemed to have abandoned Haston for good, and Swallow suddenly snapped his fingers as if an idea had struck him. A man responded to the sound from the stairs and explained that he was the owner of this establishment, or rather, the former establishment. Grabbing his weapon, the man asked why the travelers had come here. The city was completely empty. Patrick immediately came up with some kind of story about them being knights from a punitive detachment sent here to help from a neighboring village. The gatekeeper of the core of antiquity added that they were planning to have a bite to eat and spend the night here. The owner immediately became more accommodating. He was glad to have guests. The man went downstairs and noticed that he had absolutely no food, and there was none in the entire city, so unfortunately he could forget about dinner. Patrick wondered if this was because of the Black Disaster, Swallow's antics in the capital, and the owner of the establishment said that it probably was. The man apologized several more times and added that he didn't have any rooms ready for occupancy right now, but that could be fixed. The skeleton raised his hand to his helmet and thought, in such a situation it was scary to even ask about the price of water. He took out a coin and threw it to the man, who caught the money lightning fast, as if he had been training for this for many years. The tavern owner looked at the gold in his palm for a long time, as if he couldn't believe that everything that was happening was not a dream. Then, with incredible gallantry, he invited the guests to climb the stairs, as if they were not talking about an empty, abandoned hotel, but about a royal palace. Patrick and Swallow went in the direction indicated, but then the man looked closely at our hero and became a little wary. He called out to Patrick and asked who the man was following him. Swallow really did not look as presentable as his friend. The knight, without raising his visor, confidently stated that this was his slave, an answer that was quite understandable to the owner of the establishment. Swallow was outraged, but the skeleton did not give him the opportunity to intervene in the conversation, explaining to the man that this slave would sleep with him in the same room. He valued him very much. The room turned out to be spacious and clean. There was fresh linen on the beds, and our hero noticed that everything was not so bad. Without hesitation, he climbed into his bed and reported that the feather bed was much better than the one in the capital's hotel. Patrick nodded and pulled out a drawer of the dresser, intending to put things in there. Then the boss suddenly remembered that he was called a slave and asked what that was all about. The Death Knight explained that the master's once expensive clothes were now so shabby that he looked like a beggar. This was the only sensible option. He added that a commoner without a master looked suspicious. If Swallow didn't like it, He should dress more decently next time. Patrick thought that it would be better for him not to leave the room at all for now. The devourer happily agreed, saying that in the next life he would like to become a stone. Having closed the drawer with his things, the skeleton said that he was lucky with his boss. He was incredibly wise and understanding. The Death Knight headed towards the exit, reminding the boss that he would be back soon, who said that he would sleep and that the gatekeeper should not be too zealous on the first day either. There was no need to worry about that. Patrick looked at him in surprise and waved goodbye, wishing him sweet dreams. After the capital's black catastrophe, the Emperor took out his anger on Haston, because someone had to pay for the fact that the core of jealousy had still not been conquered. But Swallow also worked hard. After his battle with the head of the guild, a giant crater formed right in the middle of the city. Patrick shook his head. He didn't like it. If Count Etark, the previous ruler of the city, died, who is in charge of this place now? Patrick thoughtfully looked at his notebook. It is obvious that the Emperor's wrath will now be directed at Etarka's successors, but whether they inherited the title is unclear. Deciding that it was worth going and seeing the new ruler, the Death Knight looked around from the top of the tower. Having gone down, he decided to go to the Count's castle, but the security turned out to be much more serious than one could expect. Hiding behind the corner, the skeleton thought that he could kill or stun the guards, but then there would be a fuss in the morning. Deciding that it was better not to rush, the Death Knight hurried out of the castle grounds so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Besides, on the way there he noticed something curious, and now he wanted to find out better what it was. People couldn't feel anything like that, but then Patrick hadn't been human for a long time. He approached a door from behind which came a strong smell of corpses and rot, behind which there was a staircase leading down. At this time, in their hotel room, Swallow was lying on the bed and thinking that it was better to sleep in the cool dungeon, but here, too, it was quite good. Then he heard some noise behind the door and got angry. Again, someone was disturbing him while he was resting. They had completely lost their conscience. It was the owner of the establishment who asked if Sir Knight was there. He had prepared a modest dinner, but Swallow replied that he had gone out for a night walk. The man sighed and asked not to refuse food. He did not want such generous guests to sleep hungry. Here he remembered that he had not introduced himself and said that his name was Novan Hetaker, but you could just call him Novan. Our hero said that he was Svald and followed. The man said that supplies were low and he hoped that the guests would not be angry that the treat was modest. Swallow asked if things were really that bad in Haston. The innkeeper nodded. He explained that it was a disaster. Many residents who saw what was happening fled or went crazy, and the Count even committed suicide. Then the movement from and to the city was completely blocked. There were many corpses of people who had died of hunger near the fortress walls. The man ended by saying that he, too, would soon leave this place, and he advised them not to linger too long. As he walked down the stairs, Novan noticed that Svald must be well aware of how people behave when they are cornered. While Swallow was having dinner, someone climbed onto the windowsill of his room. All that was left was to open the window and get inside. The girl with red hair made sure that there was no one inside, after which she decided to quickly search the room. She jumped off the windowsill without closing the window so that she could quickly escape in case of a threat. True, she didn't do it very skillfully, almost falling on her nose on the floor and not being able to hold back a slight scream. You need to be more careful. Great, she's inside. Now we need to try to find something valuable, or edible. Otherwise, the hack will be completely useless. The girl knew that this was the most expensive room in the hotel, which meant that the guest was, at the very least, rich and clearly not a local. She imagined some fat aristocrat counting on a solid catch. Sometimes people can be incredibly naive. The first thing the thief noticed was Swallow's cloak. She decided to take everything that was of any value. The thing was worn out and not very clean. That was disappointment number one. Even beggars need to wash their clothes at least sometimes, and hear this. She still decided to take some rags to wrap the valuables she had found in them, so she headed to the chest of drawers. To the robber's great surprise, all the shelves and drawers were completely empty. There was not a trace of clothing or supplies. The girl thought that you have to be completely crazy or paranoid to carry all your things with you, leaving nothing in the room. She began to pull out more and more shelves and drawers, searching through their contents for the second time. Then something rumbled in one of them. Well, of course, there had to be at least some property in the room. The thief didn't immediately understand what was in front of her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and the feeling of threat became quite noticeable. A few hours later, Patrick returned to the room. Swallow was there too, and, as befits an ancient monster, was sleeping. The skeleton took off his helmet and said that he was going to take a look at the new owner of the castle, but the guards were too numerous, so today he returned empty-handed. Out of politeness, the Death Knight asked the boss if he had managed to find out anything, and the hero briefly told him what he had heard from the innkeeper. The city's connection with the outside world has been cut off, which is perhaps the most important and most unpleasant of all the news. Patrick even cursed in surprise. He asked for the sake of form, but it turned out that Swallow really had not been idle. He became extremely inspired and began to persuade his boss to go looking for information together tomorrow. Then the skeleton noticed that the windows were wide open and asked Swallow to close them before going to bed next time. Otherwise, they could get robbed. The dungeon boss looked out from under the pillow and asked what the conversation was about. He hadn't opened the window at all. Patrick laughed and asked if there were ghosts walking around here. The windows didn't open by themselves, but then it dawned on him. Swallow rushed to the shelf where he had left his cloak. The clothes were gone, and Renee had sewn them. He couldn't let them go to waste. Patrick rushed to the dresser and began frantically pulling out all the drawers, trying to find what he had left there, both of them panicking. Finally, the Death Knight was convinced that the property was missing, but just in case he asked if the boss had taken his things, the hero asked what was stolen. The skeleton froze, not knowing how to explain it more simply. The situation was clearly ambiguous and required a special approach. Finally, Patrick exhaled and said that his ribs were there. At this time, the thief who robbed our heroes was running down the city street as fast as she could, clutching her catch to her chest. Before entering the house, she looked back to make sure there was no pursuit. Everything was clear, there were no pursuers. The girl had barely entered the door when she was bombarded with reproaches for going out into the city again. The man, who was clearly well known to the thief, angrily asked where she had been for the better part of the night. He recalled that he had already warned more than once that it was extremely dangerous and unwise to leave the shelter at night. Rosalina said that she had special reasons for leaving. She did it for him, so it would be better for him to praise her rather than be angry. The man shouted that nothing needed to be done for him. She walks, wastes her energy, and then only wants to eat even more. The girl asked him not to shout and listen to her. Then another man came out to them and asked Tot not to scold Rosalina and not to put too much pressure on her. He was the leader of the gang. He picked up a chair and dragged it to a more comfortable place, saying that thieves should not be afraid of the dark. There was no need to get angry about it. The head explained that the girl's main mistake was that she left without warning anyone, and that was dangerous. Before doing anything, you need to think about whether it will harm others. The man sadly added that this is no longer a home where they can welcome someone with warmth. Rosalina muttered that she understood everything and wouldn't do it again. The leader of the gang asked what she had managed to get. The girl exclaimed so loudly that she had brought real treasures that she scared a flock of birds outside the window, and they hissed at her to keep quiet. She unfurled Swallow's black cloak, Patrick's ribs lying on it, and Rosalina, full of pride, showed off her catch. For some reason, the leader of the gang was not happy, but began to menacingly ask who she stole it from. The girl explained that it was from a hotel on the main street. She added that it was the best, most expensive room, and most likely the things she found were valuable relics. The man didn't know how to explain to the silly girl that she had brought human ribs, so in the end, he decided to just say so. The girl began to scream that she didn't know. She really didn't know. He asked in horror if she had desecrated someone's grave. The gang leader said that the thief wouldn't be bragging if she really robbed the dead, so that's definitely not true. Either someone has an unusual hobby and collects bones, or is simply involved in black magic. In either case, it should be gotten rid of immediately. The man sadly reported that the world had become too cruel lately, and such discoveries no longer surprise anyone. If the ribs belong to a necromancer, or someone who practices black magic, then they are now in great danger. He remembered his clothes and said that he looked like a beggar's rags, but when he lifted his cloak, he heard the jingle of coins. Noticing that the item, although worn, was made of expensive material, the gang leader reminded Rosalina that the first thing she should have done was check the pockets. A whole handful of gold coins appeared from the bundle in front of them, and the girl asked with admiration how much money she had managed to get. The gang leader yelled that now was not the time to rejoice. They had touched something they shouldn't have taken. At this time, voices came from behind the door, saying that they had come to the right place. Although it was not easy to find the thief, the things were definitely here. The intruders perked up. Without turning to those who entered, the chief said that it was extremely imprudent of them to break into the most expensive room of the hotel and take things from there. Things made of expensive material, human ribs and gold. Everything is in perfect order and can be returned to the owner. Another thing is that it is already too late. Patrick said hello, and Swallow said they were just there to pick up their things, but needed to make sure everything was in place. The skeleton, not hiding his joy, shouted that he was incredibly glad that they had managed to find their things. Let them give them back immediately, and get lost as far as possible. The bandits tensed up. They understood that in this situation they could have serious problems even if they gave up the things. Noticing his cloak in the intruder's hand, Swallow asked if his clothes were indeed safe and sound. He was very worried, because this was the cloak that Renee had sewn. Patrick noticed that the girl would not forgive him a second time if he broke her heart. He imagined the homunculus's wrath and remarked that he didn't even know what would happen if Swallow lost his clothes. The leader ordered the team not to move. He himself would conduct the negotiations, otherwise they could be in great danger. The skeleton asked if he was really the boss here. The man ignored the question and asked how they managed to find them. Patrick replied that anything can happen. Sometimes the thing itself really wants to return to its owner as soon as possible. Swallow began to yawn and asked to return to the room as soon as possible. The Death Knight said that he would forgive him for whining only because they had just had a solid run. The skeleton said that the thieves had chosen items to steal that were not worth touching, so at least they should give them back without any unnecessary nonsense. The man noted that there was no guarantee that they would not be killed once they returned their trophies to their owners. The gang leader continued to ponder that they were discovered too quickly. Even if Rosalina left traces, it was too suspicious. The girl seemed to voice his thoughts, whispering that only some monsters could have found her so quickly. Pressing Patrick's ribs to himself, he blurted out that there was definitely black magic involved, nothing less. The chief asked if those in front of him were the ones who lived in the darkness, and the skeleton noted at length that it was indeed rather dark in the dungeon. The gang leader grabbed the ribs and said that it seemed like these bones were really important to the knight. Patrick replied that this was exactly the case, because they were part of his body. The man did not understand and asked if he was talking about his entire body. Of course, this was the case. The Death Knight declared that he had enough time to waste on chatter when suddenly the gang leader threw his ribs high into the air. He turned to his subordinates and ordered them to first save those who could not move independently. The ribs began to fall. For a moment it seemed to everyone that time had stopped and they were simply hanging in the air. Patrick rushed forward to prevent the bones from falling, otherwise they could be damaged. He paid no attention to the thieves. Stretched out on the pavement, the skeleton managed to catch his ribs literally at the very ground. He hadn't been so worried for a long time. At this time, a man attacked him from the shadows. He had been hiding in the doorway for a long time in order to make a sudden attack. He hit the knight's armor with some kind of wooden board with all his might, so hard that the metal began to ring. Swallow yawned calmly. It seemed like people really didn't understand who they were dealing with. Patrick was hit with a rock or something like that. It seemed like things were really bad in the city. The ancient monster did not notice that someone armed with a sword was sneaking up on him from behind, or pretended not to notice. The hero blocked the blow to the back with his bare hand. The blade of the weapon simply fell apart. The attacker, clearly, did not expect this. The next moment, a powerful punch landed on the attacker's face, and his teeth left their permanent location. Swallow noticed with interest that the thieves had real weapons, after which he lifted the man off the ground and asked the knight what to do with him. Patrick replied that it was time to stop all this. Why not just knock them all out and go to bed? Swallow asked if the master really wanted to let them all live. The man who attacked the Death Knight trembled in fear and tried to run away. The skeleton's hand stopped him almost in mid-flight. He said that he proposed to knock everyone out at once because he was tired and did not control his strength. Patrick took out his huge sword, and the heads of the attackers rolled across the pavement. He decided to approach the issue radically. At this time, in the core of antiquity, Renee and Melju were sitting over tea. The homunculus was worried. Swallow had been gone for half a day. The demon queen replied that it hadn't been half a day, but only half a day. Renee said that she felt uneasy because they were here relaxing, and the boss was somewhere out there. There was no information about him. Maybe he was hungry or got into trouble. The demoness asked to worry less. It cannot be that the great creature could not solve problems or skip a meal. Homunculus replied that it was true, but she was still worried. Melia asked to change the topic, talking about an ancient monster standing at the top of everyone and everything, as well as a Death Knight. It was at this time that Swallow finally took his cloak back, telling Patrick that they had had a real hard time on the first day. Patrick sighed. It was amazing how the man had managed to distract him, even for a moment. He had hoped to find a map of the area, but the thieves didn't have one. The skeleton said that now it was necessary to cover up the tracks and clean everything up. There was no time to waste, so the boss should help. Swallow lay down to rest and invited the Death Knight to join them. They had nowhere to rush. There was hell going on in the city anyway. Here they saw a man from the gang who, coughing, asked permission to take up a little of their time. More precisely, it was Rosalina who asked, who said that since she stole the things, then the responsibility for it lies entirely with her. The girl knelt down and asked to spare the others. They were not guilty of anything, if they wanted. Let them kill her, but only her. The bandit named Tot pulled her up and ordered her to get up. Did she really think that they would just be allowed to leave, left alone? Swallow smiled and told Patrick that it seemed like people were just now beginning to realize they were in trouble. The devourer ordered the skeleton to deal with it quickly, and he headed straight to the thieves, saying that it would be done. He and Rosalina were seriously scared, deciding that they would all immediately meet their end in the next few minutes. The man covered the girl with his body and shouted threateningly that if the knight did not stop and continued moving, he would kill him, and he was not joking. Rosalina brought some golden figurine to her lips and began to whisper a spell. They were not nearly as helpless as it might seem. At that very moment, the girl's appearance changed dramatically, acquiring a slightly demonic appearance. A black robe with a hood appeared on her. Patrick didn't wait for the end. He rushed forward and stopped the spell, taking away from Rosalina what she was holding in her hands. The girl froze. Now she felt completely defenseless, and looked at her opponent with horror. Patrick looked at the golden amulet more closely, then held it out in front of him and asked where she got it from. It was a cross in the shape of an inverted phoenix, and the mana coming from it was very strong and unusual. It was tracking mana. He returned the amulet to the girl, continuing to wonder who had used surveillance on the poor and why. The skeleton called out to the dungeon boss. It seemed that things weren't as simple with the thieves as they thought. Patrick jumped up to the Lord and yelled that someone was watching the residents of Haston. He was indignant. Why was it necessary to raise so much noise and dust? When the girl began to pray, the cross began to activate tracking mana, meaning it only activates in certain situations. Swallow reminded that the city was not famous for magic. Saying that they needed to enlist the help of the people to find out who was behind this, Patrick walked towards the thieves. The ancient monster asked why and how he was going to do this, but still began to rise from the ground. The skeleton tapped his knight's helmet and informed the boss that a brilliant plan had just been hatched there. He approached the gang leader, who was just being helped to his feet by one of his subordinates, and apologized for what had happened, explaining that they had not attacked because of the things. The thing is, they were following the imperial order to leave no traces of the fight behind them. Tot and Rosalina exchanged glances. Raising his finger, Patrick said that they were actually members of a secret imperial organization, the Knights of the Shadow of the Luno Mist. The thieves froze in bewilderment. They had never heard of anything like this, and besides, it all looked very suspicious. Patrick continued that they could be sure that they would not harm people. The thieves began to whisper that the knights had forgotten everything in Haston. The skeleton emphasized that they did not kill them to save the city, but by doing so, they violated the emperor's order. He explained that in exchange for saving lives, he expects to receive full information about what happened and continues to happen in Haston. When he said that this was necessary in order to write a detailed report and request financial support from the Empire, the gang leader turned pale. It was clear that he had doubts. Patrick asked playfully what they would say to that. The Empire needed Haston, and they needed help to rebuild the city. People began to whisper. They could not believe that the Emperor had not forgotten about the city and had actually sent knights to help them. Everyone excitedly buzzed that they had a chance to return to their former life. They should definitely help this knight. Rosalina was silent. Patrick returned to Swallow and reported that he had almost achieved his goal. He just needed to wait a little. People were very easy to manipulate, and the lower class was prone to self-deception. The Devourer asked if they could go back now, to which the skeleton replied that this was only the beginning, and the further they went, the more suspicious things he noticed. The boss looked at him with displeasure and said that he appreciated the skeleton's efforts, but they only added to the workload, so didn't that bother him at all? He turned away, hoping to sleep, and muttered that the real enemy is always behind his back. The Death Knight menacingly asked to repeat. Swallow snapped that he hadn't said anything at all, so Patrick asked him to get up quickly and join him. There really was a lot of work. The boss looked at him and asked hopefully if, since he was so inspired today, he would do everything himself. Patrick replied that they should split up. He would keep an eye on the leader, who was still suspicious of them, and Swallow should get closer to the others. The ancient monster's eyes widened at this suggestion. It was beyond his comprehension how he needed to get closer to people. The skeleton explained that there was nothing to be done about it. Between a knight in armor and a man dressed like a beggar, the poor would always find a common language with the latter faster. Swallow asked if he had just called him a beggar, to which Patrick asked him not to pick on him and quickly followed the chief down the street. The ancient monster began to think about how a person should behave and what he generally knows about people. In order to gain their trust, he needs to behave the same way. He decided that people spend most of their time sleeping, and if they don't sleep, they walk around sleepy and try to shirk work. At the same time, everyone tries to pretend that they are busy with something important and should not be distracted unnecessarily. In reality, people dream of being left alone and not being disturbed while they simply enjoy their vacation. It seemed like he just needed to act like he usually did, and Swallow was literally delighted by the thought. Then Patrick suddenly appeared from behind him, reminding him that the sooner he found out about Rosalia's cross and who gave it to her, the sooner they would return home. Finally, the skeleton added that people are very careful now, so he should show more patience. As soon as Swallow approached, the crowd began to buzz about knights, the Emperor, Riaz, and so on, and it was not at all difficult for him to strike up a conversation. People started asking if there really was milk and honey in the rivers of the capital, and the boy asked why his friend was wearing armor, while the Devourer was dressed like a poor man. Someone explained to the child that this was a disguise. Another began to talk about the customs of knights. Our hero grabbed his head. He was not able to tolerate so much talk. The children and adults continued to pester the dungeon boss. He was ready to explode from irritation, but he tried to endure it. Swallow thought the easiest thing to do would be to just eat them all, but then he remembered Patrick's instructions. He faked a smile and asked the nearest child what interested him most. The child asked if he had ever met Sir Byrne and Miss Wynne. Swallow winced, but he answered in the negative and asked who they were. Here the ancient monster remembered that he had once heard these names, but before he could finish his thought, Rosalina called out to him. He dispersed the crowd, and the girl tried to get through to Swallow to apologize again for stealing their things, this time sincerely. The dungeon boss replied that it was okay. They had already returned them, so there was no need to apologize again. The man introduced himself, saying that his name was Toth, and that the leader had asked him to help the knights in any way he could while he was away. He asked again if they had come to save Haston. Swallow answered in the affirmative. He didn't even have to lie. The man said that if they wanted to know the true state of affairs in the city, it would be easier to see everything with their own eyes. He offered to demonstrate everything to the devourer and show him the surroundings right now. The monster dreamed of sleeping, but still agreed. It was better than answering the crowd's endless questions, and it was in line with Patrick's instructions. The dungeon boss pulled himself together and asked to start as soon as possible, while there was still strength and time. To begin with, Tot suggested looking at residential buildings. They walked along the completely deserted streets of the city, and Swallow asked where all the people were. Stopping in front of an inconspicuous wooden door, the man said that when he opened it, everything would become clear. He pushed the old wood with his hand. The door slowly moved forward. The more it opened, the worse the fears tormented Swallow. He already knew from the smell what he would see when he went inside, but he really didn't expect this. It was too much even for a monster. Inside lay emaciated dead people. He explained that they all died of hunger, and such a sight in every house, only a few survived. There are no food supplies at all. It is impossible to get food. The roads to the city are blocked. People are dying of hunger, and even those who are still alive today may die tomorrow. Swallow thought that usually in such situations, the inhabitants would act immediately, directing their anger at the ruler. They gather in a crowd, arm themselves with pitchforks, start riots and arson, storming the castle. Why didn't this happen in Haston? He asked Thoth why the inhabitants were dying of hunger so quietly and helplessly, instead of seeking justice from the ruler. The man, without turning away from the window, thoughtfully said that about a month had passed since the black catastrophe had befallen them, but he still did not answer the question. Swallow decided to repeat and asked why the settlement was so quiet. No one had picked up pitchforks and shovels. He turned around and looked him straight in the eyes. He asked if the knight was really so curious about this. The monster nodded. Little has changed in the ancient core during this time. The dungeon has remained far from the main events, for now. Renee and Melju were still sitting at the round table with tea. They had already discussed everything that could be discussed, but time was passing very slowly. The demoness whined about how boring it was in the dungeon, but she so wanted to go with Mr. Swallow to Haston. Renee replied that there was no need to think like that. The boss had entrusted them with the protection of the core of antiquity, which could be more important and interesting than this task. This is proof that Mr. Swallow trusts them completely, the Demon Queen thought. Here she jumped to her feet and shouted that this was true. Why didn't she think of it right away? She had to start acting. Renee continued drinking her tea and said that you just have to be on your guard. You never know who might invade and when. The demoness replied that she had just checked recently, but would check again just in case. Her all-seeing eye spells did not always work correctly. It was a mid-level magic called the Eye of the Observer, but there was no need to tell the homunculus about it. Melju suddenly became wary. The Demon Queen informed Miss Renee that someone had disappeared and that the dungeon had been invaded by one person, as only one observation eye had been activated. Renee stood up from the table and commanded Mels to get ready, but she didn't immediately understand what for. A cup of something red, not tea at all, was placed on the table so quickly that the contents splashed the tablecloth. The next moment, Renee was already fighting with the uninvited guest who dared to invade someone else's territory. After the first blow, the maid stopped, amazed to realize that it was not an enemy who had looked in on them. It was Elizabeth Bathory, who asked why they were so upset and how Renee was doing in general. A flock of bats flew by, and Renee apologized that she couldn't treat her friend to anything else. She should have warned her about the visit in advance, then she would have prepared something. The maid handed over a cup of the bloody drink, and Bathory thanked her, noting that she didn't need anything else. She wasn't hungry. The woman smiled and playfully added that she would not refuse to drink Renee's blood, but the homunculus responded in fear that she could not offer that. Elizabeth noticed the demoness and asked who this new girl was. She hadn't seen her in the dungeon before. Melju, hearing that they had shown interest in her, stood up and proudly announced her title and full name, and also declared that she ruled over all monsters. Bathory responded with affection that the young demon queen was very nice. She had an unusual aura. Then Renee realized that she had not introduced her friend, the boss of the castle cheat. The demoness quietly asked the maid if she would be able to meet all the bosses of the dungeons of great evil if she stayed here. This was her dream. Rena laughed and replied that Melju was very strange. Did she really expect to be able to stay in the dungeon as a freeloader? Bathory was surprised that the demon queen had not yet become part of the ancient core. She said that it was just a matter of time. Renee was indignant. The servant refreshed the drink of the ruler of the castle, Chite, and she asked where Patrick and that slacker had gone. The gatekeeper explained that they had temporarily left the territory. Bathory frowned and began to think about why they decided to leave the dungeon right now, because she herself had not come just like that. Everything was more serious than Elizabeth thought. She covered the cup with her hand and looked intently at Renee, who became wary and asked what was the matter. Tapping her fingers on the rim of the vessel, the woman explained that the villages around the castle of Chete had been plundered and destroyed. The servant refilled the drink again, and Bathory added that they were literally covered in blood. The entire population had perished, but there were no bodies. They had all disappeared. People clearly couldn't have done such a thing. When the corpses were moved, bloody tracks were left on the fields, and they led to Haston. She wondered what this could mean, and Melju suggested that if all the dead had disappeared, the cause could be evil spirits. Elizabeth took a very large sip and agreed that this might be true, but only a few of them were capable of such a thing. The fact is that most of the undead do not have intelligence. Only some of them, those with the rank of senior ranks, are intelligent. It is these particularly dangerous creatures that lead all other relatives, giving the appropriate orders. Therefore, when all the evil spirits move in a certain direction, it is definitely being directed by someone. Bathory suggested that she feared that in their case it might even be the Lord of the Dead himself, the immortal King Erebus. The woman hugged herself tensely and turned away from Renee and Melju. She didn't want to show her excitement. The girls were no less alarmed. Both understood who he was and what the consequences could be. Bathory pulled herself together and asked Renee to send monsters with a message to the Devourer, although there was no evidence yet. But he needed to be warned. The maid was embarrassed. She explained that the dungeon was currently empty, and there were no suitable monsters. However, Mr. Swallow was quite capable of standing up for himself. Elizabeth became nervous and began to think about what methods of communication could help convey the information. After all, it had to be done. At this point, Melju joyfully shouted that this was her finest hour. The greatest demon queen just needed to take matters into her own hands. Meanwhile, Tot was telling Swallow how it all started naturally, with the black disaster. Then someone set fire to the fields. The fire spread so quickly that it instantly destroyed all the ripened crops and nearby buildings, while at the same time bad rumors began to spread throughout the city. That the crops in the places where the black catastrophe took place are contaminated, and if you touch them, you will become infected with a terribly fatal disease. So Haston became a cursed land. Even the emperor abandoned it. People fell into despair upon hearing about it. Swallow sighed heavily. There is nothing worse than hopelessness. He continued that even in that situation, there remained a ray of hope. A wealthy couple began to help the surviving residents, distributing a little food to each family. Their field was miraculously spared by fire and the harvest survived. They distributed their own grain, helping everyone who needed help. Some residents, having received their portion, offered to help with work in the fields, and thus a group of survivors was formed who worked for the benefit of each other. The agreement was ironclad. Moral qualities did not even allow the thought that someone could take more than others. Everyone was equal and worked equally diligently. However, at the moment when people began to believe in the future, a couple was found murdered in their own home. Who did it and why? One can only guess. After this, trust in each other in the city fell. Everyone began to take food by force, and blood flowed again. People began to lock themselves in their houses, dying of hunger. His gang managed to survive because the grain in the fields remained untouched due to rumors of disease. But soon they were forbidden to leave the city. Swallow asked if the rumors were true and no one had become infected, and the man replied that not yet. The ancient monster thought that he really had nothing to do with the fields, which meant that someone had made up the story with evil intent. He suggested that Svald go a little further, so they found themselves near the fortress walls. They needed to go outside. The guards looked at them suspiciously, but at Thoth's request they nevertheless opened the gates, warning them to return quickly. The man took Swallow outside the wall and showed him a mountain of corpses. The residents hoped that they would be able to overcome the disaster, but here is the result of their naivety. The monster asked why the bodies were not burned. Covering his face from the stench, he explained that the families of the victims were still grieving over their loss, and besides, no one had volunteered to do this difficult work. There were no volunteers. Swallow asked why the gang didn't do it themselves. The man explained that he hadn't mentioned it before, but the murdered couple who were helping people had a daughter. The dungeon boss asked what was wrong with her, and Thoth explained that Rosalina's parents were still lying somewhere down there, at the bottom of that mountain of corpses. Looking at the completely bare branches of the tree, which didn't even have leaves, the ancient monster nodded sadly. At the entrance to the city, just like at the entrance to the ruler's castle, there was a guard. Swallow asked what they were guarding. The man explained that they were rather monitoring. The dungeon boss was surprised that even in such a situation the knights not only survived, but also continued to serve. Apparently, this was an order from the ruler. So, the city is being run by someone too suspicious. Swallow decided to deal with this issue as soon as possible. Patrick was sitting on the church tower at that time and was thinking exactly the same thing. He was sure that the issue could only be resolved in a personal meeting. He prudently stole the harpy egg. They will definitely come for him, attack the city, he will destroy them and get an audience with the ruler. The skeleton was so happy that he had managed to come up with and carry out such a cunning plan that he did not doubt his own genius for a second. Here he suddenly realized that not everything was so smooth, and it was a bit too early to call himself a genius. There were more harpies than Patrick had planned. Even the Death Knight's silhouette looked tense, preparing to repel the attack of the flying monsters immediately. They were furious and flew around him with terrible screams, trying to take back the egg that the Death Knight had stolen. Let's go back in time to the events that preceded this tragedy by several weeks. A young girl, the sister of Count Etarka, looked at the dark figure of her brother. He climbed up on the platform and was about to commit suicide. The girl below desperately begged him not to do it, the candle flame flickering in her hands as they trembled. Her name was Lara, and the ruler of Hastina asked her to survive and restore order in the city. This is his last will, and his sister is quite capable of fulfilling it. Now the girl saw nightmares about that day at night. She constantly saw her brother's face, which reminded her that she had to live. From such dreams, Lara, the new ruler of Hastin, woke up several times a night, and in the morning too. She sat up in bed and wiped away the tears that were flowing like a stream. It took her a long time to stop crying. It happened every time. The secretary, who had worked during the reign of Count Etarka, entered the room and bowed. She delicately kept silent about the fact that the lady had been awakened by a nightmare, although it was obvious. Lara Sinevier Etarke quickly pulled herself together and smiled at the employee. greeting her and asking what she had come to ask. The secretary did not answer, but only asked whether the ruler was still going to sleep. The girl lowered her legs from the bed and said that she would go out to get some fresh air. She went out onto the balcony and began to think about how it had been several weeks since she had inherited the title and post, and all she still wanted was for her brother to remain alive that day. The family fled with all their property, and Haston continued to decline, and it seemed that there was simply no way out of the situation. The girl looked at her possessions and decided to save the city at all costs and return it to at least its former appearance. She entered the room. There was a man in a blue and red hooded cape. Laura indignantly reminded him that he promised to save Haston. Standing directly above him, the ruler said that he had promised to protect both her and her lands from harm. The man bowed, his face hidden but his voice quite loud. He replied that it was absolutely true. That's how it was. Laura demonstratively pulled back the curtain and pointed to the window, asking if the landscape really looked like prosperity. The man replied that he had kept his promise. Soon, all the problems that the city and its residents faced would become irrelevant. Everything would end. There was no need to worry. The ruler looked at him and thought that this man never reveals his plans, but now she has no choice but to trust him. The hooded stranger continued that everything was going according to plan, so let the lady just wait and enjoy her comfortable life. Smiling broadly, the man, without showing his face, only his snow-white teeth, said that very soon all her worries would disappear. Laura replied that it was okay, she would wait a little, although she no longer believed that everything could end well. At this time, the secretary entered the hall and announced that she had information for the lady concerning the security of the lands. When asked what information exactly, the girl reported that a family of harpies attacked the city from the northern gate, but a knight suddenly appeared and repelled the attack, destroying them all. Lara was surprised how one could pull off such a thing alone and asked what kind of knight he was and who he served. The secretary replied that the guards also wanted to know this, but did not receive an answer. The ruler wanted to meet the knight in person and asked where he was. The girl replied that she was waiting in the reception room, but then a man in a hood interrupted the conversation. He turned to the lady and asked her to think carefully about her decision. Perhaps this knight was a disguised killer. Lara replied that the fact that the situation looked suspicious did not cancel out the knight's services to Hastina, so she, as a ruler, wanted to express her gratitude. Patrick bowed and said that the wandering knight greets the ruler of Haston. The road was not easy, but already standing before it, he feels that he is rewarded for his work. Lara replied that with his valor and honor, he had protected her city, so let him accept gratitude from the lips of the ruler. Patrick replied that it was an honor for him, but he himself thought that this was the younger sister of Count Etarka. She was not even old enough to be a ruler. The girl asked who he served. The knight continued to stand, leaning on one knee and bowing his head before the throne, but did not answer the question. Lara chuckled and asked the knight to at least say his name. Patrick sighed again and replied that he was asking to understand him correctly, but this information was also secret. Ruler Hastina frowned and muttered that he seemed to have something to hide, and if he asked to take off his helmet, he would probably refuse as well. Patrick replied that his face was disfigured by battle scars, with some skin missing, so it wasn't a very pleasant sight, but if she insisted, he would fulfill her request. Lara rejected this idea and said that in any case she wanted to reward him for his feat. Let him say what he wanted to receive. The skeleton thought that in Haston's current situation, this was food. If he asked for provisions, it would become clear how dire the situation was in the castle itself. The ruler replied that she could supply him with provisions and gave orders to the secretary to prepare everything. Patrick thanked him. He noticed that the answer was immediate, which meant that the authorities had no problems with food. It seemed strange. His eyes flashed with a fierce fire. Why then did the ruler allow the city's inhabitants to reach such a state and die of hunger? As an undead, the Death Knight could sense the energy of others. The hooded man smelled of darkness. he was close in essence to Patrick himself. The knight bowed before Lara and asked permission to ask one question that was troubling him greatly. Lara and the secretary became noticeably more serious. The girl allowed him to ask about what was worrying the hero. But the question was not addressed to her, or rather, not exactly to her. Patrick asked the man in the hood who he was. Sometime later, the dungeon boss was receiving the Death Knight's report. After telling him about the incident, Swallow guessed that the reaction to the question was quite violent. This is what happened, but when the skeleton explained that he asked out of pure curiosity, he was finally released, but he still did not understand who was in the hood. Swallow noted that the stranger was not necessarily undead. Necromancers and black magicians sometimes emitted similar energy. It all depends on how much energy they absorbed. In any case, in the place of the skeleton, the ancient demon would have killed everyone on the spot, and that would be the end of it. Patrick replied with displeasure that they were in Haston to fix what his master had done, and not to make more mistakes, and he again threatened to fire them. Swallow apologized and said he had learned why the residents were starving. They were refusing to eat the supposedly poisoned grain. But getting close to the thief, Rosalina, is not particularly successful. She constantly runs away somewhere, as if avoiding wasting time. Patrick noted that they should have taken Melja with them. She has mind control magic. It would have come in handy now. Swallow muttered why he had invited him along then. But then the skeleton showed a whole bag of food that he had received as a reward. The ancient monster was delighted. He was just getting hungry. But the Death Knight explained that with the help of provisions, they would try to win Rosalina's trust. The dungeon boss said that he was not used to thinking on an empty stomach, and still reached for the bag with the reward. Patrick was forced to use force, as if he split into two, in order to prevent the owner from disrupting his cunning plan. When Swallow found Rosalina in the city and went to her to share food, the girl was very scared. She recoiled and practically pressed her back against the wall, not paying attention to the treat that was extended in her direction. The dungeon boss took one biscuit and handed it to her again, explaining that he wanted to share it. It was a reward that the ruler had given to his master for the massacre of the Harpies. Rosalina shuddered. She was so afraid that no amount of explanation would work. But then her face brightened and the girl took the food. It was one of those prosphora that the bishop of the church she attended distributed to people. Swallow thought that this was not just a coincidence and immediately asked what kind of bishop this was, the girl explained. Then she promised to take Sir Knight to church, asking him if he believed in him too, because the rest of the gang did not make fun of him. She sighed with displeasure that it was so stupid to refuse salvation when all that was needed was sincere faith. She looked back at Swallow for support, and he muttered that it seemed like it. Finally, Rosalina stopped. Apparently they had come to the right place. The girl was in no hurry to go inside. Stopping in front of the entrance to the cave, she explained that every time she comes here, she experiences an overwhelming feeling of fear. But they still went inside and started going down the stairs. Rosalina warned that they could trip and fall, so he should be careful. On the platform stood a bishop who proclaimed that the catastrophe that had befallen Haston was a punishment to the inhabitants for their atrocities, and a certain he, an all-powerful being, was able to help with this. All those who have gained faith in him are truly noble people who will soon be freed from suffering. The crowd echoed the bishop, assenting that this was indeed the case, and the girl showed Swallow where to sit to join in the sermon. The stranger continued that they should not forget the gifts they received from him, and today too, as always, they will receive food. Squinting, the bishop explained that he would share the daily bread that he had sent him. Swallow sat there looking sullen. Nothing special was happening, just the usual religious brainwashing. But then he suddenly became wary, sensing a strange flow of energy nearby, which definitely shouldn't have been there. Rosalina joyfully exclaimed that they had come at a very opportune time. It was now time for the Eucharistic liturgy. The hero asked what it was. The girl explained that this was precisely that happy moment when the bishop distributed prosphora to those present. Swallow realized once again that this was the same food that Patrick had received from the ruler as a reward. Where such food came from in the castle was unclear. Here Rosalina whispered that very soon those who found faith in him would find true happiness, and Haston would be saved. The bishop said that they would become closer to him and would be rewarded with a noble gift that would grant them eternal happiness. Swallow asked what kind of gift it was, and the girl thoughtfully replied that it could be meat or other good food, for example. Here the bishop approached them and addressed Rosalind, saying that he was very glad that she had come today since he knew the girl's name. He handed her the prosphora, telling her that it was today's gift, and that she should take it carefully so that not a single crumb would fall to the ground. Handing Swallow a biscuit, the bishop noted that he was meeting him for the first time, but hoped that the man would continue to come to preach. Saying that he would see, the devourer took the food, but then suddenly felt the same strange wave of energy again. The ancient monster cursed and looked at the bishop with a special vision, asking what that was just now. The stranger screamed as if in pain and almost fell to the floor. The prosphora he was holding in his hand fell apart. Swallow put a lot of pressure on him, reproaching him that he knew this study manna well. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but he knew what it was. The hero hissed that he didn't care what he did to the parishioners, but he didn't even dare to poke his nose into his person. He imagined the bishop studying the personality of each person present with the help of vile spells, and he shuddered with disgust. Just recently, Swallow watched Rosalina pray sincerely and thought that there was nothing wrong with that, really. Now he didn't think so, and quite clearly expressed his point of view to the bishop, who guessed that the person in front of him was not a human being. Saying that his memory was bad, but he would remember the bishop, Swallow stopped the telepathic attack. Rosalina looked at what was happening in horror. She did not understand anything. The girl asked Sir Knight what had happened, and he calmly replied that nothing special. He had simply thanked her for the food. They said goodbye, and the girl bowed low to Swallow, thanking him for the provisions, and he waved his hand cheerfully at her. The ancient monster turned to return to the hotel. After everything he had seen, he didn't even need any other proof. In isolated Haston, a bishop appeared who imposed his religion on the inhabitants, using tracking magic and unknown mana, and in the castle there was his colleague in a hood. The ancient monster concluded that there was definitely someone behind this, and immediately heard a delighted cry that Mr. Swallow had figured it all out himself, just as she had expected. It was Melzu. She was sparkling with joy, unlike the boss, who couldn't hold back a sour grimace when she appeared. The number of annoying things increased. The demon queen was loudly telling something about her impressions. Melzu looked at the ruins and said that there was a nice view from here. Swallow noticed that she was clearly not there out of curiosity and asked why she had come. The girl reported that Bathory had looked into the core of antiquity and reported that a wave of undead was approaching Haston. Around the castle of Cheat, Elizabeth noticed strange tracks in the direction of the city. The boss nodded that he thought so. The demoness became serious and added that most likely Erebus was behind this. At least both she and Bathory thought so. For a moment she remained silent and motionless to enjoy the effect produced, but Swallow was calm. He muttered thoughtfully that there was no evidence, and for now it was only an assumption, although a completely plausible one. Melzu activated her magic staff and replied that she had thought about it too. Usually the undead came to a settlement with a huge numerical superiority. She added that it didn't seem like Haston, in his current state, could do anything to resist it. The demon queen walked along the roof, tapping her staff, finally stopping and raising it into the air, asking Swallow why he thought they hadn't attacked like this yet. She tapped the roof, and a pink glow of mana flared around the end of the staff. Melzu replied that if her guess was correct, they were using the mana flow on the surface. The demoness used low mana detection magic and hit the bull's eye. The entire roof of the building was shrouded in some kind of spell, apparently surveillance. At this time, someone in the form of a black raven was sitting on a tree branch and talking loudly about what was happening in Hastina. The bishop stood before the mountain of corpses that Swallow Toth had shown him shortly before, when he told him what had happened. He was excited, raven feathers were flying around, and his cloak had a clasp in the shape of an inverted phoenix, like Rosalina's. Finally, the man fell to his knees, his hands emitting the same magical glow that the demon queen had just discovered. It was the gatekeeper of the dungeon of the great evil place of rotting corpses, Lich Simon Magus, in person. He bowed in greeting. A flock of crows circled above him, the harbingers of Erebus. It seemed that Bathory was absolutely right. Erebus greeted his faithful servant and asked why he had requested a personal meeting. What was the reason? The bishop bowed and greeted his master. He said that he wanted to give a report. Before invading Haston, it is important to know exactly what the situation is in the city and what to be wary of. Before he arrived in Haston, Erebus had to be sure of success. He promised that he would not forget the faithful work of Simon Magus. The bishop replied that he was merely doing his duty for a great purpose, and therefore asked permission to provide a report. Simon began by reporting the intruder who had suddenly begun to interfere in his affairs. Erebus laughed that Uchmel told him about the same problem. Apparently it was not a coincidence. He asked if the intruder was wearing armor and emitting an undead aura. The Magus reported that he did not sense any undead and there was no armor, but he sensed a great darkness in the intruder. Erebus thought he couldn't understand what kind of creature with deep darkness could be. Usually they don't meddle in other people's business. The bishop asked the bishop if he had any guesses, but he muttered that no. The one he was thinking of was too lazy and wise. Erebus added that no matter what, they would begin the conquest of the empire from Haston. So let Magus be extremely careful and strictly follow their great plan. The Lich muttered that he had been entrusted with a great task, and he regretted not having carried it out to the fullest. Erebus said that Umel asked for reinforcements for the castle, so he sent Masham to the underground dungeon to see if he needed reinforcements too. The bishop replied that everything was fine and that if necessary he would immediately inform his master that help was needed. Saying that he would leave it to his discretion, Erebus fell apart into separate pieces and, turning into a flock of crows, flew away. His servant remained sitting under the mountain of corpses, bowing low. The last thing he said was a promise to fulfill everything in the best possible way. Then he stood up and straightened his shoulders. Rising to his full height, Simon Magus was confident that soon evil would rule the world. The bishop whispered that no matter who stood in their way, he would not be able to stop them. He used mana again. At this time, Swallow was trying to find out from Melju where the one who cast the tracking spell was. She replied that she couldn't say for sure, but to maintain such a wide web of magic, a source of mana was needed somewhere on the surface. This means that the mage himself must be somewhere nearby. The dungeon boss sighed that this is not always the case. Sometimes a conductor can be used, for example, a crystal. The demoness countered that in order to envelop all of Haston in magic, even with the use of a conductor, an incredible supply of mana was needed. Melzu waved her staff in a certain direction and reported that most likely the mana reserve, or conductor, was located where she pointed. She explained that it was that very building that aroused the most suspicion, and Swallow realized with surprise that she was talking about the ruler's castle. The ancient monster yawned and said that he didn't know what they were planning, but if he took Haston seriously, the attackers would show their noses. Swallow looked down and thought that Patrick must be there somewhere too, then asked if Melju was too busy. The demoness replied that she did not, after which she immediately received an invitation to go with him to the castle. This request took the demon queen by surprise. She was a little afraid considering what she had said before. Swallow smiled mischievously and thought that it was time to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of great evil. Patrick was also in the castle. He stood near the house of the ruler Haston and thought that this place was the most suspicious. It was worth checking the basement. Having opened the passage to the dungeon, the knight noted that the stench of rotting corpses had become much stronger. He needed to go down and see what was below. He walked up the steps, noting that the torches illuminated the passage quite well, and that the sounds coming from there were rather strange. A huge creature appeared on Patrick's path. In order to move forward, he had to get rid of it. The only thing that could prevent this was the huge cleaver that the monster held above his head, ready to strike at the next dead body. The skeleton thought it was no wonder where the smell came from. Such a cleaver is convenient for cutting up corpses. The knight greeted him and apologized for distracting him from his work, but he would like to know who such a cute monster served. He didn't turn his head, but glanced behind him. His eyes flashed an unpleasant yellow light. This did not bode well. The next moment, the cleaver fell on Patrick, but he easily dodged it. After all, he had colossal experience in battles. He respectfully informed that such a blow was quite suitable for the monster's physique, but still, who was his master? Instead of an answer, the weapon was again used in battle, to which the knight noted that such a slow attack did not frighten him at all. The monster tried to get the cleaver stuck in the stone. Patrick was surprised that it was not so strong, and also that it was possible to openly engage in cutting up corpses in the castle. He tapped his fingers on the wall and assumed that the ruler and the hooded man had entered into a criminal conspiracy. Sticking his hand right between the monster's teeth, the Death Knight concluded that he now had no reason to act covertly. Saying that the excess meat could now be gotten rid of, he destroyed the monster with one blow of his sword, not even giving it a chance to blink for the last time. Patrick exhaled that he hadn't seen such abomination for a long time, when suddenly he felt movement behind him. Someone was attacking him. The next moment the helmet flew off the skeleton's shoulders, and with it, the long-suffering, intelligent skull. Falling to the ground, he calmly said that he was impressed by what had happened. No one had pulled something like this off for a long time. When Patrick looked at the one who had managed to attack him so unexpectedly and successfully, he whistled. Before him was a Dullahan, a representative of the highest wickedness, usually possessing normal intelligence. The skeleton returned his skull to its rightful place and called out to his opponent, letting him know that the battle was continuing. After this, the Death Knight sternly asked who ordered the Dullahan to guard this place. He was interested in the name of the owner. There was no answer. The halo of pink mana around the evil spirits began to become brighter and denser, foreshadowing something bad. Suddenly he jumped forward and attacked the enemy again, this time much more skillfully than before. Patrick parried the blow with his sword, but it was so strong that it almost knocked the Death Knight off his feet. Assessing the weapon that the Dullahan held in his hands, the Death Knight whistled. It was the Sword of Evil, a beautiful artifact. The blade's peculiarity was that it corroded the enemy's weapon with which it came into contact, which significantly complicated the battle. Patrick noted that he himself was quite strong. Such power was not characteristic even of the Dullahan, even the strongest of them. He froze and offered his opponent a peaceful talk, stopping the battle after all. They were both undead, brothers, so to speak. There was no answer, but another blow followed. Patrick thought that it was very strange that his opponent was not talking, but all he needed to know was why he was here. He decided that the ruler probably knew the answers to all the questions, so there was no time to waste. He needed to destroy the monster. With one movement of his hand, the Death Knight cast the low magic spell Sliding Surface. It worked flawlessly. The Dullahan, or someone very similar to him, lost his balance and began to fall. Taking advantage of the delay, Patrick picked up a cleaver from the ground. In such conditions, an extra weapon would not hurt. The Death Knight struck the enemy. It was quite successful. The armor came apart a little again. Patrick wielded his cleaver, constantly wondering why his opponent was so taciturn. After a few blows, the skeleton realized that his sword was actually quite weak despite the magical effect. In one movement, he cut off the Dullahan's head, but his helmet was completely empty, so he had to act differently. Patrick took another swing, saying that he just wanted to save time, but since that was the case, he would try to find another way. He snatched up his opponent's weapon and decided that his blade would destroy the wielder more effectively than either the cleaver or his own blade. But first, he had to dodge the oncoming blow. The Dullahan's speed was an order of magnitude higher than that of his colleague in the dungeon, who was cutting up corpses. With his first blow, Patrick literally cut his enemy in half. The armor flew apart. The sword damaged both it and what was inside. The skeleton praised himself for the blow, and the correctly chosen axis, and for the cunning plan. The deed was done. All that remained was to talk with the ruler. Carefully, the Death Knight entered the castle and began to look for a bedroom that could belong to Lara. The girl woke up, either from a sound or from a nightmare. She sat up in bed and suddenly shivered from the cold. A familiar voice asked if she had slept well, and the ruler of Hastina froze in surprise and horror. Patrick stood in the doorway. He was huge, Lara exclaimed. How dare he break into the ruler's bedroom? She screamed at the top of her voice that it was the height of disrespect to break into someone's room in the middle of the night. Patrick looked at her with disdain and coldly remarked that she could have guessed that he was there on business and not just for fun. The girl became even more frightened, and the skeleton asked if it was correct to assume that her name was Lara or if he had forgotten. Pointing his huge sword at the girl, he said that the ruler of Lara had exactly 5 minutes to bring a hooded man to meet him. Exactly 5 minutes later, all three were in the reception room. The knight apologized for disturbing them in the middle of the night, but in the dungeon he found something interesting. With these words, he threw the trophy helmet on the floor. Right in front of the ruler, she screamed in horror. The girl asked what it was. Patrick asked in surprise if she really didn't recognize the object. After which, he said that in front of her on the floor was a real helmet of a Dullahan, a higher evil spirit endowed with intelligence. Patrick glared at her and asked why the ruler of Lara, Sinevier Etar, had conspired with the undead. The girl looked at him with fear. She had nothing to answer. It was clear from her eyes that she didn't understand at all what he was talking about. Then she asked again what undead. What was it about? Patrick said that he was disappointed. It was very stupid to pretend until the end. The man in the hood remained silent. The skeleton added that if this was not a pretense, then she was a worthless ruler who did not even know what was happening in her own lands. Patrick said that he personally killed the Dullahan in the dungeon. The hooded man stood up and ordered Lara to immediately call the guards and arrest the knight, and not listen to him. The girl asked if he meant the dungeon that was in the basement of her castle, her voice trembling. The skeleton began to take his sword out of its sheath and replied that that was exactly it. The dungeon under the castle was simply creaking with corpses, and that was far from all that he wanted to tell. Pointing his blade at the hooded man, the Death Knight declared that the man was also undead. Lara jumped up and screamed that his impudence was simply boundless. She didn't believe a single word. This man promised to help her and save Hastin, accusing him the knight threatens the safety of the city. Patrick asked if she knew what was threatening Hastin's safety and who he was. If so, then it was even more prosaic. The hooded man stood up and asked both of them to calm down. He asked why the knight thought it was a Dullahan helmet, a rather rare type of undead. The skeleton happily confirmed that he had thought about this too. And besides, this particular specimen was not very talkative, although he should have had intelligence. Moreover, he was not only silent, but also moved strangely, fought in different styles and out of place. That is why, after destroying his soul, Patrick conducted a small study and reported it to those present. He picked up a piece of armor and said in a funny voice, "Oh my God, there's a mind control spell circle on the inside, who would have thought?" The name of the helmet's owner, Masham, is also significant. That was the name of the deputy leader of the punitive detachment of brothers Masham and Hard, formed 30 years ago. They united to suppress the huge number of undead that were attacking many settlements at that time. They said that Masham was an extremely skilled warrior, but after the raid, he disappeared as if he had never existed. Now attention, the question is, who was that evil undead that the brothers were going to suppress? Lara looked at the hooded man. The answer was silence. Raising his sword, Patrick sighed heavily and said that if that was the case, then he would ask differently. He pointed the blade at the hooded man and added that it would be much better if he got the answer from him this time. Looking under the hood, the Death Knight wondered where the evil undead Erebus, Sir Erebus, was now. Lara, like an echo, repeated the name Erebus, but it turned out that the Death Knight was slightly mistaken. there was someone else in front of him. The girl exclaimed that she didn't quite understand. Wasn't that the name of one of the rulers of the Dungeon of Great Evil? The hooded man laughed thinly, realizing that he had managed to fool the knight, who thought he had been caught. Lara screamed in a voice that was not her own, that it was terrible because he had promised her that he would save the inhabitants of Haston and all her lands. Smiling slyly, the stranger flashed his red eyes and replied that that was exactly it, he promised it. Looking at Patrick, he added that the plan had changed a little. It wouldn't be possible to carry it out peacefully, but what could be done about it? He extended his hand forward as if he was about to cast a spell, and our hero reacted with lightning speed. A moment later, the man turned away, and his hand continued its flight towards the knight. Patrick looked at him intently through the eye slits in his helmet and asked everyone present to stand still and not make any sudden movements. The man in the hood chuckled. It was obvious that he took the loss of his limb calmly, and that was what surprised him the most. He laughed, and the ruler of Hastina said with disgust that her savior turned out to be an ordinary undead. Throwing back his hood, the blonde adjusted his hair and said that his name was Ukmel. It was obvious that he was experiencing hellish pain, but was trying not to show it. The man looked at Lara and said that his plan was to kill her and the entire population of Haston, turning them into undead, then their problems would be solved automatically. Looking into her face, he added that this would be the highest gift and real salvation for ordinary mortals. After all this was the fulfillment of the will of the servant of death, he added. Now Ukmel's appearance had acquired its true form. There was no need to hide. Patrick replied that he couldn't even imagine that Erebus would do something like that. Usually, the undead simply overwhelm with their numerical superiority, that's all. Looking at his opponent's new appearance, the knight added that such good organization and detailed plan of action deserved respect. The man noticed that this was a sign. Patrick had caught his attention at their first meeting, and now, having defeated Masham, he had completely exceeded all expectations. The knight noted that this was the first time he had seen a member of one species praise someone for killing an ally. Umel began to look more closely at the skeleton, noticing that it was the same evil spirit as he was. So why didn't it serve Erebus? Patrick looked back at Lara, and it was clear from the girl's face that she was completely unprepared for this turn of events. The ruler of Hastina almost cried and asked if he was also an evil spirit. The Death Knight thought that he even felt a little sorry for this stupid girl. While fending off the blows, Patrick thought that in terms of the future and the management of the lands, they would need a ruler. He would not want Lara to die. But such a stupid ruler will not lead to anything good either. The Death Knight's mood sharply worsened, and with one blow he deprived Umel of the hand that casts the spell. Pointing his sword at the enemy, he ordered that from that moment on they obey his instructions without question. Umel asked if he was so naive that he decided to intimidate the evil spirits. The skeleton replied that he was not so naive, but he had something to lose. The fact is that the companion with whom he came to the city is much stronger than it might seem at first glance. Still holding his sword at the ready, he added that it was so much stronger that it could disrupt Erebus's plans. His servant stated that in that case, the humans would suffer. Patrick replied that, to his great regret, they were not on the side of the people, so let him just tell what kind of mess they had made here. And most importantly, he must learn about Erebus's global plan. It is unlikely that the undead boss will limit himself to just Haston. Baring his terrible monster teeth, Ukmel agreed to answer these questions, but it was clear from his expression that he was not particularly happy about it. He looked at Patrick and asked if he knew how the elder evil spirits were created, or rather, how the process itself took place. The skeleton asked to spare him counter-questions and simply tell everything as it is, otherwise the conversation would be unproductive. Umel continued that for a human or a fairy to become undead, a large-scale event is required, a shock that provokes an entire ocean of hatred. A creature that can kill 10 opponents at once is called an elder undead, but the knight probably knows that too. But Erebus is an all-powerful being, capable of creating such high-ranking undead simply through magic. Patrick realized why they isolated Haston and came up with their own special religion to lure people in. Umel confirmed that the best people to create elder undead are those whose bodies are still alive, but whose souls are weak. The isolation of the city allowed for the preparation of a sufficient number of corpses to be converted into simple zombies, and weakened, desperate people to be converted into elder undead. This is the purpose for which religion was invented. Brainwashed people are more susceptible to magical influence. Patrick wondered if all the piles of corpses that had accumulated in the dungeon and near the fortress wall would really be used. Umel grinned and replied that this was true, and that this was not the limit. Their plans included the destruction and conquest of the entire empire. The Death Knight realized that if this was accomplished and the humans were destroyed, Erebus's next target would be the 7 great dungeons. As soon as he voiced this thought, strange things began to happen, as if the future had become reality for a second. Umel's huge mouth formed something like a smile, and he shouted that realization always came too late. He cast a high-level magic spell called Growing Dark Curse. Patrick recoiled. Everything around, including the ruler of Hastina, was swept away by a black and red wave of black magic. It seemed as if the whole world had frozen and was now subject to evil. Umel whispered maliciously that he shouldn't have thought that he wouldn't be able to cast spells after losing his arms. Patrick muttered that he wasn't so bad after all. The monster grew new magical arms and exclaimed that one would have to be very naive to think that he would reveal the whole truth. He added condescendingly that there was no creature in the world that could resist Lord Erebus. Umel continued to strengthen the spell and reported that only an ancient monster could try, but he would fall asleep with barely a flick of his tail. With a cry that this meant his lord could not be stopped, he completed his ritual, a black haze filling the area, spreading far beyond the room. Throwing one of the black magical hands off his shoulder, the skeleton replied that he seriously doubted that was really the case. A new hand grabbed the armor around his wrist, and Patrick asked if he could ask one more question. The monster's mouth dropped open in surprise. His opponent was tearing apart his magical bonds with just the power of his mind. Patrick continued to free himself from the black gunk and asked what would happen next if their plan had gone as planned. When the ancient monster woke up from sleep and finally decided to appear and intervene in what was happening, the skeleton's eyes flashed blue. He was finally completely free and was now ready to continue the fight. Ukmel sent another stream of black smoke in his direction and laughed, explaining that this was some kind of nonsense. No one believed in fairy tales for a long time. At that moment, the ceiling collapsed and large pieces of stone rained down on the sorcerer. He did not expect anything like that at all, so he did not have time to protect himself from the sharp beam. From the outside, it looked like the castle of the ruler of Haston was burning, but from its roof rose not smoke, but dust caused by destruction. Patrick looked straight ahead and exclaimed that it was hard to imagine a more timely appearance. On the remains of the ceiling and what was left of Umel sat Swallow, completely calm and relaxed. Lara sat on the floor in horror, covering her face from the dust. She was scared to death and didn't know what to do. The girl was crying. Several pieces of debris fell on her, and her head was simply bursting from the flow of information that was impossible to digest right away. The ancient monster continued to sit on the mountain of rubble, and Melju perched a little lower, saying that the building turned out to be surprisingly fragile. The ruler of the city looked at all this and hiccuped. It seems she began to have a quiet hysteria or something like that. Patrick looked at the Demon Queen and noticed that she always showed up on time. Swallow asked to clarify what he meant. They discussed what had happened for some time, but a loud hiccup finally drew the hero's attention to Lara. The Devourer was distracted for a second, but immediately raised his head up, feeling a magical blow in his direction. He batted it away with one hand and sighed that he still wasn't being taken seriously enough, but he should be. Melzu and Patrick jumped up, not understanding what was happening. Everything around began to shake, and clouds of dust rose again. Swallow continued to sit on the rubble, but now he was black. Only his eyes glowed. Sharp black peaks rose from the ground. They pierced Ukmel many times, who, in the few minutes he was unnoticed, had managed to recover a little and was preparing to attack. Only now did his crazed eyes begin to show an understanding of who his opponent was, but that was completely impossible. Patrick asked with a smile if he hadn't warned him that his companion was much stronger than one could imagine. Looking at Swallow, Umel thought that this couldn't be real. How could the people of Haston be able to summon him? They had no connection with the outside world. Among other things, he suddenly realized that he had stopped feeling the energy of the crystals above, which he used as conductors. Looking in that direction, the sorcerer realized that the crystals were either already destroyed or would be destroyed in the next few seconds. Turning his gaze to Melia, Umel thought that it was easy to tell who she was, that she was the queen of demons. He decided to hold off the opponents as long as possible and warn Lord Erebus of the danger. Moving a little closer to the enemies, the sorcerer asked why the ancient monster had come here. Everyone was absolutely sure that Swallow would go into hibernation for a long time after the incident in the capital, Riaz. The next moment he was knocked off his feet by a powerful blow. Sooner or later this bastard had to be silenced. A new destructive shock broke what was left of the castle of the ruler Haston. Perhaps a new one will have to be built if the city returns to life. Umel was lying on the ground. His body was pierced through again. This time it would be much more difficult to regenerate. The sorcerer hissed that the guys had arrived too late. Trying to rise, he repeated what he had said once more, as if that gave the words greater power. The demon queen fired a magic projectile from her staff at her opponent, saying that she was already tired of his chatter. Swallow yawned again. Everything seemed to be going on as usual. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone maintained their usual mood. Melzu looked at Ukmel and reported that he was making attempts to laugh, some surprisingly persistent guy. From the clouds of mana and radiance a dark figure began to rise, saying that all must worship him. The great Lord Erebus had descended upon these lands. Patrick carefully uttered only one word, calling out to the boss. Swallow calmly said that he himself saw everything. All three of our heroes silently watched what was happening, and finally Melzu said that if he was so worried about his appearance, then Erebus clearly had problems with self-esteem. At this time, the remaining surviving citizens of Haston felt the approach of darkness. Someone even noticed how the sky changed. The second one looked up and noted that it looked strange and unnatural. I wonder what was going on. At first, black clouds very quickly gathered towards the castle and gathered above it, and then, in a matter of seconds, they covered the rest of the sky. A hurricane wind blew and there were towels hanging on a rope in the middle of the street, and then suddenly there were neither them nor the rope itself. Bare feet ran along the pavement. These were the now familiar feet of Rosalina, who continued to break the rules by leaving the shelter at night. The girl jumped out so quickly that she twisted her leg. Now she was thinking about whether to go back or continue on her way. Then she heard someone calling her name. Rosalina turned around in fear. She didn't need any extra troubles at all. It was he who asked why she was here, since they had agreed not to go outside at night. When asked where she had been, the girl replied that she had gone out for a walk, to get some fresh air. Jarbet Square was so beautiful in the moonlight. Here she realized that she had made a mistake. Of all the places in the city, she had named the one where no one goes now because of the filth. He began to laugh, seeing her fear. The girl realized that this time he was not too angry at her for her misdeed. She wilted and asked for forgiveness, a little embarrassedly. This was something new. Usually Rosalina acted differently. Instead of scolding her, Toth reported that the chief and the others had come to a decision at a meeting to leave the city. The man explained that they would leave here tomorrow night. He didn't care what Rosalina thought, but the chief didn't trust these new knights. When she asked how this could happen and what she should do, he asked her to follow him and explain everything in more detail along the way. The man entered the torch, and now they are standing behind the fortress wall, near a mountain of corpses. Somewhere there are Rosalina's parents. He looked at the number of bodies and thought that there was no chance of getting to them. The girl's relatives were at the very bottom. He said that after they left Haston, The way back would be closed to them for some time, after which he added that the choice was hers. Rosalina replied that she did not quite understand why he should leave the city when he was about to be saved by the bishop. Wouldn't it be easier to just wait a little longer? He replied that he would not try to persuade her. Faith is a personal matter, but was she really ready to just sit and wait while her parents rot in this mountain of corpses? The girl became very sad. She was silent and thought that her faith gave her the strength to live and not think about it. The man added that not only God can grant salvation, but man's own actions can also bring it closer. The girl repeated like an echo about actions and salvation. It seemed she was trying to make a decision about her fate. He stood and waited, the torch blazing brightly in his hand, and his eyes looked warmly at Rosalina. He clearly cared what would happen to her. Finally, the girl sighed and replied that Toth was right. She showed him with her eyes that she was ready to do what was expected of her. The man looked warmly at the little girl again, and it was clear that he felt better at heart because she had made a sensible decision. He silently handed the torch to Rosalind, and she took it carefully. It was necessary to begin acting immediately. The girl slowly took a few steps forward before setting the corpses on fire. She wanted to mentally say goodbye to her parents. One step, one more, Rosalina stopped. He assured her that she could handle it because it was the right, good thing to do, which everyone had been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, someone stopped the girl, putting his hand on the handle of the torch and saying that he did not expect to meet anyone here in such darkness. He looked with horror at the man in the long coat, who appeared out of nowhere and asked who he was. There was no answer. The stranger asked Rosalina why she was here. The girl did not know what to answer. Besides, it was necessary to calm Tot, who was seriously nervous. It was a bishop. The girl saw him without a cape for the first time. The man's eyes were burning with a red, dangerous fire. The man continued to hold the torch tightly, and Rosalina was indignant that he had no right to behave like that towards them. The hand's grip on her wrist became even tighter. The girl tried to break free. Screaming in pain, the bishop continued to silently hold her hand. Suddenly, Rosalia noticed that the bishop's hand began to burn. The fire spread to her, but the man did not even notice. She was seriously scared. Soon the whole hand was ablaze, but the priest continued to stand as if nothing had happened. He shouted at him to retreat immediately, whoever he was. The thief smelled the rot and corpses from the bishop, which was even stronger than from the mountain of dead bodies nearby. All this time he continued to hold Rosalina's hand, in which the torch was clutched. The girl reminded him that the fire continued to spread. Finally, she jerked with force and slipped out of this death grip. Flying back, he caught his friend. Together they fell to the ground, but the torch remained with the bishop, and now he and Rosalina could not carry out their plan. The man cursed as he fell. The girl twisted her leg, and the whole situation looked surprisingly paradoxical. Looking at what was happening, the thief could not contain his emotions. He himself was seriously frightened by what was happening. The bishop's figure darkened, completely engulfed in flames, but he did not even cry out in pain and acted as if nothing unusual was happening. His appearance continued to change rapidly. The monster no longer had any need to pretend to be human. Rosalina couldn't believe that the bishop was actually undead. All her faith evaporated in an instant. The former bishop stood much taller. A mountain of the dead rose behind him. He shouted to the people to behave quietly and respectfully, treat the arrival of the Lord. He fell silent, but Rosalina continued to scream. She was completely unable to control it due to fear. Some movement began among the corpses. The fingers of a hand began to move. A little further on a leg began to twitch. Suddenly, one of the dead opened his eyes and groaned, his head practically turning into a bare skull, which made the sight even more eerie. Rosalina finally fell silent, not because she was no longer afraid, but because she realized that something so terrible was happening that it was time to hide. He picked her up in his arms and prepared to run, but to do this he had to get up from the ground and his legs felt like cotton wool. When all the corpses began to show signs of life, the man managed to overcome himself and stand up, asking Rosalina not to lag behind. They rushed back behind the fortress wall as fast as they could, and behind them, not yet too fast, the undead moved. With each passing second, the zombies became more agile and faster, and Rosalina couldn't move fast enough, even with huge jumps. There were a lot of them. All the inhabitants of Haston who died from hunger, or at least most of them, turned into undead. He and his girlfriend ran into the first house they came across that looked at least a little bit secure and barricaded the doors with furniture. He began looking around for some more heavy junk, saying that this way they would gain a little time. The girl said her leg hurt so much that she was now unsure if she could move any further. The comrade looked at her with a stern gaze and replied that she had to try. They had no other choice. Then he suggested going up to the second floor. It should be safer there. Rosalina couldn't stand up, and the man offered to carry her on his back. He slowly climbed the steps. Fortunately, the girl was quite light, but even so, the task was not easy. Rosalina noticed that he was also a little hurt and apologized for herself, adding that she really appreciated his support and protection. Through the window, people looked down at the zombies that filled the street. There were a lot of undead, just a little more, and they would start storming the house. He was very scared and was feverishly wondering if they could survive together. They needed to come up with a backup plan. Rosalina put her hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down, but she herself was beside herself with fear. The girl looked at her friend and said that what scared her most was the smell. The house also stank unbearably of corpses. They went to look for the source of the stench, and soon noticed that it was spreading from behind a wooden door. Having thrown them open, the thieves noticed the dead owners of the house. Apparently, they had died of hunger, although they were clearly afraid of an attack, having made a kind of pike out of a kitchen knife. But these people have not yet become undead. The girl asked if they were safe here, to which Thoth replied that they were not safe anywhere now. He headed into the room with the owners, saying that there was something there that could be useful, but that they still needed to come up with a new plan of action. The man decided to arm himself with that same knife, tied to the handle of a shovel or something like that. He then began to remove the piece of fabric he was using as a scarf. Rosalina did not understand what her friend was up to. The girl pressed her back against the wall, sitting on the floor, and trembled with fear, trying to figure out what he was doing. He removed the cloth and looked closely at the baby, his eyes flashing with an unkind red fire. The man approached Rosalina with a knife at the ready, and she stuttered again and asked what he had in mind. The answer was silence. He made one single sharp movement with his blade, but it was enough. Rosalina closed her eyes, preparing to meet her death here on the second floor of the house, surrounded by the undead. But time passed, and death never came. The girl opened her eyes and tried to wipe away the tears that were flowing like a stream. He showed her the destroyed cross in the form of an inverted phoenix, saying that this thing had been bothering him for quite a long time. He asked his friend to believe in something more plausible in the future. The little girl whispered that she could have warned him earlier. Then they heard strange sounds coming from below. It seems that the zombie managed to break down the front door and get inside. The bulk of the undead were walking along the street, but someone looked into the house. It was necessary to escape as quickly as possible. He stood up, and Rosalina decided that she, too, should find some semblance of a weapon to defend herself. The girl still couldn't move on her own, so when her friend stood up and walked off somewhere with determination, she got really scared. The man walked up to the door and paused for a second, as if wondering if he had made the right decision. He closed his eyes and tried to smile. Rosalina called her friend, but he did not answer, but did not continue moving either. Despair flashed in the girl's eyes. She suddenly and clearly understood that something irreparable was about to happen. The girl stood up, overcoming the pain. She begged Thoth to wait and not leave her here alone, intending to go with him. The doors slammed shut with a loud bang, and Rosalina screamed her friend's name at the top of her lungs as she heard him lock the door. The man wrapped the door handle in a cloth that he had previously stained with blood. This was necessary so that the zombies would lose their scent and not find the girl. Rosalina pounded on the door and begged him not to leave her. He replied that she should calm down and start taking responsibility for her own life, since she was used to relying on others. Footsteps were heard from below. The zombies were approaching. A little more and they would start climbing to the second floor. He stood in front of the entrance with his weapon at the ready and commanded the little girl not to move or make any sounds, no matter what she heard from behind the door. The man repeated once again that there should not be a single sound and that he should think very carefully before doing anything. Rosalina covered her mouth and leaned her forehead against the door. She realized that her friend had decided to sacrifice his life for her. He understood that she had listened and thanked her for her prudence. If the girl had acted differently, his sacrifice would have been in vain. There were a lot of undead. They had already risen to the second floor of the house and were preparing to attack in order to feast on something fresh. Once simple townspeople were now angry and ferocious zombies who had completely lost their former personality. Finally, they went on the offensive. He would knock down the first row, the next one would immediately appear behind him, and so on ad infinitum. The man quickly wielded the club and knife. Speed was his only advantage, but this could not continue forever. There were too many undead. The last thing the girl heard through the door was a request to forgive him for constantly making fun of her. Tears streamed from Rosalina's eyes, but she remained motionless and silent, fulfilling Thoth's last will. The sky above the city turned crimson. Despite the fact that neither sunset nor sunrise was approaching in time, the light from the street lamps was weaker than this red glow. The zombies continued to besiege the house where Rosalina was hiding, and all the surrounding houses. There were a lot of them. A brooch in the shape of an inverted phoenix and the man's improvised weapon were left lying on the floor in front of the door. More and more undead continued to break into the broken windows, having smelled the smell of fresh blood. The bishop, or whoever was posing as him, flew over the heads of hundreds of zombies, now looking almost the same as his subjects. He looked at the horde of zombies like a general surveying his troops. It was a look full of pride. Finally, the bishop raised his hand and commanded his servants to begin the attack, and the undead surged forward in a wave. He flew over the army, indicating the direction of movement. The main target, as you might guess, was in the ruler's palace. A detachment of men from the surviving surrounding villages was approaching the city. They decided that the sky had turned red because of the new ruler. There had been no news from Lara for several weeks. They lit torches and headed towards the Etarch's castle, noting that the sky was angry with them for their prolonged inaction. The men were determined and wanted to sort out what was happening at any cost. They had the right, at the very least, to an audience. Then a piercing and long scream was heard behind them, and everyone looked around to see who was screaming like that. The bloody man's legs could barely support his body, but he continued to scream and moan as if he was no longer capable of anything. Realizing that he had managed to attract the attention of the squad, the guy began to repeat only one word: dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Thinking that the stranger was wounded, one of the men volunteered to examine his injuries. He was a healer. Someone asked if he was from the Mage Tower, to which the man replied that he was a student of the Wing Guild, after which he leaned over the wounded man. He used mana to find the main wound as quickly as possible, but he found no wounds on the boy's body. So the blood on the clothes wasn't his. The guy said something again. It was a warning about the undead. A group of people were approaching them. The men were very surprised. Everyone who could fight was already here. Who else could follow them? The guy began to tremble and writhe anxiously. He screamed again that it was the undead, only now it became clear that it was a warning. But it was too late. The crowd of zombies rushed decisively and mercilessly straight at them, sweeping away everything and everyone in their path. The men took a defensive position. They were not going to die without a fight and were preparing to face the danger. One of the zombies approached them, but did not attack yet. Someone recognized who he used to be, a local pharmacist. A second later, the undead began to attack. They were so vile that they caused more disgust than fear. Then a knight rushed towards the crowd of people. With one movement of his hand, he cut off the head of the first zombie, after which he stopped his horse. Looking at the squad, He said that the zombies were not as strong as they might seem. Everyone present now had a choice. The rider offered them to run away cowardly while it was not too late, or to fight proudly for their city, even at the cost of their lives. The men looked at the knight, his armor and horse, presented several more similarly equipped warriors to help, and announced that they would fight. 3 hooded mages said that they received a special mission during the Black Disaster, and so they miraculously survived, and now they want to take part in the battle too. Someone else from the crowd raised his hand, declaring that he would not flee his city like a rat from a sinking ship. After a few minutes, almost everyone present decided to protect their beloved Haston at all costs. The knight looked around the crowd and declared that this was excellent news. Let those who could hold a weapon in their hands stand in the front line. The rest would hold the perimeter. The men happily obeyed the order, finally having a leader who could command the process and take responsibility for the fight. The undead were approaching, and one could already hear the clumsy bare feet slapping on the pavement, thousands of bare, clumsy feet. The knight warned everyone present that everything would begin soon, and that they should prepare to repel the attack. He ordered the mages to begin preparing their ranged spells immediately, to strike the undead before they got too close. The first thing that was done was to create a protective dome, after which the first magical projectiles rained down on the evil spirits. The leader of the gang of thieves, whom some called the captain, passed by the house where Rosalina was hiding. The undead were no longer on the street, but dust was flying out of the window. He looked up, trying to understand what was going on. The man was looking for Tot and his girlfriend, who had not been seen for a long time. The captain carefully entered the house and saw a girl near the stairs, sitting on the floor with a completely devastated look. Coming closer, the leader of the gang realized that the baby was simply unconscious, but the main thing was that she was alive and not injured. He called out to Rosalina, and she slowly, with obvious effort, opened her eyes. For the first couple of seconds it seemed as if they could not see. The girl looked at the commander but did not show any particular emotions, and he asked what had happened to her. The heroine then explained that she was sitting there because Thoth had ordered her not to leave the room. But she didn't listen and came here because it was too scary there. Here Rosalina's nerves gave out and she burst into tears, telling about how her comrade died. The captain listened to the story and thought that this was a serious loss. Tot was one of the best in their gang. He looked at the girl and asked if Thoth was angry with her before his death. She did not understand the question. How can you be angry with someone for whom you sacrifice your life? This was exactly the thought that the captain was trying to get her to think. He explained that since he wasn't angry, then Rosalina shouldn't feel guilty about what happened. The girl remembered the bishop and pulled herself together, quickly reporting to the commander that this was not an ordinary undead. They urgently needed help. The man was seriously scared and asked what exactly she was talking about, whose help it was, and why the evil spirit was unusual. Rosalina explained that the bishop had turned the dead into zombies right before her eyes, so there was no guarantee that he wouldn't do it again. She insisted that they should ask for help from the Sir Knight they had recently met, the same one she had unsuccessfully robbed. The captain stood up and said that most likely the knight was now in the ruler's castle. He did not argue with the fact that the inhabitants needed help. The leader of the gang took out a bottle of potion and said that if Rosalina drank it, she would have enough strength to reach the castle and persuade the knight to protect the city. The captain himself decided that he would stay in the city and fight the undead as best he could. That's why he was the boss. In fact, the man thought that it was safer in the castle and that Rosalina would be saved, and Tot's life would not be wasted. He looked at the girl again and gave her the task of bringing the knights, and they would all try to hold back the zombies as much as possible. The crimson sky attracted the attention of not only the inhabitants of Haston, but also the inhabitants of the dungeon. Patrick called out to Swallow and said that he should take a look. They had no idea that the people would decide to fight for the city and a battle would begin. The ancient monster asked why he would look at something there if it had nothing to do with them, and the skeleton replied that it did not. After all, they came to hasten to correct the consequences of the Black Catastrophe, and at the moment the city's residents have shown themselves to be quite good. Swallow asked how long it would take. The Death Knight replied that it would not be long. Despite the valor of the party, the undead had a colossal numerical superiority. The dungeon boss only replied that he understood. Turning over to the other god, he intended to continue sleeping. Patrick added that if Umel's words were to be believed, there should be at least one senior representative among the undead, and that would be a problem for humans. He added that Erebus had invested too much in preparing this invasion. They could have paid him back handsomely for all his expenses. Hearing this, Swallow smiled mysteriously. The idea of retribution seemed extremely successful to him. He jumped to his feet and said that he had urgent business. The Death Knight was afraid that the boss would cause trouble and asked him not to do anything rash. The ancient monster did not listen to the gatekeeper's instructions. His goal was to talk to the head of the city. A few minutes later, Swallow stood next to Lara and in a menacing voice asked the girl to remind her what her name was. Stammering, the ruler said that she was Lara Sinevier Etarke, the younger sister of Count Etarke, the former ruler of Hastin. Swallow replied that he would try to remember the name, and in turn he called himself the Devourer. He touched the girl's chin to make her raise her head and look into his eyes. The beauty trembled. And yet she plucked up her courage and looked into the demonic yellow eyes opposite. Swallow asked if she wanted to live. The remains of a cloak lay on the floor, damaged furniture huddled nearby. The ancient demon once again reminded him that he was a devourer. Lara started crying. She was scared to death and was shaking violently, but she was in no hurry to answer the question. Swallow was pleased with the effect produced and once again, more cheerfully, asked if the girl wanted to live. Patrick called out to the boss and asked what he was saying. There was no point in wasting time. We just needed to kill the ruler. The ancient monster replied that he had planned to do so, but then changed his mind. The skeleton asked what the reason for such a decision was. Swallow turned his head and began to explain that they had decided to leave Hastin to her fate because of the undead. What if all the undead in the city disappears, and the ruler begins to act in his interests? Isn't that a bad option? Patrick replied that he expected to hear something absurd in the style of the boss, but the idea really wasn't that bad. But then, the skeleton noticed that people have long tongues, and a person who knows the truth cannot keep it a secret for long. Swallow looked at Lara and said that not everyone is like that. He thinks that this person has enough reasons to want to live. He noticed that the girl was quite brave. She saw his true nature, but still did not look away. Such a girl could be useful. The ancient monster thought to himself that this was truly amazing for a human. Perhaps the ruler of Hastina even had a special gift. All the heroes he met had a gift, a certain special feature, and something similar could be felt in Lara. He thought that she had a strong character, which allowed her to keep her mind even after seeing him. At that moment, the girl whispered that she wanted to live. She had a reason to live. Patrick and Melju asked him what reasons he had to believe that this man was worthy of living, and Swallow replied that it was mainly his intuition. The skeleton sighed loudly and said that usually in such things the boss is right, so he agreed with his decision. The Death Knight turned around and announced that if anything went wrong, it would be on his superior's conscience, and his alone. Swallow approached Lara and informed her that she probably understood how it worked. Everything would be settled as soon as the ruler said that he agreed to everything and asked to save Hastin. She asked what would happen after that, and the dungeon boss explained that the undead would be destroyed, and Patrick would help solve the rest of the city's problems. The skeleton screamed that there was no need to try to push everything onto him. Swallow pretended not to notice his displeasure. Lara asked what they wanted in return. She really wasn't that bright. The ancient monster replied that they would take the easy way. The ruler of the city will have to give him everything he has. The girl looked up at him in horror. She didn't expect this. Patrick, Swallow, and Melju repeated in unison once again that she would have to give everything to them. What was so unclear about that? Lara immediately began to cry. She realized that she would definitely die. if not at the hands of the undead, then at the will of this monster, if she refused. Now the dungeon boss seemed to her to be an even bigger problem than the zombies, at least those weren't in the palace yet. The girl clenched her fists, trying to make a decision. At that moment, the ruler of Hastina thought about what her brother would do. Swallow and Patrick were frankly tired of waiting for an answer. The skeleton again suggested simply killing Lara and not bothering her. Suddenly, they heard someone running down the corridor, limping, which made the situation even more interesting. Everyone began to guess who it could be. There was a pounding on the door. Judging by the sounds, it was not zombies or monsters, just as knights and men would not have started pounding their fists on wood so chaotically. Melju said she could block the door with magic, but Swallow said there was no need. The demoness replied that she understood. The boss had already guessed who was behind the door, and that someone did not pose a threat to them. Finally, the door swung open, and Rosalina was standing there, having spent almost all her strength trying to get to the castle as quickly as possible. She beamed with joy that Sir Knight and his servant were really there, and immediately began to beg them to help them save the city. The girl didn't have time to catch her breath, but she already started telling that Haston was overflowing with the undead. The men were trying to hold them back, but their forces were not equal. They couldn't survive without help. She added that Tot had died, and the leader of the gang of thieves had sent her to ask for help. Tears flowed from her eyes at the thought of her dead friend. When Rosalina reminded him that Sir Knight had made a promise to save Haston, Swallow sighed heavily. He didn't like to break his word. The little girl realized that he was almost ready to agree and again began to tearfully beg for help. Tears continued to roll from her eyes. The ancient monster yawned again, and Patrick replied that he had also promised help, but everything depended on the choice of the city's ruler. Only now did the girl notice that there was a skull under his helmet. She looked in the direction indicated. Lara was sitting there. Rosalina did not understand why she should be the one to decide for their fate. The ruler literally crawled on all fours, but when she heard that the inhabitants of Haston were dying en masse, she perked up. Patrick said that very soon people would reach their moral and physical limits, after which he asked Melia for a favor. The demoness agreed. She was also interested. The demon queen used the all-seeing eye spell and sent him out into the city streets to conduct reconnaissance. Finally, she asked the eye not to stray from the path and to move straight ahead, and then back, in order to return safe and sound. Flying over the city, the messenger, like a reporter, carefully recorded everything that was happening there. Everyone stared at the ceiling, waiting to see what the eye would show them. Even Rosalina intuitively guessed what would happen. What they saw was chilling. Zombies were devouring people right in the middle of the streets. The few survivors were fighting with all their might, but most were trying to escape. Both Lara and Rosalina were frozen, their hearts breaking at the thought that all of this was happening right now. Patrick and Swallow weren't thrilled either. They didn't like zombies because of the unpleasant smell, and they were also too sloppy in their work. The skeleton noted that at this rate, there would soon be no people left at all, and Rosalina burst into tears. She repeated that this should not happen. She remembered how unpleasant the city's inhabitants could be, but even these memories could not cover up the pain of what was happening. The girl screamed that she could not watch any longer and began to beg the knights to stop this mass murder. Realizing that there was little hope for help, Rosalina, in tears, asked to simply kill her so that she would not have to see this nightmare. She accused the knights of being able to easily help people, but just continuing to watch, and here Lara also asked Swallow to save the city. Rosalina looked at the city's ruler and angrily asked what she was doing while her subjects were dying from hunger, and now in battle with the undead. She didn't have an answer. The girl got really angry and shouted again that she was interested in what Lara was doing. The girl realized that only she could influence the situation now and once again asked Swallow to save Haston. He looked at her carefully, expecting the ruler of the city to add that she agreed to all the conditions that had been voiced to her. Lara burst into tears and screamed that she was begging to save at least those residents who had managed to survive at the moment. The ancient monster turned around and took a few steps towards her. It was clear that he had been waiting for this moment. Saying that it wasn't that difficult, why not? Swallow, Melju, and Patrick headed for the exit. Rosalina and Lara looked at this in shock, not believing that such a decision could be made so simply, playfully. Our heroes did not look worried at all. One could even see joy and anticipation of the battle on their faces. Meanwhile, the streets of Hastings, under a crimson sky, were full of horror and blood, and events were unfolding very dramatically. Almost everyone who volunteered to fight the undead was destroyed. The survivors fought with all their might, but suffered defeat. The gray-haired man, knocked down by one blow from the zombie, exclaimed in anger that they were wrong to tell them that the undead were weak. It was far from true. Just think, an entire squad was destroyed under the onslaught of a crowd of maddened evil spirits. It looked more like a mass extermination of people and not a battle. When another zombie rushed at the man, he realized that he had no strength to fight. It seemed that this was the end. Luckily, things turned out differently, and the Demon Queen landed right on the attacker's head, muttering that she had never seen anything more vile in her life. Screaming that she planned to land on the roof, Melju tried to clean the rotten flesh off her shoes. The undead looked in her direction in confusion. The next moment, a crowd of zombies rushed towards the newly arrived enemy. They still did not know who they were dealing with. The demoness narrowed her eyes in displeasure and stated that they were being too loud and disrespectful. The next moment, her magic staff sent a series of mana projectiles at the undead, turning into a weapon of mass destruction. The pink sparkly butterflies looked pretty cute, but they were real magic bombs. Soon almost all the zombies were destroyed. Melju stood, engulfed in the pink glow of her magic, and watched with pleasure what effect was achieved. Satisfied with the result, the girl sighed. Everything turned out to be much simpler than one might have thought. The man she saved from an attack by crushing a zombie asked with a smile if the man in front of him was an angel. This made the demoness really angry, and she asked what kind of nonsense this pathetic little man was talking. She kicked the elderly man, and he regretted his assumption, but it was too late. The blow was quite strong. Melzu screamed that if he valued his life, he should never show up in her sight again. She was furious. Watching the man run around the corner, the Demon Queen hissed that it was beyond her mind to compare her to some angel. Looking at the ruler's castle on the hill, she thought it was very strange to realize that she was now helping people and not killing them. Here, bones appeared in space, a sure harbinger of the materialization of a representative of the elder undead. Indeed, a bishop appeared behind the demoness, shouting that in front of him was apparently not a man, but a demon possessing a huge amount of mana. He guessed that perhaps she was the Demon Queen herself, so why was she fighting on the side of the humans? Melju angrily replied that she was doing what she thought was right, and no one dared to reproach her for it. The bishop laughed and replied that he would find out the details after he tore out the idiot's tongue. She was overestimating her capabilities. He raised his hands to the sky and commanded the demoness to cast aside her principles and become his servant. She would make an excellent undead. Melju looked at him as if he were crazy and said that she hadn't fully understood what he had just mumbled. Scattering bone fragments around him, the bishop announced with an ominous laugh that he was the one who obeyed the Lord of the Undead. From the spine and other parts, he created a magical staff, his main weapon, intending to put it into action immediately. Simon Magus stated that he had no intention of losing to some pathetic demon queen. It was beneath his dignity. He summoned several monsters at once, which looked only slightly less disgusting than himself. Melju looked at the monsters surrounding her and calmly said that she had absolutely no idea what Magus was talking about. She gave the bishop a contemptuous look and added that he would have to fight not only with her. The enemy looked at the demoness in surprise and immediately felt the presence of great darkness behind him. Swallow, in his true form as an ancient monster, didn't intend to mess around with him for too long. He was simply too lazy. The next moment, the dungeon boss's hand fell on the bishop's shoulder, and he cheerfully said that he had promised that he would remember him. Then the fist came into play, and Simon Magus did not have time to block or parry the blow, the force of which was incredible. He widened his eyes and shouted that it was not worth playing such jokes on him. Now everyone present would regret it. But then Swallow's fist came down on him again, and this time it didn't look like a joke at all. The bishop flew back several meters, raising clouds of dust and small pieces of rock into the air. The devourer looked at the effect and was pleased. It looked like he wouldn't have to dirty his hands with the undead anymore today. The ancient monster raised his fist and proudly said that it was not bad and even surprisingly pleasant. Under the pile of stones, apparently, lay Erebus's chief assistant, the lord of one of the 7 dungeons of great evil. Winking at Melge, Swallow exclaimed that he seriously doubted that the bishop had died from one blow and that he should immediately get up and come and talk. The demoness was surprised by both the power of the ancient monster and the fact that he apparently did not strike with full force so as not to kill the enemy. She asked if they knew each other. The boss replied that a few hours ago the bishop had tried to use special vision on him, and he simply didn't like it very much, so he deserved a good beating before he died. Swallow glanced around the street and replied that there was no good in lingering among people anyway, and he wondered if Erebus was there. The demon queen narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation, and replied that most likely no, Erebus was not in the city. She pointed to the red sky and explained that this barrier was created to keep anyone out from inside. Swallow responded in surprise that he hadn't even noticed. He was going to destroy it anyway. The demoness added that that was correct. The caster was most likely outside. Then the boss asked the demon queen to deal with the undead, and he himself was going to meet with Erebus. He explained that it would be nice to minimize casualties among people so that the city could exist. Residents should remain in it. Melzu replied that she would try, but she was not sure. Swallow sighed and replied that he would start himself then, since the demon queen was afraid of screwing up, and then he would head to the barrier. The undead were approaching, and the demoness volunteered to deal with them herself so that the boss would not be delayed. The devourer lazily and indifferently said that so be it, let him try. If anything, he would return in 15 or 20 minutes. The demon queen said that this time should be enough for her, so she shouldn't worry about anything. The girl began to cast a spell and wished Mr. Swallow good luck. He thanked her and asked her to be more careful. But before that, he had to ask something of the bishop, who had just stirred and turned to him with a question. Simon Magus crawled out from under the rubble and asked if he was really right, and that same ancient monster from the core of antiquity had come to the city. Swallow laughed and replied that he was right to some extent. Simon asked who it was then, and the dungeon boss laughed that it might be Patrick's slave. It turned out that Simon Magus was just a distraction. He started casting a spell and shouted that he shouldn't have been underestimated. Did Swallow really think that he would just die here? Saying that he was the great Simon Magus, the bishop launched his first magical attack, which the dungeon boss did not expect. He realized that in front of him was one of the pillars of Erebus, which had never let the ruler down. Well, the battle promised to be interesting. But using the spell, the bishop moved in space. He decided that he must immediately warn his master. He didn't know that his maneuver had been predicted in advance, so he cursed, realizing that the plan had completely and utterly failed. Swallow landed right in front of him, literally a second later. It didn't take him long to anticipate the situation. He raised a real sandstorm around him, once again taking on the appearance of a monster, saying that Magus had already begun to irritate him. The lord of the ancient core was not accustomed to being treated so self-confidently and prepared to repay the enemy in full. Only now did the one who pretended to be a bishop begin to understand who fate had brought him together with. His last hopes for success had collapsed. Simon Magus stopped trying to defend himself or influence the situation in any way. In the face of the great Swallow, the boss of the ancient core, he was completely helpless. Meanwhile, our hero fell into a real rage and could no longer stop the transformation, increasing the size of the monster. Only the thought that he had to warn his master kept Magus from giving up completely. He rose into the air and tried to fly straight towards the dome created by Erebus, developing more and more speed. Swallow intended to simply swallow his opponent, so he went after him, opening his huge mouth wide. Magus was practically inside her, but his desire to curry favor with the boss gave him speed. The teeth almost completely closed right in front of him, but the bishop made some incredible dash, having first decreased in size, and slipped through. The ancient monster clicked his jaw and realized that his mouth was empty. The rogue had turned out to be quicker than he had expected. As soon as he realized that he was still alive, Simon began casting a spell and created a portal to move behind the dome. The deed was done, and he leapt into it without waiting for Swallow to come close again. The dungeon boss decided that maybe this situation wasn't so bad. He didn't want to waste his energy on two opponents, one after the other, when he could devour both of them in one fell swoop. He scratched his head and thought about how to do this with the least expenditure of effort, because we remember that Swallow was very lazy. Here the monster remembered that Melju had promised to take on all the undead and became worried, because he had promised to return quite quickly. There was no time to waste, and our hero, glancing at the reflection of the demoness's spells, decided to begin immediately. Thinking that Erebus was hiding near the city, the ancient monster raised his hand and fired a test spell at the barrier. Simon Magus felt a large amount of mana behind his back and looked back in horror. He didn't expect this. Swallow's magic projectile was very powerful and was inexorably approaching its target with every split second. The ancient monster thought that if he destroyed the entire area, it wouldn't be so scary. The main thing is that it's a reliable way to get rid of at least one of the opponents. He looked at the result of his shot and thought that it could have been worse. The city had not suffered so much. Swallow walked along the trench in the ground, and suddenly it seemed to him that he heard Patrick's voice nearby. Thinking that it would be better if it weren't so, the dungeon boss discovered the corpse of Simon Magus lying among the rubble. The ancient monster thought it looked quite picturesque, although can one really call something that died hundreds of years ago a corpse? He picked up the enemy by the cloak and said thoughtfully that Haston was in complete ruins. Maybe Patrick would have some ideas on what to do about it. Moving on, Swallow reproached Simon for not showing off. Then he could have stayed alive, but instead, he died in vain. He approached the second layer of the barrier and thought that this dome looked much stronger than the previous one. Even Melju would have had difficulty destroying it, but still, our hero was much stronger than the Demon Queen. Swallow had never encountered anything like this before, and was interested in trying out the barrier by touch. The next step, naturally, was an attempt to overcome the barrier. The guy's hand easily passed through the wall of the dome, but something strange began to happen to it. The cells grabbed the limb and began to squeeze and twist it very hard, like a rag. The bones cracked. Taking out his mangled hand, Swallow exclaimed in delight that this barrier was much more interesting than he could have imagined. The monster thought that he could break it without removing the bracelet that limited mana, but he still wasn't completely sure. Or maybe it would be better to remove it, because if it breaks, Patrick will pester him with reproaches, that's for sure. He raised the former bishop and told the corpse that if the plan failed, he would put all the blame on him, so that he would learn a lesson. Swallow looked around to make sure there was no one nearby, and there would be no need to get rid of witnesses. There was no one on the street except the undead, so it was quite possible to take a risk without fear of being exposed. The dungeon boss turned around and walked in the opposite direction from the dome. There needed to be enough space. Stopping, he decided that there would now be plenty of space to make the transformation. Swallow's eyes changed first, then his entire appearance went through the not-so-pleasant process of turning into a monster. A lot of black tails broke free. It was very nice to stretch, but the human appearance greatly limited the possibilities. The monster opened its mouth and began to think about what exactly to strike at the protective dome erected by Erebus. Eventually, Swallow pushed off and flew into the air, developing maximum speed. He decided to ram the barrier. He left behind a bright trace of mana. Such a powerful flow of energy had never been observed in the city before. The plan was successful. After the attack of the ancient monster, a huge hole gaped in the dome. The sky behind the barrier had a normal color, and this was encouraging. But it turned out that outside of Haston, huge hordes of undead had gathered, which did not expect the hero to appear. Zombies, trolls, and even mummies looked at how a potential victim broke through the barrier and decided not to waste time. Swallow took a few steps and stopped. He too had not expected such a warm welcome. The undead were approaching him from all sides, and the hero announced to the attackers that he had not expected there to be so many of them. After this phrase, the zombies rushed to attack, stretching out their hands to where they expected to get the prey. The ancient monster grimaced in disgust, but continued to think about his own. He used a standard spell to clear the way, but with his powerful mana it worked too effectively, scattering the zombies far away. Then from the crowd came a reproachful cry that it was not very polite to greet a guest in such a way. It was Erebus. Several huge monsters materialized in his place, apparently the personal guard of the boss of one of the 7 dungeons of great evil. Swallow stood surrounded by the zombie remnants that had flown up from the attack and listened to lectures about how badly he had acted. Erebus extended his hand, equipped with several blades, like a general giving an order. At that very moment, a new crowd of undead headed towards the ancient monster, unquestioningly following the order. Swallow looked at the enemies and thoughtfully said that it should have been like this from the very beginning. Why was it necessary to destroy the city? The zombies and monsters stood still, waiting for their master's instructions. They had no intelligence, so they could not make decisions on their own. From the thicket of branches, 2 glowing blue eyes sparkled, and our hero realized where his main enemy had moved. He extended his hand forward and in a warm voice announced that he had a small gift for Erebus. The gift, as you might guess, was the body of the murdered Simon Magus, a loyal servant of the enemy. Having gotten rid of such an unpleasant burden, Swallow informed the bushes that they had something to talk about. Let Erebus come out. He didn't keep us waiting for long and appeared in all his disgusting beauty. There was so much mana that he was all shining with a blue light. Erebus sat as if on a throne, his head crowned with an improvised crown of bones, the monster's whole appearance showing that he was worthy of special treatment. Through his subordinates, he conveyed to Swallow the question of whether he wanted this world to be ruled by pathetic humans. The boss of the ancient core dungeon had to think carefully before answering, and not at all because he didn't know what to say. Erebus continued that people are proud, rude, and selfish creatures. Even having complete prosperity, they are unable to curb their greed and invade the territories of other races. Swallow sighed and replied that the enemy was talking too much and should get straight to the point. Well, this request was fulfilled with lightning speed. Erebus declared that humanity must be completely destroyed. After thinking about it, he added that together with the great ruler of the ancient core, they would easily be able to bring this idea to life. The monster continued that he had thought of starting with the capital, but after the black disaster befell Riaze, he decided to change his plan. He informed the devourer that all he needed to do was give him one order to destroy people, and all the monsters, as one, would happily rush to carry it out. Swallow became bored again and scratched the back of his head, wondering why Erebus was so boring. Let him tell him straight out what he had in mind. He finally voiced his complaints. If the ancient monster had not stood aside, hundreds and maybe even thousands of monsters would not have lost their lives. They would have a chance to destroy the entire human race. Hearing this, our hero thought, to be honest, he himself thought about this topic more than once. But Swallow really didn't like it when people blamed other people's misdeeds on him. So he asked again if he was really considered guilty of the deaths of the monsters. Erebus agreed that the ancient monster was the cause of what was happening. He simply ran out of patience and commanded to be silent. Swallow asked if the enemy meant to say that he could easily destroy the people if he didn't stand in his way. After a moment of silence, the undead lord muttered that he was sorry that everything had been perceived in that way. After a long pause, he repeated several times that the situation had developed in a very unfortunate way, too unfortunate. A very large spell unfolded above Swallow's head, and he looked up in surprise, realizing that a battle was approaching. It was a spell of creation, and from the other world the paw of a huge monster materialized. Apparently, he himself will appear soon. Our hero didn't immediately understand what it was, so he decided to check if a monster would really appear now. It turned out to be a rotting tapir, which, without thinking twice, prepared to attack. It was truly enormous. Swallow called out to his opponent, but received no response. Well, he had to answer this challenge with dignity. The boss of the ancient core dungeon carefully removed the bracelet that limited mana from his hand. He had to protect it for the sake of Patrick's peace of mind. Now our hero could go up against the rotting tapir on equal terms, if not in scale, then at least approaching its level in physical strength. The creature had already taken a running start and was now rushing forward at full speed, its protruding bones moving as it ran with a strange sound. When the barrier was destroyed and the sky returned to its normal appearance, Melju thought that the boss had dealt with it quite quickly. The demoness herself had not yet made much progress in completing her part of the job. There were a lot of undead. It was necessary to come up with a universal spell with a wide field of action, and this took time. But when the pink flame of magical fire fell upon the opponents, things went much faster and more fun. This technique had only one drawback. Along with the zombies, the fire also destroyed people, but the demon queen was not one to regret this much. Finally, she had a free minute and Melju looked at the sky again. The barrier was a divine level spell. Swallow overcame it very easily. As expected of the boss, he was very strong. The demoness thought with admiration that she was lucky enough to cooperate with the lord of the ancient core. Then, from behind the demon queen, heavy breathing was heard. Someone called the sorceress, and Melju looked back. Such an address was not very to her liking. It was the captain, the leader of the gang of thieves, who saw how she dealt with the zombies and asked if everyone else was safe. The demoness replied that if his question was about people, then they were burning along with the zombies over there, very close by. The man's eyes were closing from weakness, but he still held on. The captain asked if the sorceress was the knight's companion. To make it clearer, he described one as large and in armor, and the other as skinny and dressed like a homeless person. Melzu understood who he meant and nodded. Then she explained that calling her a companion is not entirely correct. She is simply an assistant, one might say, a servant of these great personalities. The man's eyelids began to droop again, but he realized that judging by the way the girl spoke respectfully of the knights, she was on their side. This caused him great pain. Rosalina, without wanting to, went for help, but called for certain death for the inhabitants of the city. The captain thought angrily that Toth had not died in vain, and Haston would be saved, but not the townspeople, at least those who survived. Here the man felt that he was starting to turn into the undead. He had to do something to prevent this from happening. He again turned to Melz. The demoness reported that she saw him turning into a zombie. The captain himself could hardly see anything. He said that he did not dare ask the sorceress for help, but still counted on her to help. The leader of a gang of thieves asked to give him a weapon, or something that could replace it. He does not want to turn into a zombie. His vision became that of the undead, and he saw Melju's true nature, realizing that she was not human, but it no longer mattered. The man once again turned to the demoness with a request to give him a weapon if there was anything lying around somewhere nearby. The demon queen looked at him with respect. It was very rare that she could feel it towards a person, but this was exactly the case. She looked at the captain and walked away a little, leaving him alone while she looked for what the man had asked for. Saying that he was a real warrior, the girl brought the head of the gang of thieves a spear. Nothing else suitable could be found. Melju proudly handed over the weapon. The captain lowered his head, thanking her for her help. At this time, a loud roar was heard nearby. The demon queen rose into the air to look around and felt a very unpleasant and powerful aura. One could even say ominous. This rotting tapir, in an attempt to destroy the enemy, tore out entire trees, sending them into the air. There might have been nothing left of the forest at all. The monster looked very bloodthirsty, but it was some kind of blind, elemental rage, not a thoughtful attack. Having assumed his true form, Swallow did not wait long, his tails scattered in their path what the tapir had not managed to place. With one blow, he threw her back onto the forest floor. Erebus looked at what was happening with admiration. As befits an ancient monster, the enemy was powerful and incredibly strong. Each time in the form of a monster, the dungeon boss took on a different appearance. This time it looked like a huge black dragon. The rotting tapira withstood the blow and rose to its feet again. It became obvious to Swallow that this was no ordinary monster. Erebus had pulled the remains of the undead over the ancient slime for camouflage. This meant that the enemy had to be attacked in such a way that he would fly apart into parts and would not be able to put them back together. At that moment, the tapira released a rain of slime projectiles at the dungeon boss. Fortunately, they did not cause damage to him. The goal was different: to shackle the movements of the ancient monster, depriving it of the opportunity to dodge the blow. The slime, like chains, entangled Swallow's paws. Erebus used the divine-level spell Fangs of Evil, and huge, sharp wedges fell upon the devourer from above. The undead lord proudly declared that this was the strongest spell in his arsenal, and even an ancient and powerful monster like Swallow would have a hard time using it. A crowd of undead began to surround him, getting closer and closer in hopes of profiting. They were attracted by the huge amount of mana. More and more evil fangs sank into the back of the boss of the ancient core dungeon. Erebus exclaimed that he was simply delighted. Finally, he managed to defeat the only enemy that could prevent the undead from taking over the world. By defeating Swallow, Erebus will notify all the surrounding lands about it, because very soon after that, only zombies and monsters will rule there. In the meantime, they waited for the signal to attack, watching what was happening, because the ancient monster, although close to death, continued to remain alive. Erebus was jubilant. He already imagined how he would become a supreme being, ruling over the dead and undead everywhere. He cast the Evil Fang spell over and over again so that Swallow had no chance to resist the attack. The Lord of the Undead asked if the ancient monster liked receiving such a blessing after all his wanderings. New wedges rained down on the back of the ancient core boss. His mana protected him from death, but still could not significantly reduce the damage. Swallow managed to deflect some of the wedges with his tails, but some still reached their target and pierced his back. Erebus watched what was happening with undisguised pleasure. It seemed like he could watch it forever. The dungeon boss cursed several times. He was in pain, and he was not used to pain, so he ordered the enemy to stop it immediately. Since he was not heard, it was time to demonstrate his own capabilities. Swallow began to gather energy. Even the mountains and trees trembled. Erebus looked around in surprise. It seemed that with his actions, he had awakened such an ancient darkness in the enemy's heart that the whole world would regret it. He tried to repeat his spell, but his mana was running low, and there was no new source nearby. Swallow had taken it all. Erebus tried to collect at least something from the undead and monsters, even using trees, but it turned out to be extremely little. There was only enough strength for 2 new fangs of evil. The ancient monster raised his head and asked if that was all, and the enemy had nothing more to surprise him with. Erebus realized that he had made a mistake by using the most powerful spell first. Swallow allowed himself to test it out to gauge the enemy's capabilities. Now the ancient monster was preparing to attack itself, and the Lord of the Undead realized that he would not survive. He needed to retreat immediately, to flee. The ancient core boss was approaching inexorably, and the enemy began to think of a strategy for a quick and safe escape. The monster's paws crushed everything in its path. It came closer and closer, and ordered Erebus to explain what he had thought up. Let him stop raving and answer the question. Swallow didn't like it when someone shied away from the conversation. Erebus narrowed his eyes in anger. He continued to think through his options, so he remained silent and did not make a sound. Swallow commanded him to stop raving and use something more powerful if he could, while he still had the chance. The monsters froze in anticipation, the zombies too. The Lord of the Undead stood and did not answer anything, and in general did not take any visible actions. The dungeon boss reported that Erebus was apparently at the limit of his capabilities, which was a great disappointment to him. Instead of answering, the enemy activated some new divine-level spell. He gathered some mana while Swallow was chatting. At first, powerful blows were fired at the ancient monster, but it was obvious that this was only a diversionary maneuver. With his tails, he easily repelled this attack. The undead only managed to see sparks and a glow. The ancient monster flew over the crowd of zombies gathered around it like a meteor, trampling a good 100 of them. Erebus decided that he needed to repeat the trick with the slime, so he sent several streams at the enemy. The slime turned into chains again and bound Swallow. He noted with disgust that he had never seen a more vile spell. Here the enemy summoned another otherworldly monster, and our hero thought that each time there were more and more of the creature, it was just some kind of mockery. Swallow sighed. He had one of the chains in his teeth and really didn't want to be in contact with the slime for long. He freed himself from the shackles and struck the monster. Upon contact, it was revealed to be made entirely of dirt and rot. Our hero took on the form of a man and approached the monster closer to get a better look, after which he told Erebus that he was simply a psychopath if he came up with such a nasty thing. Then Swallow muttered that since this monster was so huge, it wouldn't hurt for him to become a little more serious. He took off his bracelet again and began to take on his true form, so that the ancient monster would live up to his rank. Erebus and his subjects watched in horror as the boss of the ancient core assumed his true size. Now the mountains and trees seemed like toys compared to Swallow, who swept them away with his tails like flies. It was not for nothing that he was called the Devourer. A second later, the creature summoned by the Lord of the Undead was swallowed in one go. Swallow closed his mouth with a satisfied expression. He had done his best not to taste it, and he had succeeded. Erebus watched the events with horror. He could have taken the opportunity to escape, but he was so shocked that he missed his chance. But then another thought appeared in the brain of the undead lord, which even made him smile. After all, Swallow's power was colossal. He approached, scattering the hordes of undead with his tails. His power was so natural and organic that it did not need special effects. Zombies, monsters, trees flew in all directions. The ancient monster went to its main goal, not paying attention to the rest, but still decided to take the form of a man. Erebus realized that this was done specifically for him, so that they could talk one last time, so to speak, on equal terms. Swallow approached the Lord of the Undead, his eyes flashing. He had already decided that one of the 7 dungeons of great evil would soon have to find a replacement. Lara and Rosalina, along with Patrick, watched the battle between Swallow and Erebus. The skeleton was very worried that the boss would forget again and the destruction would be too great. The Death Knight complained that the ancient monster was forgetting that it was a disaster and that he would have to deal with the consequences later, and the girls also became worried. The next blow shook the earth so hard that the castle itself began to shake, not a pleasant sensation, you must admit. Patrick wished that Erebus would be gnawed by dogs, and Lara asked what exactly was going on there. She was very scared. The skeleton said in his heart that Swallow was doing something crazy, then corrected himself and added that the boss was fighting an army of the dead. The ruler looked at him in surprise and asked if there was really any hope that Haston would be saved. Patrick replied that he personally could not influence the outcome, so he would not make any promises, but there was a certain probability, after which he asked to behave less nervously. He reported that there were no undead left in the city itself. Melzu had done a great job. She had done a very clean job. Just at this phrase, the aforementioned demoness teleported into the castle. She collapsed on the floor and declared that she was dying of fatigue. She blissfully closed her eyes, preparing to fall asleep, saying that she hadn't spent so much mana in a long time. Patrick began to praise the demon queen and thank her for her wonderful work. Hearing that they couldn't have done it without her, Melju asked if Swallow was doing most of the work, to which the skeleton replied that her share was also very large. The demon queen asked in surprise why the boss hadn't finished yet. Patrick replied that he had gotten a little carried away. Everyone looked out the window at the battle. The Death Knight sighed that their lord's power looked even greater when you started to think about the damage he had caused. Whenever Swallow sets out to fix something, he only ends up creating more trouble for his subjects. He concluded that he would not be able to rest anytime soon, and Rosalina realized with horror the true scale of the destruction. Patrick didn't understand why the boss was dragging out the process for so long. He could have hit him a couple of times and finished everything a long time ago. He didn't think at all that he would have to spend weeks cleaning up the area after him. The Death Knight called out to Rosalina and asked if he remembered her name correctly, then said that he wanted to discuss something rather important with her. The girl looked around in amazement. She did not expect at all that Sir Knight remembered her existence at all. Patrick pulled his huge sword out of its sheath and began to slowly approach her. The situation looked extremely dangerous. The skeleton started from afar. He stated that he and Lara had an agreement to leave her alive as the ruler of Haston. So now we need to deal with Rosalina and her role in all this further mess. The sword reflected the blue glow of the knight's eyes. He sighed and finally conveyed the main idea. There was no point in them leaving anyone alive except Lord Hastin, Lara. The girl jumped back from him so quickly that she fell to the floor. Lara screamed for Patrick to wait. Rosalina was her subject. The skeleton looked at the girls silently. He didn't expect the ruler to stand up for an ordinary resident. Patrick exclaimed happily that in that case he really had no reason to kill her personally. He looked at Rosalina and thought that she would die anyway without her gang of street thieves, who had all already fallen in battle with the undead. Besides, her psyche is already in a deplorable state. It's better for her to live for the sake of the city's ruler's peace of mind. After all, a submissive and calm lord is exactly what they need, so Lara will carry out orders without unnecessary objections. The skeleton decided to simply say that he had settled everything, and then called out to Melia, who continued to lie languidly on the floor. Patrick asked if the Demon Queen could put people to sleep. She replied that it was not difficult, and asked who exactly needed to be disabled. The Death Knight said that he would like to speak with Lara alone, and the demoness realized that Rosalina needed to be put to sleep. Melju cast a spell at the girl, ordering her to sleep. She screamed and sank to the floor, falling asleep. After making sure she was fast asleep, Patrick approached the city's ruler and informed her that it was time to begin. He said that they had made an invaluable contribution to saving Haston. Now it was her turn to fulfill her part of the agreement. The girl asked what she should do. The first thing the skeleton insisted on was complete silence. Not a single living soul should know what exactly happened in the city. It should remain a secret. The skeleton then offered her a legend according to which there once lived a heroic lady who endured humiliation and abuse in order to save the city and her lands. The lady, realizing that an attack by the undead was approaching, decided to defend her possessions at all costs. But Haston's soldiers were not enough to fight off the army of the dead, so the lady asked others for help. There was no help for a long time, so their own subjects accused the lady of not being able to provide support to the enemy and of dying en masse. She endured the reproaches, but she felt truly guilty, waiting for help to appear. Finally, the Imperial soldiers arrived and quickly destroyed the entire army of the dead, and then everyone lived happily ever after. The lady kept all her lands, and under her rule they only prospered, the cities grew, and the inhabitants became rich. Patrick looked at Lara and said that she would not act like that lady from the legend. She had her own path. She would become the lady who sacrificed herself to save her subjects. The girl asked if he wanted her to lie. Patrick pointed out the window and asked the ruler of Haston if she hadn't said that she wanted to live. The city was almost half destroyed, but the ruler's castle towered over it, remaining virtually undamaged. Lara began to cry and lowered her head. It seemed that she was beginning to understand what the skeleton was getting at and what exactly he wanted from her. Patrick ordered her to go out to the survivors and distribute all her supplies to them. Help would arrive soon, and the people needed to hold out until it arrived. Lara asked him why he thought help would arrive. Patrick replied that he was sure of it because he himself would facilitate it. He intends to do everything possible to make Lady Hastina appear as a true hero. It is in their interests. The Death Knight finished by saying that it became suspiciously quiet. Probably Swallow had just finished the fight. So it would be nice to go to him, preferably by teleportation. Melzu objected that she had spent almost all her mana and doubted that it was possible. Lara interrupted their conversation and asked permission to ask a question. The skeleton agreed if it didn't take too much time. The girl asked why they, the monsters of the dungeon, had gone so far to save Hastin. Patrick and the demoness had not expected such a question at all. The skeleton snorted, and the demon queen shook her head. It was obvious that they weren't interested in the lives of people at all. But then what? Patrick reminded Lara that she said she wanted to live, so she should silently do her job and not stick her nose where it wasn't wanted. Now we're back to the point where Swallow decided it was time to replace one of the 7 great dungeons. He looked closely at his master, Erebus, and thoughtfully said that he was very sorry for his opponent. The one whom the evil spirits called the Devourer explained that if he had sat and kept his head down, he could have avoided such an ending. Swallow said he'd been stabbed in the back so many times that she now whines about the weather. Was it really necessary to do such a thing? Erebus once again proclaimed that he was in command of the power of the ancient monster, to which he received the answer that he didn't give a damn. But he still really wonders why Erebus chose Hastin as his starting point and not another city. If he had attacked a settlement on the other side of the empire, Swallow would not have even noticed and would not have interfered. Erebus replied that Hastin was the most convenient place to attack the empire, but our hero interrupted, saying that this was not what he was asking about. He thought that Erebus knew very well whose territory he was attacking, which meant it was done on purpose. Erebus laughed, and then asked what the reason was that he started with Hastin, according to the ancient monster. He suddenly rose into the air and began to cast some powerful spell of divine level, no less. Swallow's eyes flashed with fire. He had already decided that the battle was over, and he could go to bed peacefully. Then some sharp thorns burst out of Erebus's body and quickly spread throughout the area. Some of them reached our hero, but did not harm him, but simply surrounded him, like thickets. Soon Erebus was completely hidden behind a lattice of these mana energy streams in the form of wedges and spikes. He sent his power through them, and Swallow thought it was transfer magic. The enemy was trying to escape. Soon something similar to an explosion occurred. Our hero had no intention of pursuing the enemy, but he was still interested in what exactly happened. Erebus's body froze in the air and then began to slowly descend down to the ground, cheerfully knocking its bones. Soon his remains fell right at Swallow's feet, and he thought that he was mistaken. Erebus did not teleport. He picked up what was left of the undead lord and decided that this was not a bad thing either, since Erebus would have died anyway. The dungeon boss threw the remains over his shoulder and thought that he would see what happened next, but for now he needed to return to the city. Swallow walked towards Hastin, and what he saw along the way was not at all pleasing. Carried away, he destroyed much more than he thought. The hero thought with horror that the place would be uninhabitable if it was not restored. It seems he screwed up a little. Here the Devourer stopped and looked around. He thought he heard someone calling, but the voice was too quiet for now. Only after a couple of minutes he noticed Patrick and Melia running towards him. It seemed that they didn't have enough mana for teleportation, and they got there on foot. Hearing the skeleton persistently calling for the boss, Swallow thought he was about to get a serious beating and brainwashing. But instead, the Death Knight said that he missed him terribly, so let the boss not move. Now he will run up and hug him. Throwing the remains of Erebus to the ground to free his hands, Swallow sighed heavily. After all, it was not easy for him to endure Patrick's outbursts. A few days later, a cyclone hit Hastin, bringing torrential rain that continued non-stop for several hours. When it died down for a while in the reflection of the puddles, Rosalina saw pictures from the past she had on these streets. But then the drops began to fall from the sky again, and the memories disappeared into circles on the water. This happened over and over again. The girl sat under the canopy and thought that her whole life had been turned upside down. Nothing would ever be the same again. She cried for a long time, but then the tears simply ran out, because there was no one to wipe them away. Everyone who cared about Rosalina died. The thief thought that there could not be a worse punishment than such help. There was practically no one left alive, only she. She continued to sit in the rain, hatred growing in her soul. With every minute it became more and more. With each new drop, Rosalina realized that she hated everyone, not selectively, but really everyone. Who was to blame for this happening? The girl thought about it for a long time and realized that she knew the answer. Rosalina whispered that the one who killed everyone was to blame, and he must be held accountable for it. She raised her head, her eyes glowing red. It was an uncontrollable thirst for revenge on the one who destroyed all the life of the city. Everything was going on as usual in the core of antiquity, when suddenly Renee asked Bathory to be silent and abruptly put the cup with the drink on the table. The very next moment she jumped up and ran with a smile to the other end of the room, joyfully greeting Mr. Swallow. The boss said gloomily that he was back. Melju glanced at him with a displeased look, and she had to listen to Patrick's lectures the whole way. The maid with the blade reported even more cheerfully that she had been quietly and calmly waiting for their return, really waiting. As soon as she said this, a piece of stalactite fell from the ceiling. It seemed that something had changed in the dungeon. Patrick and Melju exchanged glances. The stone hadn't even flown a dozen centimeters when Renee jumped up and kicked it away, landing and continuing the conversation as if nothing had happened. She remarked that she had tidied up quite well while they were gone, and Swallow patted the homunculus on the head and said that it was noticeable. The hero called the maid a good girl several times, and she began to jump around the boss with joy. Swallow, Melju, and Patrick were so exhausted that they didn't even try to pretend that everything was okay. Bathory looked at them with curiosity. Renee walked up to Swallow and asked if he was as tired as he looked. He looked at her with confusion. This was something new. Renee said she had prepared a hot bath for him, and Swallow replied that he would be happy to drink it. Patrick looked at Elizabeth and quietly asked what kind of trick she had taught Renee. What kind of trick was that with the bathtub? Bathory ignored the question and asked the ancient monster if everything went according to plan. He replied that she could go now. It seemed like it was high time. Patrick replied that at least 3,000 people died from hunger and the undead, and the boss destroyed half the city, but if you don't count that, everything went quite well. Bathory angrily asked if he couldn't have acted more carefully, and Swallow replied that he had simply cleared Haston of the undead. The woman asked if that was all, to which the dungeon boss said that it was enough. He had done a great job. Bathory asked what exactly he had done, and Swallow placed Erebus's remains in front of her, adding that he was going to bed. Renee asked excitedly if it was really Erebus, her eyes shining with happiness and delight. Bathory began to carefully examine what lay on the table in front of her, her face showing doubt. Swallow had already begun to empty the bath of water. He had not been joking when he promised to drink it, but then Elizabeth called out to him. She pointed to the remains of Erebus and informed those present that it was not a corpse, but simply an empty shell. Patrick, Renee, and Swallow were not prepared for this news. All three froze, trying to understand how this was possible. After some time, Patrick and Swallow looked at the sky illuminated by the moon. The boss reported that Erebus actually used magic at the end. Patrick sighed and replied that no matter how you looked at it, his boss had screwed up big time in Haston. He reminded them that they had left the ruler alive who knew the truth, had not completely cleared the territory, and now Erebus was alive. That was not how things were done. Swallow rolled over onto his back and replied that Bathory believed that Erebus had lost about 70% of its life force and would not recover any time soon. The skeleton noted that even in this case they were in danger, because a conflict had broken out between the great dungeons. Swallow raised his paws and looked at the sky, declaring that he could not worry about it for a while. Patrick demanded that he stop twiddling his thumbs. He will try to hush up the story with Haston, but the boss should not shirk his duties in the dungeon and recruit new monsters. The answer was silence, and the skeleton screamed loudly, asking if anyone was listening to him at all, or if his words were just words thrown into the air. It turned out that the ancient monster really didn't hear the last phrase. He was fast asleep, snoring peacefully and blowing bubbles through his nose. Patrick cursed. It was quite typical of Swallow. It looked like all the dirty work would be left to the Death Knight again. The rain stopped in Haston, and for a while Rosalina wandered around the streets. Then her feet carried her to the outskirts. The girl came out to a huge tree. She looked gloomily at the corpses of people and experienced mental pain of such strength that she simply went numb. Several surviving men sat nearby, mournfully arguing that there was no point in praising the Lord for food when all their loved ones were dead. One said that it would be better to follow his family into the afterlife than to live like this. The second said that he still needed to eat. They noticed Rosanna and invited her to join the meal. Even if she was desperate and wanted to leave too, it wouldn't hurt. The girl asked what they had done to wander, what they had done to deserve death, why they had to leave, even if everything had not gone according to plan. She asked who killed everyone, who was responsible for what happened. Let them think carefully. Gritting her teeth, Rosanna hissed that it wasn't fair, and the men confirmed that it was. The girl continued that they should not direct their anger at the wrong target. Let them think even better. The men stood up. They began to be filled with hatred and a thirst for revenge. Their dirty feet stood confidently on the ground, ready to go to the goal. Roseanne declared that since they were going to die anyway, they had to punish the one who did all this, the one who killed everyone. The eyes of the townspeople burned with the red fire of anger, and they resolutely asked what they should do. The girl replied that they already knew this. They had to kill all the undead, destroy absolutely everything. At this time, in the capital of Riaz, Sir R. Edelbrace bowed in greeting before the Emperor. The guards stood at the entrance, and they escorted their chief right to the doors of the reception room. Sir Edelbrace knelt down and was ready to take responsibility for his decision to let Swallow go. The Emperor was stern and gloomy. He addressed the knight by his full name, and there were notes of discontent in his voice. Edelbrace did not raise his eyes to him, continuing to remain in a kneeling position, and asked what His Majesty wanted to know. The Emperor said that he had summoned him because the knight had not been distracted during his welcoming speech, and he replied that this was indeed the case, and that he would not have dared. The Emperor majestically declared that he expected great deeds from Sir Ara and the lives of the raid participants in his hands. The knight promised to do his utmost to live up to his Emperor's expectations. He understands what a great honor it is. The shadow of a flying homunculus, harnessed to a large carriage, flashed over the golden street of the capital. To be more precise, there were 2 homunculi. One would not have been able to handle the transportation of such a quantity of things and people. In the carriage sat Edelbrace and another knight, Garot, who asked if R had received confirmation for the arrest warrant for Paimur. The knight noted that he was once a wealthy aristocrat, so he could remain on the run for quite a long time, but the fact that he would be notified of the pursuit was enough. Edelbrace was in a rather bad mood, so Garot did not pester him with additional questions. Looking out the window, the knight sadly reported that a month had passed since the black disaster had struck the capital, but the city had not yet recovered. Chaos reigned among the capital's elites. Everyone tried to blame each other for what had happened. Those who turned out to be weak were simply devoured by the strong. Much has changed. The airship landed on one of the magnificent streets that was not damaged. Garot reminded the boss that the meeting would start in 2 hours. What should she do if he didn't make it on time? R replied that he should just wait. Edelbrace remembered something and asked the girl what about their mutual friend. Was she okay, or not quite? She replied that she didn't know the details, but apparently the heroine should now be inside the building. The huge doors of the entrance portal slowly began to open. They were very heavy, so the hinges creaked. With a cry that he was coming in, the knight opened them wide. He tried his best to be welcoming and smile. Historia, in her pajamas, sat right on the bed with a donut and some other sweets in her mouth and hands. She clearly wasn't expecting visitors. Sir Edelbrace continued to smile and asked the girl if she had had a good rest this month. When Historia smiled back, It was obvious that she had spent most of her sick leave eating sweets. Meanwhile, a group of people invaded the ancient core. One of them informed the others that they should retreat at the first sight of monsters. He added that they must not lose their vigilance under any circumstances, as they would soon approach the first room of the dungeon. Sweat was pouring down the raider's forehead from nerves. He really hoped that the information they received would be reliable. A portal to the first room appeared ahead, and the men stopped, not daring to go there. But no one came out to meet them. It seemed that the first room really was not guarded. The man said with relief that everything seemed to be true. The news that the monster had not appeared 2 months after Histalt's raid was very timely. The stranger turned to the others and said that they would definitely be able to profit. They began to chatter in anticipation of the profit. They passed through the first room without any problems. The second one also turned out to be empty. The raiders' joy knew no bounds. There were no monsters in the third room either, but there were no treasures there either, just like in the previous ones. The raiders began to speculate that the information might have leaked out, and someone had already been to the dungeon ahead of them. They argued about whether the ancient core could be that ancient, or whether someone had simply taken all the treasures already. The squad leader said that in the next room there is a dangerous plant growing called anthropophago, and that they need to be very careful with it. This is a spiky monster with vines. Its stems are so strong that they can serve as material for weapons and armor. The main thing is to process it correctly, and you can sell it profitably. The raider said that they would definitely try to get the vines. That way they would definitely come out on top. Someone asked what would happen if the fifth room turned out to be empty. One of them said that he wouldn't go if there were monsters there. They would die with one hit, because the squad's rating was only C. The first man replied that he did not intend to return from the raid empty-handed. It was not in his interests. He added that those who want to return can do so right now, but then they should forget about their share of the spoils. They entered the room and began to look around, and indeed there were many branches of a plant with thorns. The leader of the squad squatted down, armed with a knife. He suggested cutting up as much as they could carry and quickly getting out of there. The man raised his dagger and was ready to start working that very moment, but something made him freeze in place and not move. With empty eyes, full of primeval horror, he looked at what was happening, never lowering his blade. He didn't finish his sentence and fell silent. One of the raiders asked him to repeat what the captain said. He didn't hear. The huge mouth opened wide to swallow the entire squad in one gulp. The people turned around and ran away. On the floor of the fifth room of the dungeon, gloves, a bag, and a huge dagger that had never been used were still lying around. Patrick and Renee looked over the trophies and sighed that again they hadn't found anything worthwhile. The pathetic little people had died because of greed, but they could have survived if they had turned around and left. The homunculus hissed angrily that she hated people for their greed, and then the skeleton decided to ask if Swallow had eaten his fill. The dungeon boss replied that his stomach was still growling, but the raiders turned out to be little better in taste than those undead from Haston. Patrick cheerfully noted that this was predictable. Judging by their clothes, these were not residents of the Empire, but guests from the Western Kingdom. He was simply not accustomed to the taste of foreigners. Picking up a piece of cloth with a coat of arms that confirmed the skeleton's guess, Renee reported that the invaders had come a long way. Swallow laughed and joked that the world had become much more convenient. The exotic delicacy was now available for home delivery. Patrick did not appreciate the humor. The skeleton reminded them that it was high time they hired new monsters. Rumors that the ancient core was empty were spreading too quickly. The boss yawned, and the Death Knight was indignant that he couldn't be so irresponsible. A little more, and he himself would fall into apathy. Patrick reminded them of his resignation letter and demanded that the boss come down to them immediately. The skeleton smiled ingratiatingly and turned to Melge, proclaiming that the lady had come to visit them at just the right time, which was a great stroke of luck. Thanks to her detection magic, they instantly know about the invasion and take the necessary measures. The demoness laughed happily. Swallow continued the topic and added that the Demon Queen was very reliable, which caused a storm of indignation from Renee. The girl reminded him that she also had magic powers, and the boss gently stroked her head, telling her that she was wonderful and also a great girl. Now it was Melge's turn to get angry, and she said in an icy tone that she was glad to help the great dungeon. Patrick exclaimed enthusiastically that her help was simply invaluable. They were able to avoid many problems only thanks to the Demon Queen. Here Melge began to shyly squeeze the hem of her dress. She clearly wanted to ask something but didn't know where to start. Finally, she plucked up her courage and asked how long she would remain in the ancient core as a guest. At this time, in a completely different dungeon, one monster bowed to the second and informed the master that the preparations were complete. Baring his sharp teeth in a disgusting manner and flashing several pairs of yellow eyes, he added that they could immediately move towards Utica. The second monster looked at him with a pleasant, calm gaze. It was His Majesty Ubar, the Demon King. Melge decided to leave the dungeon and take a walk. She needed to think. The demoness sat down on a rock and looked at the moon. She was very sad, had no money, no place to call home, no definite plans for the future. In a few days, there was to be a meeting of the Demon Kings, and Melge couldn't decide whether to go to it or stay in the core of antiquity. She looked into space and tried to make a decision. There was not much time to think. Then Patrick appeared at the cliff and said that the air today was very refreshing. It really got to the bone. Melge asked if he had gone out to get some fresh air, and the skeleton reminded him that he didn't really need the air. He asked what the demoness was doing there. She replied that she had gone out for a walk and asked a counter-question about the same thing. Patrick said that since he doesn't have to waste time sleeping, he devotes it to training, honing his skills. When the demoness asked if he could really become even stronger, the Death Knight replied that as soon as he stopped training, he would fall apart into pieces. They remained silent for a while, the skeleton thinking that this was the first time he had spoken to Lady Melge face to face. He coughed and suddenly said that Mr. 118 Tentacles had almost recovered. Even Lady Renee was going to visit him soon. The demoness looked at him with a surprised look. It sounded like an invitation to a date or something like that. On the other hand, hadn't she dreamed of getting into the ancient core since she was young? So why not meet its second oldest monster? They went underground and visited their friend, all three of them. His condition could hardly be called good, but the recovery process was progressing. Renee counted how many tentacles she had managed to grow so far. There were 68 of them, that is, a little more than half of the previous number. The maid added that the regeneration speed needs to be increased. At least another 10 are needed to feel confident. Melge took one tentacle in her hand and asked if the monster had really fought against the Histalt Trade Union. Patrick remembered that the Demon Queen's castle was just near the territory where the capital was located. The girl sighed. News didn't reach her right away, so it was difficult to keep abreast of events. She knew firsthand about Bern Histalt's squad, which had maimed Mr. 118 Tentacles. It was their leader who had killed Melge's father. How powerful was Swallow if he ate Bern without even noticing and dealt with the rest of the raiders in the same way? Melge gently stroked the tentacles and thought that she herself would not be able to cope, even with one of the opponents of Bern's level. The demoness became very sad. The girl felt that being in the core of antiquity was simply not her honor. She muttered that if the tentacles didn't recover soon, they should think about recruiting more new monsters. Renee immediately became cheerful and suggested that they only accept men, like those golems from the fourth room. Patrick objected that this was too much, and they began to argue, but then Melge loudly called out to her comrades. Both fell silent and looked at the demoness in surprise. Such behavior was completely out of character for her. Melge looked each of them in the eye and in a confident voice announced that she was leaving and was going to go to Utica. At this time, Sir R continued to talk with Win Historia. He was interested in the condition of the girl's wounds. She replied that everything was fine, to which she was advised to keep quiet about it. Nothing good would happen if people noticed her regeneration speed. Edelbrace suggested they have some tea. He had some goodies in stock. Win reminded them that the night's meeting was about to begin. The guy stopped right next to the open closet. He pretended that he had completely forgotten about the upcoming event. He looked into the closet and asked if the maid had come. The girl replied that she had not, but that she had left the room and gone out into the city. Sir R asked in a puzzled tone to go to the meeting room without him. He would join everyone a little later. Wynne and Garreau asked not to linger. They were alarmed by the need to sort out the paperwork right away. The guy stopped in front of the cupboard and asked a question into nowhere, whether he knew which maid washed the tea set. There was no answer, and Edelbrace asked again, emphasizing that this was important for him and for all the knights. Then something flashed in the darkness, resembling a barely noticeable face in a mask, and promised to sort out the issue in the near future. Thousands of confidential documents were scattered around the room. Anyone could read them, and she had to be gotten rid of immediately. Sir R looked into the darkness and ordered to find all the maids and get rid of them within 4 days. No need to send a report. It was approaching 12 o'clock, time to join Gareth and Historia in the boardroom for the night's meeting. Edelbrace thanked everyone present for taking the time to come and discuss the black catastrophe and the ancient monster that had caused it. One of the men countered that the imperial court had ruled that the black catastrophe was not Swallow. Hadn't that been the case? Scout leader Cart clarified. Sir R replied that the announcement of the court's decision was made only to calm the townspeople. Cart asked if there was any evidence that it was the Devourer. Edelbrace replied that he had seen it with his own eyes. Swallow had fought with Wynne, and Miss Gareth Azanalaja had lost her arm because of him. Someone shouted that this was a blatant lie, to which the knight asked to look at the girl. She was present in the hall. When Historia became sad, remembering the events of that day, the man who doubted calmed down. After all, the word of a hero meant a lot. He asked where in that case there was a guarantee that the ancient monster would not descend on the capital again. Then they would be in trouble. Sir R replied that there were no guarantees, but since Swallow had come without any warning last time, it could happen unexpectedly, and we needed to prepare. Everyone present became gloomy and began to think about the difficult situation they personally, and the Empire as a whole, found themselves in. Then one of the men asked if the Black Wolf Knights had a plan for their preparations, or anything at all. Another replied that it didn't look like there were any gaps in the capital's security, meaning that it was simply impossible to stop Swallow, no matter how hard you try. Edelbrace replied that Duke Rolfos was absolutely right, so he proposed to discuss his question. He looked at the man carefully and reminded him that they absolutely needed to get their hands on the 36th masterpiece. Everyone gathered at the round table began to mutter that it was not so easy to find him. They were making every effort, but so far without success. Someone else added that, in addition to the masterpiece, even the brachycephalic tooth that was recently found is now with Swallow. R sighed that they are powerless against it. When Historia thought that humans were generally very fragile, but even someone like her couldn't leave a single scratch on the ancient monster. Edelbrace stated that they could only overcome Swallow's incredible power with the help of the 36th masterpiece, which is why it must be obtained. He suddenly fell silent, pursing his lips. It seemed that another thought was bothering the knight, so he needed to voice it. Sir R stated that Bishop Riaz had been behaving very strangely lately, and everyone looked at him with bewilderment and indignation. The guy explained that he was spreading rumors that the Black Disaster was God's punishment for the sins of the Empire. The woman jumped up and screamed that she had never heard such nonsense. Someone objected that the Emperor had always oppressed the Church, and that was the result. Here she flew into a real rage and ordered everyone to watch their words. They could be tried for treason. Edelbrace nodded gratefully and looked down, glad that he didn't have to voice it in person. The woman became even more angry, mistaking his joy for mockery, and shouted that soon they would all stop laughing. The voice sounded so loud that it seemed to everyone that the walls in the room were shaking. It was already beyond Edelbrace's patience. He said that everyone has the right to their own point of view, but he did not mock her words at all. The woman continued to be angry. An unpleasant grin appeared on her face, but the screams still stopped, which was good news. The leader of the knightly order, Black Wolf, told her that she should not overestimate her own strength. He added that he did not intend to treat this carelessly. The outline of the invisible man's face flashed again on the left. He nodded as if he had received an order regarding the woman. If no action is taken, the Empire risks splitting into two camps because of the bishop, and this cannot be allowed to happen. 3 masterpieces out of 36 are in the hands of the Church. They are called sacred relics, so the bishop cannot be allowed to break away. Otherwise, they would have to start a war, a great holy war, Edelbryce concluded pompously. At this time, in the core of antiquity, Patrick informed the boss that Melzu had left, and he asked in surprise how long ago it had been. The skeleton got angry. Did he really have nothing more to ask? The Demon Queen had left them, and there was a chance that she would not return here. The Death Knight began to accuse Swallow of laziness and indifference. It was because of him that Renee left them, and now Melju, he reproached the monster. He tried to justify himself by reminding them that there was a meeting of demon kings in Udic. He would take a walk and return. There was no problem. Patrick put his hand on the monster's paw and said that things might not go according to plan. What would they do then? He screamed in a loud voice that he wouldn't survive if Melju didn't return. Without her, the dungeon was completely defenseless. Swallow replied that the demoness had not said that she was going to stay there, so why all the stress and trouble for no reason? Patrick said it was because Lady Melju had been acting strange before she decided to go. Instead of saying when she would be back, she said she had to go and that was it. Maybe it was skeletal paranoia, it's hard to say. Renee said that she also found it strange. Maybe the Demon Queen wants to gather her own powers. The maid was preparing something magical in a huge cauldron, and Swallow's appetite woke up. It smelled very delicious. He asked what kind of dish it was, to which the homunculus happily replied that it was a stew filled with mana. The boss seemed a bit sluggish to her. Time to perk up. Swallow shouted that she apparently wished him dead. Patrick did not understand what caused the displeasure, but nodded. The skeleton and the maid had a little squabble, but the boss quickly calmed their emotions with a flick of his tail. Swallow was about to have a hearty meal, so he asked if his subjects had any more information for him. Patrick and Renee smiled conciliatorily and announced in unison that it was time to urgently resolve the issue of hiring new monsters. The dungeon boss narrowed his eyes and asked why they always tried to push all the work onto him. He fell onto his back and prepared to go to sleep, announcing that he would not take another step from here for the next couple of days. Lying down, he reminded Patrick and Renee that they were the defenders of the dungeon, so let them do their job. Patrick sighed and admitted that the boss was right, and Swallow was so shocked that he even raised his head to look at his friend. The skeleton realized that he had been too accommodating and added that things wouldn't work like this. Everything needed to be discussed in detail. The Death Knight reminded him that all matters related to resolving affairs in Haston now fell on his shoulders, and that meant a lot of work and a huge amount of money. Swallow sighed that he knew there was a catch. That's why his friend agreed so easily. He knew he was too busy and couldn't. The skeleton said it would be Renee. The thought that Renee, who was in love with him, would go and return Melia made the boss feel sick. It was a sure guarantee that they would never see the demoness again. The homunculus also understood this perfectly well, so she joyfully exclaimed that she would complete the task with great pleasure. Swallow knew from her reaction that his fears were well-founded and muttered that Renee still had problems with her eyes and also had a lot of work to do with the tentacles. He also added that the city might be suspicious of the girl's appearance, and Patrick confirmed that this was indeed the case. The Death Knight's eyes lit up with an evil fire, and he kindly informed him that the boss could rest, leaving all the work to him and Renee. Swallow realized that this was a trick, and that he simply had to go to Udica himself for Melja, otherwise disaster would happen. Then Patrick remembered something and called out to the boss, who asked with a displeased look what else he needed. The skeleton began to suspect that Lady Melju might not take his appearance quite as they expected. Meanwhile, the carriage, drawn by a country horse, approached the city. The coachman in a funny straw hat was chewing a blade of grass. He was glad that he had arrived without incident. Melju got out of the carriage and he wished her well, noting that it must not be easy to travel the world at such a young age. The girl was a little scared. She herself did not expect that she would risk going to such a place. It was the mercenary city of Knecht, and even its appearance did not inspire hope that the walk would be pleasant. The townspeople were fully consistent with the status of their place of residence and looked extremely dangerous. Knecht was on the border between the territories of the Empire and the alliance of the kingdom, but did not belong to either side. A quarter of the population was involved in the raider business, one way or another connected with the conquest of dungeons, but Melju did not find any maps or street signs. The Demon Queen wandered the streets and thought that it was her first time visiting such an unfriendly place. It looks like she'll have to navigate by the stars to get to Udica. Like in the last century, I never knew. Here she came to a strange building that looked abandoned, but was no less in size than the palace of the Demon King. Squinting her eyes, Melju noticed that everything around him was covered in a thick layer of mana. This was clearly done intentionally. She saw that there were no more than 10 people inside, no less powerful than the mages from Riaz, as well as a lot of information about raids and monsters, but nothing else interesting. At the entrance stood a huge thug who just stopped a visitor who wanted to go inside. The man showed some kind of shiny gold card, and then the guard allowed him to enter the building. Melju realized that this was the squad's sign and that she wouldn't be able to enter without it. It looked like it would be quite difficult for her to obtain the necessary information. Then she saw a black and blue haze near the entrance. It was something unexpected. It seemed there were other options. An idea struck the demoness, and without thinking, she turned in the opposite direction from the entrance. Within a few minutes, the Demon Queen was walking down a narrow corridor lined with heavily barred cells. From behind the metal bars appeared the huge teeth of some mutant or monster. Judging by its shape, predatory, and the eyes of another sparkled in the darkness. The smell was so strong and disgusting that our heroine was forced to cover her mouth and nose with her hand. One of the monsters had recently had lunch, and streams of fresh, bright red blood were rapidly flowing out of the cage onto the floor. Standing in the middle of a corridor of cages, each of which, judging by the glow of their eyes, contained a monster, the demoness realized with horror that they had been captured and held here against their will. Then a man in stylish purple shoes came out to meet her, and upon seeing the girl he exclaimed something like a greeting in a thin voice. It was difficult to tell whether the person in front of her was a man or a woman. The hair, makeup, manicure, and clothes were in conflict with the figure and the rest of the appearance, but the voice was thin. Still, it was more likely a guy. He asked what the young lady was looking for, and Melju came closer. Then a loud bark was heard in the next cage, and there sat a monster, outwardly no different from a cute fluffy puppy. Melju looked in his direction and realized that she simply had to take him. Eyes sparkled from the other cells as if asking why she had not chosen them. The man introduced himself. It was Pun from the Albright Merchants. He bowed low before the Demon Queen. He looked closely at the guest and thought that she looked very young, but considering that she had gotten here alone, she was clearly not as simple as she seemed. Such a girl could not simply be the daughter of one of the aristocrats, but even with the help of special skills, Pun was unable to find out who was in front of him. He decided to be as polite as possible with his guest just in case, otherwise you never know what might happen if he angered someone powerful. The demoness said that her name was Melju of the Agreus clan and asked what kind of place this was. Pun replied that it was a storage room for items and monsters from raids. He added that they are usually used to create weapons, armor, artifacts, and potions, but he just sells them. Melju decided that she should take a closer look. After the castle was restored, she would need to replenish her army. Saying that he had everything one could wish for, Pun introduced her to a huge lycanthrope. This powerful demonic creature, capable of holding its territory to the end like an army commander, looked terrifying in chains. Melju began to cry. She remembered her father's lycanthrope and how he was always determined to win. and she was very upset. Looking at the monster again, she firmly stated that she needed it. Let Pun announce the price for the demon. The man raised his hands in surprise. 4 B-class raiders gave their lives to catch the monster. It is very dangerous. Melju simply looked at him menacingly and asked him to name his price without going into unnecessary talk. The merchant began to leaf through his notes, constantly repeating the word lycanthrope. He pretended that he could not find the necessary price list. Finally, he announced the price of 250 ounces, and the demon queen could not contain her emotions. It was very, very expensive. She thought that she had money, but still the price was somehow completely inhumane. Squeezing the bag of coins, the girl became despondent. The demoness remembered how Renee had given her this award as a kind of thanks for helping Mr. Swallow and all of them. Considering that the maid with the blade gave her 500 ounces, the lycanthrope would have cost her exactly half of all the money Melzu had. She decided that she couldn't spend half her fortune before she restored her castle, so she declared that she would look at some more monsters. The demon queen looked into the cages. Pun followed her and said that there was no need to rush. Let her choose wisely. Here Melju stopped at one of the monsters and asked what it was. The merchant replied that he himself did not know. The raiders brought it from the dungeon. That's all the info. It was the same dog that she noticed first. Pun explained that the puppies were left without a mother and were whining a lot. Looking into the dog's eyes, the demoness almost burst into tears. These were abandoned children, as lonely as she was. The girl reached her hand between the bars of the cage to pet the dog, and the merchant was afraid that it was dangerous. The man insisted that they were demonic creatures, but the dog stuck out its pink tongue and licked Melja. She started scratching his neck, and the dog was blissful. The demon queen reassured Pun that everything was fine and she was not going to blame him for anything. The monster literally melted with pleasure and behaved like an ordinary puppy longing for affection. It seemed that the choice had been made. The girl looked at the dog with a look full of love and tenderness. It was a match. After looking around the other cages, Melzu realized that she didn't even want to look at who was there. She asked Pun how much this child cost. The moon brightly illuminated the area, and the demon queen was happier than ever before. Now she had a faithful companion, just like herself. She watched the puppy running and frolicking in the grass and couldn't believe that she had bought him after all. The demon behaved like a normal dog. He was happy with his freedom and asked to play with him, at least a little. But the most amazing thing is that it changed in size literally in a matter of seconds and was now 10 times larger than in the cage. But the demoness was not particularly smart. She decided that the darkness and black fur of the puppy were to blame, so she was not able to correctly estimate the size right away. Melzu decided not to rack her brains and immediately announced that from today on, the pet would be called 20 ounces, and he barked happily. Here the Queen of Demons looked at the sky and realized that it was already dark. She was told that in Knecht the sun sets half an hour earlier, but the girl forgot. Both the girl and her dog looked at the moon. Melju sighed that the beauty was incredible, and the sky near the core of antiquity was also beautiful. Then she decided that there was no point in whining and told her pet that she needed to get to Yudica as soon as possible. He looked at her meaningfully, as if offering to mount her, and a few seconds later the dog was already racing across the meadows, driven by Melzu's joyful cries. The moon continued to shine brightly, giving the abandoned cemetery a special charm and enchantment. Melzu dismounted and looked ahead. It seemed they had arrived at the right place on time, not a minute late. The deer standing on the hill among the gravestones seemed to confirm this thought, with its bright yellow monster eyes flashing. The demon queen had been here before, so she knew the rules. She told the deer that a great guest had arrived. Let him show her the way. For some time, the monster continued to stand silently, without making any counter gestures or making any sounds. He then took on a more humanoid form and greeted Melja with his full name and title. Elegantly extending his paw, the gatekeeper suggested that she go to the ruined monastery beyond the mountains. The rest of the demon kings were already there. The girl nodded. The dog was not allowed to enter the event, But the demon did not want to lag behind its owner, confidently following her. Melju looked back and said that she could not take her pet with her. It was strictly prohibited by the rules of the event. She began to scratch the puppy's neck and explained that nothing bad would happen if they were separated for a while. He should just sit where the mistress ordered and wait. If he sees a person or someone else, then hide. She was sorry to leave her new friend. He got unspeakable pleasure from hugs and petting. The puppy would be uncomfortable alone. The demon queen suddenly thought that the name 20 ounces was somehow offensive and that she urgently needed to come up with something better. She looked closely at the huge black dog, and then it dawned on the girl. Why not? This is a great name. Of course, there could be problems with him if she returned to the core of antiquity, but that was not in Melzu's plans for now. Looking closely at her pet once more, the demoness noted a certain resemblance, and without any further hesitation, named him Svald. The puppy really liked the new name. He was very happy that he had now acquired such a powerful title. With the words that Svald must wait for her, Melju flew to the meeting place of the Demon Kings. As she was leaving, the girl shouted to the puppy not to try to be naughty and do stupid things, and she thought that if anything happened, Swallow would forgive her. At that very moment, the dungeon boss screamed that he would never forgive this, not to the demoness, but to Patrick. The skeleton reminded once again that they had been cursing him for hundreds of years, but at least someone in the dungeon had to be reasonable and responsible. Swallow said he really hoped Patrick would soon be struck down by osteoporosis, and the skeleton laughed that this was something new. He added that there was no need to be offended. Let him consider it a rescue mission or a light warm-up. He threw something to the boss, saying that there was no way around it. Swallow caught it and asked what it was. Another bracelet containing mana appeared on the palm of his hand, and the ancient boss asked how many more the Death Knight had in his stash. While the chief was fastening the artifact on his hand, Patrick replied that there were about 30 lying around somewhere. He didn't know the exact number. Renee came up, and the boss asked if it was the skeleton who said that they were very expensive and that he spent all the dungeon's savings on the purchase. He denied everything. For a while, Swallow simply stared at his subordinate in silence. 2 minutes passed, maybe more. Finally, he gently asked if his friend had deceived him. Patrick sadly replied that he simply wanted the artifact to be used with caution. Renee tried to somehow attract attention to herself and hung around nearby, demonstrating her eagerness to get on the road as soon as possible. She had packed so many things that she was barely noticeable behind her backpack. The girl asked how long they had been waiting for her and said that she was ready to leave immediately. She closed her eyes dreamily and thought that this could be a honeymoon, but just traveling with Mr. Swallow alone wouldn't be so bad either. Patrick and the dungeon boss suspected that she had special plans for this trip, but they did not comment on anything so as not to further inflame the atmosphere. The ancient monster literally jumped up and said that it was time to go. Patrick barely managed to shout after him that he was not finished yet. He reminded them both to be serious and not to forget about the main purpose of their foray into the human world. The skeleton began to loudly beg that when they returned, they would not find that they had destroyed half the world. He even added that he was begging. Swallow asked Renee what the first destination was, and the girl replied that Knecht, in the city of mercenaries, all the necessary information could be obtained. The boss agreed that Knecht sounded good. He was ready to go anywhere, just not to listen to Patrick's moralizing, at least for a while. The skeleton looked after them and thought that he was experiencing some strange feeling, like a bad premonition. His skull was simply splitting at the thought that sending the couple together had been a huge mistake. The Death Knight sighed and decided that as long as everyone had a head on their shoulders, there shouldn't be any problems, major ones at least. Meanwhile, Melchu was on the ruins of the former monastery. The place was specially camouflaged from prying eyes. She stepped over the threshold of the hall where the meeting was being held, a little hesitantly. It was clear that the event was rather pompous. The Demon Queen was very sad. It had been so long since she was here last time with her family. The meeting of the Demon Kings of Judica was held once every few years for all representatives without exception, but attendance was not mandatory. The hall was filled with horned men, women, and boys, all of them full of self-importance. Melju walked between them. Unnoticed by anyone, she had chosen her true identity and was too short to immediately attract attention. But still, the little girl got a couple of displeased looks. It can't be said that they were happy about her appearance. The demoness took a glass and poured plain water into it. This time she decided to abstain from alcohol because she looked her age. Besides, she was a little worried because she hadn't visited Utica for a long time. The rules might have changed. She remembered looking at this hall from her father's hands and almost crying, feeling miserable and lonely. When they came here with their family, the baby was always the center of attention, and how could it be otherwise? She was cute, and her parents were influential. Melju stopped in the middle of the hall and realized that not a single soul had come up to even greet her, let alone chat. The girl drank her water from a luxurious glass and thought that no one here cared about her at all. Then someone pushed her, and the demon queen was doused with water. This was the last straw. Her patience simply snapped. Melju looked back and bared her teeth, hissing that no one dared touch her with a finger. What disrespect! The tall man looked at her with complete indifference. The demoness suddenly felt that he was not the king of demons, but then what was he doing here? She prepared a magical charge and shouted that no one dared to crash into the demon queen. Now she would teach the impudent fellow a lesson. He couldn't help but smile. The situation was truly stupid, because the young man's red eyes betrayed his true nature. The guy snorted and walked on. This angered Melja even more than before. She was ready to rush after the offender and give him a slap. She was so much smaller than her opponent that laughter was heard behind her. Everyone was unanimous in the opinion that such a small fry had no right to be called the Demon King. Melju cried and thought about how these bastards looked down on her, although they had no moral right to do so. Before, they kissed her father's feet. The girl said that let them laugh. A little later, she would make everyone regret it, as soon as she gathered her great army and returned here. Then someone's hand fell on the demoness's shoulder, and she widened her eyes in fear, deciding that someone had decided to teach her a lesson for her insolence right now. Melju turned around menacingly, shouting that no one dared touch her. For the second time that evening, it sounded even more comical. The blonde looked at the girl in surprise. There was surprise and joy on her face. She asked if Melju had really come here. The girl looked at her childhood friend in surprise. It was the demon queen named Marmolia. She grabbed her friend in her arms and started chattering about how she was just happy that Melju was alive. She was very worried. She hugged the demoness and tried to remember when they saw each other last. It seemed to be during their studies. She tried to break free from her embrace. Finally, the girl managed to free herself and stated that she wanted more respect, to which Marmolia laughed that she didn't think they would move to a formal relationship. She winked at her old friend and suggested that they go somewhere first, but it seemed that refusal was not an option. The girls returned to the mercenary city of Knecht. At night, it was even more unpleasant than during the day, but the walk was not long. Marmolia brought Melja to the hotel, threw a couple of coins at the reception desk, and asked for the best room for them. Some people also tried to rent a room at the hotel, but the innkeeper looked at them with a bit too much distrust. Some beggar came with a maid and tried to occupy good quarters. Everything would have been fine, but they paid in gold. Before he could even step over the threshold, Swallow spread his arms wide and prepared to jump straight into bed. Renee said goodbye to the innkeeper, and the ancient monster had already carried out his intention, assessing the softness of the feather bed. The innkeeper wished them a pleasant stay and reminded them that they could call him if necessary. The dungeon boss was about to go to bed, but the maid noticed that they had other plans. Renee explained that there was an adventurer's shop nearby, but Swallow replied that he simply had to rest. She could handle it perfectly well on her own. The girl continued to persuade him to go there together and buy a couple of monsters for the dungeon, but the hero was stubborn. Swallow looked very tired, and Renee decided that she shouldn't push him too hard. It wouldn't be long before he had a nervous breakdown. She was very excited about the upcoming events, because such an opportunity only comes along a couple of times in a lifetime. Renee remembered how she was cooking a stew, and Patrick came in asking if the maid would like to have a nice time alone with her boss. She asked if it was a date, but the skeleton objected. She would need to tell Swallow a couple of times that she was going somewhere alone, but in fact, the two of you would go together. It will be a short trip, Patrick added, and Renee, delighted, immediately began to dream up a bunch of romantic nonsense. Swallow realized that he would not be allowed to sleep and began to rise slowly, sighing that it was very unfair to deprive the monster of the opportunity to rest. He stood up and said that they had to go as quickly as possible to finish their business and go to sleep. The girl decided that Patrick's advice did not work, but it was nice. The homunculus's eyes lit up. She decided that if that was the case, she was important to the boss. Perhaps they would soon have a closer relationship. Soon they were standing at the threshold and ringing the bell to enter. The sound was quite sharp and loud. Renee had been imagining the whole time how she and Swallow would get married. Their future together was bound to be happy. The ancient monster himself did not share her enthusiasm at all. He was so tired that he already looked like a Neanderthal, practically unable to comprehend anything. At this time, Melzu and Marmalia were sitting at the table and talking, and her friend said that she had heard that the castle of the Demon Queen had been destroyed and had passed into the hands of people. She stated that everyone thought that the heir of Asmodeus had died, so where had she spent the last couple of months, if it was not a secret? The demoness decided that there was no need to mention the ancient core and simply said that she was hanging around here and there. Here Marmolia placed her adult hand with long red nails on top of her childhood friend's childish hand. It seemed she was trying to get closer. With a smile, she said that, whatever the case, it was very good that Melzu remained alive. No one even counted on that. The demoness almost burst into tears. She was not used to someone so openly expressing concern for her fate. Marmolia listened in surprise to her confession that she should have hated her friend, just like all the other demon kings. Melzu explained that this would be logical, since their fathers didn't get along well with each other either, if her memory serves her right. The girl laughingly replied that these were their problems, which did not concern their daughters. Let the squabbles remain in the past. She added that now they themselves had become kings, walking their own path. The butterfly, the symbol of Melju, flew to the web. Danger was approaching. Marmolia smiled and asked her friend if she understood correctly that she came to Utica expecting some help. The Demon Queen remained silent. She was thinking hard about how her childhood friend could know about this. A spider was approaching the same butterfly that had fallen into the web, and the tragedy was getting closer and closer. Marmolia stated that she was speaking as a friend now, not as a demon queen, and that if Melju put in enough effort, she would be able to solve all of her problems. She extended her hand and called Melia to return to the castle and restore everything. She replied that, unlike her, Marmolia had matured a lot. The demoness looked gratefully at her childhood friend and thanked her for her help, promising that she would definitely rebuild the castle and return all of her father's possessions to herself. The only answer was a smile. It was impossible to say whether it was joyful, sympathetic, or sarcastic, just a smile. Shaking Melcher's hand, Marmolia said in an uncertain tone that the girl would cope with everything. There was no doubt about it. The spider grabbed the butterfly with its paws and was preparing to deliver the final blow. The victim found itself in a hopeless situation. Melju remembered how, as a little girl, she constantly argued with her friend, declaring that her dad was stronger, that he was a true descendant of Asmodeus. Marmolia screamed that her father had a cooler horn, so he would win any battle. He was much more powerful and strong. The girls fought and quarreled constantly. They did not have any particular disagreements, but they found a reason for the conflict without any particular problems. Their fathers never got along with each other. Most likely, this was the result of their subconscious influence on their daughters. When there were rare hours of calm, the girls could well consider each other good friends. There was a wonderful moment in their lives when they both fell asleep next to each other and saw a wonderful magical dream. There they played among the butterflies together, and Melju thought that it was at that moment that they began to change. The fact is that their fathers also watched this dream together with their daughters after the girls woke up. The phenomenon itself was too curious and rare. At that time, the young demon queen was bathed in the love and adoration of her parents, and this became the main factor that shaped Melju's character. Marmolia's family did not have open displays of emotion. She looked at her friend's happiness and slowly began to hate her. Now she took Melja by the hand and led her to the door, saying that she wanted to show her something interesting. The girl followed her and thought that her friend had become quite an adult, while she herself was still a perfect child. She seemed to read her thoughts and looked back. Melju asked where they were heading. Marmolia said that she couldn't help her friend rebuild the army on her own, but the other demon kings could help. Melju entered the room behind the door, full of hope and gratitude to her friend and her fellow demons. But after a couple of seconds, her face began to change. It became full of fear and disappointment. Everything was not at all as it should be. The demon kings greeted Melja with contemptuous, hateful looks, and it was immediately clear that no one was even thinking of helping her. Marmolia bowed and reported that she had brought her. Melju looked in surprise at her childhood friend who had betrayed her. Melju realized that since then, Marmolia had not changed at all, and remained a mean and envious hypocrite. Melj de Lymph Agrea knelt before the demon king Ubar, who represented the fourth generation of direct descendants of Satan. He sat on the throne towering over his subjects, and shouted loudly that she had greatly disappointed them all. Marmolia glanced sideways at her former friend, and contemptuously called her little silly Melzu. Did she really expect that the demon king, who had lost his entire army, power, and territory, would be welcomed here in Utica? The girl replied that she suspected that she would not be greeted with fanfare, but that she could not even imagine that everything would turn out so bad. Ubar turned to Melj once more, indicating that she was a descendant of Asmodeus himself, and that was worth something. He continued by saying that he was going to give the demon queen a chance to justify herself, and she asked him in confusion what that meant. There was no answer, and then Melju began to explain that there had been a misunderstanding. In fact, she had not lost the battle with the people. Looking at the faces full of distrust, Melju, almost crying, added that she was not lying at all and was not downplaying her guilt. Everyone looked at her as if there was no worse and more despicable creature in the world. Someone said that the loss of an army was precisely a defeat. Another added that a demon king without a castle and subjects is not a king. There is no point in coddling her. You just need to kill her. Someone suggested that Melj look at herself from the outside. Whether it could be said that she really had not lost, the girl became completely dejected. She realized that facts were facts that could not be refuted. A demon king who had lost his army was no longer a king. The demoness lowered her face in shame and said in a trembling voice that she admitted her guilt before everyone. Everyone around her began to shame her and accuse her of having the audacity to show up in Utica. They suggested killing her and stripping her of the title of demon king. Melzu listened to all this and did not even try to object. She herself believed that she deserved such punishment. At first, suggestions to kill her were made once or twice, but now calls for reprisals were heard in chorus from all sides. Someone reminded them that their meeting had a different purpose, and that it would be better to decide what to do with Melzu on the last day, rather than today. But what to do with the disgraceful woman until then? It was necessary to figure out how to prevent her from escaping from here and avoid punishment. Ubar asked for silence. He needed to think before voicing his decision regarding the fate of the descendant of Asmodeus. Finally, he ordered Melja to be locked up in prison until the last day of Judica's meeting, and then they would sort things out. At this time, Swallow and Renee started arguing outside the artifact shop, each having their own point of view on how to choose monsters. But first, they had to get inside. There was a security guard at the entrance, who categorically refused to let them in without showing their insignia. It was a restricted area. He didn't understand why the beggar and the maid had come here at all. Besides, they looked extremely tired. The maid had a solution for this case too. She showed 2 gold badges of A-class dungeon raid participants. Clearly, no one expected this. He escorted the guests to the entrance with honor. Swallow asked where the badges came from. Renee shrugged and explained that she found them in the dungeon and chose the cleanest ones. The boss remembered that there really was a lot of this stuff there, and Renee continued to rejoice at her enterprise. They looked at the wall with leaflets about raids into dungeons. There were so many of them that doubts arose that the heroes would have time to read them all. Swallow asked what they were supposed to be looking for. Renee muttered something, and they got to work. The main goal now is to find a strong monster that people can't defeat. This will be the main candidate for entering the service of the ancient core. Swallow immediately imagined Patrick's reaction to any option. He thought that he could just take any monster. There would still be some complaints. Renee took the task very seriously and really studied the information. The boss decided to rely on her choice. She thrust a stack of dossiers at him on monsters just below the level of the great dungeons of evil. But the devourer yawned, too lazy to study them. The seller apologized and said that they had been there for quite a while. He was going to start cleaning, so he suggested that the guests come back tomorrow. Renee asked to hold off on closing a little longer, but the man replied that everyone had already left long ago, and for the sake of the two of them, he had already hung around there a couple of extra hours. Renee thought that if it dragged on until tomorrow, the date would fail, and Swallow just wanted to sleep, not waste another day searching. The girl said that she would never come here again tomorrow, and the boss suggested simply killing the annoying merchant. But money became the best solution. All the claims disappeared at once, and our heroes were able to continue searching for monsters. The homunculus saw data on another interesting raid on the top shelf and ordered it to be retrieved immediately. They looked through the information in several more weighty folders, but still could not find the right candidate. Swallow was practically asleep, but suddenly he suggested that the maid read about some ancient slug, and she became interested. The girl looked and admitted that the choice was excellent, but his dungeon was too far from them. There would be problems with transportation. Swallow sighed and asked if it wouldn't be better to just recruit Melia. Renee replied that having the demon queen watch the room was a bit petty. The ancient monster admitted that in reality he was simply too weak to ask her about it, that's all. Renee replied that given the level of people attacking the dungeon, Melju would reach her limit in about 3 years, but the role that suited her best was that of a demon king. It was in this image that the demoness made the greatest impression on the maid. She was magnificent. Who knew that it was not always like this? Swallow leaned back on the couch and sighed that she was right, but he still should have at least asked. He continued that it was Melju who helped Renee the most in returning home. Perhaps he let her go too easily. The maid calmed down when the boss remembered that, on top of everything else, he had completely destroyed the Demon Queen's castle. Swallow stood up and asked how long the meeting of the Demon Kings would last. The maid replied that it would be about 2 days. If he wanted to make it in time, he would have to hurry. When asked if he could handle it, the ancient monster replied that he would try. There was nothing he could do if Utica ended up too far away. Renee added that in order to find the gathering, one must be able to read the stars. She heard that it was a hereditary skill of the Demon Kings, but she didn't know how at all. The boss turned away and was silent for a while, then said that he could do it. The maid looked surprised, but left the phrase without comment. They left the building, and Swallow looked carefully at the starry sky, needing to refresh some memories. In the same way, sometime later, he looked at the starry sky, standing on the ruins of the monastery where the meeting of the Demon Kings was taking place. The gatekeeper deer and the demon dog sniffed the air and almost simultaneously felt a strange sense of unease. Swallow took a step forward. It seemed they had arrived at their destination on time. The meeting had not yet ended since the gatekeeper was on duty. The deer screamed at him to stay put and show himself before he could see who dared to invade Udica's secret lands. After looking at the ancient monster, he noted that the man did not look like the Demon King, and looked at him expectantly. He said that further entrance was only for representatives of this race. If he takes another step, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Swallow walked forward. The gatekeeper shouted that he was Bamit, a servant of the great Ubar, and that the fool must stop immediately, or he would die in agony. He rushed at Swallow, shouting that while he was guarding this place, such idiots should not even come near him. The demon became truly huge and roared menacingly that the uninvited guest should prepare for death. He still did not understand that the person in front of him was not a human. Swallow grimaced and asked Bamut why the hell he was yelling so loudly. No one here had hearing problems. Marmalia visited the dungeon where Melju was sitting, noticing that it wasn't that bad there, judging by the appearance. The girl sat with her arms around her knees, not raising her head. Her childhood friend noticed that she also looked better than expected. She continued that there had just been a discussion on what to do with the Demon Queen. Since they were friends, she did not support the idea of killing Melia as a warning to others. She didn't react, and Marmalia explained that she, as a friend, simply couldn't allow this to happen. She complained that it was very difficult for her to convince those present. It hadn't been that difficult for a long time. Marmalia even offered to guess what punishment had been chosen for her childhood friend. She seemed to have absolutely no idea what a sense of tact was. The Demon King sentenced Melia to have her fangs torn out and her horns sawed off, the main attributes of belonging to their race. The girl continued to listen silently, and the demoness lamented that now everyone would definitely look at her with contempt. Then my childhood friend was overcome with memories and began to tell me that she had really wanted to see me before. Melju was broken and depressed, so she didn't react to this phrase in any way, continuing to think about her own. Then Marmalia added, but most of all she always wanted to see her in exactly the same state as now, disgraced and damned. The Demon Queen ignored this too. Then her former friend said that she had an idea, since she would be left without horns and fangs, attributes of her race. She had a proposal. Let him become her servant. If he diligently licks her heels, he can even count on a salary. Melju continued to remain silent, and this drove Marmalia more and more furious. She couldn't understand such apathy. Then 2 demons came and said that they were ordered to escort the criminal to the courtroom immediately. Marmalia proudly straightened her shoulders and ordered that they seize her and take her there immediately, and that they not be shy along the way. Melju began to slowly rise from the floor to her feet. She had no intention of resisting or trying to escape. Peacefully standing between the demons, the girl announced that she was ready to go, and they howled that she was so bored. Narrowing her eyes, Marmalia hissed that in fact the fun was just beginning. Let them wait about 10 minutes. They entered the hall and loud whispers began to sound from all sides. The Demon Kings were eager to administer justice. One of them read a speech about how no one dares to disgrace the title of the Demon King. So now a trial will take place where a suitable punishment will be chosen for the criminal. First and foremost, Melju must answer for losing the trust of the demons, who have faithfully served her family for many years. For this, a severe punishment will be assigned, which will be able to return weight to the very title that the girl desecrated. Her Demon King horns will be sawed off and her fangs will be torn out, as well as her claws if they are available in this form. Melju de Lymph Agrea also has the right to have the last word before the sentence is carried out. The girl nodded and began by saying that although she had not spent much time behind bars, she had managed to think about a lot of things. But even now there are things that cannot be understood. Let's start with the thesis that the weak perishes, the strong survives. The Demon Kings looked at her in surprise. It didn't look like words of remorse or anything like that. Melju explained that initially the Demon King's army was gathered to protect him. The weak army fell. The strong queen remained alive, which is the essence of the problem. Everyone around screamed that she had committed treason, that her demons had died, and the Demon Queen didn't see a problem with it. What impudence! Melju asked in surprise if they wanted to accuse her of abandoning her army during the battle. The girl indignantly asked if anyone present knew how she treated her demons. Marmalia burst out laughing, which caused several puzzled looks from her colleagues. She said that Melju should stop these pompous speeches. Her army was simply wiped out, and the Demon Queen herself was weak and in a pitiful state. She objected that her condition was quite normal and it was just not clear why there was this trial and these accusations, discussions of punishment for offenses that did not exist. Marmalia shouted indignantly that it was time to stop this chatter. She didn't understand why the great lord of the Demon Kings wouldn't stop this farce. Melju looked at Yubar and simply asked him if she was right in her judgment. She turned to Sir Yubar again with the same question, and he continued to sit silently on the throne, deep in thought. Marmalia cried out how her childhood friend dared to address a higher being in such a way, calling him not Lord, but simply Sir. Someone suggested tearing out the demoness's tongue along with her fangs. Yubar called on the crowd to calm down, replying that he was not impressed by this speech, and Melju had already lost everything. The Demon Queen fell silent. She already understood that her words played no role at all. No matter what was said, it would not affect the outcome. Here she felt cheerful. Yubara was called a supreme being, with all his narrow-mindedness and limitations. No, the Demon Kings are clearly not a supreme being. Thinking about Swallow, the girl began to feel much more confident and calm. It was a little strange. One of the executioners shouted that they would first carry out the first sentence and then think about punishing her for her insolence. The demon with the cleaver approached him and chuckled, saying that apparently they should work well together. He turned to Melj and said that now it would be very painful for her. Let her try to enjoy the moment as much as possible. The monster announced that he was going to start with the Demon Queen's horns, and she sat completely still, ready for anything. Then a loud slam of doors and the sound of footsteps were heard in the hall. Everyone froze. Melju felt a timid ray of hope. Marmalia glanced at the door with displeasure, but while no one entered the room, all the events took place outside. Yubar leaned his head wearily on his hand. He didn't like the noise, but he had absolutely no desire to waste time on finding out. Melju heard her dog barking and wondered if the devourer could have come all the way to Utica for her. It seemed incredible. The Demon Queen thought about this and dismissed the thought over and over again, but still returned to it again. How much more pleasant it was to hear the barking of a dog outside the door than all the shouts of the crowd gathered in the hall to carry out the sentence. The girl thought that Swallow would not have come here, even the fact that she heard his voice behind her back, the usual jokes of the psyche. Melzu didn't want to turn around until the very end. Tears gushed from her eyes, but sooner or later it had to be done, considering that no one had started to saw off her horns. Finally, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and turned around. Swallow was sitting on Yubar's throne in a relaxed pose. He was completely pleased with himself. The ancient monster smiled and said in a cheerful voice that it seemed to him that Melju was in some minor trouble. Once upon a time in this place, in Udic, there was a huge castle, and next to it a monastery of servants of the dark forces. The Demon King lay defeated, his horns broken, and it would be hard to imagine a greater humiliation. Swallow towered over him in armor. He thought it was the last one, but why resist and die? Demon Kings are so stupid. Then he heard someone hiccup loudly behind the mountain of corpses. It seemed there was still one survivor here. True, this creature was much smaller in size than the others, but the ancient monster decided that if the demon had horns, then it must be one of the race of kings. He asked how old he was. It was difficult to tell by his appearance, and even asking him to raise his head did not give any result. Swallow thought about it. The dungeon boss once again ordered the young Demon King to raise his head and look at him. A snort was heard in response, and the order was carried out. Swallow noted that the youth's horns were very beautiful and asked his name, and he whispered something about the devourer. That's true, but he needs to say his name. The Demon King clenched his teeth, trying to gather all his will into a fist. Tears welled up in his eyes as the boy looked at the supreme being that could destroy him with one finger and whispered that his name was Yubar. The Demon King Lord closed his eyes and then looked back at the meeting room, the memories becoming a thing of the past. He looked at Swallow and Renee and couldn't believe that he had once again encountered an ancient monster from the famous ancient core. Someone called out to the Lord. He didn't answer and watched as a huge dog entered the courtroom. The demon kings would never have allowed a dog to enter Judica before. The demon puppy rushed to his mistress and, not paying attention to what was happening, began to cuddle and lick her face. Melchu smiled broadly, but decided to scold her pet for not following the order to wait for her outside. Marmalia clenched her fists in disgust and anger. It seemed like she would just explode on the spot. She shouted at Swallow and Renee that no one dared interrupt the court session. Let them immediately answer which king they served. The maid with the blade was so indignant that her eyes popped out of her head. She barked at the creature to know its place. The boss calmly asked her not to get angry. It seemed they had interrupted some important process. Swallow then apologized for disturbing the court hearing and explained that they were not there on anyone's orders, but were simply passing by. He stood up and walked towards the crowd of demon kings, saying that he was now very interested in something. The boss of the ancient corps asked if he understood correctly that those present were condemning Melcha, who had nothing left at all. And so they treated the girl with contempt, entertaining themselves with mockery and inventing punishments. The answer was silence, and Swallow said that in that case, his solution would be to destroy all the armies of all the demon kings. He stopped in front of Yubar and asked that in addition, he would deprive them of all their horns and fangs. No one would be against that, right? Swallow smiled brightly, as if to suggest that he intended to keep his promise if he did not hear a clear answer now. The demon kings were silent. Their eyes began to glow, showing that in fact there was rage boiling inside their souls, but they were in no hurry to show it. At this point, someone's nerves gave out, and baring his teeth, one of the kings hissed that the scoundrel had gone completely mad if he was threatening them, and in front of Lord Yubar himself. Swallow replied with a straight face that he didn't think so. He just asked a question and wanted to get some kind of answer to it. The horned demon screamed that he should shut up immediately. If he continued to behave like this, he would be torn to pieces. He assumed a threatening appearance, surrounding himself with a whole wheel of huge swords, and shouted for the stranger to just die quietly. For a moment, Swallow looked at his opponent in bewilderment, but it was clear that he had no plans to waste time on him at all. Then the ancient monster simply yawned. The situation was starting to get annoying, boring. What was the point of wasting time? At this time, someone's powerful spell unfolded over the demon, and he burned in hellish flames in a matter of seconds without even having time to scream. Everyone looked at Swallow in horror, but he replied that there was no need to stare at him. It was the work of someone else. The ancient corps boss looked at the throne of the demon king lord, Yubar, and calmly stated that he was the one who cast the spell. The demon kings took these words with distrust and began to look around, seeking support from each other and from their master. Sir Yubar prepared a new magical blow, and immediately questions rained down from all sides about why he was doing this. The Demon King's lord frowned and asked menacingly how they dared to contradict the Supreme Being. Yubar apologized and said that anyone who raised weapons against the Supreme Being would be immediately destroyed. Marmalia could not understand what was happening. The Demon King Lord fell to his knees before Swallow and said that he was glad to welcome Lord Devourer. His subjects began to look at each other and ask each other whether it was really the same Devourer from the core of Antiquity dungeon in front of them. Yubar continued to lie on the ground in a bow, and gradually some of his subordinates decided to join him. The demon with huge horns bowed, but quietly asked why the Lord was doing this, and the Lord angrily called him an idiot, hoping that Swallow would not hear the question. He quietly hissed to his subject that if he hadn't stopped what was happening, the maid with the blade would have deprived everyone of their heads in 3 seconds. Renee looked straight at him as if she had heard what he was talking about. Yubar continued to grovel and hiss at the others to follow suit. Finally, the Lord of the Demon Kings asked Mr. Swallow why he had honored such a worthless place with his presence and made the long journey to Judica. Then the ancient monster remembered him and said that the baby had already grown so much that Yubar was unrecognizable at first. The Demon Lord obediently reported that it was all thanks to the favor of the ancient corps boss 900 years ago. Swallow leaned over him and patted him on the shoulder, telling him to get up, That's not what he came here for. The touch sent a sense of fear through Yubar that he had not forgotten for nearly 1,000 years during his last encounter with the Devourer. Now he felt like a boy again, realizing that he was literally a hair's breadth away from certain death. 900 years ago, the ancient monster also asked if the young demon king knew why he had come. He asked to voice any suggestion, but little Yubar simply remained silent. He did not understand why the Devourer came to the demon kings and destroyed them all except himself. The ruler was covered in sticky sweat. It seemed as if reality had become tightly fused with the past, and he was about to simply collapse in a faint. Swallow's look then, and Swallow's look now were almost identical, so ancient that the years had flown by as if they had never happened. The dungeon boss told Yubar that he shouldn't be afraid. Today he came for another demon, and the Lord asked who exactly. The Devourer replied that he had come for Melsha. The girl froze in surprise and even stopped petting her demonic dog. Renee called out to her and asked her to listen carefully to what they had come to say. Indeed, they had come a long way to get there. The maid began by saying that she, Patrick, and Mr. Swallow had discussed everything and had come to the conclusion that she would be useful to the core of antiquity. She invited the little girl to become a member of the ancient dungeon, and she could not find the right words to answer from joy. Renee continued that since Melju came here to renew the army, they offered her to become the manager of one of the rooms of the core of antiquity. She can choose monsters at her own discretion. The girl carefully asked again if she could really become a manager and use a new army of demons in the core of antiquity itself. Renee confirmed, but added that they would have to give it their all, like everyone else who lived in the dungeon, and then Swallow noticed that there was no one else except him. He explained that in fact, that was why they came here, because he had not rested for a long time, as a boss should, and could not leave the core of antiquity unguarded. Renee and the Devourer dropped down to Melj to help her up, but they were really interested in her answer. Swallow extended his hand to the Demon Queen and asked if she would agree to join them and take up a new position in the dungeon. Tears welled up in the demoness's eyes. She still couldn't believe that she was being offered such an honorable mission, but she nodded in confirmation of her agreement. She extended her hand to Swallow with words of gratitude, but the handshake did not take place for unrelated reasons. Marmalia jumped up to our heroes with a sharp squeal about how she simply couldn't allow this, it was unfair. She started yelling that how could a stupid idiot who couldn't even manage her own castle work in the core of antiquity? Marmalia screamed that she was constantly compared to Melzu, always put in second place, and as soon as there was a chance to punish the upstart, something strange happened again. She went to Swallow with the words that Meljuju was deceiving him, being completely useless, but the legitimate queen with an ancient lineage, herself, was another matter. The demoness said that she was ready to fulfill everything that Mr. Devourer wished, to give him her body and her soul. Swallow continued to watch the proceedings in silence and contempt, but a sinister light flashed in his eyes when Marmolia tried to touch him. The next second, Dandu's teeth flashed in the courtroom. Renee did not like such familiarity. She asked menacingly how the demoness dared to touch Swallow with her dirty hands. Marmalia realized with horror that this would not happen again. With a terrible scream, she looked at her bloody hand, on which there were now several fingers less she could save on a manicure. Melzu continued to sit on the ground. She even felt a little sorry for her childhood friend, and the girl called out to her. Yubar approached Swallow and began to offer his deepest apologies for such impudence, who shrugged and said that everything was fine. The Demon King Lord objected that this was not the case, but he would punish Marmolia so that she would not allow herself to do such a thing again. The guards silently approached and took the demoness by the arms, intending to drag her to the dungeon. She kicked angrily and called Melja for help. She resisted with such force that she even began to dig her heels into the floor, making a terrifying screeching sound. The sight and sounds are not pleasant, you must admit. Swallow yawned widely again. It was obvious that if he didn't get some sleep soon, a couple more cities would end up in ruins. Melju hugged her dog, and Renee carefully asked if she regretted agreeing to the offer, but refusing revenge. If she asked to destroy all the demon kings present at the meeting, Swallow would do it in a few seconds, and then their armies would follow. The little girl became sad, but replied that the core of antiquity would not benefit from this at all. She then explained that she had not left the demon kings alive out of the kindness of her heart, since now they would not look down on her. They might be useful in the future. Then she asked how they had discovered Judica's location, and Renee explained admiringly that Mr. Swallow could read the stars. Although the stupid gatekeeper refused to let them in, they found a cute demonic creature that clearly conveyed the scent of the demon queen. Melju began to pet the dog, calling him her soldier number 1 and almost voicing his name, but stopped in time, correcting herself to Swan. She did not turn to face Renee out of shame and asked if they were completely satisfied with her candidacy. The girl explained that she would try her best, but she understood perfectly well that the previous manager was much stronger. Renee replied that Melju was indeed not very suitable. In her estimation, he would last 3 years at best, and the raid could begin at any moment. The demon queen burst into tears but thanked her for hearing the truth, but the maid said she wasn't finished. She explained with a smile that they had come to Utica to take Melja only because the devourer wanted it that way, so they should just not disappoint him. The girl froze with joy. She began to rise from the floor, but then suddenly stopped moving and looked at Renee. After a pause, Melzu promised that she would not disappoint. She was determined to give it her all. Renee praised her for this approach, and to lift her spirits, she said that if anything happened, she could confess to Mr. Swallow at any time if something went wrong. Only now did the demon queen notice that she had not seen the boss of the ancient core dungeon for quite some time and asked where he was. At this time, in the meeting room of Judica, a discussion was taking place about everything that had happened on that fateful day. Sir Ubar sat on the throne with a gloomy look. His subjects could not decide who should speak to him first. No one wanted to get into trouble. But still, it was necessary to dot the I's and cross the T's, and one of the demon kings asked if there was a minute for him. As a representative of the northern Viramans, he wishes to voice the point of view of his entire clan on what is happening. He carefully began by saying that he knew that the Devourer was an ancient monster, the ruler of the strongest dungeon of great evil. But his whole family is interested in why there was such a sharp reaction to his appearance in Udic. Could the Lord of the Demon Kings not have behaved differently? Ubar understood what he was getting at and stated that there was no point in hiding the essence behind cautious words. They were interested in whether he had disgraced his title, weren't they? The Demon Kings tried to object that they meant something completely different, but no one listened to them anymore. But a representative of the northern Viramans confirmed that such a possibility exists, and he would like to hear an answer to his question. He tried to add that if this continued, they would not tolerate it, but then Ubar barked at the top of his voice that they were just arrogant fools. The Demon King Lord cast the giant's hand spell and grabbed the one who dared to defy him, raising him high into the air. He roared that he would not forgive insolence, even disguised as courtesy and caution. Perhaps Viraman was laying claim to the throne. How could he know? Here someone turned to Senior Ubar with a request to restrain his anger at least a little. He reluctantly stopped. Someone remarked that at this rate, Viraman would soon die, at which point Ubar squeezed his hand and tossed the dead body aside, asking who else wanted to talk. The subjects began to ask for mercy, and the ruler ordered everyone who did not have anything to add to get lost. He added that in the future he does not want to tolerate the slightest doubt about the correctness of his decisions and actions. The Demon Kings began to leave the hall, and Ubar wondered how the child of Agreus's line had gotten along with the ancient monster. Then Swallow looked into the meeting room and joyfully exclaimed that he was just looking for Ubar, who asked what Mr. Devourer wanted. The ancient monster was silent. Ubar asked again what was required of him, and the ancient demon slowly began to voice his wishes. The Demon King Lord thought that it would be naive to think that the ancient core boss didn't have ulterior motives, but he was willing to submit for the sake of his subjects. Swallow waved some object, saying that he needed to clarify something with the Demon King, and the man screamed in fear. The ancient monster asked in surprise why he was yelling and handed him what he was holding in his hands with a question. It was a description of some kind of dungeon raid. Yubar looked at the cover for quite a long time and did not understand what was required of him. Soon the detachment of our heroes left Udica, and for some time all three looked at the ruins of the ancient monastery. Renee stood with a backpack on her shoulders and loudly announced that for a long time she did not understand why the Monster Kings had called a meeting, but it turned out that it was because of Melju, who would have thought. Swallow handed Yubar several volumes on raids and ordered him to find him a couple of suitable monsters, because who, if not the Demon King, should understand this? He thanked her for the honor and prepared a detailed report. Renee was happy and praised her boss for his activity in solving their main task. They had already turned around to duck when someone called from behind and asked them to stay a little longer. They both looked back. It was Melju, who had sorted out her affairs and was now ready to help her colleagues with their luggage. Renee said that she could handle it on her own, but asked if the demoness had any other business left in Udica. She looked back into the basement and replied that she had already finished everything. There was no point in looking back into the past now. She should think about the future. Melju declared that her greatest dream had come true, and now she had to not let her down by becoming the strongest demon queen, because she would guard the core of antiquity. The girl suggested returning to the mercenary city. Swallow wanted to get some sleep, but Renee replied that they should stay here for a few more minutes. In Udica's dungeon, which had recently been Melju's sleeping place, footsteps were heard, and someone's voice asked if she felt okay. Two demons, one in human form, the other resembling a wolf, came to Marmolia. She came to her senses and looked at her hand and fingers, sewn on with the help of magic. Realizing that they were moving and that sensitivity was preserved, the girl tried to feel her horns, but they were not in their usual place. She looked closely at the demons, as if seeking confirmation that this was not a dream. They were a little confused. Then they explained that the Demon Queen had been unconscious for about a day, but she didn't listen and immediately screamed where the scoundrel Melzu was. Hearing that she had left the village with the ancient monster, Marmolia began to wail again, and it was discovered that she no longer had fangs in her mouth either. She was so angry that she was ready to tear someone to pieces. The demons asked her not to worry about the horns. There were good reasons, and besides, there were several benevolent kings left. Marmolia asked them to shut up immediately. All she was interested in now was killing Melia as quickly and painfully as possible. She began to bite her nails, trying to think of the most successful way to carry out this revenge. She needed to think carefully. Marmolia thought out loud that the power of the Demon Kings was not enough. Someone capable of resisting the monster from the ancient core was needed. The demons were taken aback. Here, the demoness's face reflected joy. It seemed she had come up with someone who could go against the devourer and help her. Edelbrace came to the abode of the people of the Third Eye and said that he wanted to ask them about something, or rather, to ask. The man in the blue cape with the image of eyes remained silent, and Sir R decisively stated that he was interested in homunculi. At this time, not far from Knecht's hotel, two men got into a fight. They weren't trying to hurt each other, they were just pushing each other, apparently having had a little too much to drink. The noise was a bit of a nuisance to the guests, but not to Melj and Renee, who were studying the information about monsters that the Demon Kings had collected. Both were delighted. They did not expect that it was possible to collect and structure data so carefully and in such detail. Even raid requests were copied. Swallow tried to sleep, but was constantly distracted, this time by the remark that the Demon Kings had gathered monsters of their level and above. To Melzu's surprise, the Blade Maid wasn't thrilled with the offer. All these monsters weren't quite right for them. For example, the Queen of the Succubi, Ulizaveta, looked like a dangerous harlot in the image, but in reality it is not a fact that she had any combat skills. Renee tore the piece of paper furiously, her face suddenly becoming rough and manly, perhaps out of jealousy. The underground giant Lamia was also rejected by the homunculus. The note said that she had very beautiful skin. The maid waved Dandu's teeth several times, and shouted that this was also a miss, Melju began to understand what was happening. Renee pointedly stated that all the monsters they had picked up were completely useless for their purposes, and the Demon Queen had to agree. The maid added that they did not meet their high standards, and Melju began to wonder how she had met them. The girl immediately remembered her second image and decided that Renee had treated her so badly before because the maid with the blade was worried about her beauty. Swallow continued to sleep. Renee announced that she would continue looking at the questionnaires. Melju happily volunteered to help. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in Riaz that would greatly influence the fate of our heroes. There they also collected information, but not reports on raids and monsters, but about the powerful boss of the core of antiquity. There were plenty of books, but all was not it. Sir R. Edelbrace was quite tired. Resting his chin on his hand, he tried to remember where he had read the necessary information about the Devourer. The knight remembered the tone in which he asked him about how the man was going to deal with the consequences. He needed to find a way to get rid of the ancient monster. The existence of the Empire was at stake, and the man was ready to take any measures to protect it, but now he was panicking. There was an insistent knock on the door, and Garat reported that there was no one else in the corridor. R allowed her to go inside. The girl did not go further into the chambers, pressing her back against the door, and asked the captain if he had managed to find anything. Instead of answering, Edelbrace asked to pour him a cup of tea. Either he wasn't going to say anything, or he had a long story ahead of him. Garot was a skilled magician. She did not approach the cups and tea, but solved the issue exclusively with the help of magic. The teapot rose into the air, a cup and saucer joined it, and the drink poured out of the spout itself, as if by magic, or rather, precisely by magic. When the tea was in front of him, the knight reported with satisfaction that it was much better this way. Now they could talk. He stated that the books contain a lot of information about the core of antiquity and its features, but there is nothing about Swallow himself. Everyone who got to him is dead. R added that in any case, reading was useful. The more he learned, the more interesting one moment became for him. Edelbrace became interested in the identity of the guards and the very meaning of the existence of this ancient dungeon. At the same time, so many raiders and heroes died there that the gatekeepers were clearly no pushovers, and it wasn't just the boss. You can ignore the tentacles, because everything about them has long been known and described many times, but there is not a word about the rest in the books. Even if we take random factors into account, it seems strange that all the dungeons are concerned with increasing power, but the ancient core does nothing of the sort. As if he doesn't need an army or resources, then what is Mr. Swallow's main goal? It is completely unclear. Garot sighed loudly and lowered her eyes to the floor, saying that first she wanted to tell the captain something important, and he realized that she had come for a reason. The girl reported that the Third Eye had sent an urgent message. The Demon Queen Marmolia had requested a personal meeting with Sir Edelbrace. Sir R and the knights went to the mercenary city of Knecht, not even suspecting that his enemy was there, only not at the Third Eye, but in the inn. He walked down the street and climbed the steps of a fairly large building, somewhat reminiscent of a museum, a university, or an ancient temple. The man in the blue cape with 3 golden eyes on it thanked the knight for agreeing to come. He added that the demonic side was clearly in a hurry, which is why they chose this meeting place, but he personally would not advise people to go there. It was too dangerous. Before he could finish speaking, Marmolia's voice was heard from behind him, and she stated in surprise that she had expected the old man to come, given his status as the leader of the people. Garot was about to launch a spell at the impudent girl, but Edelbrace gestured for her to wait a bit. The Demon Queen, accompanied by her familiar companions, declared that Sir R was a real handsome man and that they should work well together. The knight stated that his name was R. Edelbrace Gar Livestein, and the message sounded rather ambiguous. The demoness narrowed her eyes and reminded him that it said there that she would not have bodyguards or weapons with her, but he himself had come with security. She was confident that if necessary, she could resolve the issue by force, which is why she behaved so casually. The third eye suggested that everyone present stop swearing and first sit down at the negotiating table. The Demon Queen decided to go first and said that near her castle there was a village called Rozoid with a population of 400 people. If something went wrong, everyone would die. Edelbryce listened to the threat and noticed that Marmalia herself was acting much more suspiciously than he was. He pretended not to notice that he was served in a cup instead of a drink. Thanks to Garat, the deception was revealed instantly. The demoness stated that it was a test to see how strong R was. She didn't feel any aura from him, so she carried out such a test. The knight suggested getting down to business. Marmolia's eyes flashed, and she said that a demon king would soon leave Knecht, and he had to be killed. This is exactly what she came to ask Sir Edelbryce to kill this creature, for which he will receive a reward. The knight asked if he really wanted them to fight an army of demons, dying in vain for no apparent reason. Marmalia objected that this was not so. Only one Melja needed to be killed, the very same demon queen in question, for her head people would receive a generous reward. She stated that as payment, she could offer a couple of demonic creatures kidnapped for experiments. Edelbryce looked at her and replied that he would not make such a deal, or rather, he would simply reject the offer. The demoness was indignant that he was not satisfied. This was a good offer. Why was he refusing? Was the price really too low? The knight chuckled and shook his head, after which he calmly said that this was not the case. There was another reason. Marmalia started shouting that she didn't understand why he came here then. Did the leader of the people really not need anything? That can't happen. R noticed that the demon queen had no fangs and her horns were sawed off. She was either trying to lure him into a trap or she was in deep trouble herself. These thoughts were written all over his face, and Marmalia was furious that the man dared to look down on her. R calmly replied that nothing of the sort was happening, that she was hiding something, and that his intentions were completely clear. He had come to talk. But he doesn't understand at all why she asked for help in dealing with one demon queen, even without an army. Is Melzu really that strong? He narrowed his eyes, noticing how the demoness tensed up at the mention of the name of her hated childhood friend, and clarified that there really was no one behind her, or that was not true. The demon queen jumped up again, showing that the knight's guess was correct, and he sighed with satisfaction, as he had thought so. He turned around and ordered Gareth to leave. There was no point in them getting involved in a conflict between demons. Marmalia realized that now people would simply leave and revenge would remain a dream. She screamed, asking them to stop. The demoness said that there really was someone behind her. Sir R replied that he had already understood this, after which he said goodbye. He even reached out his hand to open the door when he suddenly heard that along with Melju was an ancient monster from the notorious core of antiquity. When Marmolia said Mr. Swallow's name, Edelbryce's eyes sparkled, and he changed his mind about leaving the room. The demoness was mumbling something about how there had to be a way to avoid his notice and kill Melia, when suddenly Sir R said that he agreed to this deal. The demon queen didn't expect it to be so simple and for a person to change their mind just by hearing about the devourer. Edelbryce once again repeated that he gave his consent to personally kill the demon queen named Melja de Lymph Agrea. The spider, the symbol of Marmolia, almost fell off the wall, so deep was the shock experienced by its mistress at these words. The demon queen froze, muttering about how she didn't give her full name. How did the man know the details? Did he come to the meeting prepared, or what should I understand this to mean? She asked Edelbryce in surprise how he knew about Melzu and why he didn't immediately tell her that he was aware of the matter. Sir R asked in bewilderment how he could not know about the demon queen who had established her castle right next to the capital. He extended his hand to the demoness and informed her that he should hurry if Melzu was to leave the mercenary city soon. Marmolia noticed that the knight's demeanor changed dramatically at the mention of Swallow. Now she wondered what that could mean. She reminded them that they had 400 hostages in their hands, so if he was planning something against her, he should stop immediately. Edelbryce calmly replied that she could very well kill these people, destroying the village completely, if she really wanted to. The demoness raised her eyebrows in surprise. Such an approach seemed very stupid to her, to which the knight replied that if this sacrifice would help to revive the greatness of the empire, then it would not be in vain. Sir R narrowed his eyes and said that he was sure that the inhabitants would accept death with honor for such a goal. It was unclear whether he really did not value human lives or was simply bluffing. The Demon Queen was really angry. It seemed like she had been tricked. Edelbrace reminded her that the conversation was over and the deal had been made. It wouldn't hurt to pay up. The spider began to move towards the opponents, and the knight declared that he wanted to get the promised demonic creatures for experiments. He added that fortunately, there was already one of these right in this room, and that was quite enough for him. The Demon King is a fine laboratory specimen, Edelbrace explained. Marmolia screamed, and her companions tried to cover their mistress with themselves. The Demon Queen screamed that a mere human had doomed himself to certain death and gave the order to the demons to kill everyone present. The knight only raised an eyebrow. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Sir Edelbrace knew exactly his desires and possibilities, thinking through every move in advance. A little later at the hotel, Swallow was awakened again. He was still unable to sleep and rest properly. Renee said that the sun had risen long ago. It was time to get up. The monster asked for at least 5 more minutes, but the maid replied that he had already said this 3 hours ago. The boss raised his hand to shield himself from the sun's rays and asked since when they had been concerned about the morning and the daily routine. The homunculus looked at Melia and replied that it was time to take extreme measures. Let him use that very spell. The Demon Queen pointed her magic staff at the target and prepared to perform magic. She was extremely proud of the honor bestowed upon her. At first, the mercenary city looked quite ordinary, but then the light clouds in the sky began to evaporate rapidly, and there was more and more light. A stream of sunlight hit Swallow right in the face, so much so that he thought he was blinded, and he shouted that he understood everything and was already up, and that they should stop immediately. He noted in surprise that he didn't know demons could use light magic. Melju explained that the spell was called genocide and used radiation, not light. Renee immediately announced that if Mr. Devourer was completely awake, it was time for breakfast. This news did not please the monster too much. The homunculus handed him a bowl, saying it contained roast goat and stewed vegetables, but the dish was green and fluorescent. Swallow asked where the original ingredients had gone. The food looked like a homunculus. Renee asked what he meant. The boss looked embarrassed. Here Melju noticed that Mr. Patrick's pigeon had already arrived with an answer. The ancient monster asked what kind of answer it was. Renee ignored the question and added that the letter also contained an insert, some kind of piece of glass. The maid demonstrated the object. It was a mirror. Swallow yelled that if this was a hint that he needed to take better care of himself, he was offended. Melju explained that it was a means of communication. She took a piece of mirror in her hands and explained that she needed to pour mana into it. If she was not mistaken, the attempt was successful. Immediately, an image of the Death Knight appeared in the mirror. He coughed and asked how he could hear. Swallow first reported that Patrick's nostrils were all over the screen. The skeleton screamed, "Why start with complaints right away?" He then said that he had contacted them because he had heard from Renee about Miss Melju's success and wanted to talk about monster recruiting. The girls pretended not to hear, and the ancient monster simply ignored them, asking where Patrick got that thing from. The skeleton explained that he had borrowed a piece from Bathory. It was a mirror in her room. Everyone was surprised that Elizabeth shared. The Death Knight replied that it wasn't free. Bathory wanted blood, but he was a skeleton, so he promised some blood to Renee when she returned. Here he realized that he had said too much and asked in fear if the maid was nearby. Patrick could tell from the look on the boss's face that he had screwed up. Renee looked into the mirror and screamed furiously that she was there and heard everything. Her voice was threatening and extremely loud. Instead of a skeleton, the mirror began to show emptiness. Everyone began to call for Patrick, but he did not appear, although the device worked. A second later, the Death Knight reappeared and asked how they could hear. Now everything was fine and the real Patrick was speaking to them. Renee replied that there was no point in pretending. They had figured him out. It was too late to pretend not to say anything. Dondu's teeth were already ready to cut off his head. Patrick continued in a confident tone that he really hadn't found anything worthwhile in the requests for monster extermination sent to Renee, so he had chosen other options for them. Renee was surprised. She did not receive any additional information. Swallow and Melju pointed her to the back of the letter. After looking there, the girl discovered that there were even monsters there that were not hunted. Patrick said that he spent a lot of time searching. He explained that he had been watching them for a long time. They were weak individually, but together they could become an insurmountable obstacle for the raiders. Swallow squinted and asked what he meant by long ago. Why then had they gone so far in search of new monsters? He asked menacingly if Patrick had started following them before he sent him to study the information and look for monsters. The skeleton opened his mouth to answer, but then the image froze and only sound remained, and this sound was like the sound of a battle. Then two silhouettes flashed on the screen, but it was impossible to make out who it was. The noise continued. Melju slowly said that this time the connection seemed to have really been broken. Renee confirmed that she thought so too. Swallow introduced Patrick and thought he was willing to let him get away with the trick, since he was currently fighting off an attack on the dungeon. Sir Edelbrace looked at the heads of the destroyed demons at this time and thoughtfully said that he was not surprised. They were completely untrustworthy. They had prepared so many fighters for an ambush that it was simply beyond comprehension. Fortunately, the knight came accompanied by the hero and quickly solved this problem. Only the Demon Queen remained alive, and Sir R headed straight to her. They needed to discuss the details. Two guards stood over her, holding huge swords to her neck to prevent her from attacking. The demoness was furious. Marmolia shouted that if the man thought he could get away with it, he was wrong. The other demon kings would take revenge. Edelbrace replied that he didn't care. The man looked at her with slight regret and explained that he should understand correctly. He was truly grateful to her for the work she had done. Thanks to the Demon Queen, people now have the opportunity to deal with the Devourer, and this is worth a lot. Marmolia was taken aback. Then she started laughing out loud, repeating the words, "figure out," and "Devourer" countless times. R asked, offended, what was making her laugh so much. The Demon Queen replied that his words were simply hilarious. Does he even know who he is going to deal with? It is beyond comprehension. She stated that it was simply impossible. It seemed that the little man had no idea how terrible and powerful this ancient monster was. The third eye replied that there was no point in listening to this demon. One could simply thank him for the excellent material. Edelbrace asked if he was sure that everything would work out. The hooded man said that he would do everything as it should be and create an absolute homunculus that would be invincible. Some monster caught Marmolia's spider and ate it with satisfaction. It seems the Demon Queen was finished. Now she will become someone else. After some time, the squad of our heroes left the city of mercenaries and went, following Patrick's instructions, to the habitat of new monsters. They were flying on the back of some monster summoned by Melzu, and below them lay a valley among clay mountains. Swallow remembered the skeleton's instructions that he had sent him on a journey personally to improve relations with his subordinates. Here, Melzu informed the boss that they seemed to have arrived at the right place. It was time to go down. Once on the ground, the entire team was in no hurry to get off their vehicle. The Demon Queen muttered that they made it just in time. Their target was a golem. It had amazing regeneration, instantly collecting stones after a blow with the help of clay, and in Patrick's opinion was ideal for the core of antiquity. The golem disappeared, and the travelers had to rise into the air again to see what mountain he had disguised himself under. An amazing skill. Not far away, Renee noticed the movement of the stones and showed the others where to look. It seemed the golem had not gone far. Swallow noted that this was a magical golem. If it could regenerate forever, then its powers must be supported by a magical stone, the core of the monster. He stated that they simply needed to find the stone and take it. But Renee did not share this strategy. The homunculus was trying to draw the chief's attention to something else. The golem was so huge that the first thing the maid with the blade was worried about was whether it would fit into the core of antiquity at all. The monster ran up and prepared to attack them, and to Renee's words, the devourer modestly noted that he somehow fit in there. Melju took a closer look at the golem and reported that it looked quite strong, and was indeed a great option for a dungeon. She took the staff and said that she would temporarily restrict the monster's movements so that her colleagues could find and take the stone. Swallow advised her not to worry and thanked her for the ride. It seemed the boss had his own plan of action. He stood up resolutely to his full height, preparing to go down, and declared that they would quickly finish this. The devourer walked towards the golem through the air as if on a solid surface. The girls did not know that he had such an ability, and their mouths opened in surprise and fear. The golem swung its fist to deliver a punch aimed straight at the ancient monster, but it remained completely calm. Renee and Melju chose to dive down, as they thought it would be a little safer on the ground than in the air. Swallow engaged the golem in a fight, if you could call it that. It was so much smaller than him that it was hard to imagine how he was going to win. Because of the golem's size, it was unclear what was going on at all, and the girls were very worried about the devourer, both of them. Soon, huge stones, or rather fragments of the golem, flew in all directions, and nothing became clear at all. From beneath the clay boulders, which were slowly beginning to come back together, came an excited cry that Patrick had managed to unearth a real tough guy. A second later, the golem was again shattered into small pieces by the impact, some of which rose so high into the sky that they would have significantly slowed down regeneration if they had fallen a kilometer. The ancient monster was extremely pleased with himself as he tested the strength of his fist. Swallow enthusiastically reported that he was enjoying this fight. After some time, the stones finally fell to the ground, and the golem began trying to gather them together in order to continue the fight. Melju, Renee, and the dog took to the air again. Now it was dangerous to be on the ground again. You could get hit by debris. Then the maid called out to the demoness and asked her not to stand there like a pillar. They needed to find the magic stone. Swallow stood in a crater left by a huge boulder and hid something under his cloak, saying that they had sorted it out and who was next on the list. They went to another area, a little more swampy, where monsters of a different type lived. One of them told his colleagues the news that, according to rumors, the golem from Stone Mountain had disappeared after yesterday's earthquake. The second replied that the silver wolves that lived on the plateau above the canyon were also enslaved. At least that's what they say. The monsters came to the conclusion that if humans were behind this, then at this rate they would soon get to them too, when a fourth one approached them and ordered them to be silent. This Cyclops was especially huge, like a leader. He said that there was nothing to worry about what had not happened yet. Their dungeon was well hidden. No one knew about it. Renee, standing behind him, asked Melju if she understood everything well. Sir Patrick had proven to be an excellent informant. The Cyclops turned around sharply and looked at the girls, after which they asked who they were and how they got there in the first place. Renee began to explain that they had a proposal for cooperation, to which the Cyclops widened their eyes and screamed that now it was clear who was kidnapping monsters all over the area. The leader raised a huge bat studded with metal objects and announced that they would not give up so easily. The maid with the blade told her colleague that words didn't work on the Cyclops, which was a pity, because it was possible to do without casualties. They looked at her in confusion. It seemed that a threat from the mouth of such a little girl might mean nothing, but the monsters felt that it was significant. The girls continued on their way, discussing what had happened. Both had not expected the monsters to be so weak. A moment after the words about unnecessary sacrifices, Renee put Dandu's teeth into action, and the Cyclops would no longer be able to think about anything. Now their heads lived a separate life. Our heroes arrived at the place indicated by Patrick and looked at the list to find out who was next. A certain monster Yaksha was listed. At that very moment, a voice came from somewhere above, saying that they were not expected to be able to find him, because it was not an easy task. Renee and Melju looked in the direction of the sound and saw a guy hanging upside down. He noted that, according to rumors, the Cyclops that live nearby have already lost their heads. The Demon Queen noted that rumors were spreading quickly, to which the boy, jumping to the ground, noted that the reason his people had survived was because they were good at obtaining information. Renee replied that in that case he should be well informed and she would not have to go into a long explanation. Yaksha, and it was he, proudly announced that he knew they wanted to offer him a job in their dungeon. He added that he agreed, but only on one condition, after which he called out to Swallow, addressing him somewhat too rudely, "Hey you." The ancient monster was sleeping and had just begun to open its eyes. Renee almost exploded with rage. The guy asked if it was really the devourer in front of him. Yaksha began to warm up his fists and offered Swallow a fight. He was always interested in checking how strong the ancient monster was. Renee hissed that she would deal with this impudent fellow herself, but the boss replied that since he was so eager, he agreed. He stood up and lazily muttered that he was ready to see what his impudent opponent was capable of. The dog Melju looked at the guy as if he were food. He made several passes with his hands, testing his strength and mana reserves, after which he declared that everything was going just perfectly. Yaksha assumed a fighting stance and commanded Mr. Swallow to fight him with all his might, without giving in. The ancient demon's eyes lit up with fire, and he asked if he really wanted him to fight to the fullest. The squad returned to their now familiar hotel room in the mercenary city of Knecht to rest. The ancient monster fell onto the bed and screamed that he had had enough. How much more nonsense could he suffer? It was time to return to the dungeon and get a good night's sleep. Melju confirmed that she was also very tired. They had been walking around the area for 2 days. They say that if you overdo it, you can even run away. Melju handed over a bowl of treats and offered everyone to have a snack. There was no time to cook, so she simply bought food in the city. The monster threw all the food into his mouth as if he hadn't eaten for a month. At that moment, Renee looked at the list and reported that the only monster that had been successfully recruited so far was the golem. The Cyclopes and Yaksha went to their forefathers. The naive boy did not expect to die from Swallow's little finger, and Arachne had already apologized for declining the offer. But Renee was still pleased and noted that they got a lot. It was a truly memorable campaign because they killed everyone and got trophies. Melzu squealed with delight. She couldn't wait to see what kind of treasures were in the chests and boxes she had obtained. Swallow began to sort through the loot and reported that there should be a lot of artifacts and magical tools there. He dumped a bunch of things and started rummaging through them, muttering under his breath that he was looking for anything that could mess with Patrick's bones. Quite unexpectedly, the devourer found an object that really interested him. I wonder how the monsters got hold of it. It was a beautiful red flower, quite fresh, and Swallow asked the girls what it was. At this time, Sir R went to the third eye to find out how the process of creating the homunculus was progressing. The man in the blue cape bowed respectfully before him and thanked him for the copy he had provided. It turned out to be very good. Edelbryce looked at him and calmly replied that all this was being done only for the good of the Empire, so there was no need for gratitude. The man replied that it was so, but he had not even expected such excellent material, after which he invited me to evaluate the result. It was wonderful. The knight looked at the created and connected to life support tubes and thought that wonderful was not quite the right word. Then he smiled a little sinisterly and thought, why not? Let this creature be considered beautiful. Looking at what the Demon Queen had become, he slowly said that he was satisfied with the result of the experiment. Edelbryce asked when it would be possible to extract the creature from the flask and test the skills. Third Eye replied that it was too early. There was no need to rush. If not all processes function properly, the homunculus will not live longer than 2 days. The creature must be given time to grow stronger. Sir R stated that this was enough for him, and the man agreed to make concessions, stating that the creature was extremely strong and should cope with the task. Swallow continued to look at the beautiful flower and asked Melju if it was magical. The girl replied that yes, but it had already been used. only the protection spell remained in effect, so the thing was practically useless, although beautiful. Renee suddenly said that this flower would look good in the hair. The demoness agreed that this was indeed the case. Then an idea occurred to Swallow, but it was so out of character for him that the ancient monster's eyes widened and Renee feared for his health. He ordered the maid to stand still and approached her at a distance of a step. The girl did not understand at all why this was necessary and what he was doing. Melju covered her mouth with her hands in delight. Renee continued to fuss, and the boss ordered her not to move. How many times can I repeat this? A second later, the deed was done, and Swallow took a couple of steps back to assess the result. Melju continued to cover her mouth with her hand so as not to squeal with delight. Renee looked stunningly beautiful with the flower in her hair. Even the Death Eater complimented her, saying that she looked very cute. He thought that Renee had always worked very hard, but after arriving in Necht, she had changed a little, as if she had rested and become more cheerful. Swallow felt that she seemed to be expecting something from him, and besides, he had never given the maid gifts, which is why he decided to do such a thing. Melzu finally opened her mouth and said that Renee was very beautiful. The homunculus could not believe that this was being said to her. The ancient monster said that if she didn't like it very much, she could find something better, but the maid was very happy and bowed in gratitude. Then she straightened up, and it became obvious that Renee was absolutely delighted. She exclaimed that she was incredibly happy. Swallow couldn't find anything to say in response, but simply muttered that he understood. Melju was seriously touched. But she couldn't forget about business, so the maid decided to look at what was next on the list. There were 2 more places. Swallow, who was getting ready to sleep, slowed down. He really didn't want to continue all this, but he didn't want to listen to Patrick's reproaches and spoil Renee's mood even more. When Historia faced the exact opposite problem, in her chambers the girl was simply dying of boredom. It seemed to her that in a little while she would simply become glued to the sofa. She needed to come up with at least some kind of activity for herself so as not to suffer from doing nothing. She had enough strength to stretch and take the same pose again. If nothing changed in the near future, the heroine would be left without any muscles at all. This thought made Wynne start slamming her hands and feet on the furniture as hard as she could to let off some steam. She continued this exercise until she collapsed in exhaustion. Well, it wasn't a workout, but at least she moved a little, and the bruises would go away quickly. The words about simulating a long recovery process so that the imperial family would not find out about the super-fast regeneration echoed in his head. But sitting around doing nothing was simply unbearable. Suddenly, right now, someone was in danger. People were waiting for a hero. Historia stood up. She took a few steps around the room, thinking that she should at least check the situation in Riaz. It certainly wouldn't make things worse. Wynne went out onto the balcony and sat down on the railing. Jumping down wasn't difficult at all, but the consequences of the foray were a little scary. Suddenly someone would find out. Before Historia could jump off the balcony, Edelbrace entered the room and asked what she was doing that was so interesting. The girl was unhappy that she was caught in her home clothes. She screamed that usually people worn before entering the chambers. Sir R sat down opposite her sofa and said that he had a premonition that the heroine would run away. Wynne replied that she had not even had such a thought. The man smiled and asked if this was true, to which Historia frowned and admitted that she had lied. They were served tea, and the girl said that she had long wanted to ask her captain one question, and now it was bothering her even more. Edelbrace grinned and asked what exactly, to which he received the answer that she was very concerned about how Garou was, whether everything was okay with her. Historia explained that she hadn't spoken to her friend since she lost her arm, which had been a long time ago. It turns out that Wynne can't find the strength to meet with Gareth because she believes that she, Historia, is to blame for everything that happened. The knight sighed and said that a hero should not take on all the responsibility of protecting the Empire. This is a commendable quality for a warrior, but one must not forget that each member of the Black Wolf squad sacrificed themselves for the Empire. he thought, and added that absolutely everyone, including Garo, so she just needed to meet her friend and not engage in self-flagellation. The tea was drunk, and Wynne tried to come to terms with the idea that the heroine had sacrificed her hand for the sake of the Empire. The knight added that his friend herself is not too worried about this, although, of course, she is trying to hold on in many ways for Wynne's sake. Sir R ended by saying that whatever the case, he had come here to ask Historia for a favor. The girl did not drink her tea. She put the cup down and looked questioningly at the captain. He explained that the matter concerned artificial beings that the Empire had studied in the past. He explained that a report had recently been received about an incident at the research center, and the girl asked what it was. Edelbrace added that the creatures that were being studied there had escaped. Fortunately, this center was quite far from the capital, so they had not yet reached here. When Historia jumped up from the couch and said in fear that everyone needed to be notified about this immediately. Edelbrace didn't react in any way. He only asked to bring a second cup of tea. The girl understood that he didn't think so. Historia guessed that Sir R generally wanted to keep information about this incident a secret from the public, and not only. He confirmed the guess, stating that it was necessary not to spread the word about what had happened, limiting the number of people in the know to a minimum, and that she herself should not fight, so as not to arouse suspicion. Wynne had no idea what he wanted from her then, so she asked him to explain it better. Sir R replied that they would use the teleportation center. He would transmit the coordinates and go first, and she should follow him in exactly 3 hours. Historia replied that she understood and jumped up, saying that she would start preparing right away. Edelbrace asked her to stop. The girl turned around. She again did not understand anything. This day had become full of unexpected events and surprises for her. Sir R showed her his 3 fingers and reminded her not to forget, exactly 3 hours later and not a minute later. The blue-haired knight replied that it would be done and went to train and pick out suitable equipment for the sortie. Edelbrace exhaled loudly and put the empty cup on the table. He only had 3 hours left. He should hurry. He leaned against the sofa for a while, then went to the closet, thinking about some urgent matters. When the man pressed the handle and opened the door, his face literally stretched in surprise, and his hand began to tremble. There was someone standing behind the closet door leading to the secret corridor. He said that it was very kind of Edelbrace to open the door for him. The knight's eyes narrowed. He was completely unprepared for such a meeting, but he tried to save face and not show it. In front of Sir R stood Papa Eurynesia, the third in person. He calmly stated that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Eurynesia addressed the knight as Sir, but then clarified that it would not be more correct to call him an officer in accordance with his new status. Edelbrace closed the door and quietly asked what had brought the pontiff so far. It must have been a matter of special importance. "And he doesn't even serve his majesty," Eurynesia laughed and replied that the officer's words were, as always, sharp. He added that he simply wanted to see how the hero, the hope of the Empire, or rather, the foundation of the Empire, if he knew what I meant, was doing. Edelbrace narrowed his eyes again. As far as he knew, Wynne Historia and Papa Eurynesia III were not acquainted and had not met before. He reported this to the pontiff and asked in surprise what he was actually doing there, then exhaled that he was too busy and went further down the corridor. The pontiff realized that there was no time to waste and shouted after Edelbrace, asking if he would believe that he was here for him. He ran out into the hall after the knight and asked to find a few minutes for a conversation. It was really very important. Some time later, Edelbrace stood on the roof of the building where the teleporter was. He went out into the fresh air to get his feelings in order. The man thought about what he had heard from Eurynesia. The idea sounded completely absurd under the current circumstances. It seemed that the old man had gone out of his mind, or was engaged in outright sabotage, but this would have to be carefully thought about later. He stood on the roof and looked at the colorful fireworks. There was just over an hour left of 3 o'clock. He had to hurry. When Edelbrace used the teleportation center and arrived at his destination, he was greeted on his return by the Silver Deer raid squad. Even on the roof, Sir R was thinking about the fact that Knecht is a city of mercenaries, where about a third of the population are members of this raider clan. Now he looked at the city and thought that somewhere here was the Devourer, but it was not so easy to find him. More information and a bit of adventurism were needed. Here, Edelbrace was called out by a gray-haired man in armor, Sir Stormin, who reported that the preparations were complete and everyone was awaiting further orders. The Third Eye joined them and reported that they too were completely ready. Sir R thanked both of them. The man in the blue cape asked how they planned to search for the Demon King who was hiding in the city. The raider thought about it. Edelbrace answered for him, saying that it was not in their interests to compete with the Demon King, and besides, it was simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like him. The man explained that someone was looking for this Demon King, or rather Queen, so they would take advantage of this. Sir R asked Stormin how much time was left before the hero's arrival, and he replied that it was exactly 78 minutes. He sighed that it was a bit early, but he would have to start right now since everyone was ready and just waiting for the command. Only Demon Kings can summon Demon Kings, so first we'll find Melja, and then we'll go after the Devourer. Sir R promised a rare sight. In the tavern, everything was going on as usual. Beer was flowing like a river. Common people, raiders, and mercenaries were having a good time. One of the raiders shouted that they had something to celebrate. Today's dungeon was dangerous, but there were no casualties. Barkus stood up and said that he would be back soon. He needed to relieve himself. He waved his hand to his friends so that they wouldn't get bored for now. The man went outside and started looking for a secluded corner. He had overindulged a little, so he felt nauseous. Another raider on the street was much more drunk. He could not stand on his feet and was squatting, leaning his forehead against the wall of the house. Barkus called out to him and asked if everything was okay, but the stranger only covered his mouth with his hand so as not to vomit right then. The next second, the man was attacked by some very strange and bloodthirsty monster, its fangs biting right into his carotid artery. The second one pulled out his sword, screaming that there shouldn't be any monsters here at all. Could someone explain what was going on? The monster did not release its victim, but managed to block the blow of the blade with its clawed paw. It was incredibly fast and strong. The sword literally began to crack under his onslaught, and yet it was forged from the strongest steel. It seemed that soon there would be one more victim. But the most terrible thing was to look into the monster's huge blue eye, which stared without a shadow of thought, demonstrating only dull tension. It soon became clear that there were so many of these monsters on the street that it was difficult to count them. The last thing Barkus said in his life was a dirty curse. The raiders inside the tavern noticed movement outside and became alarmed, trying to figure out what was going on. The knights on the roof of the building where Edelbrace was asked the same question. Even for an officer of the Empire, setting fire to an entire city was too presumptuous. One of those present, a knight in a white cloak, said that this was too much. Even if the order was given by His Majesty, the Third Eye ordered him to watch his language. The knight stated that he suspected that the organization's experiments were inhumane, but to commit a massacre in the city center, and even set it on fire, was too much. Edelbrace sat on a chair crossing his legs and asked him not to worry. The city would not be wiped off the face of the earth. The knight turned around and gave him a look full of righteous anger, asking what this meant. There was no answer, but the tower gates swung open and new swarms of monsters set out into the streets. Then someone else appeared, and Sir R joyfully exclaimed that he was finally here. His expectations were met. One clawed paw emerged from the flames. Larger in size than a good horse, the monster was enormous. The knight tried to understand what kind of monster was advancing on the city, but he had never seen anything like it. Simply because nothing like it had ever existed before, it was a huge homunculus, and others of a more modest size but no less dangerous walked alongside it. Buildings and entire streets were burning with fire. Houses were flying into pieces. The knights shouted that this was in line with the promise that nothing would happen to the city. At this rate, no local residents will remain alive and complete chaos will reign. In response to these reproaches, Edelbrace only looked at him blankly. It became clear that not wiping the city off the face of the earth and saving people's lives were two different things. Sir R had not seen so many angry looks directed at him for a long time, but they did not bother him at all. On the contrary, he only felt more confident. All of this had been thought out and planned from the start, so now he remained absolutely calm. Edelbrace asked everyone to follow his example and pull themselves together. This is only a small sacrifice on the path to the power of the Empire. He explained that he did not think that the Devourer wanted Knecht to be completely destroyed, which meant that he would soon make his presence known. If the ancient monster does not undertake any destructive actions, then its goal is not the destruction of the city or robbery, but something else. Edelbrace added that Swallow might even try to fight against the homunculus, who knows? For a moment, the man considered his own words, as if they had been spoken by someone completely different. Here he laughed so ominously that everyone felt even more uneasy. No one expected such bloodthirstiness from Sir Ara. Sir R looked at the burning city and suggested that everyone present simply enjoy the spectacle. The knight in the cloak was ready to kill him on the spot, but while he was holding back, he did not understand how one could sacrifice people's lives, even for the sake of the greatness of the Empire. The man clearly realized that this bastard Edelbrace was completely insane. At this time, Swallow and his colleagues were in the outskirts of the city, or rather in the forest, and seeing the flames, Melju asked if their hotel was there. Renee answered that it was. The ancient monster exclaimed that he simply wouldn't survive if she burned, and the girls looked at him in surprise. The next moment, Swallow screamed that his bed was there. How could they not understand his bed, where he was going to have a wonderful sleep today? Before that, they were walking through the forest, and the boss noticed that the trees here were as huge and old as in his native forest of Graphania. He asked if he could just lie down for a while if they were done with the monster set. Renee replied that she would lie down in the room. Here the dog Melju became alarmed and began to sniff the air. The girl stroked him to calm him down and asked what was wrong. The demon dog bristled its fur and began to bark and growl loudly at the gust of wind that brought a specific smell of mana into the forest. Melju also caught this flow of mana with her hand and grimaced. It was unpleasant to her, simply to the point of disgust. Now, as they looked at the mercenary city burning, she felt that mana again. Something was fishy here. Swallow continued to lament the destruction of the hotel, and Melju took the opportunity to console and reassure him. The Devourer was again overcome by a wave of panic. He imagined his bed, which was now completely inaccessible. Renee smiled and said that the boss could rest on her lap. She too tried to soften the blow. Here, Melju felt not just mana, but a completely clear beam of demonic energy that was going straight in her direction. Looking at the blazing Knecht, the girl wondered if it could be Marmalia. The mana clearly smelled like the demon queen. Just at that moment, Swallow reported that some idiot was spraying his mana into the air. I wonder for what purpose. Melju was glad that he noticed too, but she looked extremely worried. The boss asked what was the matter. The demon queen fell to the ground and, leaning on her hands, called out to Lord Devourer and Lady Renee. Then she stood up and asked her colleagues if they would mind if she went and saw what was going on. A real hell on earth was happening in Knecht. Monsters were killing people. The city was blazing with fire. It seemed like there wasn't a single building left intact. The raiders, accustomed to fighting against monsters, were not prepared for such a number of homunculus monsters with incredibly fast regeneration. The residents fought with all their might, but they could do nothing against such a number of opponents. At the same time, people tried to cover each other. While one fought off the attack, others were given the opportunity to slip away and hide. The raiders even had time to thank each other, and in the rare moments of calm, they thought out tactics and strategy for the battle. But there were too many of these strange creatures, which regenerated almost instantly, to be able to counter them with anything. Reinforcements from the Red Lion Ursus raiding party have arrived. Perhaps this will help contain the monster invasion. It was an elite A-class raider squad, and the locals began to have a glimmer of hope for salvation, and they rushed into battle with even greater fury. The newcomer asked if anything was known about the enemy. Burkus from the Silver Deer Squad replied that no, but there were a lot of them. After some thought, the raider added that they looked like artificially created creatures, but were not at all like other homunculi. Then he looked at the largest of them and noticed that apparently he was in charge of them. At least that was the impression he got. A raider from the Red Lion of Ursus reported that they were also trying to get close to that thing because there had to be a target. Burkus replied that he would go with them, although you wouldn't say so, but he was also an A-class raider and was ready to fight. The newcomer looked at him with distrust and replied that he shouldn't do that if he didn't want to die. Then he added that this applies to him too, and to all of them. Let him try to listen to the sounds around him. On the way here, he heard someone looking for him. Mr. Burkus. The raider put his hand on his shoulder, and the man felt it trembling. Then he listened to his feelings and realized that it was actually he who was trembling, and not the one who was dissuading him from going to his death. The newcomer added that one must take care not only of others, but also of oneself. By restoring balance, one can fight much more effectively. He ended by asking to leave this mission to the Red Lion Ursus's raiding party. Burkus sighed and nodded. The man looked at the raider in the red cloak and asked him to make every effort to ensure that at least something remained of Connect. He replied that it was accepted. In fact, the guy was still quite young, but had enough experience in battles. He rushed forward towards his goal as if there was a hot bath and ice cream cake waiting for him there, and not a disgusting homunculus. Burkus fell to his knees in exhaustion, leaning on his sword and feeling relieved that the responsibility had now fallen on someone else's shoulders. The knights of the Red Lion Ursus squad were experiencing terrible discomfort from some kind of sound. Their ears were literally ringing, but it didn't sound like magic. They paused, trying to figure out whether to attack right now, or whether it would be better to first figure out what it was. A completely new kind of monster appeared before them, resembling a mushroom, an insect, and a dinosaur all at once. He looked simply comical, but he had a serious supply of mana, and he easily destroyed an entire district. It soon became apparent that the monster possessed not only mana, but also intelligence. Several powerful spells began to unfold around it at once. As soon as the knights mentioned this, a magical attack fell upon them. The commander ordered them to retreat a little back, immediately. The raider in the hat explained that this was a simple magical detection reaction, not dangerous for them. The monster was looking for something. He suggested that they take advantage of the moment right now and destroy the homunculus with long-range spells. The knights of the Red Lion Ursus squad prepared themselves and fired spells like a volley of fire. They all reached their goal, and the monster, who was distracted by the search, did not have time to put up a defense, screaming terribly. The magician in the hat was glad that the tactic was working, and ordered the others to keep shooting to destroy the enemy. The monster screamed and growled. It was enveloped in flames and the glow of mana from various spells, but there was no visible damage. The gray-bearded leader of the squad paused to think. There was clearly something wrong with this, but he couldn't figure out what exactly. Then one of the raiders also noticed this and shouted that it was not their magical attack, but something else. The monster had gathered enough mana and was now completely engulfed in radiance. The squad leader ordered the knights to stop. Shouting out a wish to die as quickly as possible, he rushed into a melee attack, enveloping his weapon in mana. He continued to scream as he approached the monster, which gave him more determination and helped him gather his courage. Finally, he got within striking distance and swung the shining blade with all his might to attack. The knight struck several blows, but the monster had enough power. One energy met another. The man didn't expect this. He was hit by the mana of the homunculus's protective shield so hard that it seemed like his heart would stop from the pain shock. The flow of mana was so strong that it literally knocked him off course, but the knight managed to deal another blow to the enemy. He was then thrown back by a powerful energy blow, which also almost knocked down the rest of the knights of the Red Lion Ursus. Some were forced to retreat a few steps back, while others continued to resist the monster's magical attack. It soon became clear that this mana wave was a side effect of the rebirth. The homunculus changed its appearance. Now it stood on four powerful paws, like a wolf. The knight who had decided to attack in close combat was alive. He exhaled loudly and tried to rise from the ground. He didn't succeed. He only managed to raise his head to look at the monster and assess its condition. The raider realized that people simply could not cope with such a powerful creature, created artificially. Its characteristics were impossible to predict. Then, from behind the man, a whisper was heard that the search would soon be crowned with success. He who seeks will find. The knight did not understand what these words were and to whom they were addressed. A figure with pink butterfly wings appeared in the sky above him. The first thought was that it was an angel, but we know very well that this is not so. Melju found Marmolia, or vice versa, it is difficult to say, but the Queen of Demons came to the call, reporting that her childhood friend had turned into absolute chaos. The demoness tightly clutched her magic staff in her hand and added that resentment was not a reason to disfigure oneself like that. The homunculus bubbled and stared with round, empty eyes, shouting out only one word, the name of our heroine. Melju raised her weapon and offered to finish everything right here and now, without putting it off for a long time. She cast the highest-level magic Black Destruction and unleashed this powerful spell on the homunculus. Having gone to the city, Melju tried to understand why she constantly felt Marmolia's energy in Knecht, since several days had already passed since the verdict, and she had no reason to stay there. She flew through the streets of the burning city one after another, and everywhere she heard demonic energy calling specifically to her. The Demon Queen clearly felt that this was the energy of her childhood friend, or someone who was pretending to be her. It took a long time before Melju realized that the monster the raiders were fighting was Marmolia. But as soon as she realized this, she rushed forward at maximum speed. The sound became louder and louder, and Melju realized that her guess was correct. The girl wondered if Marmolia was so offended by her that she turned into this monstrosity of an incomprehensible shape. She thought that she didn't know what had happened to Marmolia, but she felt no pity, feeling a clear desire to destroy the enemy. The supreme magic of Black Destruction, as we remember, achieved its goal in a matter of seconds. Having finished, Melju lowered her magic staff and looked at where the homunculus had recently been, where the purple flame of her magic was burning and the black energy of the enemy was swirling. The knights looked at what was happening in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. The Demon Queen had just defeated a huge monster. They did not understand why she did this, and noted with relief that the demoness was not interested in people and were not ready to fight her, deciding to retreat. Melju was busy thinking about something else. She used very powerful magic, but she couldn't believe that she managed to destroy Marmolia with just one attack. Something was clearly wrong here. Then the girl glanced at the raiders and thought that the members of the A-class squad retreated too hastily, which was also suspicious. The monster was sprawled on the ground, but something continued to happen to him. Apparently, he was not dead yet. The man in the hat turned around, feeling some new energy. He realized that they had been a little hasty in their conclusions. The properties of the mana had changed, and now the homunculus was spreading some kind of light green demonic glow around itself. Melju also noticed this. It was the same demonic energy that brought her here and was used as a summoning. Suddenly, from the pile of matter that had recently been a formless monster, a clawed hand burst forth, much more resembling the hand of a demon king than before. The heroine clenched her teeth in disgust. As she had expected, it was too early to write off Marmolia. She took on a new appearance and rose up. The homunculus was not such a simple creature as it might seem. His ability to recover was amazing. The raiders were horrified as they tried to understand how a new monster had emerged from the monster, looking even more dangerous than the previous one. Marmolia took a few steps forward in her new guise, which was not easy for her, but she quickly got the hang of it. To test her magical powers, the demoness cast a mid-level spell, Silent Dagger. A second later, one of the knights lost his head. Everything happened so quickly that people didn't even understand how exactly. The squad leader's hat was blown off, and he now looked at the homunculus in horror, not knowing what to do or whether to fight or run. The demoness approached the raiders even closer. Now she planned to use more extensive magic. She cast a magical explosion and the entire area was practically destroyed in an instant, along with the raiders, of course. Marmalaya stood at the epicenter of the explosion and was absolutely pleased with the achieved result and her capabilities in her new body. Melzu towered over her, never lowering herself to the ground, determined to finish what she had started. Marmalaya called out to her, and the demon queen looked her straight in the eyes. There was no disgust in her gaze, only contempt. The homunculus began to complain that she was in great pain. Her body was literally burning and seemed to be melting. She felt that she would soon die. She added again that the sensations were simply disgusting, but she was sure that she would live long enough to make it. In order to finish off Melja before she died, Marmalaya screamed hysterically at the end of her pitiful speech. She continued to hurl threats, but the demon queen listened calmly, not a muscle moving on her face. Melzu used the top-tier spell Earth-Piercing Gust and launched it straight at the enemy. Marmalaya grouped herself and tried to jump to the side. She was only slightly hit, but that was far from the end. The demon queen used her magic again, and this time the blow reached its full strength, causing considerable damage to the homunculus. But Marmalaya was not going to give up. She cast a protective wall and was ready to fight for her existence, at least not to die without taking revenge. She moved through the city's ruins in huge leaps, using mana to strengthen herself. Melju could not understand for what purpose. Soon, a magical explosion thundered nearby, clearly caused by the actions of the homunculus, but why this was necessary remained unclear. Marmalaya appeared right in front of Melju completely unexpectedly, attacking the enemy in close combat with a punch. She beat him off without much effort, and cheerfully reported that her rival had finally become like the Demon King. Marmalaya screamed in rage. Melju grimaced contemptuously. She was already beginning to get quite fed up with this homunculus's hysteria. They began to fight, illuminating everything around with a powerful glow of mana, while Edelbrace watched them from the roof with some pleasure. The man in the blue cloak asked the knight if he was pleased with his work, and he replied that he was without a doubt, and now he understood why he was confident of success. Sir R watched the homunculus fight with almost delight. He didn't expect the third voice to be so skilled. He turned around and threw off his hood, after which he said that if you wait a little, you can witness an even more intriguing spectacle. Edelbrace smiled happily and said that he was intrigued and would definitely wait until the end of this show. He thought that everything was going according to plan. Melzu at this time used all the attack spells she knew against Marmalaya at once. She managed to cast defense and responded in kind. They spent so much mana that the energy could have been used for a year using the teleporter. Both were at their limit, but the homunculus's body began to fail. After all, it was not designed for a long life and such active use. Melju thought she had very little mana left, but she was almost certain that Marmalaya's body would fail before the energy ran out completely. She decided that she could win if she held on until the end, so she ordered the homunculus not to move and cast a new spell. The demon queen was so distracted that she didn't notice that her opponent had managed to attack her without her noticing. Several of the sharpest blades flew straight into Melch's stomach as a parting gift from Marmalaya. These were the claws of a hand that stretched to incredible sizes and treacherously reached the enemy at the right moment. Even pierced through and through, Melju did not lose control of herself. She thought about how to finish off the creature that had brought her so much pain. The homunculus closed the distance and began to fight hand to hand. She could barely stand on her feet. The demon queen gripped the staff in her hand tighter. Marmalaya hissed that now her beloved Melj would be in a little pain and giggled uncontrollably, squeezing her rival's throat. But she didn't know who she was dealing with. The demon queen wasn't going to let herself be killed by some homunculus so easily. She pointed her staff at her and cast Sylph Rejection, one of the most powerful spells she had mana for. With a terrible scream, Marmalaya flew back several meters. Her body began to literally disintegrate in the air. She collapsed, raising clouds of dust above her. Melju also fell to the ground and bent over in wild pain. Then she stood up with effort to see what was wrong with Marmolia. She had absolutely no mana left, but she had to hold on. She thought that everything was exactly like when she defended the teleporter on the orders of Mr. Swallow. A little more and her consciousness would fade. Melju was bleeding and thinking about how the Devourer had appeared at the last moment and saved her, but the girl didn't understand why thoughts about this were creeping into her head now. She raised her head to the sky and thought that now she knew what it was like to die, but the Demon Queen did not want to die at all. She mentally apologized to Swallow for not even having time to begin fulfilling her assigned duties in the dungeon. The next moment, Melju collapsed to the ground. Her last thoughts were about her family and her dead father. Finally, they would be able to meet. Renee and the demon dog looked down from the mountain at the blazing mercenary city. The maid wondered how Melju was doing. The Devourer replied that she should be fine. The Demon Queen was much stronger than she looked. Renee nodded, but the demonic energy below her was very disturbing. He added that although the little girl herself did not realize it, she turned out to be an excellent demon king. He looked at the demon dog that Melju had bought and asked if he was really right, and the dog squealed in approval. It was at that moment that the demoness's eyes opened wide. She felt a surge of strength and clearly sensed the presence of Swallow's mana. Her wounds were healing and her energy was growing, but the Demon Queen did not notice the Devourer himself nearby. At this time, Edelbrace watched the burning city and reported that half the job was done. They had found Melja and practically neutralized her. The change to the homunculus formula had had a positive effect, he added, asking the hooded man what he had added. He began to explain that previously he had focused on achieving maximum power and eliminating side effects, as in the case of Nifrim. However, in the case of work on the Demon Queen, things went a little differently, getting out of control. The last homunculus ignored the side effects and was extremely focused on gaining power, which is what he was allowed to do. He explained that despite its instability, the Marmolian-based homunculus possessed considerable durability. This is necessary for the subjugation process, which will certainly happen in the near future, the hooded man added. This is a method he devised specifically to measure the power of the Devourer, as Edelbrace had asked him to. Here Sir R voiced the thought that had been troubling him since the beginning of the battle between Melju and Marmolia. Swallow was in no hurry to appear to help the Demon Queen. He thought that it was possible that the demoness had no relation to the boss of the ancient core at all, then everything would be over before Win Historia arrived here. Edelbrace decided that before this moment, he needed to find out as much as possible about the Devourer, but he was still nowhere to be found. Here, one of his subordinates called out to him and suggested that he look at what was happening in the indicated place. Sir Ara's eyes widened. He saw what he had been waiting for so long. It seemed the plan was really good. At this time, Mr. Swallow's mana descended on Melja, and she could not understand why there was so much of it, but he himself was still not there. Marmolia also felt it. She was on her feet again and trying to get closer to the Demon Queen. The Devourer's mana enveloped her from all sides. It seemed like the ancient monster was both here and elsewhere at the same time, but it was truly enormous, and its presence was too. The homunculus let out a shrill cry, like a battle cry before a new attack on Melja, who stood on her feet quite confidently. Marmolia gathered the rest of her strength and, like a harpy, rushed straight at the enemy. Wings even appeared from somewhere. As they approached Melj, they became hands again, the homunculus intending to use her claw blades again. This time the Demon Queen prepared for the attack and blocked the blow with her magic staff. Fortunately, it was really durable. At the same time, Melju cast the Ice Spear spell and it worked just fine, hitting the target right on target. The girl dropped her staff in surprise. The effect of the spell turned out to be much more powerful than she expected. Instead of an ice spear, she turned Marmolia into a real ice sculpture, freezing her completely. Melju thought about the fact that this spell would never have had such an effect with her power. Before, it had been much more modest. She thought that she should have died long ago from blood loss and mana depletion, but somehow she remained alive and strong. The girl raised her hand to her face and looked at it carefully. A black haze of Mr. Swallow's mana swirled around her fingers. She realized that she had completely recovered, and it dawned on Melch that in Riaz, the Devourer had given her some of his mana, or perhaps made it possible to share it over a distance. The first thing to do was to make sure that Marmolia was dead. The Demon Queen used a life detection spell. She pointed her staff at her opponent and heard her whisper a death wish to her. It seemed the homunculus was immobilized, but alive. Melju lowered her magic staff, saying that it was finally all over. She felt a little sorry to kill Marmolia, but it had to be done. At this point, the Demon Queen became a little scared at the thought that things could have gone a little differently. If she had overdone it with Mr. Swallow's mana, she would have exploded into pieces before she could have been caught by Marmolia. Melzu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that fortunately this had not happened. She had been on the verge of death. She would need to ask the Devourer more about this mana. The girl looked at the sky and tried to calm down before heading into the forest to her friends, when she heard a sound behind her. The Demon Queen turned around and looked at the ice sculpture that the homunculus had turned into. She thought that she shouldn't have been so zealous. She was already starting to hallucinate. Well, she had to bring herself to such a state. At that moment, a green, foul-smelling stream of mucus burst out from the place where Marmolia's head had just been. Melju clearly hadn't expected that. She watched as the slime grew larger and larger, feeling only one desire: to curse loudly. At first, the girl assumed that this monster was simply devouring Marmolia's corpse, but this theory had little resemblance to reality. Then Melzu thought that the slug probably feeds on mana and devours energy, growing literally before her eyes. She decided that she wasn't going to find out what was going on. It was none of her business. Marmolia was dead. She had done her duty as her former friend. She decided to distract the monster with a small attack and leave this place as quietly as possible through the teleport. To Melzu's incredible surprise, the attack failed. The blow bounced off the surface of the slug and flew back into her. The Demon Queen knocked herself down and fell to the ground from the force of the blow and was unable to quickly disappear from the scene. She began to rise slowly, thinking that this was the price she paid for using someone else's mana, or perhaps it was hard for her to control spells. The slug grew larger and larger and inexorably approached the heroine. She convinced herself that she had to get up, but her legs wouldn't obey. The attack was so swift that Melzu didn't even have time to figure out how he managed to develop such a high speed. The girl didn't have time to get up before she was knocked down again and found herself face down on the ground. She needed to pull herself together. The Demon Queen launched a spell at the enemy, but it didn't work as expected again. The slug managed to dodge. And she herself was knocked off her feet by the force of the recoil, and once again found herself on the ground, feeling that she had broken a couple of ribs when she fell. Then Renee jumped up to her, and with one easy movement threw Melia as far away from the slug as possible to ensure her safety. To make the landing soft this time, her loyal demon dog caught the owner in his soft side. Melju was so happy that her pet came to the rescue that she began to pet him without even getting up, tears welling up in her eyes. Renee looked back at her and noted that it was not surprising that she was so late. It was very difficult to fight such a monster. The demoness hastened to apologize. She was thinking that if the maid and the dog were here, then Mr. Swallow was somewhere nearby, and so it turned out the ancient demon yawned loudly. He came closer and said that he practically fell asleep while he waited. Melju seemed to have stayed too long. The Devourer complimented Renee on the Melju throwing trick and said he wanted to try it. The maid suggested he just cut someone in half. The dungeon boss turned away, offended, and muttered that, well, okay, then he wouldn't try so as not to take risks. He turned towards the slug to see what was wrong with it, but froze in surprise. While they were distracted by their conversations, something happened. The monster had grown much larger, increasing in size tens of times in a matter of minutes. Even Swallow was a little puzzled. The ancient monster began to shake out of anger, that he would have to solve the problem again instead of sleeping. Renee noticed and said that she would take care of everything herself. Having assessed the situation, our hero objected that this was not her area. It was too dangerous and unpredictable to meddle with this creature, about which they knew nothing. The monster blinked its eyes playfully and stretched streams of slime like hands in the direction of the devourer. For some reason, he became very gloomy and serious, flexed his fingers, and stepped forward, saying that he would do everything himself. The slug began to move again and changed shape. Now a thicker stream was visible from the side. The monster continued to grow. Swallow raised his arm, bending it at the elbow, a gesture that didn't look defensive, more like a test of the joint's mobility. But we know that the ancient monster was able to foresee the enemy's attack long before it reached him, and he raised his hand just in time to block the slug's blow. He was so powerful that the earth shook. Who would have thought that it was possible to artificially create a creature with such a reserve of power? At this point, the slug began to change shape again, as if growing limbs, and the devourer asked if he would like to shake his hand. He stopped the monster almost at his face, its eyes flashing a dangerous yellow glow. Renee offered Melz a cup of tea, and the demon queen's jaw dropped, wondering where the teapot and cups of drink came from. The maid reported that such a level of training was necessary for a servant, while the boss dipped his fingers into the disgusting slime and groaned in disgust. He managed to tear off a decent chunk of it, which looked like a tentacle, quite easily, and the slug became a little smaller. Then he grabbed a couple more appendages and tried to spin the monster around himself like a giant ball in a bag. The spectacle was quite amusing, as if Swallow were standing inside a hurricane of slime, controlling it. It was clear from the monster's face that it was beginning to suspect its future fate, but did not yet realize the full scale of the disaster. A second later it burst. Pieces and liquid flew in all directions like a fan. Now it will be difficult to recover, if at all. The main part of the monster stuck to the rocks, like a huge green lump of plasticine. The impact was so strong that cracks appeared in the stone. Melju asked Renee if she needed to help the boss. What was unfolding before their eyes could hardly be called a normal situation. The maid smiled and replied that everything was in perfect order. After all, it was Mr. Devourer, and not just anyone. Swallow was heading towards them at the time, his tentacle draped elegantly over his arm like a waiter carrying a towel. A second later, he threw it behind his back and approached the main part of the slug, the monster still not dead. The ancient monster looked at him with respect and declared that his opponent was quite strong. Mr. Devourer extended his hand, shrouded in mana, and asked, "How about something special?" Mr. Swallow began filling the slime with his mana like a balloon with helium, expecting that sooner or later the volume would be completely filled. And that's what happened. In the end, the slug simply burst. This time the pieces were much smaller than the previous one. The boss of the ancient core became a little sad. He was already feeling tired, and now he had also used up a decent amount of mana. Inside the slug was a blue liquid, which immediately fell down as rain. Renee opened her umbrella. It was surprising where she got it from. The rain from the monster's entrails also captured other areas of the city, even slightly extinguishing the fire that was raging there. Melzu knelt down in a puddle. She was soaking wet and thought that the slug had turned out to be a strong opponent. She thought that she was even stronger than some dragons and demon kings, although you wouldn't even know it by looking at her. Then she looked at the scraps around her and added that it could have just seemed that way to her. Maybe everything was not like that at all. Swallow approached the girls. He yawned again and said that he really wanted to sleep. Renee replied that this was out of the question. Suddenly, this disgusting thing would get into his mouth. Then a demon dog ran up to them, with a piece of slug in its teeth, and the boss of the Core of Antiquity dungeon grimaced in disgust. Melju sadly explained that this piece of flesh was once her childhood friend, Marmalia, although she did not consider them friends. At first, the boss didn't understand who they were talking about, but then he realized that they were talking about that same cunning girl from Utica. He remembered her. The Demon Queen said that when she met Marmolia here, she already looked strange, and then this slug crawled out of her head. Maybe it's a parasite. The dog began waving a piece of mucus in all directions. It seemed he was going to eat it. Melzu began to command him to spit it out immediately. As the piece of slime flew past Renee, she was able to get a better look at it, and she also felt a familiar energy. She called out to Swallow and said that she seemed to have realized who was in front of them. It was a homunculus, an artificially created creature, almost like herself. Melzu continued to take the prey from the dog. Swallow tried to digest what he had heard. Renee waited for his reaction, and the slug, or rather what was left of it, simply dripped off the objects. The rooftop tower that had become Sir Edelbrace's observation post once again became the main location of events. The man in the blue hood was indignant that this should not have happened. The pinnacle of their achievements, the perfect creation, defeated so quickly, they were counting on another 3 minutes. The knight, without turning to face them, said that there was no need to look for justification for what had happened. He continued that he thought so. No matter how strong a monster they created with alchemy, it would have absolutely no chance against the Devourer. Edelbrace added that given how quickly Swallow dealt with the monster, there was no need to call Win. They should return to Riaz. Finally, he asked the master of the Tower of Magicians, Knecht, if he was okay. The man answered in confusion that he personally was quite okay. Sir R said that this meant the end of their trading relationship. The man exclaimed, "Why is this suddenly the end?" Seeing the knights simply turn around and walk towards the teleportation center, the mage indignantly ordered them to stop. He indignantly asked how they could just leave, calling everything that had happened simply a sacrifice made for the sake of the Empire's prosperity. The man shouted that in this situation, the destroyed city and all the deaths become completely meaningless. Edelbrace patted him on the shoulder and urged him to calm down, then asked what exactly he called senseless. He led him to the edge of the roof and urged him to look at the city, its inhabitants giving their lives fighting monsters for the sake of the Empire. After that, Sir R said in an ominous voice that everything had stopped only at half of the expected victims, the master of the tower's magicians gasped. He fell to his knees, and Sir R turned and walked away, thinking that some progress had been made. Not everything was so useless. The knights managed to find out that it was impossible to defeat Mr. Swallow with some mediocre power, and there was someone he valued enough to intervene. Moreover, because of this catastrophe, a split will occur and a war will begin. This will become the stage on which the full power of their masterpiece will be required. And the battle in Knecht will look like just another battle between people and monsters, of which there were many. It's impossible for an outsider to tell that the disaster was caused by a homunculus, so Edelbrace won't even have to come up with a plausible legend. He said that there was a teleport on the corner through which they would get to Riaz. Someone said that he had already contacted his subordinates in the capital. Suddenly, Sir Stormon stopped abruptly and raised his hand to silence everyone. Sir R asked what was going on. The man was silent for a moment, and then slowly began to explain to the officer that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. He had just received a message that someone had broken into the teleportation center and was carrying out destructive actions there. One of the knights suggested that the only one who could have gotten in was the creature in the maid's costume who fought with the Dandu teeth. Edelbrace realized that the maid with the blade was trying to block their escape routes. She probably knew that people were involved in everything that happened. He suddenly realized that the homunculus, apparently, could recognize its own kind, and that is exactly what happened. Sir R gave the order to immediately return to the mages and begin construction of a temporary teleportation center based on the tower's mana reserves. The knights did not have time to do this. With a terrible whistle, the sharpest deadly blades flew at them, one of which wounded Edelbrace. People turned out to be not so simple, and some of them did not achieve their goal. Then special ropes came into play, depriving the knights' weapons of the opportunity to defend themselves. They flew in at such a speed that it was impossible to dodge in time, and gradually almost everyone present was left without the ability to fight. The one remaining managed to cut the ropes and advised Sir Stormin to take care of Edelbrace, and he would cover them. The commander tried to object that he would not leave him alone, but the knight shouted that he should not waste time and do what he had to do. The man pushed his feet into the ground with all his might, because just at that moment, the rope grabbed his sword and pulled him forward. Stormin asked Edelbrace to hurry, but the man wanted to tell something to the knight who remained to fight. He turned to Sir Gwyn and informed him that he did not forgive an unplanned death. The boy shouted that he understood. That's right. The guy decisively cut the rope and again assumed a fighting stance with his sword at the ready. The battle promised to be quite interesting. Sir Gwyn did not see the enemy, who was hiding in the dust and haze, so he simply asked how many thousands of raiders he had destroyed and let him come out and show himself, finally. When he said that he had heard a lot about the sad reputation, Renee decided to fulfill the request and approach so as to look the impudent man in the eyes. The man didn't expect it to be Renee, the maid with the blade that knows no mercy. His eyes became anxious. This time the girl decided not to use Dandu's teeth. She continued to test her new weapon, the strongest ropes. The streets of the mercenary city of Knecht were still filled with the remnants of the homunculi, engulfed in flames, and the surviving raiders were trying to finish them off. The men of Edelbrace's squad moved quickly through the streets so as not to waste time on fighting and to reach the tower as quickly as possible. Sir Stormin said that he did not understand the meaning of the officer's actions, why he left Sir Gwyn alone. Edelbrace asked if he really thought the knight was alone. The man replied that he was indeed well aware of Sir Gwyn's abilities, but was that enough? He suggested sending at least one more person to help, but Sir R replied that it was unnecessary and would only distract. Without turning to his colleague, Edelbrace explained that Sir Gwyn was a being who had managed to receive the spirit's blessing. At this moment, the knight who remained behind to cover the retreat of the others decided to use his special skills. He jumped up from his place so high that he ended up above the houses. Whether it was really a person was now unclear. Sir Gwyn flew higher than the collapsing building, landing on its roof in one fell swoop, debris raining down. The guy landed on his feet quite softly, but still cried out from the effort. It had been a long time since he had had to test his strength. Renee, or rather her shadow, said that Mr. Swallow ordered her to destroy the teleportation center and all suspicious people, so he should stay out of the way. Gwyn replied that he was the only one left alive. Was it really necessary to commit murder? The maid replied that she was not an idiot. He stayed to buy time for the others. She rushed into the attack, armed with 2 blades at once, shouting that there was no need to make a fool out of her. It was annoying. Gwyn managed to parry the first blow. He had a pretty good heavy sword that could also serve as a defense if needed. Renee raised her blades and said that despite the fact that he was alone here, the little man held himself quite decently. The man's face changed its expression. His sword split in 2. Panic began to overcome the knight, but this was only the first impression when looking at him. The maid delivered a blow that should have cut the guy in half, but only brought a smile to his face. Gwyn shouted his spell, "O Spirit Bus," and a green glow of mana instantly appeared around him, just the color of his hair. Renee looked at her opponent with surprise. She didn't expect such tricks from the man at all, because he was a knight, not a magician. She noticed that the man's mana looked rather strange and resembled a woman's locks of hair. Here, everything fell into place. The knight called upon the spirit to defend him. Now Renee had not one opponent, but 2. Or maybe even 3. A stream of stones shot up around Gwyn, accompanied by flames or something similar. The maid with the blade realized that he had summoned the spirit of water and the spirit of fire, which meant the battle would drag on a bit. But where did the little man get so much mana from? Since there were 2 spirits, there were also 2 blades in Renee's hands. She jumped high into the air, preparing to attack both of them with lightning speed. But the most amazing thing is that her attack was predicted and repelled quite successfully. It was hard to believe. In response, Renee received a volley of debris, hot as fire and resembling gold ore in appearance. She had to jump quite high to avoid damage. Gwyn was clearly lying when he said he was alone. Several pieces of debris still caught the maid and knocked her down, and Renee simply could not let this go. She accelerated so much that stones flew from under her feet, but then she braked sharply. She should have slowed down a little. Both spirits clearly had no intention of slowing down and were preparing to carry out another attack, not even suspecting who they were dealing with. Ludic Zoom Gwyn cast his spell so quickly that the maid found herself sitting on the ground again, still wondering where the man was getting his mana. I didn't get to think about it for long. The enemy used a new, especially powerful spell that was already interesting. In front of Renee now stood a wall of wind and stone, the likes of which she had never seen before. Gwyn had practically sealed off the entire area with a high-level spell. The man shouted that this was retribution for the fact that she hated the entire human race. Let the monster now remain in captivity. The maid appreciated his strength, being able to simultaneously control two spirits of different levels, and even cast such a powerful spell. It deserved respect. But not Renee. She smiled sweetly and contemptuously at the same time, saying that she had a cute opponent. To keep the little man from getting too cocky, the maid reached for her favorite weapon, Dandu's teeth. In Knecht, a temporary shelter was set up for the surviving raiders. Someone was arguing loudly with Burkus. A man kept saying that the Red Lion Ursus squad was wrong. They couldn't sit here with their hands folded. Burkus asked what he was going to do. He replied that he didn't know for sure, but he couldn't sit back and do nothing. He had to check the city and act according to the situation. The man went out to the fire. Someone asked the bald officer to stop Burkus. His wounds were not yet fully healed. The healer ran out of mana. The guy screamed that he was okay, but the raider said he wouldn't let him go to certain death. The officer said that there really was no point in sitting around when there might be survivors in the city. They would go there to search, after which they would go to the Tower of the Magicians. The guy was pleasantly surprised. The bald man spread his arms wide and ordered all surviving members of the Silver Deer Squad to gather around the fire. He shouted that it was time to drive away the monsters that had destroyed their hometown, and also to save his comrades. One of the men interrupted the commander and pointed his finger somewhere up and called on the others to look there too. The Guardian, the golem guarding Knecht, appeared to protect the city from the homunculi. It was quite unexpected. Burkus replied that the situation was just perfect. The guard golem would be an excellent cover for them. But then the man realized that he had misjudged the situation. The boy pulled him by the sleeve and asked what was wrong. The eyes of everyone present widened in horror. What was happening was completely different from what the surviving residents of the city of Knecht's mercenaries had expected. Instead of protecting people from monsters, the stone monster began to attack them, and quite actively. Burkus shouted at the top of his lungs that everyone who was able to move needed to save themselves, run as fast as possible, and they would help the rest. Stones flew at the city, which was already practically destroyed and engulfed in flames, and the remaining residents fled in panic. Not long before, right in the middle of the burning Knecht Street, Swallow decided to conduct a communication session with Patrick. The skeleton said that he didn't expect the boss to be able to control his actions, so he lied to him. The only place where homunculi can be created is the Imperial Academy of Alchemy, so the Empire is definitely involved in everything that happened. Patrick assumed that Marmolia had made a contract with a human, but a conflict broke out, and she found herself in a difficult situation. When a man defeats a demon king, he sends his head to his army as a form of intimidation. But if the Imperials instead created a homunculus and sent it to the city, it means they were up to something. Swallow remembers seeing flying homunculi when he was looking for Renee, but they were on a completely different level, and if he destroyed the research materials, how did people create a new one? The boss concluded that this was suspicious, which drove the skeleton into a frenzy. Patrick shouted that something had to be done. At this rate, they would produce homunculi on the level of Renee. Imagining a whole squad instead of one maid, the ancient monster shuddered. Such a prospect frightened him. Swallow collapsed to the ground and groaned that he was already pretty tired of all this. Where to look for clues? It was unclear why not just take and destroy the settlement and be done with it. The Death Knight declared that this was exactly what should be done. The boss jumped up in surprise. Patrick explained that if these people were doing this, it meant they were definitely following the homunculus. The skeleton added that if that was the case, then they had seen both Melia and Swallow, and even blamed him for the destruction of the city, so it was necessary to immediately clean it all up. The ancient monster replied that he understood. He would do everything, but let Patrick keep in mind that it was he who pushed him to this decision, so let him not complain later. Patrick agreed, but added that if it came to a fight, they would simply raze the entire city to the ground. Swallow pictured this scene very vividly, and, it must be said, he found it rather pleasing. When the boss came and told Melsh the news, she froze for a few seconds, not believing her ears. Then Swallow added drama and raised his hand, shouting that the great Patrick had given permission to destroy everything here to hell, and the Demon Queen and the dog jumped for joy. But, looking at the city, they suddenly became quiet. The boss could only say the word, "Wow." So impressive was what he saw. The huge golem was destroying the remains of the buildings and finishing off the inhabitants. Connect was blazing with fire. It seemed that our heroes had almost no work left. Here Swallow felt an unfamiliar mana. Apparently it was a teleport for two different spirits. He thought that Renee was now having to fight with quite strong opponents. The amount of energy was simply off the charts. Swallow noticed that such a strong fighter remained in the city, which meant that the main leadership was also hiding somewhere. Melju replied that the boss did not need to worry about the main gate. She used the all-seeing eye spell and has been watching them for a long time. No one has come out through the gate. The demoness said that she was already fully recovered and ready to go there. The ancient monster noticed that the gate was on the opposite side. Sighing when he received no answer, Swallow replied that since everyone was in position, it was time for him to begin. He stood on the bell tower and decided to use what was already at hand so as not to complicate his life. The boss of the ancient core lifted the huge bronze bell weighing several tens of tons with one hand and froze, looking for a suitable target. His attention was drawn to the Tower of the Mages. While most of the buildings were destroyed or burning, this structure remained unharmed. Deciding that this needed to be rectified immediately, Swallow launched his improvised projectile straight into it. The knights and servants of the Third Eye, who had almost reached the tower to use its mana to create a temporary teleport, did not expect this. They stood around the crystal in a slight panic, asking Edelbrace what it was, if it was the work of an ancient monster. The tower began to tilt towards them. The situation was becoming extremely unpleasant. They needed to run away, but what about the teleporter and the crystal? It was impossible to leave them, and the magicians unanimously used all their abilities to create a protective dome. The tower collapsed, but the dome helped people save themselves and their equipment, but they had to speed up the process in order to save themselves. The mages reported to the officer that they would try to transfer the mana to a temporary teleportation node, but this would take at least 10 minutes. Edelbrace asked Stormin how long it would take for Win Historia to arrive, and he replied that it would be in about 5 minutes. Edelbrace thought that Win would arrive at Knecht's old coordinates to where the maid was. The heroine would hardly fail to defeat her, and if Swallow was there, then there was no chance. He realized that in this case they would all die. Then a knight approached Sir R and asked to give the order to return to the old teleportation center. It was Ser Shiorman who said that he intended to prevent the heroine Win Historia from dying, and would do everything possible to do so. Meanwhile, Gwyn realized that the power of spirits was far from limitless. Summoning required both time and mana. It was necessary to think through a battle strategy in order to hold out. It was not profitable to prolong the battle, because the resources would be exhausted, and it would be necessary to fight in close combat, and against a maid this was tantamount to suicide. The only chance was to block Renee's path with the help of the Earth Spirit when the Storm Wall spell ended. The man thought that he must not forget about his main goal. He did not need to win, but to gain as much time as possible. Having assessed his mana reserves, he figured that there were about 3 minutes left before complete exhaustion, which should be enough. But then something went wrong. Gwyn realized that his plan had failed. and the enemy turned out to be more cunning and dangerous than he had expected. He saw something he had only read about in history books and knightly legends, and the sight was both terrifying and fascinating at the same time. A renowned weapon, one of the 36 masterpieces, the artifact of Dandu's teeth, was rushing towards the knight. The guillotine-like weapon seemed small in the sky, but as it fell upon Gwyn, he realized it was only an illusion. How the maid learned to handle this object so skillfully remained a mystery. The knight thought that she had many years of practice. Apparently, that was the secret. The spirits he summoned were no match for Renee either, and she tore them to pieces in a matter of seconds. Gwyn lay flat on the ground and kept trying to comprehend how it was even possible for a monster to be so strong and powerful, yet look like a fragile little girl. As if hearing him, Renee replied that the blade and the wire it was attached to could easily cut through the magical storm by stretching to the required distance. The maid asked if the little man really had the blessing of protecting spirits, and she was also interested in the enemy. The knight tried to rise, but Renee took his sword and replied that healing would hardly help when it was cut in half. The advantage was now in the hands of the maid, and she added that there was still nothing wrong with checking whether this was so. Suddenly, someone from behind Renee loudly called out to her, calling her a maid with a blade. It was clearly a person. Renee glanced back to see who dared to interrupt such an exciting and fascinating activity. Sir Stormin noticed that the girl had stopped. This was just what was needed since Gwyn had a blessing. Even a short pause would give him the opportunity to regenerate. But what followed next made the knight literally freeze in mute horror. Now everything was not going according to plan. Renee thrust Gwyn's sword straight into him with all her might, thus depriving him of a chance to recover. The man was apparently dead. The Stormman prepared to defend himself, and the maid noted that she could get a little more information from him than from this corpse. The blade immediately rushed towards the target. The girl was not going to delay in resolving the issue. The knight initially thought that such a small weapon did not pose a serious threat to him. He was not aware of the Dandu teeth, unlike his dead colleague. He lunged forward, swinging his massive hammer, but now both the man and his weapon looked tiny compared to Renee's blade. Sir Stormin somehow managed to block the first blow. It took a lot of effort, but he managed it. Dandu's teeth flew off to the side, but Renee had already begun to prepare for a new approach. She only needed to shorten the length of the line. The knight shouted that he was not afraid of this toy, even if it did not think that it could resist his strength. At that moment, the blade was right above his head again. The maid's speed was so high that it was impossible to track her movements. Stormin once again put his hammer up to block the blow, but this time, Dandu's teeth were even bigger than the last. Renee screamed that he should immediately tell everything he knew about the story of the homunculus and Melge. She pulled the line again and threatened that otherwise there wouldn't be a wet spot left of him, and of the whole city either. The blade gradually became larger and larger, and the man underneath it was practically invisible. Sir Stormin began to sink into the ground under the weight of Renee's weapon. The weight of it alone could have turned him into a pancake. He was ready to give up from the tension, but he needed to realistically assess whether there was any chance of survival. The knight decided to take a risk and try to save his life. He assured the maid with the blade that she had won. But then, from behind Renee, according to good old tradition, the voice of another stranger, that is, a stranger, was heard, informing her that she had spent too much time on the old man. Renee looked back. She was already starting to get fed up with the fact that new opponents were constantly appearing, all of them unexpectedly and from behind her. It was Win Historia who had already begun her attack, preparing her armored gauntlet to deliver a devastating blow. It was so powerful that the glow of mana and stone fragments again made it unclear what condition Renee was in and what exactly had happened. The heroine's glove was heavy and reliable, but even it could not withstand the strength of the one who used this weapon. This time the armor held, meaning Historia hadn't worked at full strength. She stood there, peering into the cloud of dust left behind by the blow. Stormin tried to get up. He was pleased, as expected from the famous heroine. She destroyed the maid with a blade, with one blow. At least, that's what he thought. Renee had left a whole furrow in the ground behind her. She was thrown so far by Historia's attack, she was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Edelbrace was thinking that the most important thing now was to ensure safety. Soon, the temporary teleportation center would be ready. Sir Stormin will join Wynne, and there should be no further deviations from the plan. Even if the maid recognized the homunculus, this information will not reach the inhabitants of the Empire. At this point, Mr. Swallow's voice clearly sounded in his head, asking how the knight was going to cope with the consequences. The Third Eye representatives in blue capes asked the officer what was going on. They looked worried. Edelbrace fell backwards onto the ground and looked terrified. The alchemists asked if he was okay. Sir R asked how long it would take for the center to be activated, and when they answered that there were 3 minutes left, he ordered them to finish their work and not pay attention to him. The knight sat on the ground and wondered if what he had heard was an illusion. It seemed that the fear of the devourer that sat inside him would never go away. Then someone's voice said that the commander was sprawled on the ground. Who could have believed that he would make such an unforgivable mistake? Garot appeared and reported that the tower leader had sent a request for help to the imperial family. If she had not intercepted the message, what happened would have become public knowledge. Edelbrace hated it when someone interfered, but he was glad that Gareth had cleared up the situation, which meant that the mage, Polaris, had started the mess. Sir R muttered thoughtfully that if she was here, then Garrett interrupted and replied that yes, the entire staff of the Black Wolf Knightly Order had arrived. The others appeared immediately, while Edelbrace could only see the knight's legs, since he still hadn't gotten up. The entire Knightly Order gathered to cover the commander. They warriors were determined to stand up for their honor. Gareth explained that she took it upon herself to do so because Gwyn was dead, and Stormin and Wynne were still fighting the maid. Edelbrace asked in surprise if she had learned anything about this mission from Sir Stormin. Gareth pretended not to understand. Sir R jumped up and said that they needed to go as quickly as possible. The girl asked where he was running off to. Sir Edelbrace screamed in horror that the entire Knightly Order of the Black Wolf must leave this place immediately. Garot tried to catch up with him and find out what was going on. Someone was watching them from above. It was Melchu. She was very happy that after a long search with the help of the spell of the all-seeing eye, she was finally able to find the main enemy. The Demon Queen immediately informed Mr. Swallow that she had found the target. Now it was all up to him. Swallow nodded. All that was left was to immediately go to the destination and restore order there. The ancient monster was inspired. He didn't think that everything would be resolved so simply and quickly, and was ready to have some fun. After Historia's blow, the dust did not settle for quite a while, but it was enough for all the participants in the battle to collect their thoughts. It soon became possible to see Renee, who not only had not died, but was determined to fight. Her eyes glowed with an unkind radiance that clearly did not bode well for people. The homunculus was about to administer justice. Sir Stormin came to his senses and told the newly arrived knights that they should leave this place. They did not understand why, because they arrived in full force, and Historia was here. They began to explain that they could very well destroy the monster, but the old man shouted that this was Edelbrace's order, and it must be carried out. When her colleagues shouted at Wynne that they should go back, the girl became very angry. She was just starting to get into a frenzy. She clenched her fists and firmly declared that if she was given a little more time, she could handle the maid just fine. Here a familiar voice called Historia to carry out the order. She froze. It was Garot, who came to the battlefield with the officer. Wynne didn't expect to meet her friend and captain here, so she looked inquiringly in their direction. She screamed that this was an amazing chance to destroy the boss of the ancient core, but Sir R said that he would explain everything after the retreat. The knight added that she was right, but now was not the right time. They would have another chance. Let him just follow the order. The heroine was clearly upset, but did not argue, agreeing that since they thought they should leave, she would leave. Both Garrot and Edelbrace could share her emotions, but they had a little more information to make the right decisions. Sir R ordered everyone to run towards the temporary teleportation center, but at that moment, Dandu's teeth whistled through the air. Renee asked in a sharp tone where they were going. She was furious that the little people were preventing her from fulfilling the will of the master. The maid firmly stated that Mr. Swallow had trusted her, so no one would dare leave this place. She looked at Edelbrace and figured that this was probably the main one. It wouldn't be easy. Historia shouted that she would take on the enemy herself. Renee noticed that the blue-haired creature was also very strong. She had seen many opponents, but no one was able to put so much energy into a blow. She said that she would finish off this blue one first, apparently. This was a reasonable decision, after all. You have to start with someone. Wynne screamed that no one dared call her that. She had a name. Edelbrace tried to restrain the heroine, who was desperately rushing into battle. Renee replied that no matter what, she would complete her task. Then Garrot noticed that pink glowing butterflies appeared around them. Historia immediately realized what was going on and shouted to the commander that it was a magic spell and not just moths. Quick and light footsteps were heard, and a cheerful voice announced that he had come here in search of Renee, and Melju butterflies were also fluttering around Swallow's boots. The look Edelbrace gave him was impossible to describe in words. It was pure panic. The Devourer noticed that it seemed like everyone who was needed was there and had gathered, and then asked how things were going. He looked closely at Historia, Garrot, and Sir R, and thought that he had seen them somewhere before, or that it seemed so. No, it didn't seem so. While Renee was talking to Melchu, the boss remembered that these were the same heroes from Riaz. He thought that he would not see them again, because people live very short lives. He looked at Edelbrace and asked if he found it strange that there were so many people in the Empire, and this was the second time he had met them. The captain thought that there must be a reason why the ancient monster did not raze the city to smithereens, but instead came here and talked with the Imperial Knights. He needed to find out. Then Historia quietly called out to him. It seemed that the girl also had something to say to her boss, but he ignored her. Kneeling down in front of Swallow, he said that it was a great honor for them that the great lord remembered who was in front of him, and then asked if everything was okay. The Devourer wearily replied that he didn't need pompous greetings. It would be better if he told us whether this was all his doing. Sir R said that the incident had nothing to do with them, but Swallow reminded them that they were Imperial Knights and were stationed in the capital, so why did they come here? Edelbrace explained that they were here to resolve the situation. If he wanted to find the culprit, he could count on the help of the Order of the Black Wolf. The Devourer chuckled. This reaction was not clear to the officer. He expected a more obvious display of emotion in response to what he said. Swallow looked at him intently and chuckled again. Everything turned out to be not as simple as he imagined. The scoundrel is cunning. In the end, the ancient monster turned away from the knight and said that, in principle, he didn't care about it at all. He called out to Renee and said that he was tired and it was time to go home. The maid happily agreed, and Edelbrace even clenched his fists with joy. He couldn't believe his lie had worked, but then Swallow noticed that the maid with the blade was wounded, and sweat was running down the officer's face. The Devourer stood with his back to him for some time, and it was completely unclear what he intended to do. Looking at his reflection in one of the drops on the ground, Sir R decided that his idea had been successful, and he had managed to get out of trouble. Then a question sounded right in his ear. Why was he smiling so much? The Devourer somehow moved right up to the man. Edelbrace recoiled in fear and fell to the ground. The man asked in a stuttering voice when Mr. Swallow had managed to approach. Historia and Garrot rushed to help the commander, but at the last moment they slowed down. The situation was difficult. The ancient monster looked the little man straight in the eyes and asked if he really thought he could just leave all of this behind. Sir R realized that he had lost. Now he needed to come up with a new plan and immediately implement it, but his brain refused to work. Swallow showed Edelbrace only an image of his true form, but that was enough to cause the knight to be overcome with primal terror. All the other knights also froze in place, their muscles refusing to obey and their heads refusing to work. Only the heroines, Gareth and Historia, retained enough composure to fight the enemy. But it was too late. A powerful stream of ancient monster energy gushed from the devourer past the Edelbrace, crawling on the ground. Swallow said that he might be indebted to the knights for what happened in Riaz, but the way they were acting now was too shameful, and Renee and Melju became quiet. Blood was running down the maid's cheek, and she realized that it was this thin stream that had angered the boss the most, and she whispered after him that it was quite shameful. The devourer extended his hand. Now it hovered right above Sir R. The monster said that he was especially shameful, this pathetic little man and his lies. The man's eyes reflected the devourer's hand, but he was still so paralyzed with fear that he did not respond or do anything. Several arrows flew at Mr. Swallow and distracted him a little from what was happening. Was it possible that someone else had joined them? It was Gwyn. He was healed a little, and the knight rushed into battle again. His regeneration was higher than that of ordinary people. He shouted to Historia not to hesitate. Gwyn used the surge of energy as a punch, jumped up, and snatched Edelbrace from under the devourer's feet, who only asked where they were going. Garrot gave orders to all the other knights to cover these two without being distracted by anything. Swallow looked like he was watching the same movie for the 100th time. People were too boring and predictable. Historia dragged the officer so fast that they left behind a bright trail of mana and a pile of stones, but as it turned out, the speed was not enough. From the clouds of dust and flames emerged the hand of the devourer, who declared that the boys had slightly overestimated their chances. Immediately after them, black projectiles of mana from the ancient monster rushed. He knew how to fight, not only in hand-to-hand combat. Historia grabbed Edelbrace to throw him up, but realized that they would not be able to run away from the attack, or avoid it in any other way. Swallow's black mana wedges would have pierced both Lady Wynn and Sir Era, but Gwyn blocked them with his body. Smiling, he said his last words. It was a joyful delight that this time the knight was more agile than even Historia herself. Wynn and Edelbrace looked at the hero who had sacrificed his life for them, both knowing that this was far from the end. Gwyn managed to add that he was now leaving the commander in her charge, and the girl was ready to burst into tears. At this time, arrows flew at the devourer again, and he let out a loud yelp. After all, the ancient monster experienced pain just like all other creatures, unless they were fish. Historia gritted her teeth and decided to destroy the enemy at any cost, even at the cost of her own life. The girl walked resolutely towards Swallow. She did not want to attack in a jump, but was full of intentions to do justice. Edelbrace grabbed her hand and told her not to do this. Wynn didn't understand why the commander was stopping her. She asked why, and the man answered that it was just that. He couldn't find anything else to say, but he didn't let go of his hand, holding Historia. Garrett realized that in order to avoid her friend's battle with the devourer, she needed to use the teleporter and simply take them all away from here. Swallow's black mana was like a poisonous gas. The knights realized that their thinking and movements were greatly slowed down, and it was impossible to calculate the coordinates for movement. Garrett cursed, but quickly pulled herself together, deciding to use every opportunity to at least buy a little time. The girl stood in the most visible place and called out to a knight named Einar, who quickly guessed what they wanted from him. The man had one of the 36 masterpieces, a special shield on his back, and it was time to use it. He instantly turned in the right direction and began to get it, shouting to Garrot that he understood the task. Swallow continued to attack the people with his black mana wedges and muttered that it must hurt. They needed to push back the black mana and use teleportation magic, so Einar had to do it with his shield. It was the third of the great masterpieces called Wall in the Heart, and the knight did not learn to use it right away. Einar rushed forward to block the devourer's energy with his shield, and Historia froze for a second. She didn't want anyone else to get hurt. He broke through Swallow's mana, cutting it with his shield. At first, everything worked out quite well. The guy was glad that he was coping with the task. Meter by meter, the distance was reduced. and it seemed that achieving success was not as difficult as it might have seemed at the very beginning. But then his run suddenly stopped, and a whole bunch of emotions were reflected on the faces of Garot, Historia, and Edelbrace. A sword from one of his colleagues, launched by Renee, flew at the knight. She said that she frankly did not understand what the little man wanted to do. Einar tried to get to his feet, but the maid informed him that he had no chance of achieving his goal while she was there. The knight did not give up trying to break through with a cry that he would kill the devourer, but these were his last words, which he did not even have time to finish. Now the teeth of Dandu came into play, and everything around was illuminated with red mana, as if it were real blood. Historia's sky turned upside down. The heroine realized that they had lost another friend. Her eyes were full of horror and grief. But a second later there was only rage and an irresistible desire to kill, to take revenge on the ancient monster for the deaths. Edelbrace had never seen such a look from the heroine before. He was seriously scared and called out to her, but there was no answer. Screaming that she would kill them all, Wynne set out to carry out her plans immediately. No one could stop her. But Sir R tried. He grabbed the girl with his arms and literally hung on her with his whole body, begging her not to do this, otherwise she would die. The man almost cried. He explained that no matter what, she had to survive. Let her think about it. Let her take care of herself. Swallow, Melju, Renee, and even the dog watched the two and had no idea what they were doing. The shield lay not far from them, but there was no one left to use it, and here the devourer became a little more interested in what was happening. Sir Storm leapt up to the third of the 36 great masterpieces and lifted it up, heading towards the ancient monster. He activated Arrow to the Heart and gradually closed the distance between him and the opponents. It was quite difficult. Mr. Devourer looked at Stormin and thought that he was doing something strange. What was all this fuss about with the shield? But one of the masterpieces actually worked, reflecting the black mana of the ancient monster, maybe not all at once, but at least something. The man got quite close, realizing that the flow had stopped. He looked out from behind the shield, hoping that he had managed to block Swallow's energy. He made a surprised face and said that the hero had tried his best, a job well done. After asking if he should add a little seriousness, Swallow began to take on his true form. Soon the shadow of a monster that was truly huge loomed over Stormin, and mana began to spread around him again. But that was not the limit. The devourer grew larger and larger until it completely covered the sky. A yellow glow began to spread from the shield, but it no longer affected Swallow. People froze, trying to understand what it was. The remaining knights and alchemists began casting spells to activate the teleport, and it was the turn of the boss of the ancient core to be surprised. He had not seen so much magic for a long time. Gareth screamed that everything would be ready very soon. Let Sir Stormin hold out for at least another minute. Everyone looked at the man and prayed that he would hold on, as he tried with all his might to hold on to the shield. It was said that the 36 masterpieces were created by God himself, so they could withstand any attack. The shield really withstood Swallow's blow, but the man could not. In Stormin's eyes, everything except the shield disappeared. He thought only about it. But he needed to think about himself too. Shards of the edge fell to the ground, hitting the man's legs, which were clinging to the surface of the stones with all their might. Then there was an explosion. The devourer had made another attack. Clouds of dust rose. Fragments of stones flew. People barely had time to cover their faces. Edelbrace realized that it was all over and shouted for Stormin to run away immediately, saving his life. Wynne tried to break free and run towards him. The man's chest was pierced through, but he continued to stand on his feet. He thanked everyone for the honor of serving together and told Historia that he was leaving the command to her. She screamed hysterically that her grandfather could not die like this. Swallow did not expect such resilience from the knight, and asked how he managed to talk if by all indications he was already dead. Historia made another lunge and managed to free herself from Edelbrace's strong grip. He screamed that she was no match for the monster, but the warrior didn't care. Wynne charged, screaming that she was a warrior, and so she had to act like a warrior now, someone who had to protect everyone. Her blow was so powerful that the huge monster couldn't hold on and flew back. Historia achieved her goal. A whole cart of magic stones. That's what was left of the tower of the magicians of the mercenary city of Knecht. These were crystals of excellent quality. Renee was delighted. She enthusiastically described to her boss several times how beautiful and shiny they were. He still could not understand why the maid had changed so much. The heroes rode in a carriage, tired but absolutely happy. They had not gone to the city for this, but they had come out on top. The homunculus asked several more times if they really had gotten good loot, and Swallow was forced to confirm that everything looked quite good. He yawned. The ancient monster explained that he had released the golem to see how far it could go, but it had not completed the task because it had run out of mana and needed to be recharged when it returned. Here Melju, looking puzzled, said that she had a small problem, and the boss chuckled questioningly. The demon queen screamed that she would die so soon. The golem weighed a lot, and they were carrying a lot of other things besides it. She was driving a cart pulled by a demon dog. Swallow promised that he would feed the dog until he was full as soon as they arrived at their destination, and the demoness would not be left without a reward either. At this point, Renee raised her hand and announced with an air of importance that she had a great idea for this. The maid suggested that Melch pull the cart herself if she was so worried about her dog, and the demoness literally fell into a stupor. They continued arguing for some time, but the ancient monster simply did not have the strength to listen to all this chatter. He just wanted to sleep. Swallow looked around to assess how much junk they had loaded down, but there really was nothing to throw out. Suddenly, Melju decided to change the subject and asked why the devourer didn't kill all those people, and Renee noted that it took him longer to show his true nature. Swallow rolled the precious magic stones in his hand and said that, in principle, he could simply trample everyone on the spot. There are advantages to a quick death. It is very convenient and for everyone, but in this case it would be a waste of time. He narrowed his eyes and added that he remembered all the problems Edelbrace had caused him and thought that this would be too easy. Each cemetery always has its own atmosphere. The cemetery in Riaz was not at all gloomy but very solemn. Chrysanthemum is a mourning flower, but whether blue chrysanthemum can be considered as such is a big question. And no one would ever think of taking a blue chrysanthemum, which is a magical artifact, from the freshly dug grave of a dead hero. No one except Win Historia, a blue-haired warrior who had superior striking power to all humans. She was very beautiful in a snow-white dress, and the chrysanthemum only emphasized the color of her hair. They say that taking something from a cemetery is a bad omen. The knight standing next to Historia said that this time the losses were even greater than in the case of Burns' squad, 4 knights and one of the masterpieces. His name was Barisk. The man also belonged to the Black Wolf Order, and he thanked Win. Thanks to her, they survived. There were footsteps behind them. Historia replied that she knew, but she listened, hoping that Gareth was coming towards them. It was indeed her pink-haired friend who came to say goodbye to the dead. She also expressed her gratitude to Historia, adding that it was from all of them. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She whispered that this simply couldn't be. No one should be grateful to her. The eyes became even bigger and sadder, and Win began to sob that everyone should hate and curse her and not thank her. She introduced Gwyn and began to explain that if she had arrived earlier, he would have survived. Barisk turned away. If she had been stronger, she would have been able to defeat the maid with the dagger, and then another one of them would not have died. If she had been stronger, the shield's keeper Einar would not have lost his life and his weapon, one of the masterpieces. If she had been more persistent and stopped her grandfather by completing the task for him, everything would have been completely different. When Historia screamed that she simply had to kill the damned Death Eater and save them all, every single one of them. She continued to scream and cry. It was almost hysterical, but Garrett calmly replied that Wynne would definitely defeat him. The girl came closer to her friend and said that she believed that one day Historia would kill the ancient monster. And it is for this one victory that they are all trying so hard, both Sir R. Edelbrace and the entire nightly order of the Black Wolf. She crouched down and wrapped her one remaining arm around Win Historia, hugging her tightly. Garrote whispered in the girl's ear that it was time to forget about what happened. Without this, they would not be able to achieve their common goal. Win would have been happy, but the grief of loss and unfulfilled expectations tore her soul apart, and the heroine burst into tears. She continued to cry, hugging her friend and pressing a blue chrysanthemum to her back. One delicate petal broke off and fell to the ground. Just as slowly, the petals of the flowers that Edelbryce had placed in a vase at home fell away. They were the same blue chrysanthemums. The captain sat in his chair. He was now almost constantly immersed in thoughts about how he, and everyone else, managed to survive. He couldn't understand why Mr. Devourer had made it a point to keep alive someone he could have easily and simply killed several times. Perhaps this was done for some specific purpose, but what is the boss of the Ancient Corps planning in that case? He could trample him as a monster, destroy him with mana from afar, or simply strike him with his little finger while standing over him, since he had crushing power. Edelbryce imagined the ancient monster and remembered how it had reacted to Historia's crushing blow, absolutely not at all, as if it simply didn't want to do it. Even when the warrior rushed to attack Swallow a second time, he was able to easily avoid both the damage and even the blow itself, smearing her in one blow. But he let her get close and let her attack, and then he simply stepped aside, saying that it was all too boring. Sir R replayed the events of that day in his mind over and over again, and remembered that the ancient monster had said something to him several times. After Win's blow, when he simply disappeared and they started looking for help from Gareth, he seemed to send a telepathic message to Edelbryce. While the girlfriends were busy discussing what had happened and preparing to use the teleportation center, the captain heard a voice calling out to him. Then he saw the image of the ruler of the Ancient Corps, who appeared before him in the form of a black smoke and a translucent image. Swallow said something, but in his shock, Sir R could only make out a piece of the phrase about months. Now he was trying to remember the rest, but he couldn't. The knight exhaled loudly and thought that he should look into this better, but there were too many eyes watching him now. He couldn't act suspiciously. He thought with sadness that he was not even able to attend the funeral of the fallen knights of his squad. He only brought flowers. Finally, Edelbryce crossed his legs and turned to the table. It was time to do the reports. He had been inundated with paperwork since the incident. But then the man realized that he was seeing everything in some kind of murky haze. He couldn't even see his own hand, let alone the letters in what was written. He turned his gaze to the burning candles. They were also blurry, and his eyes began to hurt, as if they were about to burst from the strain. Sir R was in incredible pain. He was almost losing consciousness, but he still tried to interact with the candlestick. He walked up to the mirror and placed the candles on the dressing table, after which he covered his face with his hand, as if afraid to see his face in the reflection. Finally, the man gathered his courage and looked at himself. The pain was gone. Everything seemed completely normal. Edelbryce decided that he was simply too tired. But then the candle flame transformed into the burning eyes of an ancient monster. The knight was not scared, but wondered why this was happening to him. Obsessive thoughts about Swallow drove him to hallucinations. Sir R recoiled so abruptly that he ended up on the floor, as did the candlesticks. He lay and looked ahead. Everything began to be covered with a gray, no, now black haze again. His eyes began to hurt even more than before. After some time, the commander heard someone's voice calling him excitedly. The man opened his eyes and saw Garrote leaning over him. He tried to get up and started muttering that he probably passed out. I wonder how long the knight lay on the floor unconscious. Then a whole fountain of blood burst from his mouth, and Edelbryce grabbed his chest. Garrett began to call for a doctor. The man began to understand what it was. He realized that it wasn't that the ancient monster hadn't killed him. In fact, it could be considered that it had. Sir R cursed. The knight remembered Swallow's face again. This time the beginning of the sentence also surfaced. The monster said that he had 6 months. The puzzle came together. Now Edelbrace was even pleased. He had figured out what had been tormenting him for a long time, even if it was not the most pleasant discovery. But he remembered. A few days later, the mirror fell and broke into pieces, and someone stood there and looked thoughtfully at the captain. It was Garrow, who whistled at what she saw. The doctor was about to arrive, and the girl looked into the chambers. She began to lift the pieces of glass using magic to piece the object back together, asking in the process if the hallucinations were getting worse. Wiping his face with a towel, the man replied that he was already used to it. Everything was fine, but from his appearance it was clear that this was far from the case. Edelbrace looked at Garrow and found himself thinking that he was very lucky that he could still see people the way he used to. 4 days passed. The treatment did not help. The symptoms did not go away. The girl noted that medicine was powerless. Sir R stated that, therefore, it was now only a matter of time. He realized that the devourer had infected him with something, and that this something was incurable. The Knight of the Order of the Black Wolf cursed again. So there was only one way. The captain informed Garrow that this was an order given by the commander, which no one should know about. She nodded. He looked at the girl carefully and added in a stern voice that even Win Historia, especially Win Historia, needing to solve the problem before he dies, Edelbrace decided to restore one of the lost masterpieces and the power of the knightly order. The girl said she would take care of it. She added that she had gathered several talented people and that they, together with the knights, were already approaching the goal. R was embarrassed and asked why he had not been notified. Garrow noted that there was no point in reporting to the commander when he was in such a deplorable state. He would provide a detailed report after the operation. Edelbrace was puzzled. The heroine also added that on the way here, she met someone who was especially loved by the boss, and he asked what it was about. Garrow didn't answer and teleported away. Sir R was sure that his chambers were protected, and it was impossible to just use magic of that level there. It turned out that everything had changed. There was a knock at the door. Edelbrace had not yet recovered from what had happened, and in a weak voice allowed the visitor to enter. Papa Uranesia III stood on the threshold. He smiled. Having heard the news, he decided to come and provide the officer with all possible support. Sir R looked at him with disbelief. He didn't know how to explain that he didn't believe a single word. Then he simply said that his guest had been a priest for too long and had simply forgotten how to lie. He looked closely into the old man's eyes and assumed that he had come only to hear his answer. The man smiled and replied that it was so. Edelbrace asked why the Pope wanted to separate the Imperial Knights from everyone else. Uranesia explained that he simply wanted one of the Empire's strongest knightly orders, the Black Wolf Squad, to support him. He replied that now religion is only a way of connecting the Empire with the Holy Kingdom, but the Church is oppressed, and this needs to change. The Pope noted with regret that in these times his life was worth no more than that of an ordinary nobleman, and it should not be so. Edelbrace said it sounds like they are suppressing doctrines. Maybe there was a god before, but the current god is the Emperor. Uranesia placed his hand on the windowsill and sighed, then slowly said that this was undoubtedly true. Smiling, he repeated that this was indeed the case now, but very soon the blessing would reach every corner of the earth that humanity had touched. He spread his arms and proclaimed that very soon they would spread their doctrines widely and oppression would cease. Sir R noted suspiciously that this looked like the beginning of a holy war, or so he imagined. Uranesia replied that there was no need to rush to conclusions. He was so old that he could barely hold a spoon, let alone a weapon, but Edelbrace was not in the best condition either. He emphasized that the night looked bad and therefore would not tire him, but before leaving, he still wanted to hear an answer. Already at the door, the Pope looked back and said that he hoped that the knight would be able to fulfill God's will. Sir R looked at the doors closing behind the pontiff with absolute indifference. He didn't have the strength for manipulation. He sat there for a moment thinking, muttering something under his breath about how his answer could be completely different. Finally, Edelbrace decided that next time he would answer Uranesia completely differently, he would answer as he should. And he very much doubts that this will please the representative of the church and his idea of ending the oppression of the clergy. When our heroes returned to the ancient core, it took some time to adapt and restore order to the dungeon, but they finally introduced Melz to her room. Patrick brought her there with pathos and announced that from that moment on, the Demon Queen was the gatekeeper of the fourth room of the core of antiquity. All who live here are obliged to take care of both Melja herself and her demonic dog, helping with any issue. The little girl asked incredulously if they really had such rules. Swallow yawned. He didn't understand why all this formality was needed. Melzu and her pet jumped for joy when Patrick announced that everything was exactly like this and nothing else. The Demon Queen had realized her dream. She screamed that she liked it here so much that it was as if she had ended up in a fairy tale. The girl was sure that she would be happy in the core of antiquity. Melju immediately became inspired by the idea of building a real castle in her room and immediately began looking for the necessary papers for the calculations. Patrick let out a happy sigh, telling his boss that he was very glad that everything was okay, and his boss remarked that he liked the room himself. The skeleton replied that this was indeed the case. It was worth destroying Necht for this. They brought an excellent guard with them. Swallow turned in the opposite direction and was about to leave, but then decided to clarify whether the Death Knight meant the dog. Patrick confirmed that even one demonic dog would be quite enough, but his mistress wouldn't hurt either. He asked if Melzu had really bought the demon and given him a name, and the devourer replied that yes, the dog's name was Svaldi. The skeleton laughed that Mrs. Melzu was excellent at choosing her subordinates, but she had a problem with names. The ancient monster muttered that she didn't seem to even know what her demonic pet actually was. Patrick sighed, that maybe it was good, now was not the right time, and then she would find out for herself what was what. Then Renee joined them and said that she had finished with the golem in the third room and they could go and have a look. The source of energy, the magic stone, was also charged and hidden in the wall so that people would not find it. The maid was happy as a little girl. Swallow gently stroked her head, telling her that she had done a great job and that the flower, by the way, was still there. Recalling how she fought the knights, the boss praised the maid for being able to handle any task well these days. Then Patrick shouted that Swallow had praised her 1,000 times already. Don't they change at all? Let them come up with something more original. He was simply indignant and started shouting that his head was simply splitting every time the boss did this. The skeleton finished by saying that he categorically refused to look at this, so he suggested moving straight to the main point. The heroes looked at him in surprise. Patrick said that this time it was about the boss. Swallow replied that he didn't quite understand, so no. He will not leave the dungeon or go anywhere at all. The Death Knight replied that this is exactly what we are talking about. Patrick confirmed that the Devourer should not show his nose outside now. A lot had happened. An entire city had been destroyed. And everyone knows who did it. There are simply no other options. Swallow sighed heavily and nodded. The Death Knight added that most likely other dungeons of great evil had also heard about their adventures and considered the Devourer's actions to be very strange. Swallow asked, looking bored. So what? They weren't going to hold him accountable for it. But the skeleton explained that they were. Neither the ancient monster nor the maid with the blade expected to hear such news. Both looked at Patrick as if he was crazy. He explained that he had contacted Ms. Bathory and that the other dungeons had a lot to say to the boss of the ancient core. The Devourer, with a bored face, asked when they would come and received an immediate answer that it would be today. Renee, Melju, Swallow, Patrick, and even the dog gathered to discuss their next strategy. Then, in the core of antiquity, immediate preparations began to receive the high-ranking guests. Swallow was about to sleep, shirking his duties, but Bathory showed up to make sure the friends didn't relax prematurely. She woke him up not very politely, walking right over his head and her heels. It seemed that Elizabeth was more angry with the Devourer than the others. She had already seen Patrick and Renee before, and now she asked Swallow if it wasn't a bit late for them to start a general cleaning here. She kicked the ancient monster to stir it up, and Melju asked if they often had guests from other dungeons. Patrick replied that the great evil did not visit them often, or rather, not very often and never before in full force. If she is talking about Erebus, for example, then he has never been here at all, although he is burning with the idea of subjugating all the great dungeons. Melju exclaimed with delight that she had the chance to observe a unique historical event and even take direct part in it. Patrick sighed and replied that she seemed to be right, and the Demon Queen almost started dancing with delight. The skeleton continued that the event was caused by the fact that their boss had been causing everyone too much trouble lately, so there was no need to be too happy. Patrick handed Melj a piece of paper with seals and suggested that he simply look at the letter that they had received not long ago. There was simply a message that they were heading to the core of antiquity, no attempt to ask permission, no question about the time when the visit would be convenient. The Demon Queen muttered with an upset face that they didn't respect them at all, and Patrick sighed, knowing that he himself knew. He clenched the piece of paper into his fist and declared that these impudent fellows were completely reckless and would definitely pay for it. The Death Knight threw the crumpled paper behind him and exclaimed that he would teach the guests good manners. Melju looked at him questioningly. It seemed she had already begun to suspect something about the gatekeeper's intentions. She glanced again at the crumpled piece of paper with the notification and realized that Patrick was not going to make a joke at all. In order to be prepared for the visit, the demoness decided to activate all of her tracking spells that she had hung around the dungeon. And just in time, one of them worked instantly. Melju summoned her magic staff and called out to Sir Patrick, saying that they had an uninvited guest. The Demon Queen led the Death Knight to the place where the invasion had taken place. The skeleton said that he would control the matter on the spot, and she should go for the others and bring everyone here. Patrick himself decided to immediately find out what was going on. Even his boots were covered in Melzu's mana, which got really excited. He watched carefully as something incomprehensible, at least at first glance, slowly moved out of the darkness, wondering about the reason for the visit. Some time ago, a small carriage was driving through the central region of the Great Desert Kingdom. The sun was shining brightly, and there was no sign of danger. Previously, there was a great road connecting all 5 sacred kingdoms, but now it is not. The man driving the carriage felt the earth tremble. Soon something huge began to appear in front of him, as if a new dune or sand dune was growing out of the sand. It was a new dungeon that appeared which put an end to the existence of trade routes through the desert. A huge sandworm burst out. This was the point in the previous history of these lands. The desert became impassable. Soon, no one dared to step a step there. The cart, along with the driver and the cargo, disappeared forever into the belly of the worm. But this did not last long. People decided to clear the dungeon and destroy the boss, returning their rightful lands. There were a lot of people willing to do so. The residents thought that their enemy was just insects, and with the help of the elite troops of the 5 kingdoms, they would easily defeat him, and with this confidence they died. Some died slowly and painfully, eaten alive by huge beetles and flies. People could not understand where an army of insects, many times larger than their troops, came from in the dungeon. The last surviving officer whispered that this was simply a disaster, a real disaster for all mankind. The mother of insects was already circling above him, but the knight did not see her, continuing to repeat only one word: catastrophe. Soon, a huge sandworm emerged from under the ground, and with one movement closed its mouth, leaving nothing left in the place where the man had just been. It was the ruler of the desert, and all his subjects, all the insect monsters, gathered around to pay their respects to him. Let's return to Patrick and his post at the entrance to one of the rooms of the dungeon. He ran around the perimeter at great speed, but still did not find the enemy. He once again examined another nook and cranny, being sure that he had just noticed movement there, but all to no avail. Here he braked sharply, feeling the earth tremble. It seemed that one of the guests had decided to find his own entrance to the core of antiquity. A sandworm, Hexabel, mother of sand hills, lord of the desert, appeared before the Death Knight, The guest's first words were that it seemed that not all the monsters had been restored. Patrick was at a loss for an answer, thinking only about how he would now restore the floor of this room and how much time it would take. The worm's voice was a poor imitation of a human voice, and the skeleton remembered that monsters of this type take on the qualities of those they eat. Patrick wondered if the intent was more important. Perhaps Hexwabel was trying to assess the defenses of the ancient core. Here the monster's mouth opened, revealing many teeth, and the gatekeeper thought that he had to deal with this problem before the boss arrived. But he didn't have time. Swallow appeared with the words that there was no need to start a showdown here. This was not the situation to waste time on nonsense. Renee and Melju rushed after him and begged him not to go so fast. They were completely behind schedule, but they didn't want to miss anything interesting. Patrick covered the devourer with himself and declared that he would take care of it himself. The boss did not understand what he even intended to do. Here the worm showed a semblance of a smile, seemed to even blush with embarrassment, and shouted that he was simply happy to see the teacher. Swallow praised Hexabel for growing up so well and replied that he was also very happy to see her visiting him. Patrick thought that the devourer was not very gallant. He shouldn't say such things to ladies. Meanwhile, the ancient monster shared the news with his former student. Renee and Melju froze in their tracks. They did not expect that the huge sandworm was the lady with whom Swallow would begin to flirt. Here the devourer decided to remember etiquette and invited the girls to get acquainted. He introduced the former keeper of the dungeon, the core of antiquity, Hexabel. She blushed and said hello, apologizing for not introducing herself right away. Her friends could call her Hexabel Sandhell. Bathory was as surprised as anyone, but it was quite in the spirit of the devourer to take such a student and then make her the boss of a new dungeon. Patrick realized with horror that Hexabel had previously been the gatekeeper of his blue path, and that she had asked about the monsters out of concern for the safety of the ancient core. Swallow asked if that was really the case, and Sandhell replied that she was a little shy and hadn't found an answer in time. The Death Knight asked him accusingly why he hadn't known, and the boss said guiltily that he was so tired that he had simply forgotten to tell him. The skeleton explained that even though he had a good relationship with Swallow, she now had her own dungeon of great evil, which was why he was vigilant. Here Hexabel announced that she was Patrick's biggest fan. If the skeleton could blush with embarrassment, he definitely would have done so. The monster explained that he was considered an unrivaled master of swordsmanship, with no equal in the entire world. This finally melted the skeleton's heart, and he broke into a smile, inviting the lady to feel at home here. He asked if the girls had heard that the owner of the Dungeon of Great Evil was his fan. Renee asked not to put her in an awkward position. Here Hexabel turned her attention to the homunculus. The maid explained that she was the current keeper of the core of antiquity. Melju tried to intervene and said that she was the queen of demons and had not yet grown up. Therefore she was not tasty, but Renee interrupted her by asking what gender Easter Hell was. She said that she was the mother of all insects, so in a sense she could be considered a woman. This was a mistake. The maid clarified whether in front of her was really a woman who was in close relations with Mr. Devourer. Melju tried to explain that this lady was not quite suitable for dating, but Patrick shut her mouth, saying that she was still too young and should not interfere. Here Renee called out to Mr. Patrick and said that they were looking at a parasite, and the skeleton tried to persuade her not to rush to conclusions. Patrick apologized to Hexabel and explained that they were on edge because of visitors from other dungeons of great evil. She said that she just came to visit her favorite teacher. Sandy Hell even tried to justify herself by saying that she simply came to visit, solely for this purpose. While they were still trying to figure out what was going on, someone else approached the entrance to the core of antiquity. Apparently, it was his first time here. The purple-haired creature slowed down, trying to figure out if it was really the famous ancient core in front of her. Margarita Ajihadaka, the boss of one of the dungeons of great evil, put her hands on her hips and was ready to give Swallow a beating. Her ice palace Margara was located high in the mountains in the north, as you might guess, among eternal ice and snow. The white dragon skeptically asked Margarita if she really intended to go to the core of antiquity. The devourer is powerful. He called out to Mrs. Ajihadaka again and asked her to be extremely careful on her journey. The dragon recalled that when Erebus and Swallow fought, neither of them gave an explanation, and it was the same in the mercenary city of Necht after the Black Disaster. Margarita said that this was precisely why she decided to pay the devourer a visit. He had been going unpunished for too long. Now she stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon and regretted that she had come here. She didn't have the courage to go in. She, Ajihadaka, the ruler of the White Mountain Range and the master of dragons, was afraid of the ancient monster, but she did not want to let others underestimate her. Then a strange green creature called out to her, asking her little sister to take a look at him quickly. What a show! The green monster stood up on his front paws and declared that he too could now turn into a human, although the only thing he had that was human was his head. He also proudly showed off his tail, asking if it wasn't cool. Ajihadaku agreed that it was great. She had planned to come alone, but her younger sister Fanfear tagged along, promising to call her boss or mistress in public. The girl shortened the tail and asked the lady to evaluate the result. She was angry, but replied that it was cool. Someone was watching them from behind the rock. A male voice said that only an idiot could bring a child to a meeting of the dungeon lords. Margarita said that only a moron could come with such an aggressive attitude. Before her, in all his majestic beauty and heavy armor, appeared the boss of the dungeon of the great evil Nirkumbal, named Kurak. At first glance, he might seem like an ordinary orc, but an ordinary orc couldn't become a boss. Kurak was extremely strong. Ajihadaku couldn't believe that she had bumped into him at the entrance, and explained that Fanfear was stronger than a normal dragon and would not tolerate such treatment. The orc replied that in that case they were both very lucky, but the dragon mistress should be careful. Losing a comrade could happen in a matter of seconds. Kurak turned to enter the core of antiquity. Margarita assessed the expression on his face as a personal insult and his words as a hidden threat. Action had to be taken. She told Fanfear to stay close and not leave her. No matter what happened, the little sister wanted to be indignant, but changed her mind. With a slightly sad and frightened face, she replied that she would do everything the lady ordered with full responsibility. All three headed towards the entrance. The orc went first, followed by the dragon mistress with her sister, whom she unsuccessfully tried to make walk on two legs. They entered the first room and were surprised to find that there was nothing there. Kurak thought it was a trap. Ajihadaku took out a manual on the dungeon and said that there should be many ice giants here. Something doesn't add up. He added that there was also a possibility that they were destroyed by raiders. The girl slammed the book shut and said that she would never believe it. Margarita decided that this was another display of disrespect designed to test her, the ruler of dragons, and she began to boil again. They moved further, but there was no one in the next room either, which Fanfear did not fail to inform them of. In fact, it was not quite like that, but her loud cry woke up the golem. Now the guests will be greeted with more attention, or maybe not. The giant opened his eyes, but then began to snore again. Ajihadaku didn't even suspect that the golems were also sleeping. Margarita lost her mind. She took everything that was happening as a mockery and began to chaotically release charges of mana along the walls of the room. She screamed that if they wanted it that way, she would respond appropriately and burn the damn cave to the ground. Then Patrick appeared and asked what they were doing there. Melju told him about the invaders and he went to look. The skeleton assumed that the dragon mistress was in front of him, and with her the orc Kurak, after which he asked if they had come together. The man said that they met at the entrance, after which both received an invitation to go further. The rest had already gathered and were waiting. Fanfear was very interested in the bones of the Death Knight, and she did not want to leave him alone so easily, even though Patrick said that it was time to begin. Ajihadaku asked what to start, to which the skeleton indignantly replied that the first ever meeting of the dungeon bosses of the Great Evil, of course. Soon everyone gathered around the table, including Bathory and even Hexabel, to talk, and Renee served drinks. The little sister constantly asked Margarita what the lady would do now. which made Patrick and Kurak extremely nervous. Aji Hadaku stood up and said that almost everyone present had suffered in one way or another from the Devourer's actions, so she saw only one way out. They must all unite to jointly stop the rampage of the arrogant ancient monster from the core of antiquity. Bathory sat with a dissatisfied face and looked away, thinking about her own things. The others were not beaming with happiness either. Kurak looked like an orc. Margarita assumed that they agreed with her and that everyone could make certain claims against Sval. Then, the dragon mistress apologized and added that she was only unsure of the emotions expressed on the face of the insect mother. Then Patrick appeared, saying that he was grateful to everyone for waiting, and here he was, the lord of the dungeon of the great evil, the core of antiquity. Everyone turned to see what the boss looked like. The devourer was in human form and slowly walked into the hall. Aji Hadaku froze. Swallow was dark, majestic, and his every movement was so powerful that even the orc's spine tingled. Margarita felt with her skin how strong was the one who caused the black catastrophe, the lord of the strongest dungeon of enormous evil. Sweat began to trickle down her forehead, but she had to control herself and achieve her goal. The devourer sat down at the table. Swallow's face was calm and his gaze clear. The ancient monster commanded respect just by his appearance, and he knew it well. Patrick looked questioningly at the boss, as if asking if everything was going as expected, and he nodded. The devourer sat on an ordinary chair, but was so majestic, as if it were a throne. Behind his back were two loyal guards, Renee and the Death Knight. A little further away, Hexabel lay down, crawling out from behind the table to demonstrate that she was also on the teacher's side. At first, Margarita was afraid to even look at Swallow, but then she plucked up her courage and was about to voice her complaints, but the words stuck in her throat. Bathory broke the silence and said that she came for fun, she was bored, and then such an event was planned. She pounced on Swallow and asked how long he would act so pompously, and that he should solve the problem already and go back to sleep. Aji Hadaku did not expect that Elizabeth was familiar with the Devourer, and apparently in close relations with him. Sandy Hell also said that she came to see the teacher, she missed him, and then there was such a reason. Margarita almost had a stroke. Bathory took the floor again and asked to do at least something so that it would not be so boring, or she would go to her room immediately. The dragon mistress was in shock, but decided not to interfere in the process right now, but to see what would happen next. But then absolutely nothing happened, so she decided to take matters into her own hands and express her dissatisfaction, for which she stood up. Fanfear watched her. It was impossible to deceive her sister's expectations. It was necessary to live up to her high status. The main message was to start a war against the Empire and destroy it to hell as quickly as possible. Everyone froze. Silence fell over the table. The assembled dungeon lords expected anything but this. Aji Hadaku shook her head furiously from side to side and screamed that it wasn't her who said that. She couldn't have said that. Here, Kurak calmly explained that it was he, and it was he who sent everyone the messages that he was heading to the core of antiquity. The orc added that he had gathered them all here to ask for help in a certain matter. Swallow looked at him curiously, but without enthusiasm. He was too lazy to be carried away by such an idea. The orc continued that before the winter ended they, Nurkumbal, would destroy the Empire. Everyone continued to remain silent and digest this information. Patrick rolled his eyes. This idea seemed like some kind of silly, childish prank to him, and not real intentions. Renee let out a loud sigh. The maid didn't think they should waste time on such nonsense. Hexabel reacted in a similar way. It was difficult to say anything about Bathory, as well as about Swallow. Their faces most often had an expression of bored indifference. Finally, Elisaveta broke the silence and asked if help was needed, or why in that case Kurak had come to the core of antiquity and called them all together. The orc gnashed his teeth menacingly and said that he was not here for that at all. Bathory shook her head in surprise. Kuran stated that he wanted to warn the dungeon masters of the great evil not to interfere in the war between Nirkambal and the Empire. Swallow thought about it. For a while, the orc looked at the ancient boss, waiting for what he would say. The devourer continued to remain silent and think about the situation. Instead of the teacher, Hexabel spoke up, asking if Kurak knew how much was left until winter, exactly 1 month. The orc nodded and suggested continuing. He hadn't said everything he had planned. There was still something to talk about. Everyone looked at him again with interest but distrust, to which Kurak loudly and clearly said that he would destroy the Empire. And then he shouted the same thing so loudly that these words could be heard even outside the core of antiquity. Then he added that he would do it in 1 month so loudly that all the surrounding areas, forest and rocks, would tremble. They have already completed all the necessary preparations. A lot of work has been done, and now there is no reason to delay. The orc explained that at the moment they had already set out. All of Nirkambal's warriors were ready and were simply waiting for his, Kurak's, order. Hexabel asked how many orc warriors were in his army. If 200 or 300,000, then this was not enough against the multi-million army of the Empire. Kurak replied that he was going to take advantage of the chaos that had descended on the country due to the fall of Riaze and the situation in Knecht. After a pause, he added that he had formed an alliance in the Empire that fully shared the main goals of the orcs. Lord Nirkambala stood up and looked majestically around at all those present, enjoying the effect he had produced. The dragon mistress showed her emotions the most, looking both surprised and worried. Patrick's reaction was harder to read, but his eyes were shining with curiosity. He was clearly interested in what kind of alliance this was. Hexabel was silent, and it was impossible to tell anything from her face due to the lack of any kind of familiar appearance. Suddenly, red mana, like blood, began to spread from her mouth. This was a bad sign that did not bode well. Bathory also became enraged, and both menacingly asked the orc if they had really entered into an alliance with the humans. A red haze covered everything around. Swallow, Renee, and Patrick also showed their displeasure, but silently for now. Soon, Hexabel's mana streams covered almost the entire room, and it became obvious that if she did not calm down, Karaku would not leave alive. The tense, fire-hazardous silence was broken by the keeper of the ancient dungeon, who said only a few words, but from his tone it was clear that this was not a joke. Looking at Bathory, who was ready to immediately launch an attack, he declared that if they were going to fight, they should do it outside. Turning his gaze to Kurak, he added that he would not allow dirt to be spread in his house. This was not the place. Looking at Ahidajaka and his sister, he asked if they wanted to fight him as well. The Devourer's eyes lit up menacingly, and everyone present felt a strong desire to get out of the ancient core as quickly as possible. Bathory snorted and said that she had nothing to talk about with those who sold their privilege to be a monster. Saying that they would see each other again, Hexabel said goodbye and began to slowly descend underground, leaving the dungeon the same way she had come. Patrick also made a sound similar to Elizabeth's loud snort and said that he had a premonition that it would all end like this. They were left alone, and Swallow leaned back in his chair. He was too lazy to deal with all this, but he simply had no choice. Some time later, the ancient monster went to the core of the dungeon where his throne stood. The Devourer did not come here often. He happily sat down in it, or rather, lay down. But then the Death Knight came again, declaring that the master wanted to drive everything away and achieved this. Swallow countered that he was not the one who started the fight this time. The skeleton confirmed this and added that judging by Kurak's confidence, the alliance must be very strong. The ancient monster said that destroying the Empire was their common dream. In vain, everyone reacted so impulsively. Patrick objected that only the boss thought so. He explained that now is not the right time to implement such intentions. With the words that they had to wait, Patrick left. Swallow fell asleep right on his throne. He was incredibly tired. The dragon mistress was flying to her domain. Her sister asked if it was really a good idea to destroy the Empire. She replied that she hated it when people interfered with things. Margarita explained that she dreams of wiping humanity off the face of the earth, but destroying an empire is not an easy task. Here she remembered how Kurak had told her that she needed to remember the main thing if the Dragon Lady wanted to avoid problems. You can lose a comrade at any moment. This phrase of the orc continued to greatly disturb Ajihadaka. The girl wondered if it had something to do with the expression on Kurak's face at that moment, or the tone in which the words were spoken. Here she noticed something interesting below. It was impossible to just fly past, but she didn't want to show herself either. Below, Margarita noticed Hexabel and Kurak, who were talking about something. It was clear that they were not fighting. The dragon mistress told her sister that she clearly remembered how these monsters said goodbye and went their separate ways. So why are they together now? Have they really decided to make their insidious plans bypassing the other dungeon lords? Meanwhile, in the city of Ubaf in the southeast of the empire, some rather interesting events were taking place, although the weather was not at all conducive to this. A bowl of soup ordered at the tavern stood on the table untouched. One voice asked if it really wasn't tasty. The second replied that he had simply lost his appetite. There were two people at the table, one tall, dark-haired, the other short, with silver-blue hair, possibly a girl. There were no other customers. The man asked Win Historia, and it was she, how long she planned to behave like this. He stuck his fork into a rather hefty steak so decisively that he almost broke the table. He should have calculated his strength better. Having stuffed his mouth with food, the man said that by refusing food, the heroine would not be able to bring back her dead comrades. Now it was clear why Garrett asked him to come. Historia silently placed her hands on the table and rested her chin on them. Hearing that everyone else was busy looking for Cian, she didn't react at all. But soon the girl began to understand, and she raised one eyebrow. The knight was glad that she was interested in the fact that the entire squad was looking for one warrior. He added that they were most likely disguised and hiding somewhere, but he and Win had a slightly more difficult job ahead of them. The guy added that he had a small matter to attend to, but Historia shouldn't even think about getting up from the table until she finished the dish she ordered. The knight shouted very loudly throughout the tavern that he wanted to see the chef. He had a couple of questions. The man stood up from the table, and the one who was preparing the food was already hurrying towards him from the kitchen. He was moving quickly, but quite confidently. He was a little surprised and respectfully asked the client what had happened and how he could help. He showed him the image and explained that they were looking for this man, and according to the latest information, he was here. The chef leaned on the bar counter and replied that he had never seen anything like it, or maybe he had, but didn't remember it. Remembering all the clients was an impossible task. The knight attacked the cook, saying that it was very strange, because he himself looked very much like the wanted man. The piece of paper flew to the floor, and indeed there was an exact copy of the chef depicted there, but it was already clear that this was the one they were looking for. Former hero Rushmer managed to deflect a direct sword attack with just a table knife from a serving set. Despite this, the man looked the knight straight in the eye and said that he did not quite understand what he meant. The knight replied that it was strange how one could continue to pretend when everything secret had already become clear. The order had a request for the former hero. The cook managed to throw the sword away from himself and, saying that he refused, attacked the enemy with a knife so unexpectedly that he did not have time to defend himself. The knight, bending over, replied that he had not even said what the request was, to which Rushmer replied that there were so many elders in the empire now that they probably wanted him back on the battlefield. The visitor laughed, to which he received the recommendation to return home quickly while they were both still in a state of having fun. The knight grinned and hissed that Garou had warned him that he might be rejected by the former hero. But she also suggested what to do in this case. He personally likes such methods much more. The man had cast the Bloody Mary spell and now looked like someone only a madman would refuse. Rushmer was far from crazy, but he was not going to agree to the offer either. He was thinking about the best way to proceed. The enemy said that his name was Barisk, and that he represented the Knights of the Black Wolf, a renowned organization that stood in defense of the Empire. He waved his huge, jagged summoned sword a few times to clearly demonstrate all his power and strength. The enemy continued to stand calmly and said that he was Rushmer, the chef, and he was very interested in what that sound was, like scraping steel. Barris got really angry. His eyes turned completely white with anger, and he shouted that, okay, if that's the case, then he'll talk differently. Saying that it did not matter to him what he was about to do, Rushmer struck the knight with such speed and force that he had no time to block the attack or strike back. Barris hit the wall, almost knocking it out along with the window. It seemed that the opponent's forces were far from equal. Rushmer stood calmly inside his establishment, arms folded across his chest, waiting for the dust to settle. He thought that due to lack of practice he had problems with controlling his strength. He hadn't fought for a long time. It's good that he hadn't made a hole in the wall. Win Historia literally lifted Barisk by the scruff of the neck and asked if he was okay. He asked to do it more gently. A couple of fractures had definitely appeared. Rushmer noted that the girl was sitting quite far away and moved in a split second. Not bad, not bad. The knight held his ribs and advised the former hero to be a little more careful. Historia nodded understandingly. The girl introduced herself and bowed, saying that it was a great honor for her to meet the hero of the previous generation. Rushmer was surprised that the famous heroine had come so far specifically to meet with the former star. The girl replied that the Empire had special reasons for this. The country was in deep crisis. He knew about the death of Byrne's squad. The man nodded. Then he nodded again and added that he didn't expect the rumors to be true. It's a shame that everything happened this way. Win Historia now personally asked the hero to come with them, to which he asked why they thought he was fighting with a kitchen knife instead of a sword. The chef explained that they were living in a time of peace. Riaz was much richer than other cities, and the Empire was richer than other countries. But the Empire's greed knows no bounds. Youngsters are sent to their deaths under the guise of clearing dungeons. It's simply disgusting. Historia asked if the man was really against the Empire's sacred mission of raiding dungeons filled with monsters. Rushmer laughed and asked why she was looking at him with such displeasure. Was she already thinking about how to throw him in jail for treason, or was it something else? The heroine's cloak made a beautiful wave and flew to the floor. She decided to free herself from the extra clothing that was restricting her movements. Wynne stated that since he was in no hurry to agree to a polite request, they would have to seize the man and deliver him to the Empire by force. She prepared to deliver her signature blow, but Rushmer deftly dodged it, commenting that the youngsters were very lively now. Historia just snorted and prepared to attack again. She was hard to confuse and talk down. But it was a little easier to dodge her heavy blow. The furniture and walls of the tavern flew into pieces, and the former hero remained unharmed. The girl struck one blow after another, but they all missed the target. Soon, she did not even try to defeat Rushmer, destroying everything around. At some point, Historia pulled herself together and got quite close to the man, her fist whistling literally a centimeter from his face. And again, past, Wynne was ready to just rush towards the enemy to make sure that he was real. How Rushmer could be so fast, the heroine did not understand. But we must not forget that in order to bring the former hero to Riaz, the Empire sent 2 envoys, and Barisk was watching everything that was happening. The knight watched the duel closely and was amazed. Rushmer was so skilled that it was as if he was fighting a child and not the great Wynne. But there was no one faster than Historia among the heroes, apparently only among the active heroes. I wonder what other talents the chef has. Wynne swung her fists in her heavy gloves so hard that she was already sweating, but the result was still 0. Rushmer once again slipped right under the heroine's nose and her hands hit each other. Historia lost one glove and tried to grab him with her hand to hit him with the armored fist of the other. But this attack also failed. The man said that he could understand why she couldn't hit him. He twirled his kitchen knife and said that he was coping with it in such a simple way because her attacks were too predictable. Just then, Wynne jumped up to strike from a slightly higher angle, but again failed. Rushmer explained that she attacks so stupidly because she has too straightforward a character, so every move is read at once. The chef twirled the knife on his finger and advised to change tactics a little, otherwise this could become a big problem in the future. Win looked at her with displeasure. She considered herself one of the best warriors, and here some former hero decided to teach her some sense. Rushmer explained that if she were to encounter an opponent of equal or greater strength, such predictability would be the girl's undoing. She had thought of Wren and Swallow a second ago, and now she took a step towards her opponent in order to try to deceive him. But this move was also calculated in advance. The girl failed to hit, and she froze in a fighting stance, wondering what to do. Then a familiar voice called out to Historia. She looked at the cloak she had thrown off before the battle and realized that she had broken her disguise, but the voice was coming from the intercom. He asked in a voice if Mr. Rushmer was also here. The man froze. He too would have preferred to remain incognito. The voice said that it was speaking from Riaz and was glad that it didn't have to waste time on a long search, after which it introduced itself. It was R. Edelbryce, but he used his full name and position. The cook realized that in front of him was the one who had sent Win with Barisk and asked if the knight would also try to convince him. R asked his subordinates to wait for him outside. Edelbryce first apologized for having to deal with the hero in this way. He would have preferred to talk directly. Rushmer stated that he had nothing to discuss with His Majesty's subordinate, and Sir R agreed that he had every right to continue to resent the Empire and its power. "And it's all because of that incident," the knight added, and the cook looked at him with suspicion and even fear. Even outside the walls of the tavern, it was clear that the conversation inside was not for outside ears. The former hero sighed that they had made good inquiries. Edelbryce replied that preparation was needed for a pleasant conversation. Rushmer replied that in that case the knight knew that he did not want to have anything to do with the Empire, and he did not want to continue the conversation either. Sir R suddenly said that there were not 6 of them, and Rushmer glanced at the intercom with a look of fear that no one would have expected from such an excellent fighter. Edelbryce began to list the names, and the former hero almost screamed in surprise that it was impossible. How did he know them? Sir R repeated once again that there were not 6 of them, then added that there were 8 of them, and they didn't know about the other 2. Win and Barisk went back inside the tavern, but sat at a distance, listening intently to the conversation. Rushmer jumped to his feet. He took on his true form and became simply huge and red with anger. The man roared in a terrible voice. "Is this really true?" He leaned his hands on the table and leaned towards the intercom. Edelbryce replied that it was true, and that he knew the names of 2 more. Meanwhile, in the core of antiquity, some rather interesting events were also taking place, which cannot be ignored. Swallow, in the form of a monster, lay on the floor of the cave and suggested that Patrick do nothing. The Death Knight agreed that now is such a time that it is better to just wait. Swallow said that it didn't matter whether the work had to be done before or after, but it would have to be done anyway, apparently referring to the orcs. The Devourer added that if you start doing work after this happens, you will be praised more. Patrick noted that he did not expect such productive thoughts from the boss. The ancient monster settled down more comfortably and said that he would prefer to enjoy the happiness of the present rather than the changeable future. The skeleton noted that there was some truth in this. He shouted that right now, for the sake of his true happiness, he would go on a break. Swallow replied that he was welcome. It was high time. Patrick replied that he would start by renovating the first and second rooms, calling it maintenance. The boss countered that there was nothing in the rooms, and it was just perfect. The Death Knight hissed at the Devourer and told him not to pull the wool over his eyes, but to go and check the other rooms. He tried to get indignant, but came to his senses in time. Swallow went to walk around his domain. He really hadn't been in some of the nooks and crannies of the core of antiquity for a long time. He walked around the food storage and other places, thinking that such a vacation was not a vacation. Let Patrick not make it up. Here the boss stopped. The ancient monster saw the Death Knight in front of him and was surprised. He also did not understand why the boss finished the work before him. The Devourer said that he was not finished yet. He just discovered the problem at the very beginning, and came to ask for advice. Patrick asked in surprise what the problem was, while he himself was feverishly wondering why the boss had changed so much. Swallow became a little worried and began tugging at his ear, reporting that he had discovered a problem in the food storage. Finally, the Lord of the Ancient Core plucked up his courage and explained that the vault was completely empty. The skeleton looked at him as if he understood the weight without words. But his guess was wrong. The food depot was emptied not by Swallow but by someone else, whom he found there. The devourer sat down on an empty box, and a short man, apparently a leprechaun, took off his huge purple top hat and fell to his knees in front of him, apologizing. Patrick and Melju were also there, and wondered if the monster traders had come, but the leprechauns had not had time to place an order. In general, the leprechauns themselves were excellent suppliers. The Ancient Core's relationship with this small nation was profitable. Given Swallow's appetites, the leprechauns became their close friends. The Demon Queen was surprised. It was because of this close cooperation that the ancient monster did not scold the visitor for the lack of food, but asked where his partner North was. Swallow's face showed that he was genuinely worried about the leprechaun, even more than about the provisions, which was especially strange. Melju was shocked that the boss knew the names of the trade group representatives. Patrick explained that North was especially good. The visitor reported that a few days ago there was a raid on supplies, targeting several trading groups at once. The devourer clarified whether anyone else was hurt. The leprechaun became seriously agitated and explained that he didn't know about the others, but they were attacked by a large group of orcs. The Death Knight asked if they were from Nirkambal, and the man nodded that they most likely were. He explained that the previous cargo that was supposed to arrive at the core of antiquity had been targeted by these same orcs, and North tried to explain that the food was for the devourer. Swallow asked if his favorite supplier had been killed. His colleague explained that no, he had simply been taken away along with the cargo, and they didn't have time to order a new portion of provisions from the monster traders without North. The leprechaun started crying, and Swallow asked if he was really telling the truth. The visitor bowed and asked why he should lie, let Mr. Devourer punish him with all severity, but spare the lives of the others. They are not guilty. No one planned to punish him, but the ancient monster decided to find out where the orcs who took North were heading. The leprechaun straightened up for the first time and looked at him. The boss explained that the situation was unpleasant. He did not think that Nirkambal would start robbing monster merchants for military supplies. Patrick explained that they could get food from other suppliers, but the problem was North. They needed to get him out. Swallow said that he would not allow some orcs to take his best supplier away from him and harm him. He asked to be taken to the orcs, and the leprechaun resolutely put on his top hat and was ready to carry out the order at any moment. The Death Knight asked if he should accompany the boss as well, to which the devourer chuckled and replied that he shouldn't. They headed to the camp that Nirkambal's warriors had set up. Swallow was going to demonstrate what happens to those who steal other people's food. The orcs sat by the fire and ate dinner. They discussed what had happened, especially the stupidity of the leprechaun, who tried to explain that the cargo was for the core of antiquity. Here they heard a strange sound and fell silent. Someone ordered them to sit still so as not to make noise. One of the orcs, apparently the commander, said that there was no point in believing the leprechaun's words, that the devourer would take revenge. They were scared, like some kind of cowards, and not bloodthirsty monsters. Another orc, a little older, said that North was suggesting not to steal from others, but to cooperate with other dungeons. It was much more productive and reasonable. The commander objected that now was not the time to be good boys. They had a war coming up, and there was no time to change anything in the usual logistics. Gakundar, the commander, said that even if there was a conflict with other great dungeons, as long as he was with the orcs, nothing would happen. He said that if anyone wanted to fight him, they should bring that ancient monster. The leprechaun in the top hat appeared just in time and asked if the orc would regret his words. Behind him stood the devourer, and Gakundar looked at him with contempt. Instead of the great Swallow, some puny little man appeared to him. The leprechaun said that he had come to bring back North. The orcs recognized him, but did not understand why he had to return to certain death. They mockingly asked if he was crazy, but the visitor shouted loudly that he was only interested in where North was. The orcs looked at him with confusion and asked if he was talking about the guy with the beard, after which they gave the order to bring him. A minute later, they reported that the leprechaun was very brave, since he was not afraid to come here, so let him receive his reward. They brought in North, who was bleeding. The orcs explained that he had been bothering them with his conversations, so he had received little, the merchant whispered to his friend, to save himself. The next moment, with the words that they didn't need this trash, the orc threw North forward, straight into his colleague. The leprechaun was just happy that North was still alive and rushed forward to catch him and keep him from falling to the ground. The last thing his friend managed to tell him was to run away quickly, saving his life, and not to think about him. The leprechaun already understood that this was a trap, and something terrible was about to happen. He screamed North's name with the last of his strength. If it were possible to stop time with a voice, North might have survived, but the leprechaun had no such skills, and his colleague was pierced through and through by a spear right in midair. The huge orc watched with satisfaction as the merchant received his reward for his audacity to show up at the camp. He added that he should be thanked for his kindness, since North was practically dead anyway, and at least he was spared the suffering. Gakundar realized that he shouldn't have threatened retribution from the ruler of the core of antiquity. Then maybe everything would have been different. A second later, various parts of the orcs' bodies began to fly apart in all directions, and their commander stood there and did not understand what was happening at all. It took a few seconds for the full tragedy of his squad's situation to sink in, after which Gakundar stared at Swallow in amazement. But soon the surprise gave way to righteous anger. No one dares to kill subordinates in front of the commander. The orc rubbed his hands and stood in front of the devourer in a fighting stance, saying that he would regret this. Swallow replied that he came to warn about the theft of food and the foul language directed at his dungeon, but the idiot decided to kill North right in front of him, and that was too much. Gakundar asked in horror if the dwarf had really spoken the truth, and that in front of him was now the ancient monster from the core of antiquity in person. The head of the orcs immediately ordered an emergency teleport to be created for him. He could not die before Nirkumbal reached his great goal. But something went wrong. Instead of teleporting himself, Castor, a subordinate, teleported to Kurak's camp. Gakundar asked what kind of jokes these were. He had ordered that he himself be taken away from here, and not that the commander be sent. He appeared with such a look that it became obvious that someone present did not have much time left to live. Kurak was angry, but tried to maintain at least a visible calm. He had already realized that the lord of the core of antiquity was present in the camp. He also noticed the orc parts from the squad lying around everywhere, and the leprechaun leaning over North. Gakundar started to say that he could explain everything, but no one listened to him. His head flew off his shoulders. Kurak took out his huge halberd and used it so quickly that his subordinate did not even realize that he was already dead, finishing his last words. The orc stood over his screwed-up subject and slowly considered the situation, after which he said that everything that happened was his mistake. Kurak explained to Swallow that it was his stupidity that caused Gakundar's insolence, and he would take full responsibility for it. The devourer showed his true form. He was so angered by everything that was happening. He menacingly asked what the orc understood by the word responsibility. He added that he liked the word. Kurak remained silent, and the ancient monster said that he had a great idea. The devourer said that the orc must bring him to the core of antiquity 20 times more food than they had lost. He added that the deadline was in a month. No, 3 weeks would be enough. Just before the destruction of the Empire deadline, very convenient, the orc's pupils narrowed. Kurak replied that it sounded simply absurd. Where was he supposed to get such a huge amount of food in such a short time? But he could not refuse, because otherwise danger threatened not only the leader of Nirkumbal, but every orc on Earth. Kurak realized that he had no choice but to attack the Empire even sooner than planned in order to fulfill the Devourer's order. He nodded to Mr. Swallow and said that he understood everything and would do as the ancient monster from the dungeon of the core of antiquity asked, after which he added that he swears on his name. In Riaz, meanwhile, few people were bored, especially the commander of the nightly detachment, Black Wolf. The former hero Rushmer appeared before Edelbrace and folded his arms across his chest, surprised that the knight had called not only him. Sir R nodded and explained that he had to break the important news to the two of them, because there were no other people who could solve the problem. He turned to those present. It was Mr. Rushmer and Lady Cian. At the sound of her name, the woman took a few light steps forward and came out of the shadows. The heroine's face was almost always gloomy, so it was difficult to understand how she felt about the current situation. Just at that very moment, Swallow finished his conversation with Kurak, and he once again emphasized that he was giving the orc exactly 3 weeks and not a single day more. The orc asked what would happen if he didn't make it in time. The Devourer replied that he was too lazy to move, so he would decide whether to do something after the fact. The ancient monster realized that they were still expecting specifics from him and said that if that was the case, he would cast black tentacles onto Nurkambal. And then all the orcs will see the ancient child of the Creator himself, as predicted by numerous legends. The prosperity that has now come to the territory of the Empire will be followed by extinction, but it will capture not only the territory of people, but also the abode of monsters. Hurry, because the fall has already begun. The great darkness will swallow everyone and everything, but not for the sake of death, but in order to give way to new life. Looking at the fire that Kurak had lit, the ancient monster repeated several times that the orcs should rejoice. The flames grew stronger, and he added that the main character of this legend was not himself at all. Perhaps the Lord of the Orcs had already guessed who he was talking about. The flame illuminated Kurak's menacing face, which was frozen in surprise, satisfaction, and pride for himself and his idea. Then one of his subordinates came to them and said that it was an honor for him to appear before the commander of the Legion. He reported that the myth that had spread throughout the Empire turned out to be true. The black tentacles had caused a lot of destruction to human cities. Kurak gripped the shaft of his halberd tightly as he listened to how the monster from the core of antiquity was destroying all living things in its path. The messenger added that if these tentacles reached Nurkambal, none of the orcs would remain alive, and there would be no dungeon at all. The ruler interrupted him, saying that was enough. He stood up and went out to his army. Everyone began to shout that it was a great honor for them to greet the ruler of the Legion. The orcs said that they were waiting for his order, and Kurak began by saying that he was not a fan of long speeches, but wanted to address the Devourer. After which Lord Nurkambala said only one word, but it was very important. He said that they were starting. Now the humans will come to an end. The orc noticed that his heart had not pounded so much in anticipation of the battle for a long time. With the help of a spell, they activated the portal. Kurak shouted that he would see his work through to the end, and the Empire would immediately be simply wiped off the face of the earth. He pounded his chest several times with his fist, calling on the soldiers in the army to follow suit, boosting their fighting spirit. After this, first Kurak's hand and then he himself passed through the portal to where the great battle was to begin. He took a few steps forward to allow the rest of the orcs to follow. They were inspired to the extreme, chanting that they would destroy the Empire and build a new Nurkambal on its ruins. Everyone glorified their leader and prepared themselves to leave not a single human alive. Edelbrace continued his conversation with Mr. Rushmer and Lady Cian. The main thing he was going to tell the fugitive heroes was that war was coming. The woman remained silent and again retreated into the shadow of the wall, but the warrior stepped forward, placing his hands on his hips, and asked why this was so. Sir R explained that, to be more precise, the Empire is facing a civil war and an easy victory is definitely not to be expected. Rushmer continued to complain that they had brought two heroes here, making big statements but not providing any evidence. The knight explained that it wasn't that simple. He continued that there was some evidence, but it was rather vague. The hero asked how long he was going to play the guessing game. Edelbryce said that Eurynesia came to him twice, unaccompanied, alone. He never uttered the word war itself, but several times mentioned its beginning. Rushmer asked if the knight was sure that these were not hallucinations, to which Edelbryce suggested listening to Cian. The hero replied that she had already confirmed with the help of magic that Sir R had not lied. His words were the pure truth. Garrett thought that they were facing a true master. She didn't even notice the spell. Cian asked if they were going to make peacekeepers out of the heroes who stopped the war. Edelbryce replied that he would not burden them with unnecessary responsibilities. The fact is that he loves the Empire. Rashmer immediately ran up to the knight and grabbed him by the chest, yelling that he was not here to listen to stupid jokes. When he shook Sir R, the curtain moved away from his face and dark lines became visible, like the marks of infected veins. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he understood correctly that it was the Devourer, the boss of the ancient corps, who did it. He reacted so violently that the tapestry with the coat of arms on the table began to wobble. Garrett asked Rushmer to pull himself together. Edelbryce, leaning on the table, added that he, of course, had not forgotten his promise given during the communication session. He handed the hero an envelope and said that it contained the names of the two who were not known to him and Lady Cian. Rushmer took the letter. Sir R added that he had also given a brief account of the events to make the incident appear credible, and it was up to them to decide. The man bowed and asked for forgiveness for giving in to his emotions. The knight replied that, given what had happened, he had every right to do so. Cian came closer and asked to get to the point. She was eager to know exactly what was required of them. Edelbryce explained that war was inevitable. The moment when it could have been prevented had long since passed, but he wanted to know that they were on the side of the Empire. The lady suggested that the Pope did not have the strength to lead the war. Rushmer agreed that this was unlikely. Edelbryce explained that when they met, he never looked him in the eye. Apparently, the pontiff made an alliance with the Holy Nation, but he had no evidence. The hero suggested simply killing the traitor, but Sir R explained that then they would not know what kind of alliance it was. Cian added that if external forces were involved, then the death of Eurynesia would not change anything. The war would still take place. Saying that since it was only a question of military support, she was out, the woman activated the teleporter. Rushmer said that he would definitely not side with the pontiff. He looked back, realizing that his colleague had simply left. Edelbryce assumed that the two were not particularly close. The hero explained that he always preferred to work alone, and when he retired, he was mainly involved in mentoring Byrne. Sir R said that he would like to talk about Byrne. The hero interrupted that everything was fine. He died in a raid in the core of antiquity, a usual thing. Edelbryce interrupted, saying that he had a request for Rashmer concerning the subject already mentioned. The hero clarified whether he meant swallow, and he nodded. He was going to destroy the monster, and Rushmera asked to prepare the heroine who would do it, Win Historia. The man laughed, even clutching his stomach, declaring that there was no point in this because the Devourer could not be defeated. The knight said that he knew this very well. He spun on his heel and added that everything changes. Then he explained that they needed Historia to grow and develop further, moving to a new stage. Rushmer didn't quite understand what was being discussed, so he asked again what specific steps Wynne had to go through. Edelbryce ignored the question and said that even if the task seemed impossible, they simply had to try. The hero looked at him resolutely, as if he himself was ready to rush to conquer the core of antiquity at that very moment. But then Sir R, smiling slyly, added that they were obliged to try for the sake of their beloved empire, as if he was testing the guests' nerves. In the chambers of the palace in Riaz, two people were talking. One voice told Edelbryce that she was very glad that he had managed to persuade those two to take their side. It was Garrett. She still did not understand that they were on the brink of a war that could not be stopped, so the only option was to win. The girl continued that she was worried that they had so easily given the list to Rushmer. He had gotten what he wanted, and now he might not agree to cooperate. The knight replied that it was not scary to lose leverage. It was much better to gain trust. Besides, that way he would not start to find out things that he shouldn't know. Edelbryce thanked Gareth for his help, and the two headed towards some kind of altar-like structure. The man folded his hands in prayer for the future of the Empire and for the coming war, which they were obliged to win. Gareth stood behind him, and he added that he also prayed for peace, because there was nothing worse than useless deaths. Meanwhile, in the ancient core, Patrick was in a gloomy mood, looking at the boss as if someone had died. Swallow said that he had done nothing wrong. Why such a look? The skeleton explained that it was not his fault. He said, puzzled, that for some reason his ears were itching a lot. This was something new. The devourer asked in amazement, what kind of ears? The Death Knight explained that he sometimes suffers from an itch, as if someone is calling him. Maybe this is a sign that the mana will soon awaken. The boss reminded that he can already use simple magic. Patrick replied that if he had learned strong magic, it would have been much more convenient, and that he could have become a second Erebus. Swallow put his hands behind his head and calmly asked why he didn't just split that skull in two right away. There was a patient lying on the surgical table in the laboratory, and he suddenly told the doctors that he envied their freedom. The surgeon asked the assistant if he had misheard, and he replied that it sounded more like nonsense, and that we would not be distracted from the experiment. Here the voice brazenly asked if he dreamed of freedom. The doctors understood that if the patient was not conscious, it would be difficult to track the reaction, but they did not want to listen to the conversations. Here the voice inside the patient's head offered him to make a deal to gain freedom. Hands darted in different directions, not allowing the doctors to finish what they started. Sometime later, the fair-haired man woke up from the bright light of the sun. He was sitting on a wooden bed covered with straw. He was moaning and making sounds as if he was experiencing severe nausea, but in fact, he was feeling very sick. The guy remembered how he abandoned his comrades, saving his own life. He ran through the forest very quickly. And he ran away, with a bloody mouth and hands. He ran away from death and from those he killed in order to survive, just to survive. Nifrim ate the bodies of the raiders, but convinced himself that he did not want to do it. He believed it so much that he practically erased from his memory the memories of both the act itself and his past. The clothes stained with the blood of his comrades were the only reminder of what had happened, but very soon he would lose that too. The guy ran through the forest and thought that he was not a cannibal. That skeleton in the dungeon forced him, tortured him. Nifrim stumbled and fell, but he ran for so long that he had no strength left to get up and remained lying there, passed out in a ditch in the middle of the thicket. He was awakened by some sound. The raider tried to get up to see what was happening and who was making noise in the forest. The guy looked around in fear. He was quite strong and crippled. He was left with one arm, so he could hardly fight now. Someone was walking through the thicket with heavy steps, lighting his way with a lantern. Gradually, the light became closer and closer. Now he came close enough to illuminate Nifrim's face. The boy became frightened and recoiled, his eyes wide open, unaccustomed to the light. He quickly slipped into the shadows to avoid being noticed. He first needed to assess the strength of the potential enemy. The boy thought that he should never have done what he did. He looked at the approaching figure with the lantern and decided that he should get up. It wasn't easy, but Nifrim still managed to stand upright even though he was moving half-bent. He walked towards the figure with the lantern. The man didn't suspect anything yet. The raider thought that he had to survive at any cost, but an inner voice screamed to stop. There, in the core of antiquity, Patrick asked how stable Nifrim's regeneration was. If he ate all the corpses, would he be able to grow limbs? Well, now the monster had the opportunity to test whether he could get his hand back sometime after losing it. The bird sat on the windowsill of a wooden window in a village house, basking in the rays of morning light. Nifrim was so sick that he slid off the bed and moved very quickly towards the bucket or other suitable container. On the way, he realized that the vomiting had subsided and crawled under the bed, starting to cry and ask for forgiveness from everyone he had eaten. The guy covered his face with his hand. He couldn't stand being in the light. He was so ashamed to see himself and his restored body. I wonder if he stays under this bed, maybe everyone will forget about his existence. But the problem is not in others, but in himself. For breakfast, there was a mushroom soup. It smelled quite appetizing and tasted pleasant and filling. The old woman who placed the bowl in front of Nifrim urged him to eat. Even if not everything could be retained in the stomach, strength had to be taken from somewhere. The guy lowered his head and thanked her for the food. Both hands were in place, which meant that he had actually enjoyed the lonely traveler in the forest. Then a noise was heard behind the door. Someone was walking quickly, practically running, along the corridor leading to the kitchen. They literally kicked the door open and immediately started yelling at some lancer that he was only having breakfast, and it was already noon outside. It was a short girl, and the one she addressed by the name Lancer was Nifrim. The girl reminded that he was supposed to help her with collecting wild herbs. The elderly woman stood up from the table, and the girl asked where the grandmother was going. She replied that there was no need to shout, she was not deaf and was going to the field. She said that the wild herbs could wait, let her stop pestering the guy. He would go with her to the field. Nifrim even stopped eating from surprise. And let the girl go with her too. She got indignant and started shouting again for Lancer to gobble it up faster. She had to drink the soup over the edge. After a short discussion about who would go where, Youth won, and the grandmother went into the field alone. They moved through the grove, and the peasant woman asked her companion if he remembered anything from his past. He shook his head negatively. The girl assumed that the guy was a mercenary. When the grandmother brought him, he was covered in blood and even in armor. Lancer, that is Nifrim, replied that she might be right, but he still couldn't remember her name or occupation. The girl, her name was Pezel, assured that sooner or later the memory would return. There was no need to worry too much about it. Then a man came out of the thicket with the carcass of a wild animal on his shoulder and asked what the young people were doing there. Pezel did not answer, but instead noted with admiration that his hunt had been successful. The man replied that this was indeed so. The guardian spirit was apparently helping. The girl asked what kind of spirit it was, and her fellow villager explained that it had driven away all the monsters, and now the area was full of game. He added that he found the corpse of a troll near the wall. It, too, was most likely killed by that same guardian spirit. The man added that the grandmother did not need to know about this conversation so that she would not worry. Pezel promised that she would keep her mouth shut. The hunter went on, reminding the young people that they should return to the village before sunset. The girl looked at the sun and said that they had climbed too high. Maybe they should go down a little closer to the village. Nifrim asked if monsters had often approached their settlement before, and the girl thought about it. Pezel replied that people avoid danger, so they try to settle where there are not many threats, but before, monsters were indeed found nearby, but now they have completely disappeared. The guy sighed and commented that it was great, and his girlfriend immediately asked if he remembered how he was a mercenary. Nifrim replied that he was not sure that he worked in this particular field, and suggested that they go down the mountain before it got dark. People in the field burned grass and collected brushwood so that it wouldn't go to waste in the fire. The activity was quite monotonous. Nifrim stared at the flames as if they posed a huge threat to him. A man noticed that Lancer looked surprised. Was this the first time he had seen grass burning in a field? The guy nodded and asked if they always did this. The man replied that yes, maybe Lancer had decided to live with them by their rules now, or he hadn't decided yet. The peasant noted that it was probably difficult to get along with Pezel, but Nikifor replied that he had no problems communicating with the girl. The man sighed that the girl was surprisingly energetic, but she was excessively talkative, which bothered many people. Pezel was just running towards them, waving her arms above her head and continuously shouting Lancer's name. Nifrim stood and tasted this new name. The boy never fully got used to what the peasants called him. He thought that after escaping from the core of antiquity, these people welcomed him warmly, like a family member, cared for him, and did not pester him with questions. Well, except for Pezel, of course. But they are weak. They have nothing to defend themselves with. So one troll is already a threat to the entire village. So at night he explores the surroundings and kills monsters. The guardian spirit, it is he who, when the village is safe, can calmly leave and then die. Nifrim looked again at the peasants in the field and thought that he would like to live here at least a little longer to delay his death. Black smoke rose above the forest in the mountains. For many, it could be a signal that something extraordinary was happening. A huge green hand, either a troll or an orc, squeezed a tree branch. The monster muttered that he had found what he was looking for. One of the warriors asked the monster with a red wolf, instead of a mask on his head, what the leader would order to do next: continue on his way or return. He looked up. The place was surrounded by rocks on all sides, and stunted and thin trees grew on top. Ahead of them were piled up the bodies of the relatives of those who had died in battle and who had come here and were now looking at them. The hooded orc asked the chieftain again, and he again did not answer, only shaking his head from side to side. Finally, the chieftain asked the sorcerer what he thought about it. The orc replied that it was just a pile of corpses, but he had not heard of any creature living in these places that could pile them up. He added that, judging by the energy, it was done by a person, and by just one person, and someone exclaimed that this simply could not be. The man is short, and first ties up the enemy, then strikes him several times with a two-handed sword, causing severe bleeding. A few hours later, he finishes the job with a final blow. Even the orcs shuddered, imagining the picture described. The leader noticed that whoever did this was very experienced. All the monsters were killed using the same pattern. The blows were delivered to vital points. The sorcerer stated that the great commander of the legion had ordered them to move without delay, and the leader of the detachment noted that this was self-evident. He looked out of the mouth of the red wolf's head with an ominous look, and added that they would simply change direction a little. I had to go to where that black smoke was coming from and find out who had so masterfully destroyed so many monsters, that's all. After looking closely at the tracks left on the ground, the orc chieftain reported that he had found what he was looking for. It seemed that he had the skills of a tracker. Meanwhile, Nifrim, wearing a shabby cloak, sat on the mountain and also looked at the ground at his feet. He was deep in thought about something. He thought that more monsters would come to ambush him because of the smell of smoke, but there was no one. It was possible to light a fire on the other side of the rocks, but it was a bit of a hassle. He left a mark with a knife and decided that the patrol in this area was over for today and that he could move on. The guy thought that the number of monsters had increased significantly recently. Most likely they were stocking up for the winter. He looked towards the village and saw that the houses of the residents were on fire. This should definitely not be the case. Nifrim looked in horror at the place that had become his home and tried to understand what was happening there and who was to blame. Only a little later he realized that another village was burning. Returning to his people, the young man asked what kind of village there was under the mountain and why it could burn, but the men could not find what to answer. Finally, one of them said that there was a large village in that direction, but it should not burn under any circumstances. The farmer assumed that the residents were celebrating something. They had also had a couple of drinks in honor of the weekend and the end of the land work. The men assured Nifrim that smoke was a normal thing for people, and there was no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Everything was fine. The guy wished them a good hunt, to which he received the answer that they were just going to pick up the prey, and there was no need to hunt this time. The man explained that he had left the carcasses from yesterday, since he simply could not drag them himself. Let Lancer get ready. There would be a feast in the evening. He added that Pestle was looking for the guy. Let him go to her. Nifrim nodded and went in the right direction. Turning the corner, he stopped. There was no need to go to the girl now. He needed to urgently find out what had happened. The guy looked at the sky and asked himself if everything would be okay. There was no answer. First, he needed to get some information. Preparations for the holiday were made everywhere. They even put up garlands of multicolored flags. It looked quite nice. The children gathered in the room and began to preen themselves. One of them told Lancer that he had very soft hair. It turned out that the whole village was preparing a surprise for the guy, a welcoming ceremony, which surprised him very much. Pestle said that they hadn't done it before because there was a lot of work, and now was the time, but let him not admit that he knew. It was a surprise. She added that under no circumstances should one reveal one's cards, otherwise everyone will be upset, and this is simply unacceptable. Then the kid asked Pestle if he and Lancer would get married, and she shook the kid out of anger, asking where he had heard such nonsense. The boy replied that his mother and aunt said that she loved the guy very much, and when people love each other, they get married. The children began to bother Lancer, asking him when he would propose to Pestle, and he was dumbfounded. The girl was indignant. She screamed and stamped her feet, persuading the children not to fill their heads with nonsense. Then, quietly turning away, Pestle told herself that Lancer really was a nice guy. He was confused when the girl realized what she had said out loud, and screamed that these words meant nothing. Looking at the lantern on the ceiling, Pestle thought that the hunters should have returned by now. She called the guy to join her and check where everyone had disappeared to. She opened the door and stood on the threshold, asking the first people she met why they were looking at her like that. Nifrim didn't like the girl's tone or the way her voice trembled, but what alarmed him most was the silence in response. Smoke was billowing from several points in the mountains at once, giving the impression that not just one neighboring village was burning, but several. The guy thought that his fears were confirmed. The smoke he noticed was not without reason. Something extremely unpleasant was happening. Basile grabbed his hand in fear. The girl also felt threatened and began to worry in earnest. Lancer said that there was no point in staying outside. It was better to return to the children in the house. It would be safer and calmer for everyone. The children were already getting bored and started asking when their hunter fathers would return and the promised holiday would begin. Pestle reported that the men were delayed because they were carrying a lot of food. A real feast would soon begin. Nifrim realized that there was nothing to wait for. He had to act. He said that he was going to meet the men, and that the girl and the children should stay in the house and not go out if possible. Noticing the alarm, the guy tried to smile as carefree as possible and asked not to worry, they would all be back soon. What Nifrim saw in the mountains confirmed his worst fears. Disaster had happened, and the children would not wait for their fathers. The hunters' belongings and the broken remains of their cart were scattered across the forest clearing, and all the snow around was red with blood. The recent presence of orcs was also clearly felt. The smell indicated that there had been a lot of them here quite recently. Nifrim began to peer into the forest to understand if the detachment was there, and if there was an ambush, maybe it was a trap. There was nothing visible nearby, and the guy decided to climb a tree, firstly, to better assess the situation, and secondly, to remain unnoticed in case of a threat. From above he saw a whole horde of orcs. They were approaching, as the hero thought. The opponents expected him to come to the place where the peasants were killed. Here one of the fighters squinted, hearing a branch of a nearby tree snap. The orc, squinting, looked up. Nifrim was ready to attack. His eye flashed with a dangerous glow. A second later he fell on the enemies from above. The orcs screamed. They did not expect such a sudden attack. The guy moved so quickly that it was impossible to track him. After all, he was one of the best raiders of the Empire. In one hand he had a dagger, in the other a short sword. The guy was never able to get a normal weapon in the village. But the orcs were fully equipped. As we remember, the detachment was preparing for war and was heading to the gathering place of the Legion. But if the monsters had nothing to lose, then Nifrim fought for those people who, for the first time in many years, treated him with warmth and care, his eyes sparkling with daring. Soon the hero stood on a mountain of monster corpses. The stars illuminated his figure. It is hard to imagine a more terrible picture. He exhaled with satisfaction and tried to restore his normal pulse. The battle, although short, was truly epic. But then Nifrim remembered Pestle and the children. There was no time to think about himself. He had to immediately return to the village. The guy rushed through the forest like the wind. He was tormented by the darkest forebodings. He had to hurry. Having reached the edge of the forest below, Nifrim saw the glow of a fire. Another part of the orc squad had captured the village while he was fighting in the mountains. The raider started running even faster, but when he reached the first houses, he realized that he was too late, and there was probably no one left to save. The orcs stood on both sides and waited for the man to come closer. The monsters guessed that it was he who had killed many of their brethren. The leader introduced himself. It was Kaltum from the great Karite tribe, the same orc with the red wolf head as a helmet. He asked to come closer, promising not to attack. Nifrim was only interested in whether the villagers were alive, and he asked where they were. Kaltum did not answer, continuing that the hero was a smart guy. He already knew that the detachment in the mountains was destroyed. The guy asked again where the residents were, and the orc continued that, having found a pile of corpses in the ravine, he decided to make a detour and fight the one who had piled it up. The man exhaled loudly. He was already starting to get angry that there was still no answer to the question. Was it really so difficult to bring clarity instead of empty chatter? He said that for the last time he repeats where the people are. Kaltum gave the order to bring those who have not yet been killed. Nifrim looked at him so sternly that the orc thought and added that they should bring every single survivor. Soon the children and several women were brought in, and the orc leader announced that he wanted to fight the man. If he wins, all the inhabitants will be released, but if he loses, their fate is sealed. Nothing can be done. Among the crowd, Nifrim noticed Pessil and the others, his heart constricting with joy when he realized that almost no one had been killed yet. He prepared his weapon for battle and asked what the orc was waiting for, let him get into a fighting stance, and they would begin. The monster grinned and said that he really liked this attitude. He had a worthy opponent. Kaltum of the Karite tribe stood up to his full enormous height and spread his arms out to the sides, shouting that the duel was beginning. His weapons were an axe and a huge hammer, and it was with them that the monster made his first very powerful blow. But the orc was huge, the weapon was heavy, so Nifrim managed to dodge this attack and avoid damage. Both froze and looked at each other. Kaltum was relatively calm, but the man's face was distorted with undisguised rage. The orc swung his hammer again. It whistled literally a centimeter from the enemy's head. Nifrim was unable to avoid the next blow, but he managed to put out his dagger to try to block it. This was a mistake. The peasants' weapons were of poor quality, and the blade literally fell apart before our eyes. But in his other hand, the guy had a sword, which he immediately put into action, taking advantage of the reduced distance. He drove the blade into the orc up to the hilt, and it was unclear why the monster did not react to this blow properly. The guy pulled out his weapon and delivered a few more blows, backing up his actions with his knee. The monster staggered, but did not fall. Nifrim practically straddled the orc, and he looked his opponent straight in the eye from under the wolf's head in surprise. The guy wrapped his leg around his neck and prepared to deliver a crushing blow from above. The countdown was a split second. Finally, Nifrim gathered all his strength and attacked Kaltum with lightning speed. He was confident that he had defeated the enemy. This did not happen. The blade bent like an accordion. The leader of the Karite tribe had hidden armor so strong that it simply left the man no chance. The orc looked at the hero and said that in battle, it is important to think ahead about all the enemy's actions and be unpredictable. Falling to the very bottom taught him this art. Nifrim tried to jump off the monster and run to the side. He realized that these were not just words, but a threat. Kaltum caught him by the leg and said that it would be impossible to escape. The man was overestimating his capabilities. He lifted the guy into the air and said that this was a real duel, and it would end according to the rules. The hero thought only about the fact that without a normal weapon, he was doomed. The orc struck with such force that Nifrim somersaulted several times in the air and flew back a couple of meters. The guy sprawled on the ground. Kaltum sighed that the spectacle was much more impressive than he had expected. Well, he confirmed his title of the strongest warrior. And if so, then according to the agreement, he can kill all the prisoners. Pessil, in a panic, began to call Lancer for help. He opened his eyes in horror. The thought that all the villagers would die would have raised even the dead from the grave. The people continued to scream in fear, and the chief gave the order to finish them off as quickly as possible, so that they would not make noise. Soon they would become just food. But then Kaltum's attention was drawn to some movement behind him, and he looked back at the sound in bewilderment. At the same time, the warrior noticed a wound on his shoulder and thought that he would not be able to fight with his left hand. Well, the guy had inflicted a wound on him, even armed with some kind of crap instead of a weapon. He remembered the sounds again and looked at Nifrim, who had turned over, trying to get up, groaning loudly in pain. The guy thought about Pestle and repeated his attempts again and again. It was impossible to allow the death of people who had become close to him. The girl called him again, her eyes full of horror from understanding what was happening. The prospect of dying and becoming lunch for the orcs would not please anyone. Nifrim mentally asked for forgiveness, after which he switched off, falling into memories. Sylvia stood over him and loudly called his name. He opened his eyes and sat up. The girl asked how long they had been experimenting on him. She thought he would never wake up. All the test subjects gathered in the room and asked the guy what trials he had to go through today. He made such a sad face that Sylvia said she would urgently go and get something sweet so as not to have to see his sour expression. The tall guy added that he wouldn't mind drinking something strong right now, and the second one dreamed of a stew from the tavern closest to home. The girl with the Rubik's Cube began to dream about fresh bread with jam, and the guy sitting next to her about roast mountain pig. He asked what Nifrim would like, but Sylvia shouted that after all the experiments with his friend's appetite, he most likely had problems. But Nifrim replied that he was fine and suggested that his comrades one day get out into the wild and have a real feast together. He laughed and promised that he would do everything possible to ensure that they all left this hell together, and then sat with a view of the sunset and stuffed their bellies with delicious food until they burst. Nifrim was delirious, repeating that they would be together. The orcs had already managed to entangle his neck and arms with a rope. Moreover, they placed him in a cage, and now they were surprised that the little man survived. It was incredible, considering that he withstood a direct blow from the leader. They asked the guy how he was still breathing after what happened, but he couldn't hear. He still hadn't regained consciousness. The orcs said that he was destined to be the victim. The monsters wondered if there were many more of these lively creatures in the capital, but then a guard came up and replied that it meant nothing, that they were all nothing against the leader Kurak. Having looked at Nifrim, the orcs recognized that this one was dangerous, so they very successfully came up with the idea of cutting off his legs. Meanwhile, in the core of antiquity, everything was going on as usual, well, almost everything, except for the fact that war was about to start. Patrick reminded Swallow of this very loudly and insistently, shouting over and over that it was not time to sleep. He read the letter while sitting on the ancient monster, who opened his eyes and asked if there really wasn't a more comfortable place. The skeleton reported that according to the information received from the traders, events were unfolding much faster than he expected. The orcs stormed the mountains, rivers and valleys, slaughtering entire villages and towns along the way and then burning them down. The devourer commented that this sounded like too much trouble. Patrick reported that the monsters were apparently planning to surround the capital from all sides, destroying the surrounding areas in a wide arc, which was not an easy path. He added that something else was even more interesting, and the ancient monster noted with surprise that he did not expect the Death Knight to be so carried away by the events. Patrick replied that war was the most interesting spectacle, except for fire. The boss closed his eyes, getting ready to fall asleep again. But he failed because of the terrible smell that was emitted by the bag, and Swallow asked the gatekeeper what was in it. The skeleton explained that it was popcorn. Melju had prepared it with butter and magic, advising her to eat it when she was doing something exciting. The devourer repeated the unfamiliar word several times as if tasting it. He was a big eater, but rather unpretentious. Patrick added that popcorn is made from corn. They will all gnaw it together and enjoy the show. Battery also promised to come. The sky above the Empire was painted orange due to the many fires. It seemed that just a little more, and everything that could burn would burn. The guards were exhausted from waiting as they simply waited for the command. But everyone hoped that the orcs would soon run out of steam and retreat. They were talking about how this wasn't a dungeon. Why would monsters need their lands? Then someone said that they even saw a paladin. He was simply incredible, as if he wasn't human at all. The knight reported that they were just orcs and did not pose much of a threat to the Imperial army, but their leader, Kurak, was indeed very dangerous. Yusak reported that if they held out a little longer, reinforcements would arrive and victory for the people would be assured. Someone in luxurious heavy armor called the talking men arrogant creatures. His face was not visible. The fortress was under siege, but the walls remained intact. The commander of the knights defending the city declared that he would not allow the monsters to enter here. He added that not a single orc would set foot on this territory, while the monsters themselves were sure of the opposite. Kurak was indeed preparing to join the victorious march of his army, but before that he had several more important matters to attend to. The ruler of Nirkolab emerged from his dungeon. He had invaded foreign territory and had worked hard, but now he had to find among the ruins what would help defeat the empire. Then a voice came from above, asking if the person in front of her was an orc. The monster looked up and asked if the fairy wanted to become his next victim. The fairy appreciated his attitude and praised his strength of spirit and the fact that Kurak did not retreat before her, although he felt a huge difference in strength. Faye noted that it was worthy of respect. Let him say his name. She would certainly remember it. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Kurak had recalled this meeting many times, and now he sat, illuminated by the flames of the fire, replaying the episode in his head. One of the subordinates called out to the commander and said that he looked tired. Perhaps it would be better to postpone the conversation. The messenger said that a report had arrived from Kaltum. He wanted to bring the ruler an unusual person with superpowers. He nodded and asked what was with the provisions. The orc replied that Kaltum had reported the destruction of several villages, and the commander had ordered the spoils to be divided equally and the people to be killed and eaten. The messenger stood up to go and carry out the order, and Kurak ordered that Kadachi be brought to him in addition. The huge warrior announced that he was already here. The commander invited him to come closer. There was something to discuss. Kadachi took a few steps forward and stopped. Awaiting further orders, he was loyal to the Lord. The banners of the empire and the troops that had joined it from the east of the city fluttered on the fortress, besieged by the orcs. The military leader informed the knight that their presence gave him confidence that as soon as everything was over, he would issue an official thank you to the order. He received the answer that all who serve the empire also serve the order, and they will allocate all the forces they have at the order of His Holiness. The messenger brought a report on the current state of military affairs, and the commander looked at it with interest. The orc forces outnumbered the humans by about several dozen times. This seems to be their main army, but the siege commanders are reporting a shortage of weapons, so the monsters will face some difficulties sooner or later. The military leader asked if they had enough food. The messenger replied that the city was preparing for winter, so there would be enough supplies for both the residents and the army. When asked how things were going with the draft, the answer was also encouraging. People hated monsters, so they willingly signed up as soldiers. It was great. We had to hold out for a week. They promised to send the strongest knights from the Order of the Red Rose to help. The warlord looked at the banners with optimism and declared that it was time to show these orcs where they belonged. The messenger asked if they really needed to wait, and looking at the orc army, he called them idiots who were incapable of fighting properly. He stated that the monsters would not be able to hold out with such weapons, but the military leader reminded them of the sorcerers, who were stronger than human magicians. The man looked carefully beyond the fortress walls and muttered that now many things had lost their meaning and relevance. With them are the paladins of the church, who can fight with swords and can resist any magic. The messenger said that this made him wary. Since when did the church start helping the empire? These paladins could be more dangerous than orcs. The commander replied that now their enemy was the army of Nirkumbal, and if they began to doubt their allies, chaos would reign. He noticed that the orcs, by the way, were taking too long to start the attack, which is what really looks suspicious. The men heard the sound of heavy footsteps and realized what the monsters were waiting for. Their master, Lord Nirkumbala, was approaching. This guess caused sweat to stream down the commander's face, and soon he saw the enemy with his own eyes. It was the infamous Kurak, but for some reason his hair wasn't red. Were the legends wrong? The aura matched the mana of the dungeon lord. All warriors were given the order to prepare. The orcs began to approach, and it was necessary to give them a suitable rebuff. The archers took up positions. The mages took up combat stances and began casting defensive spells, after which they prepared to use long-range ones. The guards had to raise their shields to protect the count, the owner of these lands, when the messenger noticed something suspicious. Only 2 orcs came out to the fortress walls, Kurak himself and someone who looked like a sorcerer. Lord Nirkumbala opened his mouth and roared terribly, addressing the people on the fortress walls and beyond them. He used sound amplification magic, and people rushed to cover their ears. The orc's voice sounded so loud and frightening. He stated that he respected their fighting spirit, but that humans would not be able to stop the advance of the monster army, and both the messenger and the commander frowned, sensing a catch. Kurak wondered if they really hoped to stand against his forces simply by blocking the orcs' escape routes. He extended his hand forward and declared that humanity would be destroyed simply because it would not awaken from its sleep of illusions and self-confidence. The paladins stood silently, not moving. After all, they were people themselves, even though they were not Imperials. Kurak said that in half a day everyone would understand what fools they had been, but it would be too late. He would kill every last person in the fortress. The knights began to panic, but they didn't show it. They had to keep a straight face and try to give the enemy a worthy rebuff. The commander did not let the enemy finish, calling him a stupid orc, what half a day he dares to talk about when they have paladins on their side. The messenger thought that the leader of the race would not have made such a threat just like that. There must be good reasons for his words. He tried to figure out what he had missed, and why the orc was looking at them so expectantly, as if something was about to happen. The warlord shouted that everyone should be on guard. Before them was the boss of a great and terrible dungeon, and not some fool. He was clearly up to something. At that very moment, a spear pierced his chest, and the man arched forward as the blow hit him in the back. One of the paladins informed the count that his holiness was right. Attacking this land was the right decision. The commander's last words were a question about how the damned traitors dared to rebel against the empire. The paladins immediately began using movement spells. It finally became clear what was about to happen. The subjects of Uranesia decided to move all the orcs into the castle using spells. This could not be allowed, but the spear did not allow the commander to utter a sound. One of the paladins gloomily noted that he had come to his senses too late. Now nothing really mattered anymore. The time had come for a holy war. One after another, caravans of orcs with provisions moved through the desert. It seemed that Kurak intended to carry out the Devourer's order. A guard approached the cage where Nifrim was lying and threw him a piece of meat, asking why people kill each other but never eat. There was no answer. The guy tried to crawl away, or at least turn away so as not to see the food and not to smell it. Then the orc kicked the meat closer to him, declaring that he needed to eat, otherwise he would not live to see the audience with Lord Nirkumbal. Nifrim's eyes widened with tension. He tried to control himself. After all, he had made a promise. The orc said that there was no need to stare, because the prisoner refused to eat. He lost the bet. The monster said that his patience was not eternal. Let the man eat this meat, or he would be immediately beaten. The boy looked again at what was being offered to him as dinner and thought that he would never, ever eat this. But his body reacted in its own way, while Nifrim thought that he would rather die than eat someone close to him. His hands were already reaching for the meat. But the guy still had enough willpower to turn away. Then the orc took a few steps forward, entering the cage. He lifted the prisoner by the ropes that bound his hands and said that they would not get far like that. The monster took the meat in his hand and tried to put it to Nifrim's face. He desperately shook his head, but his strength was becoming less and less. With the owls, that if the little man was so weak that he could not eat, because now he would help him, The orc shoved a piece of meat right into the prisoner's mouth. Nifrim refused to chew. He mentally begged the monster to stop and not do this, but the guard was adamant and continued his occupation. He stuffed more and more meat into the man's mouth, saying that if he didn't chew and swallow, he would soon simply not be able to breathe. The guy's eyes were bulging from lack of air, and he resigned himself to the fact that he was going to die now. But Nifrim was a homunculus, and his survival instincts did not obey the voice of reason. The body decided to do everything on its own. Having achieved his goal, the orc said with satisfaction that next time he should eat and not show off. Feeding from his hands was too much of a hassle. The prisoner found himself on the ground again, and his jailer turned to leave the cage, extremely pleased with himself. The ropes shot up, torn to pieces, as if they were some kind of African snakes. Nifrim, like a hellish beast, jumped onto the orc's shoulders in one leap, his hand raising up to attack. The monster tried to throw the man down, but he still couldn't figure out how he managed to free himself and jump to the height of his height without legs. But the homunculus's legs had already grown back, regeneration had occurred extremely quickly, and now the orc would have to pay for his recklessness. At one time, those who experimented on Nifrim were equally surprised at how quickly his body recovered. They took away the guy's arms, and he grew new ones in a matter of seconds. As soon as the steam started pouring out, the alchemists asked if he felt any strange, tingling sensations. The young man could not understand at all how his limbs had managed to fully recover so quickly. His tormentors rejoiced. With such developments, they would be able to mass-produce invincible soldiers. Nifrim himself almost cried. The next time, after another amputation, the guy simply refused to eat what was offered to him as a medicine for recovery. Then the men said that they would help him swallow the meat if it was so difficult to overcome himself, and they did so. One piece remained intact, and the researchers discussed whether the homunculus regeneration could be activated in another way. They decided that it was not, and soon Nifrim was forced to swallow again what was so disgusting to him. Now the guy was standing on the orc's corpse, whose head was now partially resting in his own stomach. Instincts worked perfectly. The rest of the monsters prepared to fight. They already understood that the enemy was not so simple. He had legs again, and his behavior did not inspire optimism. They discussed the situation with each other and came to the conclusion that there was some kind of witchcraft involved, nothing else. Here Nifrim arched and leaned back. His body began to undergo some kind of transformation, apparently due to the orc meat. He jumped off the enemy's body and rushed somewhere with such speed that no one had time to track the direction of movement. A second later, the largest of the orcs received a powerful kick, and the others were not left unattended either. Nifrim fought with such strength as if he wasn't human at all, which was actually true. Not a single blow from the opponents reached their target. They were too slow. But the guy dealt the orcs a lot of damage. They fell one after another. But the enemy had numerical superiority, and after one monster came the next and the next. All forces and weapons were used. Someone even came up with the idea of launching a cannonball at Nifrim, but it was all in vain. He had borrowed someone's cleaver and was now wielding it left and right, as if he knew neither fatigue nor pain. One of the monsters was in no hurry to attack. He was thinking that the person in front of him was not a human and that he should immediately report this to the commander. The monster had already turned around to go and carry out his intention before things became too serious. But after just a few steps, the orc fell dead, the axe thrown by Nifrim greeting the top of his head. Soon, all the enemies within walking distance were destroyed, and the young man stopped to catch his breath and think about what to do next. There was no need to think for long. New orcs were already approaching the scene of the incident. Noticing the man on the mountain of his fallen relatives, they slowed down. Nifrim stood and thought that all this was some kind of complete nonsense. Life had never been cotton candy for him, but this was too much. In one hand he held a huge orcish axe. The second one was stuck in the guy's back, which he didn't even notice. One of the new arrivals shouted that there was an undead in front of them. The commander ordered the sorcerer squads to prepare. They cannot suffer losses now, and Kaltum was away on business. Several protective spells were immediately cast, but the commander himself did not have time to hide behind the shields. He, too, was hit by the axe. Nifrim realized that he was losing his strength, and with it his consciousness, and soon he simply collapsed to the ground and was fired upon by the orcs. Here he heard that the monsters had loaded the rest of the people onto carts, intending to send them as food to the main army. Nifrim perked up and found himself on his feet again. It turned out that not all the villagers had been killed at once. The boy's eyes widened, and hope again dawned in them that Pestle and the children could still be saved. But then, the enthusiasm weakened. The hero felt that his body was failing, transforming, and weakening. Researchers once warned him against eating meat from other races. It is dangerous. The side effects can be completely unpredictable. Instead of restoration, the process of disintegration may begin, perhaps not immediately, and at first, everything will happen as usual. The man who told this to Nifrim laughed and added that later the guy would greatly regret not having died. Noticing that the enemy had become more active, the orc commander gave the order to the sorcerers to use long-range spells. Covering themselves with shields, they fired volleys of fire. It's not for nothing that orc sorcerers are considered to be better than human magicians. The flames completely engulfed the place where Nifrim had just been. There was no chance of surviving after that. The commander was glad that there were no more delays and gave the order to set out. He turned around, but the sorcerer, looking in the direction where the man had just been, froze with a frightened face, even raising his hand to wipe his eyes. In the very epicenter of a huge fire stood Nifrim. It was impossible to believe that he had survived, and was even continuing to walk. And yet it was true. Even if half-bent, the man moved towards his enemies, step by step. All he could think about was that his tormentor was actually right. He had managed to live for some time after eating the orc. Grabbing the spear, he decided that this time would be more than enough for him to carry out his plan. The orc commander, in a panic, gave the order not to let the evil spirits get to the main army and to kill them in any way possible. Here one of the soldiers noted with bewilderment that their enemy had stopped and was eating one of their fellows. The orc's eyes widened in horror. He realized quite clearly that absolutely all of them were doomed.